This young man was once a top assassin on Earth, but in the end he was killed by his own organization for knowing too many secrets. However, what awaits Lam Uyen is not death. Lam Uyen wakes up again, her heart pounding from the shock, not knowing where she is while Ding Ning believes she died in that plane explosion. As soon as he sat up, Lam Uyen suddenly felt a pounding headache, as if a lot of information was being forcibly poured into his mind. After acquiring all of the original owner's memories, he realized he had transmigrated. Maybe it was heaven pitying the tragic fate of my past life being exploited by others, giving me another chance to start over. The original owner of this body also had a destiny of being abandoned like me. At that moment, Lam Uyen suddenly felt her body stiffen and unable to move, and she saw the soul of the original owner floating in front of her. "If we are all abandoned, then let's leave this indifferent world together," he said. "Leave like that? You're not going to seek revenge?" "Revenge? I am already dead, and you are just a pitiful soul inhabiting my body." It seems that soul has given up completely, but Lam Uyen is different. Being pitiful doesn't mean being weak, so you refuse to accept defeat in front of this world. Fate is in your hands. You want to decide for yourself rather than leave it to the heavens? You've already been ruthlessly abandoned by others, so how can you face death and still live well? "Aren't you suffering?" the original owner asked again. And Lam Uyen replied clearly, "I have always had no way to choose. Now I want to continue living based on my own will." Your eyes are full of determination, but the original owner still doesn't believe you can change your fate, because at this moment, Lam Uyen is trapped in his useless body and will probably face the same end as him sooner or later. But even so, Lam Uyen still wants to try, because starting from being useless doesn't mean he has to be useless for life. In this less than smooth beginning, he is even more determined to prove to the world that his fate is not in anyone's hands. He's really a bastard. The original owner muttered, "Remember what I said? Avenge me. From now on, you are Lam Uyen." Unexpectedly, the two of them even share the same name. After saying these final words, the original owner's soul disappeared, and Lam Yen was able to move again. You are determined now, not only to continue your previous life, but also to avenge your namesake brother who sacrificed his body for you to survive. But at that time, Lam Uyen was completely confused, not knowing how to become stronger. According to the level of this world, a low-level beast soul like you can only do menial jobs, barely enough to survive, let alone reach the heights of fame. Of course, if survival becomes impossible, Lam Uyen can fall back on his old profession and become an assassin. But just as he was about to give up, something strange happened that changed his new life forever. Lam Uyen heard an unfamiliar voice announcing that the host had awakened their beast soul and had successfully bonded with the evolving monster system. Then a young black divine lizard appeared in front of Lam Yen in its juvenile, ungrown state, level E, low rank, only 0.1 meters tall and weighing 1.2 kilograms, attacking by biting and scratching. A bunch of question marks appeared above Lam Yen's head. He couldn't quite tell what this was at first. Even more strange, the lizard spoke in human language and greeted you first. "Hello Lam Yen, I am Little Black Dragon. From now on I will accompany you and help you become stronger, step by step." "Are you really the upgrade and evolution system for monsters?" Lam Uyen asked suspiciously. "This scene feels familiar. Could it be that you're really like the male leads in transmigration stories, having a golden hand guiding you?" "That's right. From now on we are trusted allies and must live together harmoniously." The dark god responded excitedly, but when Lam Uyen simply picked up her bag and walked away, it felt so insulted that it called out after her. "Where are you going? Why aren't you curious about how I can help you?" Lam Uyen isn't not curious, but knows there will be chances to ask later. Besides, he has more important things to do right now. The black lizard was extremely annoyed. Lam Uyen's calm demeanor really made it feel like it didn't exist at all. At least pretend to be happy about getting the system. The important thing to do first, as Lam Uyen mentioned, is to find Tu Motuye. It was because of this girl that the original owner had to die. And the one who just killed him is now confidently holding a big bouquet of roses, standing in front of Tu Motuye to confess his feelings. "What do you want to do?" Mr. replied with a completely unshaken expression. "Of course, I hope you can be with me." Looking at the bouquet of roses and that utterly ordinary face, Tu Motuye replied with full disdain. "Dream on. Do you think I would submit to your power? I know, Motuye, you're a S-rank beast spirit master, but you just awakened recently. I specifically brought in a few B-rank allies to support me. Aren't I confident I can get you?" "That's right, I forgot to tell you. The kid from your class who always hangs around you has also been taken care of by me." Hearing this, Tu Motuye's previously calm face suddenly changed. "What did you do to Lam Uyen? Is that matter really that important?" The other party shamelessly replied, "Now it's just you and me, and unless you agree to be with me, you have no other choice." At that moment, the Beast Soul Master Level B henchmen following this young master suddenly saw a figure rush past them so fast that they couldn't react in time. By the time everyone saw clearly who that shadow was, Lam Yen had already grabbed that bastard's neck from behind with one hand, looking incredibly surprised to see the person he had just beaten half to death now appearing here, and not only uninjured, but much stronger than before. So this is where you are. Seeing this, the 4 Beast Soul Masters behind the young master rushed forward, aiming to overpower him with their strength. But before they could reach Lam Yen, he quickly pushed the one in his hand forward and then gracefully jumped back to dodge their attack. Lam Yen's agility is extremely fast, because he was trained for decades as an assassin in his previous life. The spoiled young master was pushed hard by him and had no chance to defend himself, falling face first to the ground. He was furious and ordered the higher-level spirit masters to attack Lam Yen. The 4 of them responded in unison, then merged with their spirit beast to become 4 extremely ferocious monsters. This is the moment when the Soul Master combines with their spirit beast, creating an effect just like a monster appearing. Of course, Lam Yen can also fuse with a spirit beast, but his Black Lightning spirit beast is too weak. Little Black Dragon said that he must earn evolution points through devouring or level up rewards through battle to evolve the Black Spirit God, and only then would fusion truly have meaning. But winning battles doesn't necessarily have to involve combining spirit beasts, right? Lam Yen asked again, and this question made Little Black Dragon turn pale. You're not planning to use this normal human body to fight them, are you? Are you crazy? They just made their move and could crush you easily. Now that he's transformed into a beast, he can probably crush you even faster. But in his previous life, Lam Yen was the top assassin of the organization. Even if in this life I ended up transmigrating into a useless body, at least my combat experience is still there, so why not give it a try? What are you just standing there for? Come on, get it over with and crush him for me. The spoiled young master shouted loudly, and immediately the 4 Beast Soul Masters in fusion mode charged fiercely at Lam Yen. Usually, no one would think that an apparently useless B-rank soul master like you could escape, and that spoiled brat was also convinced that after just one attack, Lam Yen would be reduced to a pile of minced meat. But he hadn't even finished smiling when he saw Lam Yen still safe and sound, even bravely overpowering a beast soul master with just his brute strength. Tomo Tuye, standing nearby, witnessed the entire process and couldn't even control her expression when she saw Lam Yen unarmed and not killing a B-rank beast soul master, something even an S-rank beast soul master like her couldn't do. At that moment, Tomo Tuyet realized that Lam Yen was also incredibly powerful. As for him, although his previous life's combat experience was still intact, Lam Yen couldn't deny that his body was still too weak to fully unleash his strength. After defeating the first Beast Soul Master, Little Black Dragon rewarded him with a black iron treasure chest. According to Little Black Dragon, the chest could contain equipment or skill evolution points, depending on Lam Yen's luck to see what he could unlock. And Lam Yen's luck is truly good, as he was able to open a random skill book on his very first try. When activated, the random skill book can help the host learn a skill from level E to A, with only a 1% chance of obtaining an A-level skill, increasing for lower-level skills. Lam Yen didn't care much. He just hoped not to draw anything below level E anymore. But he never expected that this time his luck would be so good that he would directly learn an A-level skill from the rare 1% category called White Heat. Its effect is that when in a Soul Beast fusion state, it can emit a white light at high temperatures capable of melting steel, with a maximum temperature of up to 10,000 degrees. How come you're so lucky? That's amazing. Maybe we should buy one more ticket. Little Black Dragon seems very excited. But now is not the time for them to celebrate, because Lam Yen just defeated a B-rank Beast Soul Master, and there are still 3 others plus that spoiled brat. He just awarded the remaining 3. Anyone who can kill Lam Yen will immediately receive a hot reward of 10 million. Hearing this number, their eyes all sparkled brightly. The power of money is truly terrifying. Tomotuyet was a bit worried and wanted to merge her spirit beast herself to help Lam Yen, but he just shook his head and said, "You should stay back a little." Tomotuyet is one of the few people who treats the original owner well, so Lam Yen absolutely cannot let her get hurt. Facing the fierce onslaught from 3 level B Beast Soul Masters, Lam Yen remains extremely calm. First, he used his superb fighting skills to dodge all attacks, then took the opportunity to get closer to his opponent. In the end, Lam Yen successfully grabbed the man with the elephant spirit beast, then delivered a stunning punch and finished with a devastating kick. This fighting feels so real, and as expected, this one's fate is no different from the previous one. And in the end, Lam Yen successfully gains another divine treasure as a reward. Even though this body is a bit weak, if they still think Lam Yen is an easy target like before, they're completely mistaken. This time, Lam Yen didn't rush to open the treasure, but instead charged fiercely at the remaining two with a speed that left them stunned. Not intending to give the opponent a chance to react, Lam Yen grabbed both of their heads and slammed them together, with enough force to shatter their skulls. In just one move, Lam Yen had taken down the remaining two guys. Watching the whole scene unfold, the spoiled rich kid who was chasing Tumo Tuyet was so scared he was trembling all over. Now he starts begging, "Big brother, I was wrong, please forgive me this time." Lam Yan's eyes shone brightly as he calmly uttered the two words, "I was too late. This bastard is the one who caused the original owner's death. I can't let him go easily. He's too strong," she thought to herself, and then glanced at the beaten-up young master lying on the ground, thinking that maybe he wouldn't dare to bother her anymore in the future. Besides marveling at Lam Yan's strength, Tumo Tuyet also felt a bit embarrassed. Because she naturally has an S-rank beast tamer talent, she should have been the one to save him in danger, but in the end, she let him come to the rescue. Moreover, Tumo Tuyet never thought that Lam Yen, with her beast spirit of that level, could be this powerful. While lost in thought, Tumo Tuyet didn't realize she was staring intently at Lam Yen until he spoke. "Do I have something on my face? Why do you keep staring at me like that?" Now Tumo Tuyet finally looked away in embarrassment, her cheeks turning as red as ripe tomatoes. Then Li Ni said thank you to Lam Yen and also apologized for causing trouble for him. "It's okay, we're classmates. Helping each other is only natural. You really think we're just classmates? I thought we were friends after all." Lam Yen didn't understand the fleeting look of disappointment from Tumo Tuyet. Only Tiu Hak Long, who saw it briefly, immediately understood Hong Tran. "Kid, you've got quite the romantic luck." He shrugged and said, "What are you talking about? She is one of the few friends of the original owner. Now that I possess this body, I must protect her well. Once Tumo Tuyet leaves, Lam Yen will have Tiu Hak Long and Dam Dao return to his system." Your tone and gaze back then were really intimidating, weren't they? The legendary assassin from his past life made the little black dragon break out in a cold sweat. The first thing Lam Yen did after returning home was to try to fuse with his beast soul. "As I said, your beast soul is just a useless level E, black lizard." Seeing your form after the fusion, little black dragon couldn't help but cover his mouth and laugh. Because in that form, Lam Yen is only worthy of being food in this world full of monsters. Lam Yen also can't help but feel disappointed. No wonder others say his beast soul is useless. Only after the fusion did I realize it was truly useless. Now it's time for little black dragon to show what it can do. "Do you need me to guide you?" it said with a teasing look on its face. Lam Yen anxiously exclaimed that you can gain evolution points through devouring. This evolution point can enhance your strength. The treasure you just received in Yang can also unlock that evolution point. "So what exactly counts as devouring?" Lam Yen asked again. The answer you received was very simple. Eat. More precisely, eat meat. Because the beast soul is also similar to animals, Lam Yen's urgent task now is to eat more meat and, importantly, to maintain the beast soul state while eating raw meat. Lam Yen looked at the whole live chicken in the fridge, momentarily speechless. He had never eaten raw meat before, neither in his past life nor this one, so he felt quite worried. Little Black Dragon wholeheartedly encouraged him. "Eat up. After eating, you'll become stronger. In less than 2.5 years, you'll be much more powerful." Lam Yen felt that what it said was very true, so he also made up his mind. Everything was just to make himself stronger. With that, Lam Yen closed his eyes and started eating the chicken. After a bit of nibbling, Little Black Dragon happily announced that he had successfully devoured fresh chicken meat and gained 5 evolution points. Lam Yen also had no intention of saving and immediately used these 5 points to upgrade his size. "Understood," Little Black Dragon happily replied. After spending the 5 points, Lam Yen's size indeed increased a little, and his stomach, which had just been full from eating, immediately deflated. "I've used it all up. I want to order some more meat. I could eat all night tonight." Lam Yen, full of determination, said that night he ate over 100 rabbits and even stored food in the fridge, eventually transforming his E-rank Black Dragon into a giant black dragon in full maturity, B rank, 7 stars battle beast level. At this point, Lam Yen's beast soul had grown to 3.1 meters tall and weighed 540 kilograms. He was very pleased to see that his beast soul state had become much stronger. Even the lightning bolt level had increased from E to B, which was indeed a great achievement. However, even now that he's no longer a useless person and can only be food for others, his strength still isn't enough. And to become stronger, Lam Uyen must gain more evolution points. Moreover, the merged beast soul form you have now is too large. You can't stay in the house anymore. This urges Lam Uyen to find a quiet place or an abandoned warehouse as soon as possible. If you've been reborn into this world, you must stand at the top and enjoy the view. You can't keep living with your head bowed forever. As he thought this, Lam Uyen suddenly felt his vision darken, realizing a few bullies from his class had come to cause trouble. Based on the original owner's memory, you realize they are Li Fong and Zhang Loi. These two used to bully the original owner frequently, and the reason they are so arrogant is because they are under Vu Mak Huyen, the one in the middle, who is also a rare S-rank beast soul master in the school. Your useless son doesn't know how to talk. Get up quickly, don't make us wait long. Li Fong shouted loudly, and Zhang Loi immediately said, "Get to work. We're giving you this task because we think highly of you, understand? You worthless trash. Get out, what did you say? You don't understand human language. Well, the weakest spirit master in the school today is quite arrogant. A tiny black dragon spirit like you, I can crush it with a single step. Why act all arrogant in front of me? You should know that the consciousness is in the sensory box. It's embarrassing for this school to have a weak spirit master like you. If I were you, I would have found a corner to die already. Sorry about that, I was planning to live my life to the fullest." Vu Mak Huyen, looking so disheveled and being met with that condescending tone, was furious. His face darkened as he shifted from mockery to threat. "Do you believe I can make sure you never survive again?" But before he could do anything, homeroom teacher Zhang Yue entered the classroom. Although very annoyed, Vu Mak Huyen had no choice but to temporarily let it go and return to his seat. Seeing his arrogant attitude, Little Black Dragon really didn't like him at all, but what made it proud was that Lam Uyen still maintained his composure even when facing someone so despicable. Since he is an S-rank beast soul master, he has the right to be arrogant, but sooner or later he will become a lost soul at my hands, Lam Uyen replied. You speak those cruel words in such a gentle tone, still looking completely unfazed, which truly made Little Black Dragon feel that his master is not an ordinary person at all. After stabilizing the class, Zhang Yue announced that the new school would provide training resources called Spirit Beast Crystals for the students. Now she will distribute them again to everyone. Lin Yuan didn't know what Spirit Beast Crystals were, so Little Black Dragon explained that they are created after monsters die. Their blood and flesh merge with the earth. Usually, Spirit Beast Crystals are classified into high, medium, poor, and very poor grades. Actually, they contain a large amount of energy that can be absorbed by Spirit Masters to increase their strength. And in this world of Spirit Masters, Spirit Crystals are also equivalent to currency. The higher the quality of the crystal, the more expensive it is. Even the lower grade crystals are worth 1,000 yuan each. It's just a pity that the school distributes crystals based on the type of beast soul the students have awakened. This is also to let them know that this world of spirit masters is extremely brutal, where strength determines everything. The strong lead, while the weak are eliminated. The strong win and the weak lose. That is the inevitable fairness in this world of spirit masters. Vu Mak Huyen, as the one who awakened the Skull King beast soul, was awarded 10 top-tier beast crystals for his S-rank talent, and as he approached the podium, the classroom was filled with murmurs. Vu Mak Huyen is one of only 2 S-rank spirit masters in our school. The other is the stunning Tamo Tuyet. There was an upperclassman who once awakened an S-rank beast soul, the Great Sun Golden Rooster, and now he has become a 9-star Cold Lord. Maybe in the future, Vu Mak Huyen will be as strong as him. As Vu Mak Huyen stepped forward, Truong Uyet could clearly see the arrogance in his eyes and couldn't help but remind him that even with a good starting point, he shouldn't be reckless. With his talent, if he developed steadily, he could very well become a beast soul master at the level of a leader. Next is Zhang Loi, awakening the beast soul of a giant rock beetle, rated A talent and receiving 5 medium-grade crystals. Those with B-grade talent like Li Fong's Stormwolf get 5 low-grade crystals. After all the students in the class had received their crystals, Truong Uyet finally read out Lam Uyen's name because he was the weakest, only eligible to receive 5 very poor quality crystals. Once again, Lam Yuan became the laughingstock of the class. They said his E-grade talent had broken the school record. With such a useless spirit beast, I think you should stop being a spirit master and go build walls instead. It's less embarrassing to go outside. Lam Uyen, as if not hearing the mockery, continued walking toward Truong Nguyet. After giving him the crystals, she just sighed and said, "Encourage Lam Uyen to keep trying." Vu Mak Huyen looked at his 5 very low-grade crystals before starting her usual criticism. The lowest grade crystals? You can buy a whole sack for 1,000 yuan, and they are all radiation. basically useless for nurturing soul beasts. I wouldn't even bother accepting trash like this, but it suits some useless people perfectly. He finished speaking. Then Little Black Dragon leaned into Lam Uyen's ear to share some additional knowledge. That's why Vumak Huyen said that the lowest quality crystals are full of radiation. They are formed after monsters are killed by nuclear weapons, their blood and flesh contaminated with radiation. To most people, these crystals are just waste, but in fact, the radiation contains enormous energy that can be absorbed by Lam Uyen's energy absorption. In other words, this is the best thing for you. Truong Nguyen couldn't bear to see Lam Uyen being mocked like that, so she finally took out her own money to give him a top-grade crystal to encourage him. Unexpectedly, Lam Uyen said she only accepted the kindness and wanted her to exchange the high-grade crystal for a very poor one, which made Truong Nguyen extremely angry. Lam Uyen, do you realize what you're saying? I know you want to improve your abilities quickly, but you can't use too many harmful crystals for your spirit beasts. Facing the teacher's anger, Lam Uyen dared not make a sound and had no choice but to accept the top-grade crystal and return to his seat. This made Vumak Huyen so jealous he was practically seeing red. He thinks that with such a poor talent, how could he be valued by Truong Nguyen? As a result, Lam Uyen only becomes more of a thorn in his side. As for Lam Uyen, he was still seriously considering the most effective way to use the spirit beast crystals. According to Little Black Dragon, a top-tier crystal is worth 10,000 yuan, and his lowest grade is only worth 100, meaning one top-tier crystal can exchange for 100 of the lowest grade. Therefore, it suggested that after school, Lam Uyen should go to the Beast Soul Exchange to trade. There, he would definitely find 100 of the lowest grade crystals. That makes sense. It's also a good idea. Lam Uyen responded. As they were talking, he suddenly heard someone calling his name. I thought it was someone important. Turns out it's Mo Tuyet. She came all the way to Lam Uyen's class to remind him to go home together after school because she had something private to discuss and also to brag about how the bastard who kept bothering her after being scolded by Lam Uyen yesterday has now dropped out. The atmosphere between the two was very cheerful, but to others it looked very strange. Mo Tuyet, the school beauty and a nine-tailed snowfox spirit beast at S level, famous for her aloof demeanor, now actively approached and chatted with a useless E level. No matter how you looked at it, it seemed unreasonable. Vumak Huyen was probably the most annoyed, feeling that Lam Uyen was simply too lucky, being just a weak E-rank beast soul master, yet both teacher Zhang Yue and Mo Tuyet treated him so well. So after school, he, Lai Fong, and Jiang Loi blocked his way. What's going on? Lam Uyen asked impatiently. What kind of love potion did you give the teacher? And the beauty queen, too. What despicable tricks did you use to get close to him? Clearly, I told that rich kid to bother Mo Tuyet last time so I could play the hero saving the beauty and hold the lady in my arms. In the end, that bastard broke his promise and played the disappearing act with me. Turns out, it's all because of you. Lam Uyen gritted his teeth and replied. King Mak Huyen confessed without a fight. It wasn't until now that Lam Uyen realized he was the real culprit behind the original owner's death. He never intended to let him get under his skin, but unexpectedly, he was the one who ignited his anger. What's wrong? A beauty like Mo Tuyet naturally suits a genius like me. Do you really think you're worthy of someone like you, a useless chicken? Vumak Huyen shouted loudly, then warned Lam Uyen to stay away from Mo Tuyet's family, or he would definitely not spare him, while roughly grabbing Lam Uyen's collar. Although I was very angry, I didn't dare to act because fighting at school would cause a lot of trouble and get me punished. Sister Zhang Yue treats me so well, I don't want to make things difficult for her. So in the end, Lam Uyen just replied, I can't do it, and I don't want to. Vumak Huyen snorted coldly. You, who don't know your place, maybe I should let Mo Tuyet see your uselessness with her own eyes, but I don't want her to think I bully the weak. And so he unilaterally proposed a bet. During the upcoming training session in 2 days, if Lam Uyen succeeds, Vumak Huyen would willingly eat a pack of the lowest-level beast soul crystals filled with radiation. If he loses, he must completely disappear from his sight. To be fair, this was a huge gamble, but Vumak Huyen, seeing his opponent as just a worthless trash, had no hesitation in betting. If he's that arrogant, Lam Uyen has no problem teaching him a lesson, so he agreed. Because they were delayed by Vumak Huyen's group, Mo Tuyet had been waiting for him at the school gate for a while. Even though she had to wait a long time, she didn't seem annoyed or impatient. What is it that you want to talk to me about? Lam Uyen asked. Mo Tuyet smiled brightly and said, Actually, it's nothing serious. Isn't her class today also receiving spirit beast crystals? Mo Tuyet, like Vumak Huyen, received 10 high-grade ones and intentionally wanted to share half with Lam Uyen. Earlier, she hurried to your class because she heard that La Muyen only received 5 low-grade crystals and was worried you would feel sad. Seeing how impressive La Muyen was when helping her the day before, she believed that with diligent training, you could definitely achieve great success. So she wanted to share her crystals with you so you could advance your strength sooner. Thank you for caring about me, but I can't accept your spirit beast crystals. La Muyen gently declines. Of course, Temotuyet wouldn't give up so easily. She said that the difficulty of the upcoming beast training session was no small matter, and even a B-rank beast tamer could fail. La Muyen then faces even greater difficulties. I have more than enough of those crystals myself, so wouldn't it be better to share with someone who needs them more than La Muyen? Aren't you worried that sharing the spirit beast crystal with me might prevent you from passing the beast training? La Muyen asked again. This time Temotuyet responded to him with a confident tone. You really underestimate me. My beast soul is a 9-tailed snow fox at level 5. Even without touching the crystal, I can pass this beast training. Still, La Muyen has no intention of accepting the other's beast crystal, because after all, he doesn't need that top-tier item, and selling it would be taking advantage of the girl. So I told Temotuyet, well, I can't explain why I refused, but I guarantee I will pass this beast training. If you can also get through the Chonchu trial, then I'll accept your kindness. Really? Then we promise each other yes? Of course it's true, he replied, but if you deliberately keep the crystal for yourself and don't go through beast training, that wouldn't be good, so you still need to prepare well yourself. Temotuyet nodded repeatedly, while La Muyen silently thought about the beast training next week. Surely this girl will be so scared by your strength that she'll jump in surprise. It's done, and the two of them parted ways since they didn't go the same way home. As soon as Temotuyet left, Little Black Dragon jumped out again to tease La Muyen. Wow, that girl really cares about you. Don't talk about spirit stones, just take me to the spirit beast hall and do the real thing. La Muyen responded coldly, making Little Black Dragon feel very hurt. Clearly, he acted gentle when talking to the girl, but when talking to him, his face looked like he had lost his rice voucher. Then the two of them headed to the Spirit Beast Hall, a place dedicated to Spirit Beast Masters and only open to them. A week later, it was also the place where La Muyen's beast training assessment would take place, but today, they only came to exchange beast soul crystals first. When La Muyen took out the top-grade crystal and asked to exchange it for the lowest grade, the attendant let out a loud sigh, clearly thinking that La Muyen was mentally unwell. Because ordinary people wouldn't trade a supreme beast soul crystal for a bunch of separated senses. But in the end, he still agreed to exchange with La Muyen. That person probably thinks we're crazy, right? Whatever, geniuses and madmen are only separated by a small margin, La Muyen replied. Then the two of them found an abandoned warehouse for him to absorb the spirit beast crystals, and this trash-like thing turned out to be more useful than La Muyen had imagined. Eating a whole fresh chicken only gives 5 evolution points, but absorbing a tiny crystal already grants 1,000 points. That means the 100 crystals La Muyen has are worth 100,000 evolution points. Each level of a Beast Soul Master is divided into 1 to 9 stars, with the lowest being a Combat Beast, then Beast General, Beast King, Lord, and the highest Royal level. Currently, you are at the Septuple Star Combat Beast level. If you absorb all these crystals, beast training will no longer be a serious problem. 7 days later, the beast training session took place at the Beast Spirit Temple. As planned, most of the students were tense. Some have only managed to reach the 4th star of the Battle Beast after absorbing all the spirit crystals provided by the school, and this training session might not even be successful. Others are curious about what level the school's 2 overlords, Vu Mac Huyen and Temotuyet, have currently achieved. As soon as Vu Mac Huyen was mentioned, they heard that bastard's voice, just as expected. He and his 2 little brothers blocked La Muyen's path to tease him again. So what? Will the supreme grade beast soul crystal that Miss Truong Guyet gave you help your little black lizard reach the peak of beast combat? La Muyen calmly turned around and replied, How are you prepared? My beast soul has already reached the peak of 8-star beast combat power. Passing the beast training is just a piece of cake for me. Vu Mac Huyen replied proudly, but was unexpectedly interrupted by La Muyen. I'm not asking you this. I just want to know if you're ready to eat a bag of the lowest level spirit beast crystals. As soon as I said that, the students thought La Muyen had gone crazy, and Vu Mac Huyen was once again furious at being provoked. Vu Mac Huyen gritted his teeth, only able to plan to settle the score with La Muyen outside the exam hall after the beast training was over, unaware that his plan to eat a sack of the lowest level spirit crystals was about to become reality. The exam area is on the 3rd floor of the Spirit Beast Tower, and finally it's La Muyen's turn to take the test. The teacher in charge, after looking at your profile, rubbed his eyes several times and then asked again to be sure. The spirit beast you awakened is level E? Yes. Stay strong and do your best. Clearly in his eyes, Lam Yen is someone who cannot pass this test. That encouragement was just a prelude to his failure. Lam Yen sat down and was fitted with a combat simulation device. Once it started, his mind was transported to a desolate, barren desert with no terrain advantages he could use. A piercing growl echoed from afar. It seems Lam Yen's opponent has appeared. As it got closer, he realized it was a wild wolf of the 3-spirit beast warrior level. Just look at its fierce appearance. This is definitely the first enemy in the beast trial. As soon as it saw Lam Yen, the wolf howled again and then charged to attack. But in his eyes, its level was no different from a petty trick. Lam Yen remained relaxed, easily dodging the attacks. Seeing that he was simply using brute strength, Little Black Dragon was very curious and asked why Lam Yen didn't fuse with his soul beast. But when dealing with such a vastly different level of monster, Lam Yen felt there was no need to fuse with a beast soul, just taking this chance to relax his muscles a bit. Outside, the supervising teacher was amazed as he watched Lam Yen quickly pass the first trial. Then a few more wolves attacked him, but Lam Yen still only fought with fists and had no intention of merging with the Dark God. Come here and see this. Seeing that scene, the supervising teacher quickly called over his colleague. He's never encountered such a baffling situation before. Lam Yen doesn't need the help of beast soul power to defeat a pack of level 3 divine wolves, because every punch he throws takes down another wolf. And so, Lam Yen kept going. The fighting talent from his previous life helped him completely dominate the wolves. And outside, the 2 teachers in charge were already so shocked they couldn't speak. That kid really is a monster. They muttered that this was truly an unprecedented situation. Beast training is meant to test the strength of the beast soul, yet Lam Yen didn't even merge and could casually defeat a pack of 3-grade Yuan wolf beasts. This is a bit against the rules, but it's not considered cheating. They are very conflicted and can only wait to see if Lam Yen can pass the 3rd test. Because if you don't pass the 3rd level of the trial, it can't be considered as completing beast training. The first 2 levels are only designed to help contestants quickly adapt to the rhythm of actual combat. The 3rd challenge is the real test of difficulty. Without the help of the power of the beast soul, it's impossible to pass. Even if he unleashes all his strength, he still can't do it. It's a pity this kid's innate soul beast talent is only at level E. If his soul beast were a bit stronger, his future would surely be limitless. The teacher just now encouraged Lam Yen, but he couldn't hide his regret. The 3rd trial in beast training is about to begin. Little Black Dragon warns you not to get too confident, because this time the opponent will be much tougher. The 6-star flower origin Wolf King. As it appeared, Lam Yen could feel an immense pressure, but rather than intimidating, it made him feel incredibly excited. Usually, to overcome the power of a 6-star beast, a soul beast master must meet extremely high requirements. No wonder they always say only those who awaken a level A or higher spirit beast can qualify for spirit beast training in their first year. It seems this is the moment for Lam Yen to truly unleash his power. Facing Hak Long's eager anticipation, he finally decided to merge his soul beast. When Lam Yen's soul beast appeared, it was no longer just an ordinary black lizard. At this moment, your spirit beast has evolved into a giant mature earthworm snake with an S-grade innate lightning attribute. Currently at the 3-star Beast King level, standing 10.7 meters tall and weighing 3,540 kilograms. With this size, Lam Yen only needed to stomp casually to crush that original Wolf King. Tiny Black Dragon was extremely excited to see its master successfully surpass the beast level and reach a higher realm, entering a new beginning. Lam Yen held his head high and roared to assert his dominance, as people always looked down on his weak black lizard spirit. But what about the Black Serpent God? Even the Black Serpent God can transform into a violent dragon. After you merged again, the 2 supervisors outside had to rush over, constantly asking each other, "Hey, weren't you mistaken earlier? Does this little brat really rank as an E level?" I'm not blind. If you don't believe it, come and see for yourself. His exam report clearly states he's a level E. What on earth is going on here? A beast with such a form is at least a tier Beast King level. The awakening of the beast soul was only a few days ago, yet he already has the strength of a Beast King. This must be a level S talent, maybe even SS or SSS. The Wanlang King, after seeing Lam Yuan's fusion, loudly roared and growled. Its roar only serves to intimidate weaker or evenly matched opponents. For someone like Lam Yen, who already possesses a complete beast soul, hearing it roar again just makes him feel deaf. So Lam Yen raised his claws and struck down decisively, crushing his opponent in a single move. He defeated the 6-star beast war. Outside, the 2 teachers exclaimed together, Then they quickly divided the tasks, one staying behind to record the record Lam Uyen just set, and the other going to report to the chairman of the examination council. On the way, he seemed very excited, because finally, in Tranhai City, a rebellious genius had appeared who could shake the entire world. Meanwhile, inside the beast training, Lam Uyen was about to enter the 4th level, but when he saw the monsters emerging from the sandstorm, he looked quite disappointed. Still, the wild origin wolf? This pet training challenge is a bit disappointing for me. Right now, Lam Uyen stands tall before the chaotic scene. Black Dragon loudly warns that the first 3 levels are just passing scores, and only by continuing can you achieve higher results. Because many prestigious schools consider the achievements in beast training when recruiting soul masters, he carefully observed the wild wolves to evaluate them. Luke Tin Huang Nguyen Lang Vuong. The 10 3-star wild primal wolves. It seems this round is really a test of the combat ability of the soul beast master. Then Lam Uyen arrogantly opened his mouth and roared loudly. These things are not really a challenge for him. At that moment, a protective barrier suddenly burst open, blocking the wild wolf's path. And then Lam Uyen dashed forward, sparks flying from his feet as he swung his claws repeatedly, slicing through the air and leaving the wolves no time to react, blood splattering everywhere. Finally, Lam Uyen gathered all his strength and delivered a thunderous kick straight at the wild wolf. He looked up proudly under the shining sun, with a row of dead wild wolves scattered across the ground. Lam Uyen let out a sigh of frustration, not knowing how many more stages this beast training program has left. Outside, Sanha impatiently asked, "What's going on? Why are you in such a hurry to come find me? Don't you know that during the assessment, supervisors are not allowed to leave their designated area?" "Judge Zhao, here's the situation. A contestant is acting quite strangely, so I came to invite you to check it out. It's not normal." The proctor kept rambling about his talent level and the strange power he was showing. But Sanha calmly replied after hearing this, "What's so unusual about that? Many people who undergo practical assessments often perform much better than usual. People with B rank can surpass those with A rank. Are you really that amazed?" he shouted hurriedly. "But he's an E-level talent." At that moment, he widened his eyes in disbelief. "What? You dare to participate in the beast training test with this level of talent? This kid's courage is truly commendable." Then Sanha boldly rushed to the engine room, banging loudly to call me over. "Is it just because of a contestant with an E-level beast soul?" The supervisor tries to explain. "Judge Zhao, please review his actual combat footage first, then make your judgment." He frowned and muttered, "Could a beast hammer with E-level talent still pass the beast training?" The image of the majestic spirit beast on the screen immediately caught his eye. Lam Uyen's entire body seemed to emit an extremely overwhelming aura, causing Sanha's face to break out in cold sweat as he watched this scene unfold. He lost control and stepped back. "Are you sure this is a level E beast soul?" The supervisor behind also shouted, "Now you probably understand why I brought you here, right?" He continued to say that based on my observation, this kid's strength is at least at the level of a beast general. Right now, he's challenging the final level of the beast training test, which is extremely difficult because all these wild wolves possess the strength of the 7 stars battle beasts. The supervisor asked, "If this guy can pass through door M, then it proves he has the strength of a beast general, right?" He frowned and argued, "It's not just that. He could even become a target that prestigious schools compete for. Passing the beast training test without exceptions makes him a rare genius." Then, Shan Ha confidently declared, causing the 2 supervisors to be stunned in surprise. "If nothing unexpected happens, this kid's future achievement will at least be that of a Beast Soul King, and he might even become a King Beast Soul Master." At this moment, he moved closer to observe. "All right, let's not talk too much for now. Whether he can pass the first 100th door is still uncertain. The land here is extremely barren and withered, with relentless rays of scorching sun shining down on the earth." Lam Uyen quietly calculated, expecting that the final gate of this beast training test would feature a beast of the Beast King level. I never expected it to be just a few wild wolves of the original Lang King. The wild wolves still stubbornly growl and refuse to surrender. At this point, he immediately sneered and snorted coldly. Then Lam Uyen fiercely raised his claws high, his mouth starting to curse. The useless one is just a useless one. The terrifying streaks of light keep crashing into the wild wolves' bodies, making the air smell of death. No matter how many there are, they are just a bunch of useless trash gathered together. Many wild wolves also appeared nearby, rushing forward to attack. But as soon as they touched, a burst of bright light suddenly erupted from Lam Uyen's body, forming a solid protective barrier. The wild wolves howled and bit fiercely, their teeth clashing against the shield, producing deafening screeches. But all were repelled outward. The supervisor in the server room shouted in horror, "This defense is truly terrifying. They are so focused on observing that they can't take their eyes off, and yet he can still withstand the attack power of the 7 stars war beasts. Every swing of Lam Yen's hand left everyone stunned. Attack, defense, speed, power, everything reached perfection. A series of small wild wolf bodies were cut down without any escape. Is this really a level E talent? The scene quickly filled with the smell of blood and chaos. I might as well surrender and die now. Are there still 6 more? After finishing, he opened his mouth and roared, the echoing sound startling the wild wolf. Everyone in the control room grew even more tense. This power emerges from Lam Yen's mouth as a blinding beam of light, causing the wild wolves to suddenly step back in caution. Immediately, the light engulfed everything around. You open your mouth and unleash a terrifying column of fire, just one breath to wipe all of you out. Then Lam Uyen looked up, thick black smoke billowing all over her body, causing the overseers to break out in cold sweat. What kind of skill is this anyway? The air is filled with a smell of death right now. A row of wild wolf corpses lay scattered on the ground. Behind the misty smoke, the tall and powerful figure of Lam Yuan was visible. Finally, a clear voice from the system rings out. Candidate Lam Uyen, you have passed the entire Beast Soul assessment program. Lam Uyen glanced at the mark and thought to himself that the difficulty of this beast training test was much easier than he had imagined. Then he wondered inwardly that if he could pass this test, it would prove that his performance in this exam was not bad. I wonder how many people will be stunned when the results come out. Lam Yen thinks that even if Wu Mie Huyan has an S-level talent, he still can't pass the beast taming test. Thinking of this, his eyes became resolute. I want to use this exam opportunity to show all the universities that even with an E-level beast soul, I can still possess incredible strength. The black dragon crossed his arms proudly and said, "The assessment is over." At this moment, Lam Yen quickly opened his eyes from the chair and woke up. The system display clearly shows your information. Name Lam Uyen, male, 18 years old, awakened snake spirit, talent level E, tested for 3-star Beast King strength. These figures are based on the combat simulation performance and may have some margin of error, for reference only. The supervisor was amazed as he read. You're only 18 and have just awakened your beast soul 2 weeks ago, yet you can already use the power of a triple-star beast general? This innate talent truly is extraordinary. That's truly terrifying. At that moment, Sun Ha slowly stepped forward, his deep voice echoing. Congratulations, you have passed all the trials of beast training successfully. Do you know what that means? After hearing this, Lam Yen nodded calmly. All right, so when will my results be announced? Then the proctor couldn't help but think to himself, he's too calm, isn't he? If it were another contestant, they'd be over the moon right now. At that moment, Lam Yen quickly descended below and softly said, "Thank you, judges. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave." But at that moment, Sun Ha suddenly called back. "Wait," he said, tilting his head in surprise. "Is there anything else?" He couldn't help but ask. "Why is your talent level only at E? Didn't something happen when you awakened your beast soul? If anything happens, you can report it to me, and I will help you handle it." Hearing that, Lam Uyen shook his head vigorously. "No, when I awakened my beast soul, I was really weak, so being at level E isn't surprising. It just lowered my mental barrier." Sun Ha immediately whispered, "Do you think this kid is telling the truth?" From his expression, he doesn't seem to be lying, but I can't help feeling that there's something unpredictable about his intentions. After achieving such impressive results, staying humble when successful and not losing temper when failing is a truly admirable trait. Combining his talent with such character, I fear that in the future another powerful beast soul master will emerge. The scene shifts outside the schoolyard where all the students are loudly discussing, when suddenly a shout rings out from somewhere. "Lam Uyen, I'm here." Motuyet cheerfully waves her hand repeatedly to call you. Lam Uyen saw her rushing over and immediately asked, "How did it go? Did you pass the beast training?" "Of course I passed, and my results weren't bad either, so which level did you get through?" She smiled happily. That 9th door. Hearing this, he immediately exclaimed, "Not bad at all." Lam Uyen silently thought to himself, I never expected her to pass through 9 levels. It seems Mo Tuyet's strength has improved much more than I imagined. At this moment, he quickly sensed Mo Tuyet's curious gaze. She wanted to ask about his results, but didn't know how to bring it up. Anyway, under normal circumstances, even a level E beast soul would have difficulty passing the first gate. Thinking of this, Lam Uyen couldn't help but smile, knowing she could scare her later. Finally, you puff out your hips and shout proudly, "Let's go. We just finished the exam. Don't keep dwelling on your results. I'll treat you to a meal to celebrate you passing all 9 levels." Mu Jue happily agrees. "Okay, I want to eat a big bowl of malatang." "Why is no one chasing after you, little girl?" She puffs her cheeks in anger and says, "Let's go to that restaurant we ate at last time. I've been craving it for a long time." La Muyen, resting her chin, remembered that the restaurant was a bit far, so she might not make it in time for the announcement. But Motuyet no longer cared. She firmly held his hand and said, "Forget it. The rankings are already decided anyway. The announcement is just about the order." La Muyen quietly calculated that if nothing unexpected happened, no one could surpass her achievement. Motuyet ran and urged, "Hurry up, I'm starving." He helplessly replied, "I know that. It's already 1 p.m. in the blink of an eye." The Beast Soul Arena Square was still crowded with students waiting, when suddenly a piercing scream rang out. "Get out of the way. Move aside for me." They looked at each other in shock and whispered, "Who is that guy? So arrogant. It's Mak Huyen from Tran Hai Nat Trung, a Beast Soul Master with S-level talent. He stands proudly at the center of the gossip. This time, he has passed 7 levels in the Beast Training test." Matching last year's top scorer's achievement, Mak Huyen boldly pushes into the lively crowd. Is he that strong? Mak Huyen this year will probably be the top scholar of Tran Hai City. His S-rank innate beast soul is truly terrifying. This achievement doesn't matter if it's the great beast of the demon realm or the great demon beast. Either way, I can enter easily. He excitedly told himself that someone as outstanding as him would always attract attention wherever he goes. Thinking of this, Mak Huyen sneered and smiled coldly because he had prepared very thoroughly for this exam, even asking his parents to buy a large amount of beast spirit crystals to maximize his beast soul's potential in a short time. Then he suddenly remembered something. That's right, why can't I see that bastard La Muyen anywhere? The gang members sneered in contempt. Do I even need to ask why? He's definitely looking for a way to escape. Someone with his talent level dares to challenge our boss? That guy really doesn't know his place. Zhang Li sneered and spoke. You've got me laughing to death. If it were me, I wouldn't even have the face to say another word. By then, he had already found a hole to crawl into. At first, Li Feng was annoyed, thinking there would be a good show to watch. Who would have thought that the noble name wouldn't show his face here? He's really just a coward. At that moment, Mak Huyen contemptuously told him to leave. If he didn't want to show his face, then let him hide forever. Then he happily thought to himself, did La Muyen run away? This really suits me. It's best if you never show up again. But at that very moment, a deep voice suddenly echoed from afar. I told you that haunted restaurant was really far away. So you still want to go eat? The other person teased playfully. It's okay. It's just the right time to announce the results. I'm so full. Mak Huyen immediately turned his head toward the voice. And what caught his eye was the scene of La Muyen and Motuyet walking together and chatting happily. He was so furious he was about to explode. How dare this useless La Muyen appear with 2 Motuyet in front of him? At that moment, Ma Huyen and his 2 followers swaggered over. Isn't that La Muyen? With that relaxed look on your face, it seems your training results aren't bad. La Muyen said calmly. Not too bad, at least from my perspective. Li Feng sneered mockingly, sounding pleased. You're too modest again. It must have been really tough for you to get through the first round, right? And Jiang Loi sneered. Isn't passing the first round just about having the right hands? Could there really be someone who can't pass? Everyone around, the students eager to watch, immediately burst into laughter. Don't mock him. Even a rank E spirit beast dares to take part in the test. That's already quite impressive. Then Mo Huyen stepped forward again and pointed his finger. La Muyen, you still remember that big deal, right? You scratch your head casually and reply, if you hadn't brought it up, I might have forgotten too. Then La Muyen asked in a deep voice, if you were so proactive, have you prepared for failure yet? His words immediately made him furious. How could I lose to a useless guy like you? Just then, the clock suddenly rang out with a chime. The group of students cheered even louder as the rankings were announced and the exam results were revealed. They packed the square, shouting, look quickly, what's the result? Who's in first place? Mak Huyen smirked to himself, thinking this year's champion was no one but him. But as soon as he saw his name, he froze in place. Mak Huyen's eyes widened in shock as sweat poured down his face. Why is it third place? Are there 2 more powerful than me? He kept his eyes wide open to see more clearly. Mak Huyen was panicking inside, so the second place was Tumo Tuyet. How could that be? She managed to pass the 9-stage test? I didn't expect Tumo Tuyet's talent to surpass mine. He clenched his jaw tightly and lifted his head even higher. No, if Tumo Tuyet safely passed the 9 trials but only ranked second, then who was the first place? Really? Mak Huyen's face was sweating more and more. At this moment, a giant image of La Muyen appeared on the square's screen with the words, La Muyen, final achievement, passed the trial exam. Ma Huyen couldn't believe what she was seeing. How could La Muyen be so strong? How could he pass all 10 rounds just relying on that E-rank beast? The students below were once again stunned. whispering among themselves. Who is this Lam Uyen? How can he be so powerful? He was able to pass through the crowd safely. The beast training test only has 10 rounds in total, so that means he has successfully passed all of them. I don't know what kind of spirit beast this person has awakened, but they have such incredible power. Then they all looked at Mak Huyen and laughed out loud. So this is the champion of this year. Even S-rank spirit beasts like Tumo Tuyet and Vu Mak Huyen are at a loss. Tumo Tuyet's performance is also quite impressive, safely passing 9 rounds, but unfortunately, encountering a teleporting monster, and the one who looks the most embarrassed is Vu Mak Huyen. Before the results were announced, he was bragging loudly, but in the end he was pushed down to 3rd place and looked ridiculous. At this moment, Lam Uyen tilted his head casually and asked, "As I said, you're the loser now. Isn't it time to settle the bet?" He smiled happily and said, "So, with this low-grade crystal, do you want to eat it dry or add some seasoning?" As soon as he finished speaking, the students turned around in chaos, revealing that the top rank belonged to Lam Uyen. Mo Tuyet stared in shock, realizing his rank was even higher than hers. No wonder he didn't seem surprised when talking about the results, but how did he manage to do that? McCuyen is so angry he's losing his mind. This can't be true. He kept pointing and shouting, "A useless guy like you with only an E-rank spirit beast, how could you achieve such results? You must have cheated." His sudden move quickly attracted more students. "Isn't that Vu Mak Huyen over there? Is he saying that the number 1 Lam Uyen cheated?" Cheated? Are you serious or joking? Can Soul Beast trials even be rigged? What is going on? The first place cheated. Isn't that Timotuyet? Timotuyet, who is 2nd place, is also there. At that moment, Lam Yen also felt a bit annoyed, frowning as he retorted, "Cheating. Do you really think I need to cheat to beat someone like you?" Mak Huyen still stubbornly shouted, "Are you saying there's no cheating? Then explain to me how an E-rank spirit beast can pass the trial safely." The crowd started to change their opinion. Isn't an E-rank spirit beast considered the weakest? So, how could he pass all 10 trial rounds? Could it be that he really cheated? No way. This is a real combat simulation, completely separate from the outside. How could I cheat? In the face of this scene, Heilong, hovering in the air, is also worried and under suspicion. However, Lam Uyen remains very calm. Who says high-level spirit beast can't pass the assessment? There's no rule about this in the manual, despite Huyen gritting his teeth and warning, "Don't get too cocky. I will report this to the tribunal so they can expose your dirty tricks." You frown and mutter, "The referee." Hak Long leans in and explains, "If a contestant's performance is problematic, it can be reported to the Beast Soul League's referees, but they rarely intervene in scoring." Hearing that, Lam Uyen declared firmly, "If you want to do it, go ahead once it's confirmed I didn't cheat. You must accept the punishment." Hak Long sighed in disbelief, unable to understand how someone like him could be a S-rank spirit beast. Mak Huyen agreed and shouted. Suddenly, a roar from afar echoed unexpectedly. Why is it so noisy outside the hall? Sun Ha and the giant Beast Soul King are striding in fiercely, exuding an oppressive aura that takes your breath away. The chief examiner, Black Dragon, exclaimed in shock upon seeing him. No wonder he's a Lord-level Beast Soul Master, such overwhelming pressure. And all the students started discussing. Is that trio Sun Ha? I heard his Earth Slave Beast has already reached the level of a 7-star Lord. Is he a Lord-level Beast Soul Master? This person's strength is not small. He is the Beast Soul Master from Tran Hai City, and this time he voluntarily came here to be the chief examiner. At this moment, Sun Ha stood before them and asked in a deep voice, "Did anyone want to report something to the Beast Soul Tower just now?" McCuyen respectfully bowed his head and said, "I am the one, and I believe there is a problem with contestant Lam Uyen's performance." He pointed straight at Lam Uyen without any hesitation, claiming to have only awakened an E-rank beast soul, and questioned how he could have safely passed all 10 rounds of the test. There must be something wrong with this. In this matter, I want the Spirit Beast device to provide a reasonable explanation. After hearing that, Sun Ha simply replied casually, "I was also present and watching during Lam Uyen's exam, but I didn't notice anything unusual from start to finish." Are you implying that I helped the contestant cheat? Judge Zhao, this is the pride of our Tran Hai City. I certainly cannot doubt you, but the snake spirit beast that contestant Lam Uyen awakened is rated as level E talent. He subtly implied to the noisy crowd, "I believe everyone here understands." What kind of talent is this E-level? Lam Uyen only used an E-level beast soul, yet managed to pass through 10 levels. So I believe Judge Zhao should at least provide the video of contestant Lam Uyen for comparison so we can be convinced. That's right, we also find it very strange how he could do such a thing. But Sun Ha still shook his head in refusal, saying, I'm sorry, but I cannot fulfill this request because according to the rules of the Beast Soul Hall, judges are not allowed to disclose information about contestants unless there are special circumstances. At this moment, Mak Huyen smiled faintly. If he couldn't release the footage of the competition, the only way to prove whether Lam Uyen's achievements were genuine or fake was through other means. He slowly said, "Go ahead." After finishing, he raised his head and declared, "That is to say, I and Lam Uyen will have a decisive battle. If he wins, then his achievement results are obviously legitimate." Mak Huyen arrogantly pointed and declared, "If he loses, then his achievements are basically due to cheating." At that moment, the students began to suspect. Vu Mak Huyen is just trying to humiliate Lam Uyen. As for Mo Tuyet behind him, she's so angry she wants to rush forward. He deserves to die. Deciding on that himself was just to humiliate you in front of everyone. Lam Uyen raised his hand to stop him. "It's okay." Black Dragon nodded in agreement. This guy's intentions are very clear. He's looking for an opportunity to hit you and then prove in front of everyone that you're a useless piece of trash. Even if you smirk, that's not right. Let's settle all the old scores and new grudges at once. So Mak Huyen raised his eyebrows and asked, "Judge Zhao's challenge to others probably isn't within the scope of the Beast Soul Arena, right?" He replied, "Of course, but we also need to ask for the consent of the person involved. Does Lin Yuan accept Mak Vu Huyen's challenge or not?" Things turned out like this. Lam Uyen also couldn't control the situation. If he refused the challenge, he would definitely be seen as cheating by everyone. At this moment, he turned around and challenged directly, "Do you dare accept my challenge?" Mo Tuyet beside him comforted, "If you are not confident of winning, you can choose not to accept his challenge." But Lam Uyen only pursed his lips. If someone touched him, no matter how much he endured, it would be useless. Only by breaking their bones could he make him fear. Then he raised his hand high into the air. "I agree to this battle." Lam Uyen's action further disrupted the atmosphere in the square. Oh my god, he's actually agreed. A level S Soul Beast fighting a level E, something that has never happened before in the history of the Soul Beast test, but with such a huge gap in levels, Lam Uyen will definitely be crushed by the opponent. But Lam Uyen is the first from Tronhai City to surpass the M level in the Beast Soul test, and the outcome is hard to predict. Sun Hai calmly said, "Honestly, this battle was really unnecessary. Urtsu, both of them are the top and third place, the pride of our Tronhai City, so there's no need to fight to the death over such a trivial matter." He glanced at Mak Huyen with a meaningful look and said, "I already told you, I guarantee he didn't cheat during the Beast Soul test." But these words only made him more resentful. Why does he always have to defend that Lam Uyen guy? What does that guy have that makes them so biased in his favor? Mak Huyen desperately shouted, "If you say he didn't cheat, then fight me in a match. Judge Zhao, I hope you will serve as the witness for this battle. I will show you how I tear this little brat to pieces." In the end, Sun Ha no longer wanted to see the two of them. He sighed tiredly and said, "If that's the case, I will let you two settle your score on the fighting platform in the Beast Spirit Hall. So, anyone who wants to come watch can just come over." A little while later, at the battle arena of the Beast Soul Hall, all the students rushed inside, filling the seats. Sun Ha stands in the middle and begins to announce if both sides are ready, then the match can begin. First, let me clarify the rules of the competition. If neither of them is willing to admit defeat when facing each other, it's just a contest of skill. They can use all their strength to fight, but causing a fatal accident is not allowed. As long as one side admits defeat, the battle will end. During the fight, no external assistance of any kind is allowed. Breaking the rules means you have failed. Do you understand clearly now? With that, they firmly shouted, "Understood." Sun Ha understood the message, so I hereby declare the battle officially begins. At this point, Mo Huyen still stubbornly provokes. "You must understand that whatever happens today, it's all your own doing." Lam Uyen shouted loudly, "I didn't think you would choose to owe a debt either. Of course, I wouldn't hesitate to cause a commotion like this. If you want, you can beg me to spare you. I might consider forgiving someone as pathetic as you. Then you told yourself that someone like him is just a waste of your concern." At that moment, Mak Huyen's entire body blurred with light. Go die, merge with the beast. In just a moment, he transformed into an extremely huge and ferocious beast. Everyone was stunned. This giant beast is truly terrifying. The clone of this reptile king's head must also be over 5 meters, right? Is this the S-rank beast soul? It really is an S-rank talent that's hard to see with the naked eye. No wonder you're the third-ranked genius on the leaderboard. Your strength is not to be underestimated. At that moment, Mak Huyen bent down and swung his tail down, but Lam Uyen simply leapt up to dodge, his eyes immediately flashing with anger. That useless guy doesn't even dare to fuse a beast soul? The students in the stands also agree. That's right, why doesn't that guy dare to fuse his beast soul? An E-rank beast soul can overpower 2 S-rank beast souls. Is this really not fair? Up above, Mo Tuyet stands in the stands, constantly worried. La Muyen's snake spirit is only level E. Although it's unclear how he managed to pass the 10-tier trial, she might start to break out in cold sweat. If Vumak Huyen dares to threaten La Muyen's life, Trio Sanha won't hesitate to intervene. Black Dragon approaches playfully, and although she can't hear it, rest assured La Muyen won't lose to that guy. After teasing for a while, La Muyen suddenly smiles softly. If he's been waiting for her to merge her beast soul like that, she'll make his wish come true. His eyes suddenly flashed with a dazzling light, and La Muyen's entire body floated in the strong wind as he shouted fiercely, merging his beast soul. In the blink of an eye, La Muyen stood tall in the arena, surrounded by continuous arcs of lightning. The students just stood up in shock. Is that really a level E beast soul? Are you crazy? Mak Huyen was also a bit cautious then. Impossible. A level E beast soul? How could it grow so quickly? La Muyen blinked and calmly asked, so what if it's an E-rank beast soul? He raised his hand to reveal his extremely sharp claws. Then La Muyen struck down towards him. Who says E-rank beast souls have to be weaker than S-rank ones? As Mak Huyen looked up, he was suddenly startled and frightened. La Muyen's heavy hand struck down, producing a deafening explosion that sent him flying outwards. If those claws had hit us earlier, we might not have died, but only half our lives would remain. La Muyen retracted his sharp claws into his chest, and Mak Huyen suddenly realized something was wrong. That's not right. Judging by the power of those claws, La Muyen's strength must be at least at the beast general level, but he still can't believe it. But how is that possible? In just a few days, you've gained the strength of a beast general? As he was still stunned, La Muyen stepped forward. It's not good. There's no time to dodge. Mak Huyen couldn't hold back and scowled, cursing angrily. Annoying guy. He stubbornly shouted and swung his tail straight forward. I am a level S Saurus King skeleton. How could I lose to a useless E level like you? La Muyen replied slowly, his deep voice full of sarcasm. I really didn't expect this. You even dared to fight back? This statement instantly made Mak Huyen startle in shock. La Muyen's large hand casually clenched his tail as if squeezing a tiny prey, lifting Mak Huyen's body swiftly into the air. Damn it! What do you really want to do? Without a word, La Muyen threw him forcefully to the ground. A loud sound echoed through the arena, causing it to shake. He gritted his teeth and said sternly, You tell me what I want to do. Before the opponent could regain their composure, he continued to swing his hand, knocking him aside to change direction. Mak Huyen's body, like a lifeless punching bag, was dragged and thrown by La Muyen's arm force, repeatedly smashing onto the hard floor. The entire atmosphere suddenly grew scorching, and Mak Huyen's horn was even shattered in two. After a moment, La Muyen sighed in boredom, releasing his grip and exhaling a long puff of smoke. The students were once again thrown into chaos, all watching intently, yet they had inadvertently crushed Vumak Huyen themselves. So this is the true strength of La Muyen? Turns out teacher Trio Sanha isn't biased against La Muyen, but is actually protecting Vumak Huyen. Mo Tuyet was just as stunned. Although I've known for a long time that La Muyen is not weak, the fact that a level S beast soul is that powerful is truly shocking. However, Mak Huyen still desperately roared, I can't believe it. I'm a level S beast soul, how could I lose to someone at level E like you? He kept rushing to fight, but La Muyen raised his hand and tore off his tail. You think I've lost? He's still fighting back. At this moment, a small pill suddenly appeared in Mak Huyen's mouth, and he aggressively bit down and swallowed it fiercely. Sanha frowned. He recognized it as the Bao Huyet Dan. Black Dragon quickly flew over and explained, he just ate the bloodthirst pill, which can rapidly increase rank in a short time, and his strength is expected to rise from an 8-star beast level to a peak 3-star beast king. He folded his arms and sighed, but powerful medicine also has side effects, and the after effects of using this pill will take a month to recover. He's truly a lunatic. Even Ham Kwai wants to defeat him. La Muyen sneered, just a clown. At this point, Sanha also stood up. Vumak Huyen, you broke the rules, so you've lost. Stop now. But the two people below acted as if they didn't hear. Even La Muyen tilted his head teasingly and said, Vumak Huyen, you're even more useless than I thought. Sanha was surprised and thought to himself, could it be that Vumak Huyen, who had already taken the bloodthirsty pill, still wanted to continue fighting him? At this moment, Mak Huyen has become frantic, opening his mouth to scream and curse, I want you dead. Hearing this, La Muyen still shows no other reaction. This only makes Mak Huyen more confused. Why is it so relaxed? It's clear that my power is much stronger than Lam Yen now, but at this moment Lam Yen suddenly opens his mouth wide and a series of lights pour in from somewhere. What kind of energy is this? Makuyan keeps charging forward stubbornly, but now there's no way back for me. Lamuyan, die for me. The light in Lamuyan's mouth grows larger and larger, bringing with it an incredibly terrifying pressure. Before he could even regain his senses, the beam of light shot him off and tore through space at a speed impossible to withstand. It's like swallowing everything before stabbing straight into Makuyan's chest, knocking him flying away. That limp body collapsed like a torn leaf in a storm. Bleeding and badly wounded, Makuyan was stuck to the shattered wall as a piercing sound echoed out. In the next moment, he returned to his human form, blood constantly spurting from his mouth in pain. At this moment, Sun Ha quickly announced loudly, "I declare Lamuyen the winner of this match, and during the competition, Vu Makuyan used an elixir to violate the rules to enhance his strength. Now, does anyone have any objections to Lamuyen's achievement?" This battle left everyone's faces pale and bloodless. It's terrifying. Vu Makuyan couldn't defeat Lamuyen even with pills. Lamuyen is just too strong. Who the hell is the blind fool who judged your beast soul as E-level supernatural? Have you ever seen an E-level crush a S-level like that? At this point, he took Makuyan's hand and led him to the infirmary. His injuries weren't life-threatening, but the side effects from using the Bao Huyet Dan would require him to stay in bed for a month or two to recover. The supervisor nodded. Yes. They supported him on their shoulders, sighing with blame. At this rate, no school would dare to accept this boy anymore. It's just that this child always invites trouble. Returning to the arena, Sun Ha proudly said, "Congratulations on winning this match." Lamuyen gently replied, "Thank you, Judge." He asked in surprise, "What do I thank him for?" He calmly explained, "Of course I thank you for giving me the chance to seriously injure him." Then Lamuyen secretly thought that with the power of Zhao Shanhe he could definitely arrive in time to stop himself, but he didn't do so. At that moment, Shani seized the opportunity to pat his shoulder and said, "Kid, actually I'm not just a judge. I'm also a teacher at the Demon Beast Academy. Do you want to come with me?" This statement immediately left Lamuyen stunned. Yes. Heilong explained that Mado Thudai is a Beast Soul Master Academy with a reputation comparable to Yenkin Beast Academy. Both of these Beast Soul Master Academies are among the top in the most prestigious schools. Only geniuses and prodigies can enter these two institutions. Hearing that, you smile teasingly and say, "Teacher Zhao, your school's admissions aren't serious at all, are they? After all, I am the top scholar of Tranhai City." After finishing, Sun Ha was immediately stunned, secretly wondering if this kid was truly an ordinary person. Faced with the tempting offer from Mado Thudai, its first thought was whether the school would benefit it or not. Lamuyen then began to ask more in-depth questions. "Teacher Zhao, the Demon Beast Academy is the top school. They wouldn't set any conditions, right?" Sun Ha shook his head and replied, "Of course not. As long as you agree to join Mado Thudai, the teacher can request full resource support for you, including 500,000 tuition fee, 20 top-grade Beast Soul Crystals, 5 Beast Spirit Pills, and a set of Divine Beast Weapons at the Beast General level." Lamuyen carefully calculated that the 20 top-grade Beast Soul Crystals are worth 200,000, and the 5 Beast Spirit Pills are worth 250,000. At that moment, Black Dragon yawned wearily. "I'll go slowly, you escape first." Then he explained that this was the biggest offer he could make, showing both his sincerity and the sincerity of the Demon Beast City. At that moment, a shout suddenly rang out from somewhere. Zhao Shana, truly shameless. A burly man stepped forward, speaking with a tone full of anger and resentment. He hadn't even started yet, and he had already lured this kid into the Demon Beast clan with those people. Lamuyen pursed his lips in confusion. Who is he? Yet he speaks to Zhao Shan Ha in this tone. "This is Yenkin Thudai Trin Ngukso." He shouted again, "Stop it." Sun Ha frowned tiredly and said, "Trin Ngucho, you can't just talk nonsense like that. Could it be that only the Yenkin Beast clan can have good seeds? Ho prisoner still refuses to give up and fights for it. Don't let him deceive you. Our Yenkin Thudai is always superior to the Mado Thudai. Moreover, just by joining the Yenkin Beast clan, you can receive 500,000 in subsidies, 40 top-grade Beast Soul Crystals, and 10 Beast Spirit Pills." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone in the audience stood up and shouted. As expected from Yenkin Thudai, truly a powerhouse. Is this the treatment given to a super genius? Not only are two famous academies competing for you, but you're also given all kinds of resources for free. If you can pass the 100 rounds of beast training, you'll get the same treatment. Faced with this scene, Sun Ha was so angry that his beast soul seemed ready to burst out. This bastard still dares to dig into my corner right in front of me. The Tiger Prison also refuses to back down. "Zhao Shanha, who are you threatening? You think old Master Tuang is afraid of you?" The two of them just radiated an overwhelming energy around them. La Muyen stood silently in the middle, sweating profusely. The power was truly immense. Is this the strength of a beast soul at the Lord level? Just then, another voice rang out. Wait a minute. That person's giant beast soul appeared, hazily. You two, a man slowly approaches, his power continuously emanating, suppressing everything. Why is there such fierce fire energy before he's even born? La Muyen frowned, trying to follow. Can he really suppress the aura of the mighty deity and the underworld demon tiger? Could this fat man's strength be even greater than Zhao Sunhe and Trin Mucho? The man smiles and invites. Little one, as long as you come to our Thuxuyen Beast Academy, we will give you 3 million in support funds, 50 top-grade beast soul crystals, and 10 beast spirit pills. This is the Thuxuyen Beast Academy, led by Loxan. Loxan generously continued, and every semester he would give you 20 high-grade beast soul crystals, and this would continue until you graduate. I'm not lying to you. The Thuxuyen family values nurturing talent very highly. Lam Yen pursed his lips and thought to himself, Thuxuyen really does have money. Following that, there are many people eager to recruit. La Muyen, you might as well consider the Beast King tournament. We can offer similar benefits. Our Tiannan Beast King is truly the best choice for you. Come to our North China Beast Academy. We ranked in the top 8 last year. You take your time calculating. Although these teachers want to recruit me, this wave is just using me to promote their school for free. Finally, the Tiger Prison spoke up and urged, what does student Lam Uyen think now? Lam Uyen quickly bowed politely and said, I thank you all for your kindness, but I'm sorry. Besides the Yenching Beast Academy and Mudawu, I will not consider other academies for now. After listening, Loxan calmly left. If you ever change your mind, you can come find me anytime. He nodded. Yes, if it's absolutely necessary, I will definitely contact you. At this moment, the two teachers lost their composure and asked, Who will you choose? La Muyen, with a respectful clasped hands gesture, promised that once the entrance exam begins, she would definitely give an answer to the two seniors. Both are satisfied and agree. Fine, I will wait for your answer. Think carefully, kid, La Muyen said gently. Yes. Even after leaving, the two instructors kept arguing. Digging into my corner. How shameless. Who dug around your corner? Do you want to fight? Go ahead. Who's afraid of whom? Their arguing voices echoed nonstop throughout the arena. At this moment, the Black Dragon excitedly roared in approval. Congratulations. Vu Mak Huayan has just been identified by the system as a Beast Soul Master at the Beast General level. You received a silver coin. Quickly open it and see what's inside. This is the first silver coin you've ever received. You hesitated. Then a sweet voice sounded from afar. La Muyen Motuyet smiled admiringly. La Muyen, you're really impressive. Now you've become a successful candidate of Tranhai. Famous universities are eager to compete for you. La Muyen then asked curiously, So which school are you planning to choose? Anyway, they will value your talent and achievements. She rested her chin in her hand, thinking, I think you'll probably choose one of the two schools, Yenkin Beast Academy or Madu Beast Academy. You don't want to study at the same school as me, do you? La Muyen nodded and said if possible it would be good to have someone familiar, but I will also consider it myself. After a moment, Motuyet looked up. If we talk about overall strength, the background of Yenkin Beast Academy is stronger, but I would choose Madu Beast Academy. La Muyen wondered. Why is that? At this point, she tilted her head to avoid eye contact because there is someone in Yenching Beast realm I don't want to meet. In the blink of an eye, it was already late afternoon, and the sky gradually turned light pink. La Muyen thought to himself, it seems he doesn't want to talk much. Or maybe I shouldn't ask anymore. Back at Lam Yuan's house, Heilong excitedly flew around, looking at the evolution points and admiring the objects in front of him. Shouting as his Fire Claw Beast God Weapon level Beast Commander opened its mouth to explain that when the Fire Claw attacks enemies, flames appear on the claws, causing additional fire damage to opponents, and Lam Yuan understood the idea. His calm attitude made Heilong pout in anger, saying that it was very powerful and valuable, with Beast Spirit weapons classified into Battle Beast, Beast Commander, Beast King, Lair Lord, and Beast Emperor levels, and your Beast God weapon must cost hundreds of thousands. Yuan was surprised and asked, and Heilong nodded, saying this was cheap and it was indeed affordable. Beast Spirit weapons like the Beast King level cost several tens of millions. With our luck, we might explode in the future. You propped your chin and thought for a moment, I also need to quickly reach the level of Beast King. At this moment, Hak Long suddenly asked, So what do you plan to do about the school? La Muyen confronts him. Do you have any information? He analyzes seriously, and there's a line like this. Yen King Beast Clan trains strong people. Demon Capital Beast Clan trains top-tier strong people. Moreover, I think you will definitely like Demon Capital Beast Clan. Lam Yen looked confused. Why? Black Dragon spoke loudly again. They value martial prowess. Everything is based on strength. Everyone admires power, and even the school has 3 ranking boards. The Hidden Dragon list, the Beast King list, and the Beast God list, with all resources allocated according to these rankings. It explains in great detail. If Yenkin Beast Festival is the perfect environment for the strong, then Madu Beast Festival is a brutal beast fighting arena. Lamuyen widened his eyes and looked on. Beast fighting competition? Then the Demon Beast Arena. He wondered to himself, why not me? The scene shifts to Zhao Shanhe's office, where the enraged beast prisoner storms inside. Zhao Shanhe, but right now he just smiles kindly. What's going on? Let me tell you, Lamuyen has already applied to our school. You have no more chances. Ho prisoner angrily shouted, stop showing off your arrogance. I respect that kid's decision. I ask you, did Tu Mo Tuyet also apply to your school? Sun Ha looked surprised. You got the news so quickly. How do you know that girl? Jail Tiger frowned mysteriously and reminded him that it was more than just acquaintances. Don't blame me for not warning you. When you get to the Demon Beast City, take good care of her because this girl's background isn't simple. He patted Tai Yang and said, normally the admission notification would come after the announcement, but I requested it for you in advance, so you'll receive it very soon. Then Sun Ha turned to Mo Tuyet and asked, do you want to receive your subsidy in advance too? I don't need it, teacher, just give it normally. Teacher. Back in reality, Sun Ha propped his chin and muttered, that girl doesn't seem to be short on money like Lamu Yen. Prison Tiger carefully advised, I can't say more about the situation, just keep an eye on her. It's been 3 days in the blink of an eye, and Lamu Yen stood at the gate, marveling at how quickly the school's allowance arrived. 50,000 yuan, 20 top-grade beast soul crystals, 5 beast spirit pills, and the black divine armor of the beast general level. It slowly explained that these equipment could make your armor more durable and the back covered with sharp spikes, achieving both defense and counterattack effects. It seems this school also values you a lot. Hearing this, Lam Yen couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. These equipment are not the main point. The real importance is the 500,000 subsidy funds, which are 50,000 low-grade soul crystal cores and 5 million evolution points. Inside the electric beast soul, the shopkeeper grew impatient and questioned, are you here to exchange for weak soul crystals again? How many do you want to exchange this time? Lamu Yen calmly said, I bought 500,000 low-grade beast soul crystals, and as soon as he finished, his whole body felt like an electric current was running through it. What the hell? In just a few minutes, the cargo was already piled up at the back of the truck. It's all packed now. Lamu Yen happily waves from inside. Thanks a lot, the shopkeeper replied awkwardly. No need to be polite. He watched the car disappear into the distance, breaking out in a cold sweat. Buying so much? Are you planning to bring it all home to feed the pigs? A few minutes later, at Lamu Yen's house, the pile of crystallized beast souls was now stacked on the floor. He crossed his arms in frustration, unable to share the secret warehouse address with the driver, so he had to return home for now. But with so many crystals, how long do you need to stay in the fusion state to complete it? Black Dragon teased in a high voice, so just stay in the house in human form and absorb it. Is that really possible? Isn't it necessary to merge with the beast soul to absorb the energy of the crystal? It nodded. Usually that's how it is, but since you have a system, you can use it to maintain your human form to absorb energy. After hearing this, a look of joy couldn't be hidden on your face. Why didn't you say so earlier? He Longbin calmly said. The absorption rate in human form is slower by a few minutes compared to beast form, but maintaining the beast form requires a huge amount of energy. This is still just the beginning. Finally, Lamu Yen cupped the crystal in his hand and began the absorption process as the energy from the gem quickly spread throughout his body. Black Dragon excitedly cheered, congratulations on successfully absorbing nuclear radiation and earning 1,000 evolution points. Lam Yen quietly looked at the clock beside him. 15 minutes is indeed a bit slower than merging with a beast soul. On average, I need to absorb 84 stones a day to finish all 5,000 of these. You have to seize the moment. The night sky over the city is incredibly peaceful. The shining stars make the scene more vibrant. Lamu Yen keeps absorbing one pill after another, while Black Dragon keeps talking non-stop. Your body has undergone mutations during radiation absorption. Now that you have the nuclear radiation resistance mechanism, you frown. The nuclear radiation resistance mechanism confirms that once your body has this mechanism, you no longer need to fear any level of radiation. Lamu Yen is extremely pleased with this news. In the past, many areas used nuclear weapons to eliminate monsters. Now that my body has this mechanism, I can enter contaminated, restricted areas without any harm. Good. Then he clenched his fist proudly. There are still 2 months left. I will definitely absorb all these crystal stones quickly and boost my strength. The scene shifts to the Grand Conference Hall of the Demon Beast Empire, where all staff members are present. The man sitting in the center is the principal of the Demon Beast Empire, Wang Ding. Everyone, you have worked hard these past few days. At this point, our Mado Beast City recruitment process can be considered a complete success. He gently stroked the surface of the list. The quality of the new students this year is almost much higher than last year's. Of course, it's not just our school. Students from other top schools are also outstanding, so this year it seems like a bunch of prodigies have appeared. Then Wang Din sighed, saying, "But waiting for these talents to mature is a long process. If we really have to wait that long, I might already be retired by then." At this point, he stood up decisively, so I discussed with the principals of other schools, and Wang Din confidently announced the decision to hold a nationwide competition to see which of those talents is truly the best. At that moment, in the Demon Beast conference room, the staff were discussing enthusiastically. Organizing a large-scale competition was also a good idea, bringing together geniuses from different schools to compete and learn what it truly means to be the best among the best. There will always be someone more talented, but new students just enrolled. Wasting time on aggressive and combative behavior isn't really suitable, right? Wang Din quickly spoke to calm things down. Actually, the match has already been decided. I invite everyone to come. I carefully emphasize this in hopes that everyone can submit their list. Below, the instructor from Truong-an suddenly asked, how many people are needed for the battle list? He analyzed that it would be temporarily 12 people, 10 main fighters and 2 reserves. However, Huang Kuai suggested a different approach. I think Qibang should decide based on the Tianlong ranking. He frowned in thought. The rankings were completely fair, as they were one of the 3 lists of Mado Thudai, where new students within a year of enrollment could challenge. Wang Din quietly sighed. How many mistakes could happen if we relied solely on the Tianlong list? Because it entirely depends on actual combat ability, just like our top scholar Tong Lam of Mao. His soul beast, the 7-colored lapis butterfly, is a support type. Although he has reached the 7-star beast Tamer level, he would still be at a disadvantage in solo combat and might not make it into the top 10 of the hidden dragon rankings. Does this mean Tong Lam's strength is weak? If he teams up with a 9-star soul beast partner, his abilities can fully compete with that of a king-level beast. Suddenly, Chang'an stood up and said loudly, "Principal, I understand your meaning. Use the Tianlong rankings as a reference, but don't rely on the rankings. Because in the big battle, there might be coordinated tactics, right?" Wang Ding replied excitedly. Yes, he waved his hand and gave the order. This is the first national tournament to be broadcast nationwide and will serve as a model for future major competitions. So I hope everyone will think carefully. Take this big match as a chance to showcase the style of our Demon Beast clan. Everyone else understands the message. Yes. A few minutes later, in Zhao Shanha's office, Chang'an nervously scratched his head. Old Zhao, are you really pleased with this recruitment? You're smiling so much, let me see. He took the list and glanced through it. It's not that great either. Only the talent of the person named Tu Mo Tu Yet is not bad. Wait, even someone with E-level talent can pass? Sanha cheerfully said, "Scroll down and take a look." At that moment, Truong-an was instantly stunned, eyes wide with shock. Candidate La Muyen, Beast Gazola, Tier E talent level, 6 rounds of beast training results. How is that possible? He calmly waved his hand. If I wasn't there to supervise the exam, I wouldn't believe it either. Besides, this is his first time participating in beast training. At this moment, Truong-an was very curious. What exactly is so special about this kid? Sunha proudly replied, "Maybe this is the genius after all. I'm starting to look forward to it too. I wonder what kind of power he'll finally possess after the opening ceremony." In the evening at the apartment, La Muyen's room was still brightly lit. Heilong happily fluttered around, and using the human way of speaking, this would be considered practicing austerity, right? Staying in one place without moving for a month, then it speaks loudly. You successfully absorbed the radiation and mastered the S-rank skill Nuclear Breath. The name immediately made La Muyen stop. Nuclear Breath, Heilong explained slowly. The nuclear breath can release radiation bursts and heat beams reaching up to 550,000 degrees Celsius. Do you want to spend 1 million evolution points to learn it? You nodded without hesitation. Of course I will learn it. La Muyen thought 1 million evolution points for an S-rank skill is worth it. After finishing, the Black Dragon shouted, "Deduct 1 million evolution points to successfully learn the nuclear breath skill." It continued analyzing, stating that over the past month, you absorbed a total of 2,500 crystals. and now you still have 1.5 million evolution points in reserve. La Muyen sighed, proving that diligent cultivation is still very worthwhile. Let's see how many levels this evolution points can help me advance. Then he shouted loudly, "First, spend 500,000 evolution points to upgrade my physique." La Muyen naturally knew that for monsters, physique was obviously the most important. Okay. La Muyen kept pointing and speaking non-stop. Consume 200,000 evolution points to increase the hardness of the scale armor. Consume 200,000 to sharpen the claws, and consume 300,000 to boost the biological nuclear response. However, at this moment, he suddenly stopped, glaring at the opponent with his hips cocked. Now he has become an outstanding figure among beast generals, and taking one more step could bring him to the threshold of a beast king. Suddenly I sighed, and I thought 1.5 million points could allow me to break through directly to the Beast King level, but it only took me from the 3rd star to the 7th star. Was I too greedy? Black Dragon pointed again at the bag behind him. I still have 2,500 low-grade Soul Beast crystals. If I absorb them all, I can at least convert them into 2.5 million evolution points. La Muyen pursed his lips and said he wasn't sure if these 2.5 million evolution points would be enough for a continuous breakthrough to the Beast King level. Who would have thought that within the scope of the Beast General level, leveling up would be calculated in hundreds of thousands? He thought to himself that the level of Beast King and Beast Emperor was just for show. Heilong puffed out his cheeks to reassure himself that if he couldn't break through, he would have to exchange the high-grade spirit crystals and beast soul pills he was holding for the lowest-grade crystals, and he was at least 80% confident he could do it. Finally, La Muyen raised the spirit crystal high and loudly declared, "My goal before the start of school is to reach the Beast King level." A month later, La Muyen was holding a ticket and walking along the platform when a clear voice from behind suddenly called out, making him turn around to look at La Muyen. Mutuyet and Sanha happily waved goodbye to him. La Muyen exclaimed in surprise, "Why is Teacher Zhao here?" He smiled and replied, "I went home to work." Then Sanha said, "Just in time to pick up the kids and report to school. Let's go, we should get in the car first." La Muyen slowly approaches. "Yes." A few minutes after getting on the train, Motuyet asked curiously, "Where have you been these 2 months? Why didn't you reply when I messaged you?" La Muyen calmly explained, "I've been busy training lately, so I cut off all contact methods." At this point, he glanced over and asked, "So what about you? You've been working hard on your training too, right?" "Of course, I not only broke through to the Beast Tamer level, but also reached the 3rd star level of Beast Taming. But you're still angry, even though 2 months ago you were already at the 3rd star level, right?" "Now I'm definitely much stronger. It's really annoying. I've been working so hard, but still can't catch up to you." La Muyen encourages, "You're also very impressive. Your rank has also increased so much." After arriving at the door of a compartment, Shanha leaned in and said, "We're here." Inside, the room was extremely spacious with many convenient amenities. He urged her to go ahead. Mutuyet looked around and marveled in admiration. This setup is also quite well equipped. La Muyen pursed her lips, calculating. A regular seat on this train costs over 100,000, and Teacher Zhao even has a private room. Treating a spirit beast master of the level lord is indeed not ordinary. At this moment, Sanha suddenly advised, "If nothing unexpected happens, we should be able to reach Demon City Beast Grand Arena by tonight." "You don't understand. What do you mean by nothing unexpected happening?" Speaking of which, his face darkened because this train is halfway through its journey and might encounter a monster fight, which we call a beast tide. Sunha continued, "So the unexpected events mainly refer to large-scale beast tides or hordes of level lord-ranked monsters attacking the train, as well as dangerous beast-level situations attacking the train." Lin Yuan replied nervously, "That sounds too dangerous." Still, he forced a reassuring smile and said, "Don't worry too much. No matter what kind it is, the chances are very low. If it happens, I will risk my life to escort you and the others on the train to escape. Even if you have to face the beast that steals the Beast King, you can endure for 5 minutes. The ship continues to race forward as if flying." La Muyen wondered if with Zhao Yang's strength he could only hold off the Beast King level monsters for 5 minutes. He approached the window and watched for a long time, realizing that the existence of Beast King level creatures was even more terrifying than he had imagined. At that moment, there was a rapid pounding on the door, and the supervisor hurriedly reported, "Mr. Zhao, our Gata has detected a horde of beasts approaching from 10 kilometers away at an extremely fast speed." He trembled uncontrollably, fearing that in 10 minutes he would face death. 10 minutes later, the inspector's face turned pale without a drop of blood. At that moment, Sanha tried to ask further, what was the scale of the beast tide? The supervisor helplessly explained that there are about 3 beast kings, over 50 beast generals with 2 or 3 battle beasts. Additionally, 2 beast spirit masters are approaching very quickly on the vehicle. At this point, he glanced at them and asked if they wanted to come along. This is just a small-scale beast tide. Nothing serious, just considered as a practical training before the official start. Lam Uyen nodded seriously. All right, Mujik shouted. Then I'll go too. The morning sky is clear with fluffy white clouds, and at this moment the train has stopped at a destination. Along the way, there were many guards standing watch. San Ha and the 2 others quickly got off the boat. He asked again, "Do you know how to ride this?" Lam Uyen nodded. "It should be fine." And Mutuyet was stunned, never having ridden it before. Sun Ha quickly jumps onto the bike. "It's okay. You and Lam Uyen can ride together. Just follow me closely and get ready to go." As soon as he finished speaking, he sped off. Lam Uyen couldn't help but mutter, "Just like that, he's gone. So irresponsible." He turned his head and urged her to get on. "Come on, get in." As soon as she sat down, she curiously asked, "Lam Uyen, do you really know how to drive?" Lam Uyen casually replied, "I don't know. But this toy isn't too hard either. Just learn as you drive, isn't that enough?" Then you decisively stepped on the gear shift, and a roaring engine immediately blared out. The car sped forward, tires tearing through the air and spewing thick clouds of smoke. Lam Uyen chuckled with amusement, proud, just like riding a motorcycle. The continuous roars echoed across the rugged hills. Lam Yen carefully asked, "Teacher Zhao, is that a beast tied up ahead?" He replied, "Before we fight, I still need to remind you both. If you encounter a ferocious beast you can't handle, remember to keep your distance from it immediately. Your safety is more important than the test." After saying that, Sun Ha crossed his arms and jumped out, merging with the beast soul. In an instant, he transformed into an enormous, majestic beast. On the ground, a series of fierce beasts are continuously surrounding Sun Ha. His hand suddenly sparks with blazing flames, burning the air. Without a moment's hesitation, Sun Ha threw a 1,000-pound punch into the ground, causing a deafening explosion that made the earth tremble with each terrifying beat. Spider-like cracks quickly appeared beneath him, growing larger and swallowing the monsters below. Then those cracks calmly closed up, restoring the flat ground as if no destruction had ever occurred, leaving Lam Uyen stunned and splitting the earth apart. A spirit beast master at the level of a lord can do this much, so wouldn't an emperor-level beast be able to leave the mountain and turn the tides of heaven and earth? But it's not over yet. More ferocious beasts continue to appear in the distance. Mutuyet and Lam Uyen also shouted together, "Merge beast souls." Immediately, the massive and agile bodies of the 2 ferocious beasts appeared. Mutuyet keeps freezing the ice while Lam Uyen diligently fights each beast. Suddenly, a bizarrely shaped beast appears behind Lam Uyen. Yu reacted quickly and summoned a layer of pure ice armor that enveloped her body like an indestructible diamond. Then she continuously shot sharp ice shards at it like a rain of arrows. Lam Uyen, run away now, but the beast seemed to feel nothing. It continued to accelerate forward, making Mutuyet worry secretly, thinking, "It's completely useless." At this moment, Yu used the Crimson Flame Claw to counterattack it. The dark red flaming claws like molten lava from hell burn the surrounding air as Lam Uyen decisively and ruthlessly crushes the beast. Finally, he slammed that terrifying body down, causing it to fly away like a lifeless pile of rubble. This scene immediately made Mutuyet stop in her tracks. That porcupine is at least a late-stage Beast King level, yet Lam Uyen was able to defeat it with one move. What exactly is his true strength? The ship below is still moving at the speed of light. Inside the engineering room, Hanfeng hurriedly called out, "Senior, come here and take a look." "Gata, is there a problem with this check?" Van Thang suspiciously asked. "Is there a problem?" "How is that possible?" he asked in confusion. "According to logic, isn't the light spot supposed to be a level king beast? Wait, that doesn't seem quite right." However, Van Thang suddenly noticed something strange. There should only be 3 king-level beasts in this beast tide, so why are there 4 bright spots? Hanfeng pointed at it again and disappeared. Van Thang shouted anxiously, "No, it seems there is a Beast King-level beast hiding its aura. We must quickly send this information to the front line, Soul Beast Master." But over there, one of the celestial beast soul masters was attacked by a ferocious beast and fell into eternal unconsciousness. The mountain landscape became eerily silent, only the piercing sound of the cold wind howling. "Lam Uyen, how many level beast generals have we killed so far?" He vaguely said he didn't know anymore. "Anyway, it's probably around 14 or 15 monsters now, right?" At that moment, a swirling portal suddenly appeared in front of them, followed by a sharp shard shooting out violently from inside. A snake appeared out of nowhere, continuously growling. The sharp needle was very close to the snow tomb's neck, making her tense all over. Lam Uyen immediately warned her, closing her eyes and not letting blood splash into her eyes. As soon as she finished speaking, a loud noise suddenly rang out beside her, followed by a spray of thick, foul-smelling red liquid shooting into the air. That was Lam Uyen, forcefully severing the limb of the ferocious beast. Black Dragon appeared and explained that this is a Shadow Claw beast, a king-level beast best at hiding. Lam Uyen nodded in understanding. It seems the information was mistaken. There's still a beast at the level of a beast king, Mutuyet shouted in horror. What? You look at that fierce beast and scold, how dare someone like you who only knows to hide his head and tail get so arrogant? As soon as she finished speaking, the hedgehog in front disappeared without a trace, leaving behind a swirling mist of bones. Motuyet warned cautiously, watch out. It could appear unexpectedly. At that moment, the Shadow Claw beast seized the opportunity and raised its hand to roar. Lam Uyen glanced and recognized it, but the Shadow Claw beast stubbornly charged forward to attack. Are you just scratching my itch or what? In an instant, the Shadow Claw beast leapt up in pain, its hand covered in blood streaming down, but Lam Uyen had no intention of letting it go. He grabs the beast's claw tightly to prevent its escape, then Lam Uyen smiles with excitement. Now it's my turn, right? And then he roughly forced open its mouth. The eyes of the beast's claw flash with a blazing red spark, as Lam Uyen gathers internal energy in his mouth, testing the taste of nuclear breath. He growled softly, then ruthlessly launched a beam of destruction straight into his opponent's throat, burning it from the inside out, and instantly the scene became chaos, with thick waves of fire continuously covering a corner of the sky. At this moment, Sun Ha slowly approached, but was startled and frightened by the scene. Lam Uyen calmly bowed to collect the spirit crystal, not knowing how much the Beast King level crystal could be worth. At this moment, he looked extremely confused and asked, how could you kill this Shadow Claw beast? Hearing that, Lam Uyen immediately became alert and hid it behind his back. Didn't you see it earlier too? However, Sun Ha still looked serious and observant. I don't care about your crystal, tell me honestly, what is your current strength level really at? You just broke through to the Beast King level, but it's only the first star of the Beast King. He stared in disbelief. How could you do that? You were still at the 3-star Beast Tamer level during Beast training, and in just 2 short months, you've already broken through to the Beast King level. Finally, Lam Uyen had to whisper in his ear, Teacher, this is my secret. Please don't reveal it. I can actually absorb radiation from lower-grade crystals. At that moment, Mo Tuyet hurried over from afar, worried. Lam Uyen, are you okay? You must be fine. I'm fine. She hugged her chest and sighed in relief. Luckily, you were here just now, or I would have lost my life. Lam Uyen gently reassured him, saying, Actually, your strength is even greater than that. You just panicked too much to react in time. Sun Ha completely agreed. Tomotuyet, trying to comfort herself, had her first experience with this, so a little confusion is normal. Motuyet replied firmly, Teacher Lam Uyen is right. Unexpected things can happen at any moment on the battlefield. I need to do better so I don't endanger my teammates. Then the two of them turned to look at each other and smiled happily. Sun Ha couldn't help but stroke his chin and think to himself, this kid is truly extraordinary. In the blink of an eye, it was already evening. The sunset was falling, and the tram was still moving quickly. Sun Ha watched the boys back, deep in thought, surprised that he could absorb radiation energy. This kind of talent has never existed in the world of spirit masters, so isn't he considered a genius according to the principle? At this moment, he slowly approached and took out an item. I will store all the loot this time in the badge, and once I finish processing it at the Spirit Beast station, I will give you the money. Lam Uyen was surprised. The badge of inscription. At this point, Sun Ha suddenly whispered softly, That's right, you haven't used this yet. Becoming a Beast King allows you to request a bronze badge from the Beast Soul Station, but the 1 million manufacturing fee only grants 10 space blocks. Your money was spent on buying low-quality crystals, right? If needed, I can borrow from you, then. You nod in understanding. Thank you, teacher, for letting me know. It's really useful. I might consider making one in the future. Sun Ha confidently declared, Don't worry. Our Ma Do Thudai's strength team has plenty of resources, and money is no problem. If I can make it into the top 10 on the Hidden Dragon list and choose a private dormitory, I will have a chance to represent the Demon Beast Academy in the National Freshman Tournament. Lin Yuan said seriously, The Hidden Dragon list, I understand. At that moment, Mutuyet was also awakened by the noise of the two people rubbing her tired eyes. Teacher Mutuyet hesitantly asked, with the school having so much money, Isn't the dormitory supposed to be private? So practicing cultivation is quite inconvenient for us too, he explained calmly. A dormitory is only for sleeping and resting. Students who cultivate can go to specialized training rooms. Free 24-hour access. Lam Yen let out a relieved sigh, thankful for the training room. Without it, absorbing crystals in the bedroom could easily be exposed. Sunha continued, if you really want a single room, there is a very simple way. Donate 5 million to the school and you can have a private bedroom with a private yard for 4 years. At the end of his words, Lam Yen was so shocked that she jumped in fright. 100 million? Why not just go rob it instead? But Mo Tuyet was completely the opposite. She exclaimed excitedly, 500 million is enough? This attitude of hers made Lam Yen very suspicious. What is his family background? That night at the Demon Beast Academy dormitory, the dark sky was dotted with bright stars, making the scene even more peaceful. At that moment, Lam Yen stood in front of a room, thinking that before reaching the top 10 on the Money Dragon ranking, it was better to stay honest in the dormitory. Luckily, Mo Tuyet also decided to stay in the dormitory. Even with money, she wouldn't spend like that. After thinking it over, he immediately pushed the door open, and at that moment, a friend standing right in front greeted him warmly. Are you my new roommate? Hello, I'm Zhao Ming. He smiled and introduced himself, saying, I am a first-year student with a blazing snake spirit. Lam Yuan also gently spoke, I am Lam Yuan from Tranhai City, and there is another friend in the room. Are you the most outstanding person in Tranhai City? Is it Lam Yen who entered the Demon Beast Academy with an E-rank spirit beast? Lam Yen surprised, do you know me? He was eating cake and casually licking his lips. I don't know you, but I have looked at your profile. Bro, you're really impressive. Did you really look at my file? Where did you look? Can anyone just look at the new student's file? He lay sprawled on the bed, calmly confirming. Of course I have my own way. There's nothing happening in this school that Vuong Kim Trak doesn't know about. Trio Min chimes in loudly. This fat kid is really good at gathering information. When Kim Trak is praised, he gets so excited. Whatever you want to know, I can tell you. Of course, the information also has a price. Of course, there's always a cost for the information, Lin Yuan asked without hesitation. So, you have the list for the Hidden Dragon rankings? Then you hesitated. So, you're just a news trader. After saying that, Kim Trak immediately leaned down to tease, Big brother, today is only the first day at school. How could the team long list be arranged so quickly? But if you're interested, I can also give you a copy of the list, which records the new students most likely to be ranked on the team long ranking list. How much do you sell this list for? Since you're my roommate, I'll give you a discount. After the 20% discount, just give me 4,000. That's the amount of cards? Lam Yen couldn't help but secretly marvel, truly a trustworthy and kind merchant, but how did he get these things? A few minutes after completing the transaction, he neatly packed his belongings and sat down calmly. The list of students most likely to be placed on the potential dragon list was written on the paper. Tom Thuong is a silver fang beast soul, with strength estimated at the peak of Beast King level. Tron Mok is a turquoise phoenix beast soul, with strength estimated at the 8th rank beast tamer level. O Huyan Ko is a golden winged death beast soul, with strength estimated at the 3rd rank beast king level. Trio Min is an 8-winged snake beast soul, with strength estimated at the 3rd rank beast Tamer level. Tong Lam is a 7-colored lapis butterfly beast soul, with strength estimated at the 2nd rank beast king level. Lam Yen looked serious for a moment. This Ma Du beast is truly a hidden dragon. Among new students, there are so many beast kings. Even Zhao Ming, who looks very approachable, is already an 8th rank beast tamer, and I am a bit curious about the strength of Wang Jinchao. At that moment, his shout suddenly rang out loudly. Our final roommate has arrived. Both Zhao Ming and Kim Trak turned their heads toward the door as another tall boy slowly pulled in his suitcase, his face darkening with a cold expression and no hint of friendliness. Hello everyone, I am Song Lam. I look forward to your help in the future. The three of them thought to themselves, too fierce. However, Zhao Ming suddenly stopped. Tong Lam, are you the top student of Mado City this year? Kim Trak shouted excitedly. I can't believe I get to share a dorm with the best in Mo City. This is truly my honor. He is Tong Lam, a support spirit beast of the 7-colored luminous butterfly type, and if I remember correctly, its talent level is SSS. At that moment, Kim Trak jumped down from the bed to promote. Tong Lam, my brother, if you want to know any news, just come to me. I'll give you a 20 yuan discount or you can sell me any news. The price is completely fair. Trio Min shouted loudly from behind. All right, let's first stop your little news exchange. Everyone is here now, so why don't we all go have a meal together? What do you think, Lam Yen? You lean away and smirk. Fine. Lam Yen carefully thought back, realizing that her roommates were not ordinary. With a level 8 star beast, a level 3 beast king, and a news trader. Then the scene shifts outside the dormitory where four boys walk side by side, chatting animatedly. Zhao Mingji recounts, taking the entrance exam for the Demon Capital Beast Academy has always been my dream, and I've finally achieved that wish. It feels like a dream, Kim Track casually interrupted. It's okay to dream now. Just don't dream when it's time to settle accounts. Suddenly, two female students appeared from the opposite direction, the gentle moonlight shining down, making the scene even more romantic. Kim Track closed his eyes and said, "The girl on the left is Yu Than Thu. Her spirit beast is a snow silkworm level S. The more beautiful girl on the right is Mo Tu Yet. Her spirit beast is a nine-tailed snow fox level S." Triu Min looked over in amazement. "How do you know so much about this?" Kim Track was so excited by the compliment that her nose puffed up. "You don't understand the power of that intelligence." At that moment, Mo Tu Yet was also distracted by the noise of the group of male students. As soon as she saw you, she happily jumped up. "La Muyen, it's been a while." La Muyen approaches to shake hands and asks, "What are you talking about? Didn't we meet earlier this afternoon? It's only been a short while since we parted." Mo Tu Yet chuckled. "That's right, this is my roommate." Du Than Thu nodded. "Hello." The scene in front of them immediately left Kim Track stunned. They actually knew each other. Jiaming tilted his head in confusion and asked, "Why wouldn't I know if you're an intelligence agent?" He helplessly argued, "I'm an intelligence agent, not a matchmaker. How would I know if they have something going on?" At this moment, Lam Yuan also cheerfully introduced, "This is my roommate, Vuong Kim Track, Trio Min, and Tong Lam." Kim Track cheerfully stood up and asked, "Are you guys getting ready to go eat? Do you want to come along?" But Mo Tuyet shyly walked away. "Not today. I have a dinner appointment with my roommate. Maybe another time. I understand." "All right, then goodbye." After they walked away, Kim Track looked very surprised. "How do you know Mo Tuyet? It seems like the two of you are very close." So there are still things you don't know. Do you want me to sell them to you?" "Is the friendship discount reduced by 20%? He's stunned, huh?" With that, a cheerful laugh from all the male students echoed. Lam Yen secretly thought that life on campus was quite interesting. 2 hours had passed in the blink of an eye, and now Lam Yen was sitting in the school's training room, eager to return to rest with them, but knowing that cultivation couldn't be neglected for even a day, especially with so many powerful figures around. Hei Long soared happily, and the energy concentration here was quite high, perfect for training. He closed his eyes and continued, "This is a free basic training room. There are also intermediate and advanced training rooms that charge fees, and the energy concentration there is even higher." Then he couldn't help but think to himself, "But it's too expensive. The intermediate room costs 1,000 yuan per hour, the advanced room costs 5,000 yuan per hour." Black Dragon carefully examined the system panel and assessed. Unfortunately, all of his inferior crystals had already been absorbed, leaving only high-level Spirit Beast crystals and Spirit Beast pills. Hearing that, Lam Yen shouted, "Then let me try the high-grade crystal to see how many evolution points I can get." He immediately gave a thumbs up and said, "Congratulations, you gained 1,000 evolution points, just like the lower-grade ones." Lam Yen, frowning in disappointment, says, "Lost 10,000 already." But Hak Long still throws out a bead and reassures, "It's okay, there's still this Spirit Beast pill." As soon as he swallows it, his whole body feels like an electric current running through it. Black Dragon happily jumped up and carried you on his back. "Congratulations on successfully devouring the Spirit Beast pill and gaining a +1 talent." He looked up at it and thought to himself, "It seems this attribute isn't even listed on my system's personal stats. Could this be a hidden attribute?" Black Dragon explained loudly, "The talent can speed up your absorption rate. This one can boost it by about 5 times. He nodded in confirmation, truly feeling the faster energy absorption. Then it cheerfully encouraged him, saying, "And with me here, you don't have to limit yourself to just 1 pill a month. Take as many as you want." However, Lam Wuyen couldn't help but mutter, "This Spirit Beast pill is really good, but it's too expensive, costing 50,000. The next morning at the dormitory, the sky was clear and refreshing, and Lam Wuyen sat on the bed, looking at Kim Trash. But where had they gone so early? He's still busy researching something, probably in the training room. Hearing that, you became contemplative. It seems you're not the only one working hard on cultivation. Lam Wuyen pursed his lips and made up his mind to hurry to the Beast Spirit Hall to buy a batch of low-grade crystals. Just then, his phone suddenly rang. "Hello," the person on the other end urged. "Hello, Lam Wuyen. Are you awake yet? Come out and collect the money." A moment later, in a secluded spot on the school grounds, Sun Ha slowly spoke. "The crystals from the Beast Dynasty harvest have all been processed. Your share totals 2.2 million. Lam Uyen quietly thought to himself, that's quite a lot, it just helps ease my urgent situation. He smiled and continued, also, I exchanged 10 million of it for 10,000 lower-grade Soul Beast crystals. All the remaining crystals and money are temporarily borrowed in this badge for you. Lam Uyen replied obediently. Thank you, teacher. Teacher Zhao, do you think Zhao Shanha is truly someone I can trust? Thinking about this, Lam Uyen gently asked, Teacher Trio, could you help me with one more thing? I want to exchange the remaining 1.2 million for beast spirit pills. Sunha was surprised and asked, so now you have enough to buy 24 spirit beast pills, enough to last 2 years under normal circumstances. Why did you suddenly buy so many? You don't need to worry, I know my limits. Hearing that, he finally agreed. All right, I'll take another trip to the Spirit Beast Tower. Just focus on training well, the list of the potential dragon rankings will be announced in a few days. Then Sunha excitedly patted your shoulder and said, if you make it into the top 10, I will give you the chance to represent Mado Thudai in the freshman competition. Lam Uyen replied clearly, I understand. From this point on, your gaze becomes incredibly sharp. My goal is not just to be in the top 10, but to top the potential dragon rankings. Not long after, warm sunlight began to appear in the sky. Lam Uyen continued to sit in the training room while Hak Long noisily flew around. Congratulations on successfully absorbing the radiation and gaining 1,000 evolution points. It only took 10 minutes this time. You were stunned by what you heard. Could it be because of the 5 spirit beast pills we received as a reward? Not only did it speed up the absorption of energy from the air, but it also increased the rate of crystal absorption, he said loudly. I'm not really sure either. Wait until that teacher sends the batch of spirit beast pills, then you can check again. Lin Yuan nodded firmly, for now. The urgent thing is to keep absorbing the crystals and improve his strength. And so time passed second by second. The crystal pile remained densely packed, but day by day it gradually grew emptier. The light from the crystals illuminates the entire room. Time keeps passing, and soon the pile of crystals is almost gone. A few days later, Lam Uyen was bringing breakfast back to the dormitory and was greeted by the sight of the 3 of them standing all around. Lam Uyen looked confused and asked what was so special about today that everyone was gathered. You think to yourself that normally these 3 go out early and come back late, except for Wang Jinjia who gathers information. The other 2 are the kings of the On Luyan realm. Kim Jia reminds you, today is the freshman assembly. You haven't shown your face during your cultivation. Did you forget about this too? Hearing that, Lam Uyen was startled and truly forgot. He grinned mischievously and teased, you all are monsters in cultivation. It seems like everyone wants to make it into the top 10 of the hidden dragon rankings. Zhao Ming countered beside him, saying, well, my strength is only a 9-star beast tamer. Making it into the top 100 is good enough. But with Tong Lam's strength, he could probably get into the top 10 of the team long list. Tong Lam also scratched his head in confusion, saying, although I am a level beast king, fox beast tamer, awakened with a supporting dragon soul beast, I'm not good at fighting, and with many talented demon city beast tamers, I lack confidence. Lam Uyen glanced at all of them, feeling a surge of excitement in his heart. It seems that this year's competition will be very fierce. You decide to dedicate yourself to cultivating hard. The scene shifts to a hall filled with noisy chatter all around. I heard that at the freshman orientation, Principal Wang Ding will personally give a speech. Principal Wang Ding is a beast spirit master of the Imperial Beast level. His personal presence shows how much he values us. Don't you know? This year, a nationwide friendly match for first-year freshmen from prestigious schools will be held, so the principal is very attentive in selecting representative students for the Demon City Beast Academy. As soon as Lam Yen settled into his seat, a hand suddenly rested on his shoulder. Lam Yen exclaimed in surprise, "Why are you here, Teacher Zhao?" He calmly said, "The freshman festival requires not only the freshmen to participate, but also our teachers." Then Sun Ha looked over at the group of boys beside him. "They must all be your roommates, right?" Kim Trek greets enthusiastically. "Mr. Zhao, I have admired you for a long time and have heard of your reputation." Lam Yen pointed and introduced, "Mr. Zhao, this is your roommate, Vong Kim Trach, who works in intelligence." Sun Ha couldn't help but laugh, saying being an intelligence agent really runs in the family. Kim Trach raised an eyebrow and said, "You're too kind, Teacher Trio." Lam Yen was surprised and asked, "Do you know each other?" But he didn't answer immediately, only chuckled and said, "Your father is a big shot. You'll find out soon enough. I have to go now." After Sun Ha left, Trio Min quietly asked, "Who is this person?" He then recounted, "The furious bear of the earth, Trio Sun Ha, a soul beast master at the level of the Lin Chubat Tin, one of the most promising to break through to the terrifying beast level." Just then, the sound of crisp applause suddenly rang out around the arena. "Look quickly, it's Principal Wang Ding arriving." Lam Yen was startled and tense the moment he heard that name. He immediately turned to look at his still dozing friend. Wait a minute, Vuongdin, could Vuong Kim Trash really be your son? I can't believe it. Vuongdin stood straight and serious and said, hello, teachers and students of Madothu Dai. I am the principal of Mado Beast University, Wang Ding. Nice to meet you all here. You are the new students of Madothu Dai, and also the hope for its future. He carefully recounted. Soon, the ranking of the hidden dragon of Madothu Dai will be officially revealed to all students. You will proceed to the first round with higher rankings earning greater rewards. That passionate voice kept echoing throughout the auditorium, as destiny is always in your own hands. Talent is not everything. As long as you fight for it, you can also change your fate. Vuongdin frowned and said loudly, the strong will fight, and our beast school has the highest death rate. But every student here, if they chose us, then if he's here and speaks firmly, there are no fools or cowards. Do you agree? All the students stood up together and shouted yes. Finally, the rankings of the hidden dragon have been announced, and the crowd rushes out onto the schoolyard to check the list, each name displayed clearly. The first place goes to Oh Huyan Ko, a rank 3 spirit beast that killed Vongsan Vang, who was ranked second. Tham Thuong, a third-rank Silver Fang spirit beast. Vuong Lan Ko, a second-rank Diep Viem Bao Ho spirit beast. Tong Lam, a 7-colored sapphire butterfly spirit beast. Lam Uyen muttered in admiration as he read, saying that Vuong Kim Trok's information was still very useful and basically predictable. At that moment, he glanced down and saw his own ranking clearly displayed as 312, while Lam Uyen's spirit beast was Gozola. Lam Uyen felt disappointed that it was only this low. He clenched his jaw, constantly pondering in his mind that the demon beast Ma Do is indeed a genius beyond measure, in a place where demons reign, and based on his own achievements, he is only ranked here. Then he bowed his head deeply, a complicated glint in his eyes. But what exactly are the rules of this hidden dragon ranking system? Suddenly, Black Dragon appeared and clung to his shoulder, saying, I know. It just flew around while explaining in detail. The first rule is that only those with lower ranks can challenge higher ranks, and the rank gap between both sides must not exceed 20. The third rule is that each person has 1 opportunity per week to challenge a higher rank, and the ranking gap is extended to 100. Fourth, the use of banned drugs and divine beast weapons must be appropriate to one's level. Fifth, during a challenge, if one side surrenders or loses the ability to fight, the match must end immediately. In the end, Black Dragon analyzed that based on our current rankings, it usually takes 16 days to reach the top spot of Hidden Dragon. Lin Yuan secretly thought that if he increased his level, the time could be cut in half. Suddenly behind you, it becomes incredibly lively. What kind of divine power is this mysterious black vortex? It just got announced and he's already in first place. What does that even mean? If he's still in first place after 7 days, then I will truly admire him. I think the rankings on the Hidden Dragon list will be shaken up within just 3 days. At this point, Lam Uyen decided to leave. That's right, in these few days, the competition for rankings must be very fierce, and the situation will become even more intense, so I must let go of distractions and focus entirely on cultivation. Zhao Ming couldn't help but look on with curiosity. Lam Uyen is truly a strange person. Even now, he remains calm and focused on cultivation, which really makes others wonder. Kim Trok muttered to himself. I once tried to buy information about him for 100,000, but he refused. He remembered what you said back then, that when I top the team long list, we can discuss the value of my information again. Kim Trok watched Lam Uyen's figure gradually blend into the crowd and wondered to himself how powerful this kid really was, given that his goal was to take the top spot on the TM Long leaderboard and that he was a hidden talent waiting for the right moment to act. Moving to the training room, Heilong carefully confirmed again, this is the spirit beast pill that Zhao Shanha sent you. A total of 24 pills. Do you want to use them all at once? Yan Yuan smiled and looked down. I will try them one by one. Without hesitation, he immediately poured everything into his mouth. At that moment, a dazzling bolt of lightning appeared in Lam Uyen's body, running down his throat. Hak Long saw this and cheered excitedly. Congratulations on successfully absorbing the spirit beast pill and gaining an extra innate talent point. Congratulations on successfully absorbing the Spirit Beast pill. It announced, you have finished absorbing and gained 10 points of innate talent. Ah! Lam Uyen nodded, clearly aware that the energy absorption rate had increased significantly. Then he decisively poured all the crystals from his bag onto the floor. Now checking the absorption rate of lower quality Spirit Beast crystals, it might also improve. Lam Uyen continued diligently cultivating, holding each crystal one by one as the radiant energy constantly swirled around the room. In the blink of an eye, 7 minutes had passed, and Black Dragon cheered happily. congratulating you on successfully absorbing the radiation beam and reaching 100 evolution points. It carefully recalculated. 7 minutes? It used to be 10 minutes before. Lam Uyen clenched his fist with a satisfied smile. Looks like I was right. My absorption efficiency has now improved once again. Just then, the phone in his pocket suddenly rang. Lam Uyen quickly answered. Hello. The person on the other end is urging urgently. 10 minutes later at Arena 3, Huyen Ko, who leads the potential dragon ranking, and Wang Lan Ho in third place, will challenge. Come quickly. Hearing this, Lam Uyen immediately stood up excitedly. The match between the number 1 and number 3 contenders, I'll be there immediately. The scene shifts to the Grand Beast Arena number 3, filled with the cheers of everyone around. As soon as you stepped in, a shout rang out. Lam Yen is here. Sun Ha kept waving his hand below, and Truong-an couldn't help but tease him. Zhao Sun Ha, I'm telling you, you really treat this kid like a treasure. You might as well just tie him to your waist if you're going to watch a match together. Sun Ha interrupted impatiently. Man Truong-an, if you can't speak, you can give your mouth to someone who needs it. And then he introduced, this is Man Truong-an, my friend and also one of the teachers at Madothudai. Lam Uyen politely replied, Hello, teacher man. Truong-an stroked his chin and nodded, then asked, So you are Lam Uyen? Old Zhao mentioned you in front of me. Have you still not decided on a mentor, or consider becoming my student? Sun Ha immediately scolded after hearing this. I called you out to watch the competition, not to sabotage. However, he still leaned in and whispered, but also asked who has a better chance of winning this time, Wang Lan Ho or Oh Huyen Ko. He frowned and asked how I could know about these two since I don't know them. Truong-an looked at Lam Uyen and inquired, So, what do you think? I shake my head hesitantly. I also don't quite understand those two. Just then, the entire arena suddenly became more intense than ever. Here it is, everyone look, this is the third-ranked person. It's none other than Wang Lan Ho. Everyone continued shouting as the opponent was the number 1 monster, Oh Huyen Ko. The referee in the middle also spoke, announcing that this match was a challenge from Wang Lan Ho, the third-ranked in the Team Long list, against Oh Huyen Ko, the top of the list. I declare the match officially begins. As the referee walks away, Huyen Ko sneers in provocation. You're the first to challenge me, thinking I am weak? But Lan Ho is not far behind. He keeps cracking his knuckles, and I hold the top spot in the TM Long ranking. He found it increasingly ridiculous. So what? Then I will teach that kid who thinks he's always right a lesson, just like you. With that, Huyen Ko shouted loudly, Fuse your spirit, beast. Lam Uyen widened his eyes, secretly assessing that this is the SSS rank Golden Wing Beast King. And with this power, Oh Huyen Ko's strength is at least that of a Beast King. And Lan Ho's whole body also shone brightly with flames. It seems there are worthy opponents even in the Demon City Beast Arena. He stood straight, his body bulging with powerful muscles as he merged with the beast soul. Amid the deafening cheers, only Lam Uyen remained silent and composed. He furrowed his brow and watched with curiosity. In the end, who will win, Wang Lan Ho or the other? They just stood facing each other, surrounded by thick, hazy smoke filling the arena. Truong-an couldn't help but raise his voice. These two boys don't seem to be bad at all. When I was young like us, I didn't have such strong strength. Sun Ha raised an eyebrow and said, I told you so. This year's new students are not simple. One is even more formidable than the other. Lan Ho roars loudly, shaking the entire space as his internal energy begins to gather and condense in his mouth. The energy sphere gradually enlarges, emitting a blinding white light that dazzles the eyes. As his power reached its peak, he decisively launched a piercing attack, tearing through the sky, rushing forward with devastating force. At this moment, Huyen Ko simply calmly dodged all of Lan Ho's moves with basic maneuvers. After finishing, Huyen Ko sneered and asked, Is this all you've got? But the lion tiger still refuses to admit defeat. He just keeps saying things like, Wait until you beat me. After finishing, he immediately leapt forward with a swift dash. Huyen Ko's eyes instinctively lit up like a hunting beast. Lan Ho clenched the slender arm of the Kingslayer, and in an instant, a thick, sticky green liquid continuously sprayed out from the middle of the wound. Lam Uyen frowned and thought to himself, Wang Lan Ho's beast soul, the raging tiger with fiery flames, has no flaws in strength, physique, speed, or explosive power, moving extremely fast, and even Oh Huyen Ko might not be able to completely avoid it. But between the two instructors Truong-an spoke to evaluate, Wang Lan Ho was very cautious, probing the opponent from afar before quickly closing the distance and striking before the opponent could react. Sun Ha nodded in approval, saying, At this age, having such a fighting instinct is indeed impressive. He propped his chin and deduced that the top of the hidden dragon list, Oh Huyan Ko, is more or less just all talk and no substance. Sun Ha shouted a warning, La Muyen. Watching their fight, do you feel any pressure? You want to climb to the top of the hidden dragon list, you can't ignore them. Truong-an pursed his lips and sighed silently. This kid's goal is, indeed, to be number one. Although entering the Demon City Beast Academy through achievements and beast training exams is not easy, aiming for the top of the hidden dragon list is just too crazy. At that moment, Lam Yuan suddenly said, This is a trap. He was startled. What did you say? Repeat it. Wang Lanho has fallen into the trap. This is Oh Huyan Ko's trap. Hearing that, Truong-an grew even more tense. How do you know this is a trap? At this moment, Lan Ho keeps rushing forward, his whole body engulfed in fierce flames. He narrows his eyes, carefully calculating just one final move left. But at that very moment, a sudden flash of light appeared out of nowhere. Surrounded by it, Lan Hu was about to shout and curse, Get out of my way! Huyan Ko's flexible body and tough legs successfully grip Lan Hu, making him completely unable to struggle. Lan Hu, furious, keeps growling and turning his head. Get out of my way! At this point, Huyan Ko's eyes flashed with a deadly glint. He had no intention of letting go, and tightened his grip on Lan Ho's body even more. A stream of dark red liquid burst out, and then Huyan Ko slightly opened his mouth again, before spitting out a fierce green mucus forward. They just like that slid into Lung Ho's nose, making him go completely wide-eyed. Seeing this, Truong-an looked over in surprise, truly convinced that the kid was right. How do you know this is a trap set by Oh Huyan Ko? Lam Muyen explained seriously, under the circumstances of not fully understanding the opponent's strength, proactively revealing the enemy's weakness is the best way to set a trap. Anyway, Oh Huyan Ko is the top hidden dragon, not to mention whether his strength justifies this ranking, but his combat intuition might not be inferior to Vuong Lan Ho. Sun Ha secretly admired. I didn't expect Lam Muyen's observation skills to be so impressive. We usually overlook these details as viewers, but Lam Muyen is completely immersed in them, not at all indifferent. Thinking this, he patted Truong-an on the shoulder and said, Master Man, you're not doing well. Even the young people now have better judgment than you, and you still have the face to criticize me. You yourself can't see it either. Then Sun Ha chuckled happily. I really didn't see it, but my student did. He's tired of pretending, but he truly has strength. But the situation is not over yet. Lan Ho continues to open his eyes wide with hatred, unleashing a scorching wave of power that makes the chaos even worse. The flickering flames made Huyan Ko release him and step back a few paces. Then Lan Ho leapt down again, bringing an overwhelming pressure. He delivered a deadly punch to Huyan Ko, and the greenish liquid shot out once more. Everyone stood up suddenly. Oh my God, is Oh Huyan Ko about to lose? In a situation like this, turning the tide is still possible. Vuong Lan Ho is indeed very strong. That's right. But the Crimson Flame Beast is only an SS-level beast soul. If we compare innate talent, it still falls short of the Golden Wing King. Truong-an asked in a low voice, Do you think Oh Huyan Ko is about to lose, Lam Muyen? Did you calmly answer no? Lam Muyen's eyes suddenly became sharp, confidently asserting that Vuong Lan Ho was about to lose. At this, Truong-an looked extremely puzzled. Why are you so sure that Vuong Lan Ho wants to give up? Right now, no matter how you look at it, it seems like Vuong Lan Ho is in the dominant position. Lam Muyen tilted his head playfully and said, You two can't hide it. You're probably just trying to test me right now, right? Sun Ha gently replied, Your little brother really is sharp. He always manages to see through everything. Lam Muyen carefully analyzed that although Vuong Lan Ho's attack was very powerful, it was also extremely reckless and hasty, and he had been poisoned earlier, so the poison was probably about to take effect. According to what you said, at that moment Lan Ho suddenly gasped abnormally. Huyan Ko challenged, Give up now, you have no chance left. It's time to go to the infirmary to detoxify. Maybe there's still time, otherwise I won't take responsibility. However, he stubbornly shouted, I can't accept defeat. With that, the flames on Lan Ho's body burned even more fiercely, and he leapt up without hesitation. Huyan Ko sneered in disgust and said, You fool who doesn't know what's good for you. Then he swung his sturdy tail straight into his floating body. Lan Ho lost his footing and fell backward, his face smashing into the ground, blood streaming down. Lam Muyen quietly assessed in his mind that ever since Vuong Lan Ho fell into Oh Huyan Ko's trap, he had already predetermined his defeat. Although Oh Huyan can maintain the top spot, there will definitely be a more formidable challenger behind. The referee immediately raised his hand and declared, Oh Huyan Ko wins! At this point, Sun Ha couldn't help but frown. It's a pity. If Wang Lanho hadn't been poisoned, this battle would have been even more exciting. Truongan frowned and looked at Lamuyen. If he had the same judgment skills as you, the outcome of this match would have been different. He thought to himself, this kid may be a new student, but he observes as meticulously as an experienced hunter. This talent is truly terrifying. Sun Ha spoke in a deep voice. Lamuyen, do you know why I called you here to watch this match? Are you serious when you ask if I want to show you the talent of other new students? He nodded in acknowledgement and said, That's right. You must understand your true position and recognize the real strength of your opponents and keep striving to improve. To stay at the top, you must not forget these things. Lamuyen smiled politely. I understand now. Thank you very much, sir. 1 second later, the scene shifts to the resting room where Heilong curiously asks Han, How do you feel about the competition? Lamuyen sat down on the floor and sighed. Is the strength displayed by Oh Huyenko at the standard level of a 4-star Beast King? Even if Oh Huyenko isn't a 4-star Beast King, he's at the highest level of a 3-star Beast King. You remember every detail from that time. Wang Lianhu is skilled in powerful attacks and can freely manipulate Crimson Flame. As for Oh Huyenko's unique ability to release toxic smoke, based on these features, his combat strength likely surpasses others of the same level, and Hak Long agrees that he truly deserves to be at the top of the TM Long rankings. Lamuyen continued to speculate, and that Oh Huyenko might even reach the top, surely holding other trump cards. I wonder if Vong Kim Trach can reach this level. Black Dragon asked, If we fight, how confident are you of winning? He lowered his head slightly, his voice deepening a little. I have an advantage in combat skills and intuition, but if I face him, there will definitely be a gap. Black Dragon of the Ancient Huyenko and Hak Long cheered them on, their beast souls all being level S or above, truly geniuses. But your system can compensate for your weaknesses, so you might not necessarily lose to them then. At that moment, Lamuyen's eyes lit up, and I will work even harder to close the gap. In less than a month, the national competition will arrive. I have to qualify. It's a reminder. Moreover, he still has over 1 million evolution points unused, enough to evolve to a 2nd-tier Beast King. Lam Yen nodded and then showed a few crystals. Let's continue training, Hak Long agrees. 7 days had passed in the blink of an eye, gentle sunlight shining down over the entire world. Inside the training room, Lam Yen sat absorbed in his cultivation with great dedication. A few minutes later, he suddenly exhaled a long puff of smoke. Hak Long was excited, pointing at the notification board filled with evolution points. Since breaking through to the Beast King level, I have accumulated over 3 million evolution points. Lamuyen praised with admiration. Beast Spirit Pill really is powerful. Otherwise, I probably wouldn't have accumulated so many points before. It starts asking for your opinion. How do you want to distribute these 3 million evolution points? He raised 2 fingers to indicate. Consuming 200,000 evolution points to increase the toughness of the battle armor. Consume 200,000 evolution points to increase the sharpness of the beast's claws, teeth, and again, the teeth. Enhancing the capacity of the biological nuclear reactor. Soon it was half an hour later, and Black Dragon happily said, Congratulations on successfully breaking through to the 2nd Beast King level, with 1.75 million evolution points remaining. Lamuyen nodded and replied, I may not have advanced to the Beast King level yet, but this is good enough. Then he hurriedly stood up, having stayed inside for so long it was time to go outside. Black Dragon completely agreed. Yes, you haven't returned to the dorm for a whole week and you only sleep 2 or 3 hours? Lamuyen couldn't help but compare. And you could even call him a monster. When Kim Trak saw him enter the bedroom, he was surprised and exclaimed, Why are you back already? Lamuyen frowned in confusion, saying, This is the dormitory. Why can't I come back? Kim Trak, meanwhile, was packing his things while scolding. Did your buddy's cultivation get so intense he went insane? I haven't seen your face all day. Lamuyen interrupted and asked, Where are Tong Lam and Trio Min? He slowly said, Zhao Ming was severely injured in a fight for the ranking. I came here to get something for him. Tong Lam stepped in for Zhao Ming and agreed to a duel with the opponent tonight. He is currently still training. Hearing this, Lamuyen frowned and asked what happened and why Tong Lam had to step in over a ranking dispute. Could there have been some kind of conflict? Kim Trak said quietly. A man like Zhao Ming wouldn't just clash with others for no reason. It's because that trash talker was too unreasonable. Otherwise, Tong Lam wouldn't have had to step in. Lamuyen was surprised, the trash talker. At that moment, he couldn't help but sigh. Don't you still not know? The Billboard hunting team is formed by a group of new students who use their strength to compete for rankings, then intentionally lose to weaker members to make a profit and manipulate the rankings, which immediately made him shout out loud. Is there still such a thing? Kim Trak continued analyzing, first to let the strong freshmen compete for the top rank on the leaderboard. Then they actively organize and willingly concede defeat to weaker members, allowing the less powerful to easily attain their desired positions. Furthermore, to maintain their rankings, members have to pay weekly membership fees, and those aiming for the top of the list must pay a lot. Lam Uyen becomes increasingly confused. Wait a minute, if someone's strength isn't enough, but they still hold that position on the list, won't they be knocked down quickly by others? Kim Trak frowned in anger. The real power of their group is here. As long as they pay the weekly membership fee, someone will support them. If you mess with the people they protect, you'll be attacked in return. Zhao Ming couldn't stand their nonsense anymore, so he challenged them, but ended up badly injured by Ha Dokthu. In the end, Lam Uyen finally nodded in realization. Is it true that something like this would be ignored by the school given Trio Min style? He smiled and reminded me, do you forget that our great demon beast society loves students fighting each other? They won't interfere in matters like this. Lam Uyen silently wondered that the Madu beasts are even more brutal than he imagined, and surprisingly, he's growing more fond of this place. Then he couldn't help but ask, who is the leader of this organization? To establish such an organization, their strength must be formidable. Kim Trak replied slowly, the founder of the Painting Hunter organization is Oh Huyen Ko. Lam Uyen suddenly froze, looking stunned. Isn't Huyen Ko the one at the top of the TM long list? Kim Trak's expression grew serious, his tone heavy. Huyen Ko was no longer the top of the leaderboard. This new batch of students truly is full of hidden talents. He immediately raised his phone screen, eyes focused. Check the current rankings. The leaderboard is clearly organized, and Huyen Ko's crazed smile briefly appears. After the Talon ranking was announced on the second day, Oh Huyen Ko established an organization called the Chart Hunters, recruiting many strong people like Tam Thuong and Lai Than Nam. Kim Trak frowned slightly, his eyes showing unease. Oh Huyen Ko has given them quite a bit of benefit, and now most of the people on that ranking board are from that organization, just without Wang Lianhu and Suo Tianyu. At this moment, Lin Yuan slowly stroked his chin, his eyes full of scheming. Oh Huyen Ko and Vuong Lan Ho are enemies, so it's normal that he didn't join. On the other hand, that So Thien Duke guy didn't really care about his ranking before. A smug smile curled at his lips because what he didn't know was that she had only used 4 days to climb from around 100th place to the top. The funniest thing is that many hunters challenged him, but they were just stepping stones for So Tien Duke, which made Oh Huyen Ko very angry, but his eyes showed interest. I guess Oh Huyen Ko will just admit defeat. Kim Trak spoke confidently, images of the battle flashing through his mind. Their strengths were quite close, but So Tien Duke's beast soul could fly. Dr. Du had no trouble at all, completely countering Oh Huyen Ko. He raised his eyebrows excitedly, saying, I'll show you their battle video. I need to check on Zhao Ming first. Lam Uyen immediately responded, I'll go with you. Zhao Ming, why are you here too? Then you step forward and place the fruit basket on the bed, worriedly asking, how is he? He cheerfully replies, it's fine. Kim Trak's face grew displeased as he raised his voice to question, what do you mean no problem? If it weren't for those people poisoning him, how could the bridge have been so badly injured? Trio Min then forced a helpless smile and said, it's just because I lack the ability. He softly mouthed, his eyes slightly dimming. That's right. The fight between Tong Lam and that person seems to be happening tonight, doesn't it? He nodded decisively, looking heavy. Yes, it's tonight on Arena 7. Kim Trak hurriedly interrupted and reassured him, all right, don't cause trouble or you'll have to bandage it again. Lin Yuanxia lowered his voice and calmly asked, is the person fighting Tong Lam tonight the one who injured you? The scene shifts to night, with faint light flickering through the window. He sits excitedly in the stands, eyes full of anticipation. The arena of the 7th martial arts tournament, this time facing off against Yuan Lianan. Although his ranking is only 25th, he is a martial artist and doesn't care about rankings. When he fought Zhao Ming, it was clear he hadn't used his full strength, so I hope Tong Lam can handle it smoothly. Then you turned around with a puzzled look in your eyes. Speaking of which, it seems like you're not interested in your ranking. I don't plan to compete for the ranking, and Kim Jan's lips curl with pride. I'm not like these geniuses. Even if there's a competition, it won't be easy. Competing for rankings is very difficult for me. I can only approach it from an intelligence perspective. My eyes show confidence, and I look determined. You don't think my father gives me any special treatment, do you? Not at all. I rely entirely on my own efforts to gather intelligence and then sell it for money, so I've set a goal for myself. I want to become the biggest intelligence trader in China. Lam Yen smiled helplessly and sighed. It seems this privileged second-generation title of yours isn't easy either. He suddenly fell into deep thought, his heavy gaze looking into the distance, and he didn't hide it from you. Actually, I have an older brother who is a genius. To avoid suspicion, he went to Yen. To avoid suspicion, he went to Yen King Beast. I am fully committed to being his assistant, gathering intelligence also to support him in the future. You pause for a moment to think about Kim Trok's family. Lam Uyen's eyes darken, shaking his head in helplessness. It is truly hard to imagine. I wonder what kind of person his brother is to have turned him into. This state, Kim Trok eagerly looked back, eyes on the arena, saying nothing as the competition was about to begin. Liadon stands in the center, looking provocative. Does he want to step in for that useless guy? His eyes carry a deadly intent with a crazed smile. The person opposite Tong Lam still stood tall and indifferent, with eyes full of intense hostility and dissatisfaction. It's because you guys are too unreasonable. Lidon stomps and gesticulates, provocatively pointing directly at Song Lam. Are you saying those injured guys from your roommate's gang are the ones you're talking about? That guy himself is useless and now he wants others to step in for him? Aren't you laughing at yourself? While he still smiles happily, he gradually tightens his grip on your hand. You hunters really have no sense of shame at all. If even the school doesn't control you, what do we have to fear? Moreover, I heard that a person is what the top scholar of Mado is, right? In my eyes. Liadon's face shows pride as he sneers provocatively, all talk of trash like Zhao Ming, fists and hands clenched together. His eyes widen in horror at the raging power erupting from him. The beast-soul fusion. Lidan paused briefly, his face turning pale. Oh my God. He suddenly shivered with unease, sweat pouring down. This is Lidan. Laughing uncontrollably with a condescending tone. Could it be his beast soul? The cute flower butterfly is gone. I'm so scared. His eyes are filled with crazy obsession. These shimmering wings are just perfect for me to tear apart. Lidon suddenly declared war, causing the space to shake violently as the beast spirits merged. The four-tailed demon appears with a deafening roar, its footsteps causing the ground to shake. The atmosphere becomes heavy as the two spirit beasts face each other directly, and the audience immediately erupts in chaos, everyone looking bewildered. Is this the soul beast of General Lam? Why does it look so different from its appearance? I heard this is just a support-type beast soul, so how can it fight? It's not capable of combat. Vien Liadon's beast soul is a four-armed demon monkey, very powerful. This time Tong Lam is doomed. Does Tong Lam have any way to beat him? Who do you think will win? Lam Uyen calmly observes the arena, frowning. Still unable to see clearly, but logically, Yuan Lian has the advantage. The four-tailed demon suddenly rushes forward at a terrifying speed, and just as he throws a punch into the air, he pauses mid-air, stunned, his eyes wide with confusion as he exclaims, "What is this?" The seven-waist luminous butterfly appears right behind, and the flashing sword rays make him retreat in pain. The four rat beasts fell heavily, covered in wounds. On the stands, Lam Uyen was momentarily stunned and softly sighed, so this was the growth ability of the waist lycopean. Kim Trok smiled smugly, knowing that even with the support of the beast soul, the waist lyra swallow is a high-level innate talent. If Yuan Lianan underestimates his opponent, he will definitely be doomed. The wasteful, luminous butterfly hovers in midair, looking proud and haughty, with eyes burning with a fiery hatred, screaming in a deafening rage. Tong Lam Tutai demon jumps up aggressively, almost out of control. He's definitely doomed. His eyes flickered briefly as sharp spiritual energy streaked through the space, causing the Tutai Vien Ma to immediately be struck and blood to splatter everywhere. He looked a bit confused, his eyes becoming hard to read. Is this guy crazy or what? He immediately cut in calmly. No, he's trying to force Tong Lam to the edge of the arena, where the space is limited for Tong Lam to attack, giving him a chance to strike back. The waist lyric. Butterfly suddenly halted, looking bewildered. He has now reached the limit of the barrier. Fighting on the arena is different from outdoor combat. The limited combat area puts Tong Lam at a disadvantage, so Yuan Lian An wants to shrink the space, gradually weakening Tong Lam's abilities. Kim Jae's eyes grew anxious, and he exclaimed in panic, "So Tong Lam will lose then?" He unleashed his powerful spiritual energy, looking frantic, and the growth ability of the waist lyra swallow was not limited to that. Let's see where you can run to. Tu Di Vien. Ma charged like a raging storm, go die. The expression in the seven-waist lyra butterfly's eyes flickered, as if the surrounding space froze. Eerily silent, his gaze burning with resentment, he roared in fury. What? Your movements are too slow. He suddenly closed in from behind, his tone firm. You can't limit my techniques. The entire obsidian crystal burst out with powerful force, and the four-rat demon immediately channeled his inner energy, his laughter full of excitement. Although you're a bit more powerful than that useless guy, Zhang Qiu is still just a good-for-nothing. His continuous barrage of punches suddenly faltered, and he looked slightly uneasy. It's over. It's a divine beast weapon. The entire body of the Four-Tails demon immediately unleashes a barrage of sharp arrows. The wall in front was quickly pierced, and the shattered crystal shards fell to the ground. His eyes carried intense murderous intent, looking crazed. Now it's my turn to play with you, you idiot. Tuti Vienma decisively throws a fatal punch, his teeth clenched tightly with pleasure. Hot blood splattered across the space as Vienma threw him away, taunting, knowing you can fly. His eyes turned crazy, and his murderous intent burst out fiercely. So I specially prepared this divine beast weapon for him. Tuti Vienma decisively threw a series of rapid punches. You useless loser, how dare you fight me? At this moment his face twisted, and his body was covered in wounds. Excited laughter echoed loudly as Kim Trok stood up in frustration. Where the hell is the referee? Why haven't they announced the result of the match yet? Why did you let that bastard do this? The faint breath of the Lyra spirit gradually weakened. Damn it, the auxiliary beast soul form just hide behind me. I have no talent, and yet I keep showing off by using others. Remember today's lesson, got it? The foolish fool. Suddenly the resolute call echoed. Student, lead on, you have won. The referee decisively announced that classmate Tong Lam has completely lost the ability to fight. In this match, Vien Liet An is the winner. According to the rules, Vien Liet An will take Tong Lam's 18th place on the potential Dragon Lord ranking. He stands proudly in the arena, his provocative gaze looking down. If you still want to challenge me, I'm always ready, but right now I think you should go to the infirmary and take care of that useless roommate of yours too. Liaodin froze in place when the call rang out behind him, and Wang Lanho angrily stepped forward, looking very displeased. Your people are really becoming more and more brazen. His gaze is full of hostility, and his expression is serious. He slowly glanced over with a calm, warning look. Wang Lanho, this is a private matter between me and Tong Lam. What does it have to do with you? If you want to fight like that, why don't you go find Oh Huyan Ko yourself? Lanho clenched his teeth in frustration and added one more thing. Do you believe I won't tear your mouth apart? Liaodin is still standing there, gesturing provocatively. Are you threatening me? Unfortunately, on the Hidden Dragon ranking, those higher up cannot challenge those below. His eyes widened with fury. He watched intently, grinding his teeth. Damn it. Kim Trok suddenly felt uneasy when he saw the empty seat next to him. Lam Uyen appeared unexpectedly, calm and composed. If that's the case, then let someone of a lower rank than me come and challenge you. The arrogant man sneers contemptuously. What kind of trash is this now? Lam Uyen stands proudly in the middle of the arena. I am Tong Lam's roommate. Lam Uyen, you only give a direct warning with a cold stare. Ranked 307 on the Hidden Dragon list. Next time, I will challenge you. Liaodin immediately burst into a mocking laugh, sneering. Rank 312 on the Hidden Dragon list. His face twisted into a crazed expression as he gritted his teeth and warned, Do you want to challenge me? You need to meet the rules to qualify. Are you wanting to die? Lam Uyen's lips slowly curled into a calm smile. I may not have the right to challenge you now, but in 12 days I will. In 12 days, with his rank, he must challenge and level up every day to be able to challenge me within that time. The man decisively turned around, his demeanor provocative. If you're so confident, I'll wait for you for 12 days. But if you disappoint me after 12 days, I will come to you myself and peel your bones piece by piece. He coldly stood there and decisively declared, Just wait and see. Immediately, the two hurriedly approached the cooking area. Tong Lam's eyes became hazy, and his voice trembled. Sorry, I lost again. Just focus on healing well and leave the rest to me. Then he turned to her with sincere eyes and thanked you for stepping in for Tong Lam today. He calmly replied, Tong Lam and I have always been dissatisfied with the actions of the Hunter organization. Lan Ho's expression turned serious as he lowered his voice to question. But you're quite bold, daring to challenge Lieutenant Liaodin. Lam Uyen's back shows determination, saying, If I can't even do this, then why should I go to the Demon Beast City? Sorry, we went to the infirmary first. He calmly watched the two people helping him leave. Lan Ho's lips slowly curled into a faint smile, his eyes filled with interest. This Lam Uyen is worth making friends with. The scene shifts to the school infirmary in the treatment room. Kim Trok stood quietly, his tone heavy. Are you serious about what you said at the gym today? Are you still acting calm and saying that? Do you think I'm joking? Or do you think I can't handle Lieutenant Leon? His eyes show unease, and he's looking anxious. So, what exactly is your true strength now? Lam Yen still maintains a calm demeanor, looking resolute. Wait 12 days, and you'll find out. The next day, Kim Trok sat anxiously in the stands at gymnasium number 57. On the arena floor, Tran Hai stomps and gestures provocatively, saying, "This guy is really too arrogant." Challenging Yuen Lian and even surpassing 50 people to challenge me. Tran Hai, a level S mutated sea snake, ranked 262 among the 8-star beast generals, faces an opponent gathering spiritual power fiercely. Stop talking nonsense and fuse the beast soul. He also decisively merged. An exclamation rang out, "You're really a hot-headed guy." Then do as you wish, merge the beast soul. The mutated sea snake immediately appeared, carrying a fierce killing intent. The surrounding space grew heavy as the two divine beasts faced off directly. Be careful. He quickly sealed your soul beast's core. The mutated sea snake taunted with a provocative tone, seeming slightly proud. "Are you waiting for me to crush you to death?" He suddenly shivered as the whispering madness echoed. Not bad at all. Tran Hai immediately froze, trembling in front of the murderous intent emanating from Lamuyen's beast. "It's just a pity that your strength is a bit weak." You suddenly struggled to stand up and break free from the control. The mutated sea snake retreated in horror, trembling all over. This is the power of a Beast King level. I am no match for him. His claws clenched firmly, making his breathing become shallow. "All right, it's time to end this." The mutated sea snake suddenly thrashed wildly. "I surrender. Let him go." The referee immediately and decisively declares. The match is over, Lan Yen wins, the stands erupt in cheers and chatter. What's going on? That was a quick finish. That Lamu Yen is a Beast King level, fighting a Beast General level isn't something that happens in just a few minutes, right? Kim Trak immediately became excited, his eyes full of interest. "Lamu Yen, you're hiding things really well." "Beast King level," Lam Uyen calmly responded. "So what? Are you trying to get my information?" A smug smile curled on his lips. "No, I've thought of a way we can make money together." "I don't know if you're interested or not, but you hesitated for a moment with a confused look." "What way?" "I really am short on money right now," Kim Trak declared, clearly with a look of delight. "The battle yesterday and your thing with Yuen Lianen have already spread. Almost half the school is paying attention, so your popularity is really high right now. I plan to start a bet to see if you can win in the next 12 days. He asked firmly. "So what is your current strength exactly?" "Go ahead and reveal it so I can prepare better," Lamu Yen whispered as he leaned in closer. Around the level of a Tier 2 Peak Beast King, Kim Trak immediately backed away in panic, looking terrified. "Oh my god, doesn't that mean you're even stronger than Song Lam? This kid is clearly pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger." Then he leaned in close, his eyes full of excitement. "So how much of a chance do you have to win all 12 matches?" You immediately pondered, probably over 95%. "Ranking outside the top 20 on the Hidden Dragon list poses no threat to me." "All right, after the betting opens, I'll place 10 million. I can guarantee you will win all, make a profit, and we will split it 4 ways. Lam Wuyen suddenly hesitated. "Divide by 64, is that too many?" He whispered dangerously as he leaned in closer. "Of course not. If you want to make money, you're the key factor." You're still a bit hesitant. I'm switching to scene 2 at the Madu Beast Hall. Lydon is frantically enjoying each dish at the dining table. He suddenly paused as a tone full of implication rang out. "It's been tough lately." "What wind blew you here?" Huyen Ko suddenly appears. "I heard that after your match with Song Lam yesterday, someone else wants to challenge you." The man continued eating casually. "Just a rank outside 300, there's nothing worth paying attention to." He slammed his hand on the table warningly, his tone serious. "You seem to be a bit slow at gathering information. That guy has already reached level 262, and I hear his strength is that of a Beast King." Lian suddenly froze, exclaiming in horror, "Beast King level." Huyen. Ko's gaze was sharp and full of intent as her words carried hidden meaning. "I have no other intention. I just happened to hear this information and thought I'd mention it to you on my way." He raised an eyebrow with a mocking tone. "So, what if his strength is at the Beast King level? Rest assured, I will straighten him out and absolutely won't let him cause any trouble for the organization." He decisively turned and walked away. "Well, I'll be waiting for good news from you. A Tier Beast King, I want to see how capable you really are." At noon on Tuesday in Arena 53, the scorching sun shone down on the fighting ring. Lin Yuan stood quietly, deep in thought. According to Wong Kim Trak's report, this opponent is Qian, ranked 242, a spirit beast known as the Moonlight Shadow for its speed. In the stands, Kim Trak is still quietly watching this kid. He cheers with a passionate look, now full of confidence and more excited than I am, especially after yesterday. "Your eyes look confused, asking if I still want you to act when the bet is open?" "Of course, after opening the betting table, the odds will change over time. If you kill recklessly, how can we make money?" Lamu Yan's expression turned serious, his tone heavy. "You mean for me to compete as a fake?" He decisively waved his hand, looking mysterious. No, how can Ma fake a fight? This is a matter of business strength. No matter what, winning is the most important thing. As long as you win convincingly enough to make everyone doubt you can win outright, we will make more money, right? He nodded in agreement, looking helpless. All right, then let's do as you said. Hearing that, Kim Trak excitedly slung his arm around Lam Uyen. Whether we can make a lot of money depends on you. You stand calmly in the center of the arena with a determined gaze. Yesterday I revealed my true strength as a Beast King, and after Wang Kim Trak announced the bet and promoted it heavily, now only half of the people know I want to challenge Li Etan. So it's no wonder so many people are here. Suddenly a taunting shout rang out. You are Lam Uyen. Facing you, Qian stands in the center, mockingly saying, unlucky for you, being challenged by a Beast King. He boldly declared the challenge, and although the chance of winning isn't high, I won't give up easily. Let me see what your true strength is. Merge the Beast Souls. Qian quickly enters the Beast Soul fusion state. Lam Uyen's Beast Soul also appeared in a colossal form. Yue Ying's gaze briefly expressed admiration, as expected of a Beast King's pressure. He decisively assumed a sitting ambush stance, his eyes full of murderous intent. But I am already a 9-star Beast King. I can still fight. The two spirit beasts rushed wildly at each other, but your spirit beast suddenly staggered back, the wound widening. Yue Ying Bao was momentarily surprised, then contemplative. So I managed to hurt him. Looks like my speed still has the advantage. He suddenly braced himself against the force emanating from you, his powerful foot stomping down, causing the ground to shake. Wei Yingbao, the wounds are spreading and the space is trembling violently. At this moment, Wei Yingbao slashes his claws towards Lin Yuan's spirit beast, his face turning stunned. According to Wang Jinjia, is that really all the strength of a Beast King? The stands immediately erupted in chaos. Everyone's face is changing. What is going on? Even a general-level beast can't handle it? What are you talking about? Fight Yuan Lian. Yesterday someone even placed a bet on whether Lan Yuan could win all 12 days. With this kind of strength, do you really think he can win all 12 days? That's probably a bit too much. At this moment, Kim Trak briefly felt pleased and chuckled to himself. It seems he had achieved his goal. The more people doubted Lam Uyen's strength, the more money we would make. Lam Uyen's act of pretending is really quite good. The consecutive slashes are heading straight for the spirit beast. Yue Yingbao rages forward, looking triumphant. If he keeps this up and his spiritual power erupts, he might land a fatal blow and achieve a great victory over the Beast King-level Spirit Master. Suddenly, a terrifying force shot straight toward Yue Yingbao, causing him to be instantly thrown back toward the distant wall. A moment later, Zhixiang slowly collapsed, everyone's faces stunned and speechless. In front of him, Lam Yuan's spirit beast still stood tall and proud, a faint aura of killing intent flickering. Qian was terrified, raising his head in shock, wondering if that murderous aura was just a coincidence. His face instantly twisted in horror because he knew there was no way to escape. The stands immediately erupted. Everyone quickly stood up. What's going on here? It seems there is still an insurmountable gap between the Beast King level and the Beast Emperor level. What are you talking about? Mainly, Lam Uyen's strength is powerful, and the strike coincidentally hits as if to take half of Qian's life, but at first Lam Uyen was at a disadvantage, and his true strength hasn't fully shown yet. In a corner, Kim Trak stands relaxed with his arms crossed, full of pride. He strides over excitedly. Well done, my brother, you've worked hard. You're truly proud. How was that? I acted pretty well, didn't I? Kim Trak decisively nods in agreement. That's great. They say you're like a blind cat catching mice. Most people doubt you, only a few can see through, but it doesn't affect the current odds increase. Let's keep going. Okay. Late at night, feeling sleepy, Lam Uyen fell into a dreamlike state. After the fight today, he handed the picture to Tu Yang Mo. Along with the usual reward, there was also a Beast Soul soldier. He smiled contentedly, feeling excited inside. I won't need to use that Soul Beast weapon. I can sell it and then keep defeating stronger opponents, earning even better rewards, plus sharing the betting profits, and in the end, I will become rich. 5 days later, Lam Yen's ranking had changed to 142 and 242. You walk out exhausted, eyes full of disappointment. These days, I've even faced some rank buyers, losing before the fight even starts, and I haven't even earned the reward. Why do you look so exhausted and worn out? Our current extreme rate is 1 year. Extreme. Lin Yuan sighed with a calm expression. So you managed to get through another day of challenges, right? Do you have any information about the opponent? He quickly handed over the profile. Already prepared for you. The notification messages are clearly displayed, and he watches intently before exclaiming that this person has some strength. Kim Trak calmly speaks, his gaze serious. Of course, after losing to Leon, he joined the hunters list. Everyone outside is guessing that he will lose this match. He smiled smugly, looking excited. Once you beat Loi Thon Min, everyone will see your true strength. So, I will end my bets before this fight. Just fight with all your might. This is your battle. Lam Wuyen confidently said, with a look full of self-assurance. All right, I can finally fight with all my might. In the high-level training room, Mutuyet sat quietly meditating. Suddenly, her phone rang, and she calmly responded. Than Thu. What's wrong? Than Thu replied slowly, with a hint of confusion in her eyes. Lam Yen will fight Loi Thon Min tonight. Aren't you going to watch? How strong is Loi Thon Min? She asked casually, raising an eyebrow with an indifferent look. Ranked 92nd on the potential dragon list, at least at the peak of the king beast level. Her eyes immediately showed a hint of interest. A tier 1 star beast, Than Thu immediately questioned loudly, looking at you as if she had no doubt Lam Wuyen would lose. Motuyet confidently declared, excitedly, I believe he is very powerful and he won't lose. She leaned in close, her eyes full of implication. Do you really trust your boyfriend that much? She suddenly froze, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. He's not my boyfriend. Don't talk nonsense. We just know each other as fellow townsmen. All right. Right now isn't the time, but why don't you go challenge the Hidden Dragon leaderboard? At least top 50 shouldn't be a problem. Because the challenge only offers a small reward, it's not necessary. I need to break through to showcase my talent. She sighed indifferently and questioned slowly. The reward is so little. Your teacher is really disappointing. The high-level training room charges several 100,000 a month and uses high-grade soul beast crystals to set up advanced formations. With that, Than Thu gently waved goodbye, saying, I'll go check the situation and update you later. She smiled softly. All right, thank you. At 7:00 p.m., Demon Beast Arena, Competition Zone, Arena number 26. The bright lights make the stage even more intense. Inside the wings, Lam Wuyen's gaze flickered with confusion. Why are there so many people this time? Kim Trok calmly spoke up. At least half of the people here are betting, and the other half are just here for the drama. He lowered his voice to reassure. After this match, the betting will close. Just go all out. His eyes flickered slightly, with a hint of mockery. Leave it to me. In the middle of the arena, Thon Min stands proudly and taunts. Where is Lam Wuyen? His eyes crazed with obsession as he desperately searched for rank 92 on the Tiemlong Loi Thon Min leaderboard. At this moment, Lam Wuyen slowly stepped forward, calm and composed. Here Thon Min loudly questions and clenches his fists, confidently claiming he will win all in 12 days. When the challenger Leon challenged you, you raised your eyebrows in provocation. Not allowed? His face twisted into a crazed expression. Of course it's fine, but it's a pity you really don't know your limits. Let me help you wake up then. Lin Yuan looked determined and straight ahead, proud and fearless. All right, the two quickly enter the state of soul beast fusion. The space in the arena feels heavy as the two spirit beasts face off directly, and everyone in the stands looks tense. Loi Thon Min's pressure is overwhelming. Among the new students who have broken through to the Beast King level, he is considered a pretty strong presence. Although Lam Wuyen is also at the Beast King level, he has performed quite poorly in several matches, and everyone calls him the weakest Beast King. Anyway, I bet Lam Wuyen can't win all the time, and I have no idea what that fool cook Lam Wuyen is going to do after winning. Thon Min said with a sly tone. That's right, there's one thing I forgot to tell you. I specifically bet 500 million stars you can't win consecutively. Lam Wuyen paused briefly, eyes full of surprise. You lost 5 million to me? He immediately questioned with dissatisfaction. Are you trying to make you win? You smile happily and say, nothing much, just wanted to thank you. Thon Min's eyes carried a threatening intent. Thank me. Why thank me? The power of the soul beast is rapidly exploding with fury. You'll find out very soon. He flinched slightly, his tone uneasy, saying, the speed is too fast, isn't it? The news said this guy's soul beast power was very weak. Thon Min also radiated a fierce killing intent, causing the space to tremble as the two divine beasts closed in for a powerful attack. Immediately, Lam Wuyen's spirit beast staggered back, his face showing a hint of shock and his eyes becoming inscrutable. Although my strength is only at the peak of Beast King First Realm, my speed has reached the perfection of Beast King First Realm. With just 5 claws, Lam Wuyen will either die or be crippled. Thang Min's eyes suddenly changed, his spirit beast like a raging storm rushing forward. How can his speed be like this? He erupted with fierce spiritual power, gritting his teeth. Damn it, this is because of you forcing me. Lam Wuyen's murderous intent is slowly gathering, with a mocking tone. You're not very lucky. You insistently shout, I don't need to pretend right now. The sword spirit's energy shoots straight at Thon Min. Goodbye. He staggered back, his body gradually exploding. How is that possible? The match is over. Lam Uyen wins. Everyone present was amazed, unable to believe it. Than Min's spirit beast was beaten into immobility and lay on the ground. In the stands, everyone shouted, "Is this real or fake?" Lam Uyen really won. Impressive. Luckily, I have good eyes. Did Lam Uyen's move directly defeat Loi Than Min? Even as a second-tier Beast King, it's hard to withstand this move. No wonder Tumo Tuyet has so much confidence in him. Lam Uyen just broke free from the fusion observation state, and Loi Than Min was sprawled on the arena floor. At the same time, Hak Long appeared beside him to announce that he had defeated a level Beast Soul Master and obtained the Duong treasure Huang Kim, and without waiting a second, he asked Hak Long if he could open it now. Of course, only you can see inside the Yang treasure. Hak Long happily opened the Yang treasure, successfully obtaining the Huang Kim treasure and 50,000 evolution points, along with a top-tier beast god weapon. The item that appeared was a high-level divine beast. Hak Long happily saw the item, while Lam Uyen was left speechless in amazement. Thunderclaw is a divine beast weapon of the king level. When attacking enemies, lightning crazily surrounds the claw, increasing attack speed and dealing powerful lightning attribute damage to opponents. Lam Uyen thought to himself that the lightning attribute is even more impressive than the Crimson Flame Claw. The Crimson Flame Claw can be sold at the Spirit Beast Hall since it's a Beast King level weapon, and it can fetch a good price. The person next to him saw him staring blankly into the distance and called out, "What is Lam Uyen daydreaming about?" Kim Trak ran down from the stands, shouting with arms wide open, "Lam Uyen, he's showing off happily to you. The victory was amazing. We're rich now." He responded happily. "That's good." As they happily chatted, a voice came from behind saying, "It seems you do have some skills." That person approached them, clapping and praising. "The match between you and Loi Than Min, I watched it. It was really spectacular." "So what?" "What exactly are you trying to say?" Liaden asked. "I just wanted to ask how those two roommates of yours are doing. Maybe you're not really that concerned about this after all." He replied, "I never said I didn't care. After all, you'll be traveling with them in a few days." Liat An walked past, and Kim Trak deliberately bumped into his shoulder. After passing by, Liat An suddenly stopped and said with a sinister smile, "I didn't waste as much time defeating Loi Than Min as you did." Kim Trak angrily said, "This kid is really bullying too much." Lam Uyen and Kim Trak watched the proud figure of Liat An walking away, both feeling uncomfortable. No matter how arrogant he is now, Lam Uyen still watches him leave and says calmly, "When he dies, it will be even harder to look at him." 3 days later, Lam Uyen, meditating beside the black dragon, opens his eyes and exhales, calmly saying, "I have finally reached the 3rd stage of the Beast King level." Black Dragon confidently cheered, "Tomorrow you will be able to challenge Yuan Liat An." Mentioning Liat An, Lam Uyen's whole body surged with even greater fighting spirit. That's right, the opponents these days haven't been offering any good rewards. If it were Yuan Lian, Treasure Duongko would definitely be very generous. The morning sunlight at a school. Early in the morning, Kim Trak shows off to Lam Uyen. "That's right, just 2 days ago I opened a new betting table. You asked, betting on my win or loss against Wen Lian? What is the betting odds?" He told Lam Uyen that the odds are 1 to 1.2. After you proved your strength, those people didn't dare to bet big anymore, so the odds weren't that high. Hearing the odds, you decided to place the bet on yourself. So I bet 6 million on myself. Kim Trak's eyes lit up at that. "You're betting all your share of the profit 6 million on yourself? Looks like you're determined to win this time." Lam Uyen didn't react much and simply responded, "I've been waiting for this day." Lam Uyen and Kim Trak visit their 2 roommates in the medical room. Zhao Ming, who was playing on his phone, was surprised to see them and quickly asked why you 2 came here. Kim Trak entered and handed Zhao Ming a bag of hot steamed buns. "Take this. I just bought these meat buns at the cafeteria for you." "It's still hot." Zhao Ming hurriedly ran over respectfully. "Thank you, Guardian Father." Lam Uyen asks about your well-being. "How is Song Lam doing?" Zhao Ming sadly said. "Not very well, his wounds are serious. Luckily he is a Beast King. If he were someone else, he would have been gone long ago." Tong Lam opened his eyes and asked weakly, "Why are you all here?" Kim Trak happily brought over a bag of food and offered him breakfast, saying, "Have a little." Lam Uyen quietly thought that a fight between Tong Lam and Vien Liadan not only defeated him physically, but also broke him mentally. Tong Lam was dazed, lying on the bed with bandages all over his body. Seeing that scene, Lam Uyen couldn't help but be angry. A proud person like him, after experiencing failure, would surely doubt himself and deny who he is. At times like this, no one can help him. Only he himself can find a way out. Everyone is still surrounding Tong Lam, asking about him, while Lam Uyen remains lost in his thoughts. Rebirth into Nirvana is true talent. Kim Trak, eating a bun, said, "Today is the day Lam Uyen competes against Vien Lietan. Unless something unexpected happens, he can avenge you two today. Hearing that, the two friends were both surprised. Huh? He saw his two friends dismissing Lam Yen's abilities loudly. Huh. What do you mean? Lam Uyen has never lost for 12 days straight, just waiting for today. The two of them said in unison, Lam Uyen is also too strong. When did she become so powerful? Tong Lam, who had fought with Lianan before, gave him some advice. Last time I fought Yuan Lianan, even though he used tricks, he worriedly said, but I feel like he's still holding back, so you need to be careful. Lam Uyen sincerely thanked him, saying thank you for the reminder. But I won't lose. Many people have come to watch the midday competition at the gymnasium. Number 3 arena, Kim Trak pointed at the person standing with his back to him and asked Zhao Ming, Hey, look, do you know who that is? Liad An stands below the stands, waving his hand up, while the other person stands with arms crossed, calmly looking down, confidently standing beneath the stands. Lam Uyen recognizes the person on the stand that Kim Trak just asked about and tells Liad An that even Oh Huyen Ko has come. It seems your hunters are paying close attention to this fight, the scheming man replied, because he wants to see just how badly you will die. Lam Uyen glances confidently up at the stands, and Huyen Ko responds with the same look. Liad An is still showing off. You all came here today to watch the match between me and Lam Yen, right? You want to know who is stronger between me and Lam Yen, don't you? The guy confidently pointed at himself, but now I can tell you all that the final winner will definitely be me. Then he pointed at Lam Uyen again, but Lam Uyen didn't even bother to respond to Liatan's provocation, showing the consequences of provoking the hunter list. Huyen Ko heard Liatan's words and clapped happily, encouraging him with praise. Trio Min, seeing this, was furious. What makes him think he can beat Lam Uyen? These people are going too far. Kim Trak had to step in to stop him. Don't get too agitated. Lan Ho suddenly approached to explain, surprising Kim Trash and Trio Min. Many hunters are here this time, and he's only showing loyalty to Oh Huyen Ko. He happily asked, Can I sit next to you two? Trio Min sweat and replied, Of course you can. I didn't expect you to come too. Lan Ho sat down confidently and said, I bet 10,000 on Lam Uyen, so of course I have to watch. Trio Min and Kim Trak were both surprised, and Kim Trak asked, Are you not afraid Lam Uyen will lose? Both Trio Min and Kim Trak thought the same thing. He also has a lot of money. Lan Ho brightly turned to Kim Trak and said, This round was definitely your idea, right? Thanks to you, I made quite a bit in the previous rounds, so this time I'm still betting on Lam Uyen. Zhao Ming looked down at the audience with displeasure and said, Look how proud he is. Lan Hu also added, Oh Huyen Gu is also boosting Yuan Lianan to build his reputation among the members. No matter what, after stepping on So Tien Duc, Lam Uyen is the top target. Huyen Ko crosses his arms confidently, looking down calmly. Lan Ho hopes that Lam Uyen won't be too heavily affected. He ponders, really wanting to see how Oh Huyen Ko will react if Vian Liet An loses. Liet An started first, merging with his beast soul. His beast soul, the four-tailed demon, appeared fiercely. In this fight, I will break your bones one by one until you kneel before me and beg for forgiveness. The guy challenged Lam Uyen to see what he's really capable of. You didn't react much to the provocation and calmly looked back at a gust of wind surrounding Lam Uyen. Then you also merged with your beast soul, merging your beast soul. Your beast soul appears fierce and ready to face Liet An's four-rat demon. Four-rat demon charges forward to attack first. The two-tie demon repeatedly punched the spirit beast of Lam Uyen, forcing him to only defend himself. The continuous punches from the two-tie demon caused the barrier protecting Lam Uyen's spirit beast to show signs of cracking. The fight is intense, and it seems that Liet An's fourth tie demon is gaining the upper hand. He quietly wonders, how is this possible? This move of mine could knock back a Tier 2 King beast, but still, I keep throwing punches at Lam Uyen's spirit beast. You finally counterattacked. Lam Uyen's beast soul opens its mouth to gather energy. Liet An saw this, and immediately thought something was wrong and not right. He jumped back, needing to escape quickly. The energy from Lam Uyen's beast soul unleashes a beam of light toward Liet An's four-tailed demon. He tries to dodge, but before he can react, the attack hits him directly. Too fast, a huge wave of energy shoots out. Liet An, furious, prepares to block the attack. Are you done? The guy blocked the attack. You didn't expect that, did you? I blocked your move. He still has great confidence in his abilities. Does he really think he can deal with me with just this little skill? How naive. Earlier, Liet An saw Lam Uyen use the black scale fist and saber to block his attack, like scratching an itch, clawing with the talon whip to dispel most of the energy. If this continues, Liet An will have to defend against Lam Uyen's powerful attack while moving closer, because he has calculated that he won't be able to hold out much longer. The three friends sitting in the stands watch the battle nervously. Zhao Ming, unable to believe, says, Then Liadan is advancing toward Lamuyen's melting light? Lamuyen notices that Liadan's fourth talisman demon is now close enough and begins to unleash true power with a stronger force as his realm has been elevated. A powerful blue beam of light shot towards Liadan's four-tailed demon, who was caught off guard and couldn't dodge, only surprised by Lamuyen's energy. This energy, Liadan's four-tailed demon, chose a strike that made him bleed and then collapse to the ground. Kim Trek and Lan Ho watched with amazement as if they had predicted the outcome, while Treo Min, having not yet witnessed any of Lamuyen's battles, was stunned. What? Brother Ko also seems to have seen the result, his face suddenly darkening. Trio Min was stunned and pointed at the stands, asking, "When did that kid Lamuyen become so strong?" Kim Trek shrugged casually and said, "He's always been strong. You just didn't realize it." Jiaming excitedly said, "Li Lianan was never a match for Lamuyen. It's a pity he didn't go all out." Lin Hu warned, "Don't celebrate too early." He looked down at the stands and said, "Winning against Lidan's four-tailed demon won't be that easy." Lidan's four-tailed demon quickly stood up, and it has to be said, it still remains as powerful as if it had just eaten Lamuyen's attack like a piece of cake. Your strength truly exceeded my expectations. I was still planning to toy with you. Lamuyen watched as the power on Liadan's four-tailed demon intensified. You guessed it, at this speed Liadan's crystal has at least reached the level of Beast King 3rd rank. Liadan's four-tailed demon orb jumps powerfully and charges toward Lamuyen's beast soul. Lamuyen launched the same move again at Liadan's four-tailed demon, but he easily dodged all of it and quickly moved above Lamuyen's beast soul, sinisterly saying, "Go die. A powerful strike is coming down." It seemed like the fight was over here, but no. Lamuyen's beast soul managed to block that move. But you also forgot one thing. Liadan's four-tailed demon has 4 arms, so even if he blocks the attack from above, he can't defend against the next strike from below the waist. He jumps back to remind Lamuyen not to forget that I have 4 arms. Liadan's four-tailed demon hit Lamuyen's beast soul, blood splattered everywhere, and he enjoyed the scent of blood. Lamuyen's beast soul was in pain as Liadan's four-tailed demon carved an X-shaped cut across its chest, while he himself was delighted. Pretty amazing, isn't it? Lamuyen's beast soul was in pain, blood splattering everywhere. Liadan excitedly said, "This is just the beginning." Liadan's 4-rat demon orb circled around to the back, and although Lamuyen's beast soul sensed it but couldn't dodge in time, it still took a hit from Liadan's orb, causing it to stagger. But as expected, Lamuyen's beast soul smiled. Liadan was confused. Why is this guy still smiling? Lamuyen used the thunderclaw he received from the previous battle. This divine beast weapon increases Lamuyen's beast soul power dramatically, and he's not the only one. Liadan is terrified to realize he's fallen into a trap. This is a trap set by him. He deliberately made me come closer. Knowing it was a trap, there was nothing he could do now because Liadan's four-tailed demon orb had been caught by Lamuyen's soul beast. Holding firmly on the ground, the sharp spines on Lamuyen's beast soul's back glow as he gathers his strength to unleash a powerful strike. Liadan shouted, "No, but that doesn't change anything," Lamuyen replied coldly. "It's over." A powerful punch strikes directly at Liadan's four-tie spirit orb. The surrounding arena was also affected, with dust and debris flying everywhere. The 3 friends sitting in the stands watched nervously, hoping. When the smoke cleared, Liadan's four-tailed demon was lying motionless on the ground, while Lamuyen's beast soul still stood strong. Liadan struggled to say, "I haven't lost." It seemed like I was about to go crazy, but you responded bravely, "If you haven't admitted defeat yet, I will continue." Liadan's 4th-ranked demon orb struggled to stand up. "What do you want to do?" Lamuyen said angrily, without beating around the bush. "If you do anything to Jiaming and Song Lan, I will do the same to you." "Eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth. I won't make him wait long." Lamuyen strikes at him. Liadan screams in pain as Lamuyen's move targets one of Liadan's arms. In the stands, everyone was whispering and discussing, some defending while others criticizing, but most were praising. Lamuyen is also too ruthless. These are all things V and Liadan did to others in the past. This is what you call a roller coaster of fate. If it were me, I'd say you got what you deserved. The list of hunters is truly a malignant tumor of the Demon City Great Forest Peak itself. Lamuyen asked Liadan again, "Are you going to admit defeat? This is your last chance, otherwise you won't be able to keep that arm. You can forget about competing nationwide. One of Liadan's four-tailed demon arms has been seriously injured." Suddenly he shouted loudly, "Lamuyen, you're bullying others too much." Lamuyen refused to admit defeat and replied, "Bullying others too much? I was just imitating your actions." Huyan Ko, standing above, warned Lamuyen with a sinister look, "Don't go too far." The 3 friends of Lamuyen behind also stood up together. Lan Ho asked, "Why are you going too far?" Isn't it too much for you hunters to monopolize the list of the potential dragon and act so arrogantly? So this is how you behave when you lose? Seeing it was Lan Ho speaking, Huyen Ko sneered and twirled his finger to provoke him. The loser even dares to stand here and talk? Lan Ho is angry with you. Huyen Ko ignores Lan Ho and continues speaking to Lam Uyen. Lam Uyen, you'd better think this through carefully. It seems like he's trying to warn you, but he's actually threatening you. Are you really planning to become an enemy of everyone on the hunter's list? Lam Uyen then spoke up. Are you sure there's no misunderstanding between us? Huyen Ko asked back, confused. You confidently replied, That's right, didn't I say long ago that I would challenge you trash? Hearing Lam Uyen's response, everyone in the stands couldn't believe what they just heard. Two of the friends sitting in the stands were stunned. Only Lan Ho was amused by this. Huyen Ko angrily said, Do you know what you're talking about? The referee's voice boomed in the middle of the match, so loud that everyone in the audience felt it painfully loud. What's all the noise about? I haven't even declared the end of the match yet. If any other actions interfere with the game, don't blame me for kicking you out of the arena. The referee signaled to continue the match. Lin Yuan glanced at the referee and thought to himself, The referee is a level beast soul master leader, indeed powerful. Lidan's 4 little beasts have stood up, trying to make me admit defeat. The guy angrily reactivated and said, I'm telling you, you don't stand a chance. Then he shouted, If you're so capable, kill me. I won't give up my light and pellet even if I die. Lam Uyen ignored Liatan's words and directly launched an attack aimed at Liatan's 4-tails demon, hitting him so hard he was knocked out cold on the spot, battered and unconscious. Lam Uyen also broke free from the fusion state, looking at the guy in the stands as the cheers of celebration rang out. Lam Uyen won. He really won. As you were still pondering and looking at Liatan, the referee's voice announced your victory. I declare the winner of this match to be Lam Uyen. Huyen Ko stands angrily in the stands, looking at Lam Uyen. Lam Uyen? He bit his hand until it bled, and angrily said, Remember this debt. Black Dragon appeared happily and said, You defeated a Beast Soul Master at the Beast King level and obtained Yang Gold. The golden yellow light shimmered in the air. Lam Uyen also didn't expect to receive such a valuable gift, and to get the golden yellow light. Great! The two friends run down to the stands, spreading their arms and calling out to you. Lam Uyen. Kim Trach is the happiest because he just received money and saw his friend win, and Zhao Ming also happily said, I didn't know you were so strong before. You have to be careful. Oh Huyen Ko won't let you go easily. So who do you think Oh Huyen Ko will choose to deal with me? He seriously speculated that I think he will send Lai Thun Nam to challenge you. If you wondered why Lai Thun Nam, asking if Oh Huyen Ko and Tam Thuong's rankings are higher than Lai Thun Nam's. The current ranking of the Team Long leaderboard is first, So Thien Duc, second Tam Thuong, third Oh Huyen Ko, and fourth Lai Then Shneam. Lan Ho begins analyzing, noting that Oh Huyen Ko values his reputation, and, as a key member of the hunter's list, won't easily step forward to fight. So Tam Thuong is just a name. If it weren't desperate, Oh Huyen Ko wouldn't send him, only Li Thon Nam remains. Lam Uyen turned to Kim Trach and asked, I see. Does this chubby kid have detailed information about Lai Thanj Nam? He confidently thumbs up at Lam Uyen, ready to help if needed. Don't say it's Li Thon Nam. Even if it's information about So Thien Duc, I can get it for you. Lan Ho spoke straightforwardly. No need to waste effort, just ask me directly. I've fought Li Thien Nam before. Zhao Ming asked, Did you two fight? So who won in the end? Kim Trach, knowing his friend asked an inappropriate question, quickly changed the subject. Why don't you check the rankings instead? Trio Min also knew he had asked an inappropriate question and awkwardly said, Sorry for the intrusion. Unexpectedly, Lan Hu did not mind and casually responded as if nothing happened. Of course I lost. Lai Than Nam is not only strong but also has a very strange beast soul. Lam Uyen asked back, Strange. Lan Ho approached them and asked seriously, Have you ever heard of plant-type beast souls? A supervisor observing, then entered and said, The monitoring room behind the arena this match was truly spectacular. The referee was surprised to see the principal arrive. Principal, why are you here? I watched the recent match and that student named Lam Yen is impressive. The referee also didn't hold back with praise. Yes, his combat experience is also very rich, showing decisiveness and ruthlessness that normal freshmen can't have. Wang Din asked, I heard his talent assessment was level E. Hearing Wang Din's question, the referee suddenly remembered the confusing issue and scratched his head, saying, That's right, I almost thought the data was wrong. His actual strength suggests that his beast soul talent is at least S rank, possibly even around SS rank. But the referee quickly regained composure and asked Wang Din, reminding him, "You probably know the situation with the hunter list, right? Recently, they have been very aggressive and overbearing, not only dominating the potential dragon ranking but also exerting pressure everywhere on the students. The students are all complaining and lamenting." Wang Ding knew that, but could only feel helpless. I know. But Ao Huyengu did not violate the school rules, and his actions also aligned with the motto of our Demon Beast Society. "The students might feel it's unfair," he added, "but how can the world ever be just? And this world has always been cruel, and these children do not know. The pressures humans face are growing ever greater." The sunlight shines everywhere as they wait outside the training room after the announcement. "New student Lam Yuan, you are ranked 18th on the Hidden Dragon list. This time the high-level training room will be 50% cheaper. The cost is 100,000 yuan, training room A116. Please enter within 5 minutes." The door opens and Lam Yan and Black Dragon go inside, revealing many amazing things that make him exclaim in awe. With advantages like this, no wonder everyone dreams of ranking higher on the potential dragon list. Haklong also urged to quickly check if Duong has any good items. The two sat down and the yellow Duong was opened, and Haklong exclaimed that it was 50,000 evolution points and a divine beast weapon of the Beast King level. Lamu Yen looked at what just flew out of the golden orb and asked Haklong what it was. Haklong explained, "This divine beast weapon is called an energy storage crystal, equivalent to a Beast King level. The user can pump their energy into it. When the energy stored inside the crystal reaches its maximum, the power of their next attack can increase by 50%. Then he told you to try merging with a beast soul." Lam Yen begins to attempt the fusion. Okay, fuse the beast soul. You fused with the beast soul, truly living up to the name of the demon beast training room. It's like a 4-dimensional space. No matter how large the form, it's unaffected. Then Lam Uyen took the energy storage crystal in his hand and began to try channeling power into it. The crystal flashes brightly, then quickly goes out. Black Dragon is excited. It has reached the maximum. "After pumping energy into it, I start to feel it. Such a small crystal, yet I had to spend half of my energy to fill it, and it took me half an hour. So it seems that recharging during a battle is almost impossible." Haklong suggested the idea. "Maybe it's better to prepare in advance." A sudden battle broke out, and if combined with nuclear breath, it could surely deliver a fatal blow to the enemy. Lam Uyen also agreed and stored all items and backup badges. "Yeah, I was planning to do the same. You start cultivating the Black Dragon, circling around happily while flying and announcing. Successfully absorbed the purple radiation, gained 1,000 evolution points, successfully absorbed energy from an external object. Gained 1,000 evolution points, successfully absorbed energy from an external object. Gained 1,000 evolution points, and the sky has turned dark." A phone ringing echoes. Lam Yen slowly opens his eyes. Hei Long also stops, and both turn to look at the same time. Lam Yen took out the communicator and saw Kim Track calling, then looked around with a sense of familiarity. "Life's been good, huh? Using a high-level training room now? Isn't this money earned? Anyway, it has to be spent." Kim Track just announced it seriously now. "No more joking. As Wang Lianhu predicted, Li Thanyam has declared war on you, but his rank is higher than yours, so you need to challenge him. What do you plan to do?" Lam Uyen firmly said, "I definitely won't refuse from the moment I defeated Vian Liet. And I and the hunter list have agreed to keep fighting non-stop. And I also plan to keep earning money from them." Kim Track was quite surprised to hear you want to make some money. "Make some? You want to open a betting table?" he said while raising 2 fingers. Lam Uyen seriously said, "I want to bet myself 200 million. Kim Track isn't willing to be outdone. 200 million too." "Then I want to join too. I bet 30 million. Lam Uyen nervously said, "That's a huge bet. Aren't you afraid of losing?" Kim Track, with a determined look, said, "If we're betting, it has to be big. I believe you won't lose. If you do, I'll lose everything." Kim Track told you to wait while he goes to open the betting table and also mentioned the match time is tomorrow at 7 p.m. He will come find you tomorrow. Black Dragon followed the direction Kim Track just left and said with interest, "It seems he didn't even take a break to breathe earlier." Lam Uyen also didn't bother to stop him, just sighed and said, "Just let him handle it." I believe that by tomorrow the hype will be just as high as last time's Liaodon. On Monday night, Kim Track happily goes to open the betting table. As he walks, he encounters 3 people discussing the match. This time, it's uncertain whether Lam Uyen can win. Li Than Nam, after all, is ranked 4th on the Hidden Dragon list and is said to be a rare beast soul of plants, not easily replaced by someone stepping up for our new students. If we keep being oppressed by the hunters list, I really can't accept it. I don't care. I support Lam Uyen. A guy bet with Kim Track, especially betting 100 million yuan. What the hell is that? The guy next to him looks down on it. Even for just 100 TE, he still talks about it. Kim Trak is now calculating the odds at 1 to 5, and he keeps running to open the betting table, praying as he goes. It shows that most people still don't have a good opinion of Lam Yen. Lam Yen, this time whether we can get rich or not, depends entirely on you. Lam Yen came out of the training room and Kim Trak was already waiting outside, waving his hand. You've been waiting a long time. Kim Trak sighed in admiration and said, I really respect you. You had a match at 7, but you were in the training room until 5:30. Lam Yen shrugged and said, nothing wrong with that, training more won't hurt. Kim Trak sighed, then urged him to go ahead. I've never seen anyone train so obsessively before. Should we go to the gymnasium now? Lam Yen didn't follow and just headed the other way. Of course, he was going to eat first. I haven't eaten yet. Kim Trak was stunned by what he just heard. Huh. A lot of delicious dishes are laid out in the cafeteria today. Madu Thu, the large cafeteria on the second floor of Building 3, Lin Yuan teased. Did you take the wrong medicine today? Why are you in such a hurry to settle up? I've invested all my assets in you. I'm now your great uncle, so this little bit of money is nothing. Eat more, get full, and fight well. You find it quite strange about Kim Trak and ask why, since he's the son of the Madu Beast Grandmaster, he looks so short of money. Kim Trak cheerfully explains that earning money himself and the money from his family are two different things. I have to rely on my own abilities to build my career, so my father knows that Vong Kim Trak is not useless. But this opportunity, Lam Yen immediately asked. That's right. Now that you mention it, I still don't know what your beast soul is. Kim Trak avoided eye contact. Don't mention it. You'll find out later. The lights in the gymnasium are still on. At night, the number 1 gymnasium. Lam Yen was surprised to see so many spectators, so many people, but Kim Trak saw it as only natural. Of course, the match against Wenlian is so exciting, and this time it's against a member of the Hunter list, the 4th in the Tianlong ranking, which makes it even more hot. The two clapped hands, and Vu Kim Trak said, You go to the arena, I'll find Triu Min and Vuong Lan Ho. Lam Yen replied, Okay, as soon as you stepped onto the field, you saw something up above. It turns out Huyan Ko was watching you. He looked at Lam Yen, then made a gesture, sweeping his hand across his neck. You looked down on that move, trying to push me to my death? Too bad, you chose the wrong person. There was a person with hand in his pockets, walking confidently towards Lam Yen. That was Than Nam. He asked Lam Yen, So you are the one who defeated Vien Lietan? Honestly, with your level, Than Nam looks down on your skills, you're not even worth my attention. Thien Yu usually favors Springly Than Nam. Then he turned to advise, I give you a sincere warning. Don't meddle in things you shouldn't. Lam Yen also confidently replied, Thank you for your advice, but it's no use to me. The referee's voice rang out and both sides were now on the field. I declare the match officially open. Everyone in the stands is cheering wildly. Lam Yen merges first, combining with the beast soul. Than Nam also begins to remove his glasses during the merge. He finally finished the fusion. As soon as he did, Than Nam launched his attack. He swung the thorny cloud strings toward Lam Yen. Yen looked slightly disdainful. Just a petty trick. Lam Yen uses the Thunderclaw beast weapon to easily cut through Than Nam's thorny cloud strings, unable to withstand even one attack. The thorny cloud strings are chopped into many pieces and scatter across the ground. Triu Min cheered excitedly. Well done. Lam Yen and Lan Ho still watched the fight seriously, warning Triu Min not to celebrate too early. This was only a probing attack. Li Than Nam's strength is not just at that level. He remains calm and launches another attack, while Lam Yen cuts all the thorny cloud strings and strikes back. Can you block this move? More and more thorny vine threads are falling to the ground. Thang Nam says, I have almost fully grasped your strength. He uses the skill of the cut thorny vine ropes to encircle Lam Yen's beast soul. Your day of death has come. The severed parts gradually reconnect and rise up. On the stands, everyone was surprised by the scene when someone said, The thorny vines are coming back to life. Lam Yen observed the thorny vines, recalling what Lan Ho had said. Previously, Vuong Lan Ho mentioned Lai Than Nam's regenerative ability, which allows him to endlessly revive these vines as long as he gathers enough energy. Than Nam used his beast soul's skill to gather many vines into a sphere above Lam Yen's beast soul. Than Nam shouted, Go to hell, Lam Yen. Lam Yen thought to himself, with this level of skill, he wouldn't even be able to die. Your beast soul opens its mouth and releases a nuclear breath at the plant sphere above you, causing it to explode, and the audience in the stands erupts in lively commentary. Lam Yen is really impressive, with so many vines, yet they all withered instantly. Is that all the plant-type spirit beast can do? Than Nam is furious, daring to embarrass me in front of everyone. You've completely provoked me. Lam Yen taunting, show me some new moves to impress me. Thon Nam throws thorny cloud vines at Lam Uyen again. The thorny vines from multiple directions attack him at once, and Lan Ho is worried. The situation doesn't look good. With this level of attack density, Lam Uyen might not be able to defend himself. Xiaoming asked, if he can't defend, will Lam Uyen lose? Lan Ho also can't predict the situation. It's hard to say. With Lai Than Nam's abilities, once he makes a move, Lam Uyen's situation will be very bad. At this point, I already mentioned Lam Uyen before. Hearing him speak, Trio Min and Kim Trach couldn't help but feel worried. Even with prior warning, this type of attack is very hard to defend against completely. Kim Trash clasped his hands in prayer, anxiously closing his eyes and sweating as he silently called out Lam Uyen's name. Lam Uyen and Thon Nam are still pleased with their deadly move. Their vine attack covers all directions. Lam Uyen paid no mind and kept using his skills to burn the mists of cloud vines, but the vines all around were speaking and commenting, making it very difficult for even him to wipe them all out at once. Behind him, a bunch of cloud vines appeared, stabbing into the back of his beast soul and then to his left. You didn't have time to counterattack before being attacked from all sides. Kim Trak was stunned and scared, Thon Nam said with amusement. Ready to beg for my forgiveness yet? Lam Uyen watches the strange green vines piercing his body, realizing they are draining his energy while Thon Nam continues to absorb his power. This is Lai Thang Nam's second ability, absorbing energy. He proudly says, so what? If you don't want me to drain you completely, beg for mercy quickly. Lam Uyen replied, do you want me to beg? You're not qualified for that yet. You raised your claws, cut through a bunch of vine-like ropes attached to the spirit beast with a single move, then continued to sever all the vines one after another. Thang Nam dismissively thought that anywhere he went was just death. Once again, he aimed to stab the vine ropes into Lam Yen to absorb them, but he had more experience now and created a full-body armor so the vines could no longer pierce the spirit beast's body. Lam Uyen's beast soul steps forward, a brief pause allowing both to strategize. Then, Lam Uyen's beast soul unleashes the nuclear breath attack again. Thon Nam was not panicked at all and confidently countered this move of yours. Is this the nuclear breath technique that defeated Vian Liet An? Unfortunately, I have already prepared a countermeasure. He raised his hand to connect the cloud strings into a shield that protected Thon Nam from Lam Uyen's attack. The powerful move is unleashed and the spectators in the stands are also affected. Still, it doesn't stop them from commenting. The deadly move is too powerful, relying only on the force of a nuclear breath. Lam Uyen definitely has what it takes to be among the top new talents. Can the heavenly green cloud shield really hold him back? The shield created by Thon Nam was shot with a dented hole, but it didn't cause much impact. He still stood safely behind it. Thon Nam quietly felt lucky that it absorbed so much energy, so after facing the resistance of the heavenly green shield, his strength was depleted. But unexpectedly, its power remained strong, and he began to plan his next move, although his strongest attack had already been blocked by his current stamina. After some calculations, Thon Nam realized that Qianthang was already firmly in his grasp and no longer posed a threat. Victory would still be his. Lam Uyen interrupted his thoughts and said, honestly, your luck isn't very good, is it? Hearing you say that, Thon Nam looked angry. What do you mean? Stop pretending. He's calculating, and with his current stamina, he can only use one more nuclear breath. I can also block it. Lam Uyen reveals the energy storage crystals along his back. Without these crystals, when you use the stored energy for your next attack, I might not be able to win against you. Lam Uyen just manipulated energy to create loud noises and provoke Thon Nam. Unfortunately, if things were different, I wouldn't be saying that your luck is really bad. He also sensed something unusual. What is this energy? Once again, a nuclear breath is unleashed, heading to hell. Thon Nam scoffs loudly and says, what kind of joke is this? Then he quickly created a new shield. This shield looked more powerful than the old one, but to Lam Uyen, it was nothing. The three friends in the stands all looked on in shock as Thon Nam bravely launched his move, flying far away, smashing into the wall, and falling heavily to the ground. The smoke clears, but he still hasn't managed to stand up. Murmurs and whispers spread among the spectators. So Lam Uyen has won. He really beat Thon Nam. The referee's announcement. I declare the winner of this match to be Lam Uyen. From this moment on, Lam Uyen's ranking will rise from 18th to 4th on the Tim Long leaderboard. Lan Ho hears this and feels very proud, as if he himself has been promoted. I can't believe Lam Uyen actually defeated Thang Nam and escaped Thang Nam's beast soul state. Similarly, the referee's voice rings out, the match is over. Kim Trak and Zhao Ming embrace in celebration. Lam Uyen has won. Lam Uyen has won. 45 million. 45 million. Lam Uyen stands below the stage watching Thang Nam. Huyen Ko grits his teeth in anger. Lam Uyen confidently says, oh, Huyen Ko. This is the first gift I give you. Do you like it? The consequences? So, when you acted, did you think about the consequences? Zhao was furious. My roommate Zhao only challenged out of dissatisfaction with your rules and was severely injured by Yuan Liatan and your organization. Tong Lam is in the medical room. Another one of my roommates, Tong Lam, stepped forward for him and was also severely injured by Vian Liatan and is still in the medical room now. Lam Uyen angrily retorted, "Did you think about the consequences like this when you attacked?" Brother Huyan Ko Bian-min, I think there might be a misunderstanding. He started to make excuses and apologize. About your roommate, I am very sorry. Perhaps my strict supervision has led to the organization's members becoming too unruly during the competition. Someone getting hurt, whether minor or serious, is unavoidable. Huyan Ko seems to look regretful, but beneath that mask of a clown is a terrifying expression. If you're angry about this, I can apologize to your roommate on behalf of the entire organization. Then he turned to Lam Uyen. At the same time, I sincerely invite you and Songlan to join our organization. I truly hold you in high regard, and perhaps we can become friends. Brother Gu begins to paint a future vision for you. As long as you're willing to join us, you won't have to do anything. You can expect to be treated the same way as Tom Thuong. The audience on the stands are commenting one after another. It turns out he wants to recruit Lam Uyen. Lam Uyen's strength makes him a rival you can't afford to face, right? This is called gaining a friend instead of making an enemy. If Oh Huyan Ko's conditions are so sincere, I wonder how Lam Uyen will react. Lam Uyen finally spoke. Did you also make such a deal with So Thien Duke when he defeated you? What do you mean? Huyan Ko asked back, and Lam Uyen straightforwardly exposed. Oh Huyan Ko, you take money from oppressing new students to lure others without shame. That is the difference between me and people like you. Do you understand why Tian Duke is refusing you now? Because a lion does not associate with a wolf. Huyan Ko, angry but unable to do anything, Lao Yen continued speaking. Kanbang doesn't even bother to be friends with Kan Trung. You criticizing us is just like a bunch of blood-sucking leeches wandering over ordinary freshmen. Do you really think it's some powerful organization or something? In my eyes, it's even more childish and ridiculous than a family game. Xiaoming and Kim Zhan were stunned when they heard those words. Lan Ho showed no surprise at all, just nodded. Is this demon really brave enough to say that? Those words really hit me in the heart. Someone once said I was too crazy. Compared to this Lam Uyen guy, I'm nothing at all. Lam Uyen is right. That gang formed the group to profit and turn bad into good. Just look at the people in front. Are they really worthy of that ranking? What was the original purpose of the Hidden Dragon ranking system, and what is it now? Huyan Ko widened his eyes in anger, thinking, oh, Huyan Ko, I've never been humiliated like this at my age. What right does Lam Uyen have to swagger around? Lam Uyen waved his hand, looking like he's very unresigned, and continued, don't worry, whether it's Ku Tam Thuong or myself going into battle, I will defeat you. The game has already begun. Think carefully, and then make your choice. Oh, Huyan Ko. Huyan Ko glared angrily as you calmly walked away. Bakfan Private Restaurant. They are sitting around looking at the menu. Tong Lam is worried. This is my first time here. It doesn't seem cheap. Lam Uyen reassures him. Don't worry. Mr. Vuong will take care of everything today. Zhao Ming unabashedly starts calling out the dishes. Braised dragon meat, raw black fire, dragon back meat, black leopard moonlight legs, lion fire legs, even ingredients fit for an emperor level. Is that too extravagant? Kim Trak cheerfully said, relax, don't be polite, maybe just buy everything at the level of a lord. Zhao Ming turned and said, you're so generous today, it's really interesting, it's all thanks to Lam Yuan. Kim Trak also happily said, 45 million, this meal is just a token of my sincerity. He raised a glass of wine and approached Lam Uyen. Come on, my good brother, I have to toast you. Lam Uyen straightforwardly refused. No way. I still have to go to the training room tonight. I can't drink alcohol. Zhao Ming was stunned and couldn't believe what he heard. No way. Are you still planning to train tonight? Surely you're not training so hard that you're going crazy, right? Kim Trak pressures you. If you don't drink, it's like you don't see us as brothers. Lam Uyen has no choice but to drink. All right, I'm drinking. Zhao Ming steps over and puts his arm around him while Kim Trak pours another glass. That's more like it? Lan Hu also stepped forward to raise a toast. Congratulations on defeating Li Thun Nam and ranking 4th on the Hidden Dragon list. Lin Yuan remained expressionless and simply replied indifferently, it was just luck, and I should thank you for the tip. He had no intention of leaving to continue talking. Don't be modest, your strength is obvious. Tong Lam also came over to congratulate me. My wound isn't healed yet, so I had to settle for tea instead of wine. Thanks for what happened this time, my roommate said. What's there to be so polite about? And if I wanted to raise my ranking on the potential dragon list, I already knew I couldn't avoid this group of people, Tong Lam warned anxiously. Today, you embarrassed Gu in front of hundreds of freshmen. He won't let you off easily. I'm worried he will cause trouble for you, from the shadows. Kim Trak confidently replied, don't worry. In the monster medical school, he won't find it easy to cheat. Lam Uyen teased back, I'm counting on your protection. The food has been served, everyone is happily eating and drinking. Serve the dishes, and take another shot. The medical room at Madhu Beast Clan. Lion is still bandaged and can't believe what he's hearing. Did Lai Than Nam lose? That can't be true. Then she anxiously turned around and asked, what should we do next? Should we try to recruit him into the organization? Huyen Ko irritably said, he is just like So Tien Duc, even more detestable than So Tien Duc. He handed Liet a vial of yellow liquid. I will take care of Lam Yen's matter. You don't need to worry. This is a special healing elixir that can regenerate severed limbs. You apply it to the wound and it will heal very quickly. Leiden stammered, no, this is too precious. Huyen Ko comforted him, saying, don't worry about these things at this point. Focus on healing well. During the nationwide friendly match with Tan Sin, I will still have you by my side fighting with me. After handing it to Liadan, he turned and left. Rest well, I'll be going now. Liadan called out, thank you so much, boss. Huyen Ko stood outside the hospital room door, angrily muttering to himself, both of them are useless trash. He went to the principal's office and knocked on the door. Inside the vice principal's office, someone responded, come in. Huyen Ko entered, and he looked seriously at the person inside. Mr. Huang Kuai, I don't have a useless grandson like you. Vice Principal Madothu Dai, Li Huang Kuai. Huang Kui turned back and seriously asked Huyen Ko, do you know where you went wrong? He started scolding, you're too arrogant, thinking you're a remarkable figure who can stretch and bend at will. But in reality, you're just a brainless fool. Huyen Ko could only stay silent and listen. After all, it's because you're too weak that others can sit on your head. Huang Kuai continued, you provide me with the best resources, and I will help you create a list of hunters. You should be at the top of that list. Being third is basically a disgrace to you. He silently wondered, since I graduated from the Great Demon Beast, I've never fallen off the TM Long rankings, so why does this kid seem hopeless now? Despite the scolding, Huang Kuai still turned to ask, so, what do you want from me now? Huyen Ko gritted his teeth and replied, I don't need your help anymore. I will fight Lam Yen myself to regain my honor. Hearing Huyen Ko say that, Huang Kuai angrily shouted, if you're not confident about winning, don't punish yourself anymore. The National Student Friendly Tournament will start in just over 10 days. He then began analyzing, this is the first nationwide student-friendly tournament. So, prestigious schools pay great attention, and by then all the geniuses from different schools will gather to carve their techniques. Do you understand what I mean? As long as you try to shine in this tournament, you'll be able to prove to everyone that you're a true genius. And then you won't have to worry about the shame now. Although he didn't like it, he still forced himself to endure and respond. I understand now, Mr. Hung Kwai, sit at the desk and tell Huyen Ko to come out. All right, you'll handle the rest later. Go train well. Huyen Ko was allowed to go out and said clearly, thank you for your guidance. Huyen Ko understands. Thanthu and Motu Yet are talking to each other through communication devices in the high-level training room. Thanthu said, the high-level training room, you guessed right. Lam Uyen actually defeated Li Than Nam. Mutuyet cheerfully responded, after all, he has never done anything risky before. Thanthu asked Motuyet about her future plans, mentioning that she had now successfully broken through. After leaving seclusion, does she have any other plans besides competing for the top spot? She was talking about the upcoming tournament. The national friendly competition is about to start, and there are only 12 reserve spots. I have to make it into the top 10 to have a chance. Thanthu continued to ask, with your strength, it should be no problem. Who do you plan to challenge to get into the top 10? Mutuyet quickly replied, of course it's Oh Huyen Ko. Thanthu was confused and asked again, why did he offend Lam Uyen? Mothan angrily said, he's targeting Lam Uyen. I won't let him get away with it. Thanthu also tried to speak out in response. This girl really overprotects a luxurious and developed city. Mo Beast Soul, Electric City. Lam Uyen was stunned by Mo's development. This is truly a major spirit beast energy city, such a large scale. Heilong talks about the different areas here and where to go to buy things. Most spirit beast energy has combat zones, commercial zones, mission zones, entertainment zones, consultation zones, and talent assessment zones. We need to go to the commercial district to buy things. As soon as we enter, a sales clerk greets us. Hello, sir. May I ask if you need anything? The sales clerk couldn't help but assess Lam Uyen internally. Someone so young probably won't make much money, huh? Lam Uyen scratched his head and asked what he needed to buy. Do you sell engraved badges here? Hearing that, the salesman's eyes lit up like a festival in his heart, but he still had to keep his composure. Of course we have them, please follow me. Orders over millions are no problem. There are many shining letter-engraved badges displayed on the 12th floor for you to see. The letter-engraved badge counter on the 12th floor. Lam Uyen looked at these items inside. I only got 10 square meters of bronze-level pet soul badge from the Beast King category, but Black Dragon still said it was too small, just buy a bigger one. So I asked the sales girl, is there any with more than 10 square meters of space? Of course we have that. If you like, I'd recommend this one. This ring is similar to a badge that can store items with 20 square meters of space, easy to carry and not easily lost, making it perfect for young people who often go out. The salesgirl didn't expect him to be able to afford it because it's quite expensive. But this one costs 5 million, so no matter what, it's a bit difficult, right? Lin Yuan quickly confirmed without hesitation and took the opportunity to ask about other items. Then I'll take this one. Yes, and I also want to buy some low-grade spirit beast crystals. Maybe you have some here? Seeing that you are a VIP customer, I dare not neglect, and quickly replied. Low-grade spirit beast crystals. How many do you need? Although she saw that he was generous, the saleswoman still secretly judged Lam Uyen as very spirited and having quite a strange hobby. You happily state the quantity you need, 100,000 units. The shopkeeper was a bit taken aback and asked, what do you need so many low-grade spirit beast crystals for? Since the quantity is so large, I need to inform my manager. Lam Uyen explained, I am a student of Mado Thudai, and my teacher is conducting an experiment to study what happens when low-level spirit beast crystals are used long-term in beast transformations, so I went to buy some. He said that, but in his heart he thought differently. Observing the use of the restraining spell himself, he didn't think he was deceiving anyone. Hearing that he was a student of Mado, the salesgirl's eyes lit up with even more enthusiasm. So, you're a student of Mado. Please wait a moment. We will prepare it for you right away. Wait, don't let the salesgirl leave. I quickly added, yes, I also need 100 beast spirit pills. The salesgirl admiredly watched Lam Yen's back. Both wealthy and a top student, yet still so luxurious. That's perfect. Heilong asks if there's anything else needed. So far, you've spent 20 million. Do you want to buy anything else? You've spent it all, right? You still have 8 million left on you. Better to keep some for yourself. Suddenly discovering something, Lam Yen curiously approached a display cabinet. The wind spirit rune inside the glass case was emanating a powerful allure. Divine beast weapon of the Beast King level with wind attribute, priced at 20 million. Wind spirit rune. Lam Uyen asked what it was, and Hak Long explained that it was a divine beast talisman, which could enhance the attributes of beast soul masters and also increase agility without occupying attack or defense equipment slots. Lam Uyen asked if it was similar to what he had seen before, like the turbo boost from Song Lam, right? Hak Long, pretending to be a teacher, continued to explain it could be understood that way, but when fighting alone, there might not be a turbo boost like Song Lam nearby. Listening to Heilong explain, Lam Uyen felt that this was very suitable for him. In that case, it fits me perfectly. In the end, I also have strength and breakthroughs that surpass others, but it has also twisted and weakened my speed. You look at the price and feel sad, but I only have 12 million left. Hak Long suggests the idea of borrowing money, so Lam Uyen immediately picks up the phone to call. That's right. On the other end, Kim Trak picked up the phone. Hello, Lam Uyen. What's going on? Lam Uyen got straight to the point. Can you lend me 15 million? I'll pay you back next month. Kim Trak was startled when he heard Lam Uyen ask to borrow money and turned to question him, rarely seeing him ask to borrow cash like that. Where are your 20 million? Be honest and say you spent it on equipment. Kim Trak was helpless, but still happily lent the money. That really is just your style. All right, I'll transfer it right away. Thank you, Kim Trak. Then he hung up. Thank you, my brother. The saleswoman gently hands back the money. This guy, the salesgirl, happily hands the item to Lam Uyen. The 100,000 low-grade crystals are already in the ring. The shopkeeper happily expressed her love to the customer. God of wealth, I love you. Lam Uyen pointed at the Fonglin amulet displayed in the glass case. I'll buy this one. The salesgirl was surprised by the item Lam Uyen wanted to buy, but then she was so happy she cried. It's only the beginning of the month, and we've already hit our KPI, thank you. You're leaving with a bunch of stuff on your shoulder and a VIP flag hanging, and the shopkeeper bows deeply to see Lam Uyen off. God of wealth, sir? Be careful on your way home. Welcome to come again later. Lam Uyen looked at the bag of things in his hand, thinking that he had become a debtor in less than 2 days as a wealthy man. He spends money like water. When you get back to the dormitory, you're surprised. It's the afternoon at the dormitory. When Zhao Ming saw Tong Lam already at Kim Trak's residence and sticking his head out from the bed, he was about to go listen to the lecture and asked, You're just in time. I was about to go to class. Want to come with me? Aren't we mainly focused on cultivation? In Modu, the Beast King Academy doesn't require attendance points for listening to lectures, right? Tong Lam explains, yes, but you still have to attend this class, especially for the Beast King level. Lam Uyen didn't expect it to be like that. Is it really that formidable? What is this about? Tong Lam immediately explained to Kim Trak as he went ahead. Isn't it said that the gap between the Beast King level and the Lord level is hard to cross? How many people remain at the Beast King level? He happily said, so this time. Teacher Zhao Shani personally taught the class. Lam Uyen was surprised to hear about the lesson on breaking through to the Lord level. There are already many students in the Beast Soul Demon City lecture hall. Lam Uyen looked at the crowd and sighed. Teacher Trio Sun, is your popularity really that high? Zhao Ming replied, of course. Teacher Zhao is still young but has already reached the level of Lord, so of course he is praised by everyone. He pointed to the front seats. Look, there are no seats left in the front row. Don't worry, leave it to me. With Ka here, we will definitely sit in the front row. Hello, sorry, we arrived a bit late. If you agree to give up your seats for us, I can give each of you 10,000 yuan as a thank you. Hearing this, many people volunteered to give up their seats. Me too, Zhao Ming sighed. This is what superpower is. Kim Trak was proud. It's a trivial matter. Sun Ha entered the classroom, glancing and noticing Lam Uyen secretly pleased. That little brat Lam Uyen actually came to listen to the lecture. He stood on the podium and said clearly, I am glad that so many students came to listen to my lecture today. I am sure you all came to gain experience for breaking through to the realm of the Lord. I also know that many students sitting here have reached the Beast King level, but as their ranks increase, they will gradually realize that the students below are whispering among themselves, as if they are stuck at the Beast King level, unable to break through further. Stopping before expansion becomes impossible, Shan Han continued. This is the key and most difficult point when we want to break through from Beast King to Realm Master. Regarding this, the Beast Soul Hall conducted special research and finally concluded that most people cannot comprehend their own path. Hearing the word path, Lin Yuan felt as if he had understood something and repeated the word path. The students below still didn't understand and were whispering to each other, asking what it meant, not understanding anything. He explained that the so-called Tao is the perfect integration with one's own beast soul, making the beast soul truly become a part of oneself. Zhao Ming also didn't understand and turned to ask Song Lan, why does it seem so blurry? Tong Lian, do you understand what I'm saying? Tong Lam stroked his chin and said, I think I've grasped a little, but I don't know if what I've understood is correct. Sun Ha continued to give an example from his own experience to help everyone understand, and it's normal to feel a bit vague at this point. I'll give a more specific example. In the past, I spent half a year walking across the mountains and great rivers of Huaxia to break through to the level of Spirit Lord. He experiences life together with his spirit beast. My spirit beast is the mighty earth rage, so I must feel the heaviness and grandeur of the earth and also observe how a wild bear behaves. Sun Ha recalled his moment of insight and said, one day I finally felt something very different, so the power of the earth and the bear became my own. As he finished speaking, he slammed the table, and his beast soul appeared, causing everyone present to be amazed. Of course, since each spirit beast is different, each person's path will also be different. You must comprehend the family domain that suits you best and not rush it. He said it took him 3 years to attain enlightenment, and one of the current beast kings, Jiang Yang, also spent 3 years to achieve his enlightenment. Lam Yen was surprised. 3 years. Kim Trak confirmed that was correct, and I heard that the day after he achieved enlightenment, he broke through from a level S gold level beast soul to an SSS level giant sun gold beast soul, jumping from the 9-star beast king to the 6th star realm lord in one go. Sun Ha sincerely shares his experiences and lessons with his students below. Before reaching enlightenment, he was just an ordinary spirit master with average talent. A soul with such determination is exactly what you are lacking. So I say, enlightenment is not as difficult as everyone imagines, but it cannot be said to be easy either. Lam Uyen thoughtfully pondered, saying, it's quite abstract. To perfectly merge with a beast soul, does that mean reaching a state of soul harmony? After the lecture ended, everyone had left, leaving only the 4 of them, Lam Uyen and Trio Min, feeling very confused about what they had just heard. Master Zhao talked about some kind of philosophy and soul stuff, but I didn't understand a thing. Do I really have to catch some enlightenment snakes? That just makes him dizzy. Kim Trak pats my shoulder in comfort. I also don't understand anything. Tong Lam is different. He feels like he's gained insight. I understand a little. I used to resist my beast soul, so I tried creating various attack skills. Like the last time I fought Yuan Li and An, I suddenly realized my attacks might not have the advantage. He said seriously, I guess I have to accept the supportive trait of my beast soul clone to truly find my way. Lam Yen admired Tong Lam. His talent is very high. Really can be called a genius. He found his direction so quickly, there's a calling for you. Lam Uyen and Sun Ha walk over and ask Han, how is it? Do you understand? Lam Uyen honestly replied, I do have profound insights, but I still don't know what path I need to follow. Sun Ha comforted him, don't rush. You just broke through to the Beast King level not long ago, and for a Beast Spirit level E to develop so quickly is unprecedented, even ranking 4th on the potential dragon list. Lam Uyen interrupted, as long as it doesn't embarrass the teachers. That's right, teacher. I'll pay you for this. Sun Ha picked up the item and praised it. Not bad. Now you have money to buy equipment, it seems you've earned quite a bit of money. Teacher, you can also join the bet. He shook his head and said, maybe not. If you still want to challenge and go Huyen Kot, he's already been sent out on a mission and won't return for another week or 2. Kim Trak said, at the critical moment he's going outside, Lam Uyen. He's deliberately avoiding you. Sun Ha scolded, this kid doesn't mind making a fuss, stirring up trouble. That person is Vice Principal Lai Huangqi, so maybe this time it was also his idea for Kim Trak to complain. Turns out he's a Beast Soul Master at the Beast King level, just as formidable as his father. No wonder he's so daring in his actions. He pats Lam Yen on the shoulder to encourage him, but don't worry, Li Wangui wouldn't go so far as to act himself. If something really happens, the teacher won't abandon his students. The national competition is about to start, so you can focus on training during this time. Thank you, teacher, I understand. Time passes quickly like a fleeting moment, day and night alternate. As time goes by, Lam Uyen is in a high-level cultivation room. When he opened his eyes, Heilong happily announced that the effect of 100 Beast Spirit pills was indeed powerful. 500 soul crystals had been absorbed in just 5 days, and now he had successfully advanced to the 4th Spirit Beast King. Lam Uyen sighed, regretting that spending 5 million evolution points still couldn't break through to the 5th Spirit Beast King. Could it be like Master Zhao said, because I haven't fully understood my family's teachings? Haklong suggested. Why not try a real combat training model? I remember the advanced training room has that feature. Let me try it right now. There are many types of training simulations, including a giant octopus swamp, a top-tier 3-star Beast King, a swamp combat specialty with extremely strong vitality, a terrifying gold wolf, a 4-star Beast King, a bloodthirsty savage monster, a golden-eyed iron-scaled monkey, and a 5-star Beast King covered in steel-like scales with extremely powerful defense. Golden eyes that look into it will induce hallucinations. The twisted demon monkey. Top-tier 5-star Beast King, with a small body but terrifying strength, completely mismatched with its appearance. Black Dragon explains the mechanism and method. The realistic combat simulation feature can select opponents suitable for your strength. The realistic simulation environment is 100% accurate, and you don't have to worry about getting hurt. You pick one that interests you, so I'll choose this one. The 5-star Beast King monkey with golden eyes suddenly froze, standing motionless as the system transported Lam Uyen to the simulation location. The simulation of the golden-eyed iron-skinned monkey was successful. The real combat training simulation begins. He looked around in confusion. Where am I? A golden-eyed iron-skinned monkey suddenly appears from nowhere, pounding its chest and roaring. It throws a punch at you, but you block it. Lam Uyen was quite surprised by this power. He wondered how strong the Star Force could be. Lam Uyen sensed a powerful force. Could this be the strength of a 5th-rank Beast King? The Iron Monkey Beast, with its yellow eyes, raises its hand to deliver another strike. Lam Uyen uses the Beast Spirit weapon, Thunderclaw, to grip the Iron Monkey Beast's neck with yellow eyes. You were planning to grab its neck tightly, but its neck was covered with a tough protective layer that even you didn't expect in this situation. What? Its weakness is not actually in its neck. Even the areas covered with hair are protected by scales as hard as steel. Tuong Loi Chi's claw was pierced by the iron-blue monkey spirit, its yellow eyes sneering, while Lam Uyen struggled to pull out, completely trapped. The iron-blue monkey spirit punched into Lam Uyen's chest, blood splattering everywhere. Lam Uyen was stunned by the incredible speed. How could it be so fast? In the grand training hall of the Demon City, Lam Uyen finally realized he had been stabbed, and he was shocked. What? The golden-eyed iron beast spirit withdrew its hand, and blood splattered everywhere. Lam Uyen lost and collapsed to the ground. Lam Uyen was taken back to the training room as the system announced. The simulated combat training has been completed. The challenger died. The challenge failed. Lam Uyen immediately sat up and shared his feelings. This pain feels so real. Then, trembling with fear, I embraced my chest and said, if this were real combat, I would be dead. In the end, you realized you shouldn't underestimate your opponent. I was too complacent. The opponent's speed and strength cannot be underestimated, and they also possess agile combat instincts, which I took for granted, and misjudged their weaknesses. Heilong was worried, but still extended an invitation. Do you want to try again, or find a different opponent? Lam Uyen seems to want to try again. The gap in strength between us isn't that big. I want to try again. You are being sent back into the simulation room. The system voice rings out. The iron-skinned, golden-eyed monkey simulation is successful. The simulated combat training begins. The iron-skinned, golden-eyed monkey spirit appears in front of Lam Wu-yen. He uses a nuclear breath attack to strike first, but the golden-eyed iron monkey spirit easily dodges. Then it jumps onto your spirit beast. Lam Wu-yen glances and thinks, this old trick no longer works on me. The golden-eyed monkey spirit was about to strike at Lam Wu-yen's spirit beast again, but before it could, he teleported away. Then he used the nuclear breath attack once more. The fierce attack from the golden-eyed monkey spirit caught it off guard and couldn't dodge in time. The attack made it soar into the air before falling and spitting blood from its mouth. Lam Wu-yen seized the opportunity to charge forward again and bid it farewell. Goodbye. You used the lightning claws to unite the willow. The monkey beast with golden eyes couldn't dodge in time and once again spat blood. Lam Wu-yen's beast spirit withdrew its hand, blood splattering everywhere. You escaped from soul transfer, jumped down and glanced at the system notification, which surprised you. Heilong was also happy. The simulated combat training is complete. The golden-eyed iron monkey is dead. The challenge was successful. Hearing the system notification of success, Black Dragon happily rejoiced. Lam Wu-yen is full of confidence. This is her true strength. If I have intelligence support, I can win even if my rank is higher. Demon Beast King Dian sits at the center of the meeting table and announces, it's almost time. Let's begin. Before he could finish speaking, Huang Kuai coughed twice and sat in the last row, feeling unwell, so he was late. He sneered and looked around, saying, am I delaying everyone? He slowly pulled out his chair and sat down, then looked at Wang Din as if nothing had happened and told him to continue, saying, Principal Wang Din, please go on, don't mind me. Wang Din also didn't want to make things awkward, so he started to speak. All right, except for Vice Principal Li Jia, I think no one else is late. So, I will continue speaking. This time we need to finalize the list of contestants. I wonder if everyone has made up their minds yet. I would like to nominate Song Lam first. There's probably no need for further introduction. As soon as he finished speaking, Huang Kui's phone rang again, interrupting the meeting. Then he acted as if nothing had happened. Oh my god, look, he forgot to turn it off. Sorry, the meeting went quickly again, but the tension between Wang Ding and Huang Kui remains. Old Man Li is still annoyed with Principal Wang Ding. Sun Ha silently thought, are they openly provoking now? Ling Xuan Yue spoke up. Lang Suang Ngu Yet. Tomotu Yet's master, a beast soul master at the level of a lord, I agree with the principal's decision, and I also nominate Tomotu Yet, a nine-tailed fox at level S. Her beast soul has also partially merged with the bloodline of the level of chaos, and now she is advanced to level SS. Sun Ha silently observed her, surprised that Lang Shuang Nungu Yet, who even refused the vice principal position, agreed to take on a disciple, and was already approaching the level of a terrifying beastmaster. In such a short time, Tumotu Yet had already broken through to SSS level. Vuong Din asked everyone's opinion. Does anyone have any comments on the person teacher Lang Shuang Ngu Yet recommended? Hearing the principal ask that, Truong An raised his hand to give his opinion. Principal, I nominate Suo Tiandu. You're too cunning. Sun Ha looked at him with disdain. Are you at the top of the potential ranking list, so we need to nominate you? Principal Vuong Din is happily reviewing the list. So we've identified the three people. The ghost interrupts again. I nominate Oh Huyan Ko. Oh Huyan Ko is currently third on the potential dragon ranking, also a SSS level beast soul, fully qualified to represent our Demon City University Beast Division in the competition. Everyone there was buzzing with talk. This kid is truly impressive, not only in strength but also in leadership, and can be considered a young leader among the students. Yes. Vuong Din asked again if that was the person he had in mind, the top hunter on the ranking list, right? I saw that kid a few days ago at a match. He looks just like you when you were young. No wonder you like and favor him so much. Huang Kuai politely said, that's too much praise. He thought to himself, why is this scheming Vuong Din targeting me? Just wait and see how long your arrogance lasts. The Demon City Beast Academy will belong to me sooner or later. Sun Ha, seeing the situation, refused to give up and raised his hand to nominate. I nominate Lam Wu-yen. Not long ago, he defeated Lythan Nam, who was ranked 4th on the TM Long leaderboard. His strength is obvious enough to earn a spot on the list. Wait a minute, isn't Lam Wu-yen from your hometown? I also heard that she is your student. Limo explained that he was stopping him mainly because she was still a level E beast soul. If you keep pushing your own people in like that, he would mock you. Not very convincing, huh? Don't let outsiders laugh at Mado University for being so mediocre. We have no talented people, so even E levels are put on stage. Sun Ha stood up angrily and slammed the table. He shouted angrily, what do you mean by that, Limo? She is a person of real strength, so why can't I recommend her? Huang Gui taps the table to interrupt. Teacher Zhao, stay calm and don't rush. He analyzed that her rate of growth is truly astonishing. But can you guarantee that other geniuses will grow as fast as she does? This matter concerns the reputation and achievements of the great Demon Beast University. Then he questioned Sun Ha in return. If an E rank could hold an important position, could you bear the consequences if you lose the match? Sun Ha was unhesitating and challenged him back. Vice Principal Li, he retorted to Huang Kuai, are we really just judging participants based on talent? La Muyen, who ranks 4th on the potential dragon list, also proves that he has the strength to break through, doesn't he? Everyone listened to Sun Ha and thought he was right. Indeed, he is a cunning fox. He stepped back a little. I didn't deny La Muyen's strength, I just expressed my concerns. But he wants to push further. After all, his spirit beast talent is only level E. Sun Ha contemptuously thought, compared to old Lai Mo Kenkui, Lai Huang Kuai is truly the real fox. He's clearly targeting La Muyen. Principal Wang Ding spoke up to mediate, saying, I think Vice Principal Li's opinion also makes a lot of sense. Seeing this, the Demon Hound became alert, but what is Principal Wang Ding really thinking? Why do you agree with my opinion? He analyzed the reasons, and the school should also consider the risks. This is the first nationwide freshman competition ever held. For any school, it is a very important opportunity that must not be missed. Sun Ha and Truong An both listened carefully before he said, but dismissing a student's opportunity for the school's reputation would be too selfish and cruel. Maybe we should add that student to the backup list. What does everyone think? Sun Ha was happy and thanked the principal for giving her student such an opportunity. Wang Din didn't show much emotion. All right. Huang Kui secretly thought, don't get too pleased, and looked at the bright sunlight shining through the blue sky outside the training room. La Muyen is relaxing alone. The outside world beyond the training room has been too long. So Kim Trak ran over to La Muyen. When did you leave the portal? Just when I was about to look for you. Is something the matter? Kim Trak hurriedly said that Tumo Tuyet went to challenge Tam Thuong immediately after leaving her closed-door cultivation. You should go to the #1 arena now. Maybe you'll still make it. La Muyen felt confused. No way. Can Tumo Tuyet's ranking allow her to challenge Tam Thuong directly? Kim Trak quickly explained, you probably didn't notice. The Team Long rankings also have a rule. To encourage fighting, the top 10 students must accept challenges unconditionally. Hearing this, La Muyen's mind spun. So, earlier, after winning 12 consecutive days, La Muyen hurriedly ran over there. Let's go quickly. Kim Trak said after him, wait for me. He thought to himself that although La Muyen said she had nothing to do with Tumotuais, it was clear she cared a lot about her. If anything happens to Tumo Tuyet, I really can't imagine what La Muyen would do. At the Thudai Madu University Stadium, the #1 arena, many spectators were already sitting there when they arrived, and there were also many comments. Just in time, so powerful, truly terrifying strength. This kind of pressure can only be felt from So Tianduk. That's right, and on top of that, she's truly an embarrassing female student. Both of them were surprised by the commentary. Are you talking about Tumo Tuyet? Under the fierce arena battle, Tam Thuong's Snow White Deer Spirit Beast is heavily injured and in a disadvantaged position. That is Tam Thuong's Spirit Beast, the White Snow Beast. The White Snow Beast roars loudly as it lifts its head. Tumo Tuyet angrily said, Nine-tailed Snow Fox SSS level, who allowed you to look up at me. She then descended and used the Ice Blade to attack the Snow White Beast. Tam Thuong shouted angrily, It's just an ice blade. Don't think you can stop me. Then he charged forward, but his anger caused him to reveal many openings during the attack. Mu Tuyet deliberately created an opening for him to attack, giving him a chance. Tam Thuong's Spirit Beast, White Fang of Love, didn't sense the danger, and continued to use his confident skill, bidding farewell to the challenger. But she easily dodged the attack just in time. When Tam Thuong's Spirit Beast, Thuong Tuyet Bak Na, jumped down again, it was caught in Mo Tuyet's flames. He said painfully, Since when? He managed to dodge in time, but was still injured. Mao Yue took the opportunity to attack, knocking the Spirit Beast Shang Tuyet Baina into the wall. Although defeated, he still refused to accept it. Damn it, Mao Yue warned. If you don't want to die, don't move, or Tam Thuong will have to admit defeat. I surrender. Lam Uyen was stunned by Mo Tuyet's performance. Since when did her strength become so great? Just one move was enough to defeat a 5-star Beast King. Everyone in the stands cheered and cheered. I never expected the beautiful female Beast Soulmaster to be so powerful. I wonder who would win if Tumo Tuyet and So Tianduk fought each other, I think. So Tianduk would be stronger. You have to know that a genius only has the right to challenge his threshold. La Muyen pondered thoughtfully. What kind of genius is So Tienduk after all? Motuyet saw him waving his hand to call Lam Uyen. She happily approached to greet him. Then, Motuyet casually talked with Lam Uyen and Kim Trak, originally planning to challenge Oh Huyen Ko, but he ran away so they could only challenge Tam Thuong. She was angry and indignant on behalf of Lam Uyen, who told them to bully him. How was it? Did I do well? Lam Uyen didn't hold back from praising and ruffling her hair. He's really impressive now. Everyone present was stunned by this scene. What's going on? Tamo Tuyet knows Lam Uyen. I heard they were high school friends and still have a good relationship. Huh? I'm heartbroken. Kim Trak, annoyed, interrupted and said, Hey, can you think about how I feel? Motuyet teased, Are you jealous? Lam Uyen replied, Luckily, I was also planning to challenge Tam Thuong. Motuyet, seeing this, asked anxiously, So my good intentions ended up ruining everything? But Lam Uyen didn't blame her or him. Even though Tam Thuong lost to him, she could just find someone else to challenge. Kim Trak was panicked by his own thoughts, realizing he wouldn't say the name. So Tien Duke. He turned back and replied, Exactly. Kim Trak couldn't believe what he heard and asked again, Are you sure? That guy isn't Tam Thuong. How can he compare to Oh Huyen Na? Are you confident you'll win? Motuyet also looked at you worriedly, thinking, Does Lam Uyen really want to challenge So Tien Duke? I remember she once said that, and I also recall asking Su Nguyet, Miss, if I challenged the top 10 on the potential dragon list right now, would that be okay? Suang Nguyet told her that with her current strength, she could face anyone on the hidden dragon list, except So Tien Duke, which also surprised Motuyet, making her worry about Lam Uyen. Lam Uyen, I respect your decision and trust your strength completely, but So Tien Duke's power is not ordinary. He still calmly said, I actually am not sure I can win, but I want to try once. Even if I lose, the teacher will help me understand how far I am from a true powerhouse. If I can't even muster the courage to fight a strong opponent, then what right do I have to become a powerhouse? Mutuyet was stunned by Lam Uyen's words. Son Ha, who was approaching from afar, also overheard the praise. Well said, no wonder you are a student of my son Trio Son Ha, he added. Indeed, there is nothing that can make me fail. Truongan irritably said, You really have recruited a Kukoi disciple. All three of them saluted the two of them. Hello, Teacher Zhao and Teacher Ming. It's all friends here. No need to be so formal. He told you that if you really wanted to challenge So Tien Duke, it wouldn't be this time. Sun Ha's words made you confused and ask again. Why is that? He handed you a notice with a very simple reason. The list of contestants was already decided, and the school didn't want you to get involved in pointless fights and get hurt. Lam Uyen took it and replied, I understand now. He looked at the names on the notice. Among the reserves was his own name. So Tien Duke, Oh Huyen Ha, Vuong Kim Tra, Tham Thuong, Tu Mo Tuyet, Tong Lam, Lai Then Nam, Vien Liet An, and the reserve Lam Uyen. That confused Lam Uyen. Sun Ha explains, the teacher had already recommended you, but Li Huang Kuai rejected the suggestion, claiming you are only an E-rank beast soul. In the end, Principal Vuong decided to put you on the reserve list. Truong An also explained the situation to Lam Uyen so he could understand. Even though it's only a backup position, your teacher did his best to secure this spot for you. Don't blame him either. Motuyet was angry on your behalf. What right does she have? This is clearly unfair. Lai Than Nam and Vian Lietten both lost to Lam Uyen before. Based on what reason are they on the official list while Lam Uyen is only a substitute? Motuyet stormed off angrily. No, I have to ask clearly. Otherwise, I will give my spot to Lam Uyen. Lam Uyen deserves this position more than I do. Lam Uyen quickly grabbed her hand. Motuyet looked back in confusion and saw Lam Uyen's determined gaze, then shook his head to signal her. Truongan explained again, this list has already been approved by the school's senior council, so even if you don't participate, that position can't be handed over to Lam Uyen. Lam Uyen asked, if I remember correctly, Li Huangqi is Oh Huyen Ha's cousin, right? Sun Ha nervously replied, yes, but this is only a small part of his reason for targeting you. His main goal is to compete with Wang Ding for the position of a principal. You were going to ask further, but since there's already an answer, I guess you see me just as a pawn in his plan, right? I understand now. Lam Uyen, thanks Sun Ha for giving her the opportunity. Teacher Chu, I am very grateful for everything you have done for me. You don't need to blame yourself. Your eyes are firm. As long as you can participate in the competition, even as a backup, it is still an opportunity for you. But nothing can shake your resolve. Whatever is meant to be mine, I will do everything to claim it. Sun Ha also secretly wondered in surprise. Can Lam Uyen accept this so quickly? Moreover, you can stay so calm. Kim Trak also felt regret for suggesting the plan. Lam Uyen, wait for me to find an opportunity, and I will talk to my father. Let's see if there's a way to get you on the official list. With your current strength, it would be a shame to keep you on the reserve list. You refuse, there's no need. If the principal personally put me on the reserve list, then he definitely has his own reasons. At least it shows he has no intention of turning against Li Huangqui. Then Lam Wuyan handed the notification list to Kim Trak to look at. Moreover, compared to these things, I think you'll be more interested in this list. I see what's going on. I can already tell who's on this list just by looking at it. All right, let me take a look. Uso Thiendux, Tham Thuong, O Huyinha, and Sumo Tuyet. That's right, and also Song Lam, but there's one name that makes him stop in his tracks. Mu Tuyet was confused, not knowing what was wrong with Kim Trak, while Kim Trak seemed like he wanted to bury his face in the notice. Mu Tuyet looked at the notice and loudly said, "That's a real surprise. If even you, Vuong Kim Trak, were chosen, then your father must have taken the back door, right? What the hell is going on? If my father really wanted to give me a back door, why didn't he just secure my backup position instead?" Mo Tuyet asked Sun Ha. "Probably not your suggestion, right?" He hurriedly explained, "I can't believe it was possible. It was actually Lai Huangqui's suggestion. He said Vuong Kim Trak has great potential, so he specifically recommended him. Very promising. Has the sun already risen in the east? You analyze, and he deliberately suggested Vuong Kim Trak's name to make things difficult for Principal Vuong Din. If the principal doesn't agree, it secretly admits that his son is unworthy. If he agrees to this, he'll just sit and watch the show unfold." Lam Wuyan pats Kim Trak on the shoulder to comfort him, telling him not to be so tense. If the principal has already agreed, it shows he trusts you a lot, but he still doesn't look happy and sadly says, "But my spirit beast isn't actually a combat-type beast." Lam Wuyan looked puzzled and asked, "So what exactly is your beast soul?" Kim Trak signaled that it was a secret. "Secret?" Teacher Sun Ha said happily. "What's the point of hiding it now? All right, don't worry too much. Being on this list actually has its benefits. He is only now revealing the most important part. The resource allowance for active competitors, reserve members, and official members is the same, with a limit of 40 billion resources." Lam Wuyan's eyes lit up at the sight of money. "Can I get a discount on the 50 million? I'm not in urgent need of resources right now." He secretly calculated but still owes Vuong Kim Trak 15 million. Sun Ha revealed the value of the 50 million resources brought by the 3 demon beasts. The value of the 50 million resources provided by the Demon City Beast Army includes not only elixirs and crystallized pills, but also divine weapons and secret beast techniques, even rare qualities not available on the market. This is truly a rare opportunity to enter the school's domain. The teacher advised me not to be too picky, just choose the best one. Lam Wuyan was happy and thanked Sun Ha Mu Tuyet happily. Only Kim Trak was crying tears of joy. "We understand. Thank you, teacher." "Master Kan," Vuong Din solemnly reminded, "please knock before entering next time." He replied, "It's a habit," Vuong Din asked. "Mr. Rana has seen everything. How do these young guys react?" Old Khan replied, "Vuong Kim Trak's reaction matches your expectations. Suspicion, worry, and unease. Let him participate in the national freshman competition. Maybe it's just a trap set by Li Huangqui and not a wise choice." Mr. Wang confidently turned back and said to old Jing, "I know my son very well. In fact, Vuong Kim Trak's strength has already reached the 4-star Beast King level. Participating in the competition won't be an issue. As for Li Huangqui, I don't even consider him a threat." Old Khan was also quite surprised, so his strength isn't on par with Tam Thuong. Why isn't he confident then? Vuong Din sighed in response to Lao Chan's question, of course because his brother is too outstanding, and also because of his soul beast, which is truly strange and cannot be used in competition. But luckily he has been working hard, and his strength has never hindered the team. This competition is like the last chance I give him. He changed the subject, saying, "Don't just talk about my son Lam Wuyan." Lao Chan commented, "He is very calm, giving me the feeling that he's not like a newly turned 17-year-old freshman. Even when I look at him, I feel like we are of the same kind." The remark just made by Elder Khan surprised Vuong Din. He was excited and said, "Why not, after the competition ends, you take him as your disciple?" But upon Vuong Din's invitation, Lao Chan felt uninterested. "No need. I'm not interested in taking students." Vuong Din sadly fell into thought. It's a pity that Lam Wuyan and the others would soon be at the Demon City Museum of Beasts. Old Man Tran looked at the group and asked, "These students are all on the list. I don't know what to say about Lam Wuyan, Kim, Jia, and Tong's Lam." Sun Ha hurriedly smiled and stepped forward to hand over the document. "Yes, this is the signed official document from the principal. Please come in and take a look." Old Man Tran looked at the list and said to them, "All right, go ahead." But he looked up at them, giving warnings, and left immediately when time was up. Sun Ha, as if used to this, took out a bottle of wine. "Don't worry, Elder Tran. I understand the rules and will watch over these kids well." Seeing Elder Tran's face change instantly, I say, "This is some fine wine I specially bought for you. Take a look." He patted Sun Ha on the shoulder. "Not bad, little trio. You still understand the situation. Of course I have always remembered you. I'll go inside first, you can drink." When they entered, Song Lam immediately asked, "Who was that senior just now?" Sun Ha turned back and asked the three of them in return, "Have you heard that 20 years ago, there was a beast soul master who single-handedly stopped a beast tide, killed a level royal beast, and saved our city?" Just hearing that question, Tong Lam and Kim Trak knew who that person was, only Lam Yun didn't realize anything. Teacher said that Sun Ha was reminding them, don't judge him by his appearance. He used to be one of the top-tier Beast King level experts in Huaxia. Lam Yen asked, "Once before." Sun Ha said regretfully, "I only regret that after stopping the beast tide alone, he was seriously injured and his beast soul was damaged. If he doesn't calm down and recover, he might only live another 30-50 years, so he stayed here to guard the treasure vault." Kim Trae, wanting to learn how to win over Elder Tran, asked Sun Ha, "Master Trio, I heard that the old senior has a strange temper and is not easy to approach, but just now it seemed like he really liked you." Sun Ha turned around confidently and said, "Of course. Teacher and Elder Tran get along very well. He must have recognized you as a talented person at first sight." Kim Trae hit the nail on the head. "Yes, it's probably because you often bring good wine and delicacies." Sun Ha nodded and said, "All right, no more chatter. Focus on the treasures in the vault. Remember, you only have half an hour." He signaled for the three of them to start choosing. Lam Yen looked at the treasures in the glass case. Tong Lam also observed, while Kim Trak felt it was nothing special and reminded them both. "The first floor only has ordinary items. I think we should go straight to the second floor to choose." "Thank you for the reminder." Lam Yen goes up to the second floor where there are elixirs, secret techniques, divine beast weapons, and special materials, even though everything is available. But unfortunately, the resource points are only 50 million. How can they meet his requirements? He took the list of items he needed to delve into. According to Master Zhao, to attain enlightenment, it's best to choose rare treasures that can enhance the strength of the soul. Suddenly, Lam Yen stopped and noticed something, opening the valuation chart which showed a small nuclear reactor treasure with the code C23.942 and a value of 30 million. Introducing the nuclear reactor treasure, also known as an atomic energy reactor or a reaction vessel, a device capable of sustaining controlled nuclear chain reactions. To realize the use of nuclear energy, the energy produced by nuclear fission reactions is immense. Please use it carefully. Lam Yen took the artifact, a small nuclear reactor, and examined it, thinking to himself, "Nuclear energy is incredibly powerful. This must be made just for me." Half an hour later, Sun Ha was waiting when he noticed the three had finished choosing. He asked, "Where have you all used your resource points?" Tong Lam was the first to reply, saying, "I traded 45 million for a set of divine beast weapons that suit me, along with some high-level soul crystals and spirit pills." Kim Trae was also confident about his treasure. "I also took a set of divine beast weapons for 50 million. When I go outside, I'll sell them and at least make 200 or 300 million. Tong Lam asked curiously, "Why didn't you choose divine beast weapons suitable for you?" Kim Trae calmly replied, "Finding a suitable set of divine beast weapons is even harder than reaching the sky. I can't waste my resource points. This is the most efficient use of resource points." Sun Ha turned to ask Lam Yen, "Lam Yen, you also chose a divine beast weapon, but you didn't say what it was, only happily saying, 'No, but it's also a good item in the world.'" Kim Trae wondered what that item was. What could it be? Lam Yen reveals that this is a small nuclear reactor. Kim Trae, afraid of nuclear bombs. Seeing Kim Trae's reaction, Lam Yen asks, "Do you have any misconceptions about the nuclear burning process?" You explain to Kim Trae that there is a difference between a nuclear reactor and a nuclear bomb. For example, a bomb is like gunpowder. It explodes immediately when ignited. Very dangerous. A nuclear reactor is like charcoal. Once ignited, it burns slowly and releases heat continuously. After listening carefully, Kim Trae sighs in relief and says, "That scared me to death. This probably isn't very dangerous, right?" Tong Lam wondered if it's really that dangerous, would the school still keep it in the museum's vault? He still couldn't understand why Lam Yen exchanged for this. What did he want with it? Lam Yen looked at the treasure and replied, "It works on me." Sun Ha stepped closer and asked, "How many resource points did it cost you?" Lam Yen also honestly replied, "Not much, 300 million. Sun Ha was also quite confused about the treasure in Lam Yen's hand. It wasn't very expensive, except for me. Probably no one else would use this item. Kim Trae, kid, you're getting more and more impressive. What other surprises do you have for us that we don't know about? Lam Yen didn't answer but asked back, "Are you trying to gather intelligence on me?" Kim Trak honestly said, I understand the difficulties of the week, but collecting information in your intelligence agency is the hardest. Clearly, you are my roommate. Sun Ha interrupted the conversation and asked about their next plans. All right, what are you three planning to do next? Lam Uyen thought for a moment and replied, I will probably continue to train. Tong Lam shares the same intention as Lam Uyen. Me too, Sun Ha pointed at Kim Trak and asked. And you? I am also ready. Teacher Sun Ha encourages the three of them to ignite their fighting spirit. All right, 3 days from now. On Friday, we will meet at the school gate at 9:00 a.m. Let's catch the bus to Yenching to prepare for the competition. Don't be late, the three of them replied in unison. At the cultivation building, Lam Yen entered the training room, took out the nuclear reactor artifact to show Hei Long, and wanted to ask how to use it. Hei Long was shocked to see the artifact. It's a nuclear reactor. Lin Yuan asked it how to use it. Yeah, but I still don't know how to use it. Is it like absorbing a soul? Hak Long replied, it's like a soul, also a consumable item, but the absorption method is different. But Lam Yen still didn't understand, and asked again, why? Hak Long explained in more detail and gave an example to make it easier for Lam Yen to understand. To absorb its energy, it must be absorbed when in the beast soul fusion state. Your stomach is like a giant nuclear reactor. Even a large amount of nuclear energy released can be fully absorbed by the reactor. Lam Yen said, then I will absorb it now. Hak Long stopped him. After swallowing it, your strength will immediately increase significantly, but only for a limited time, and then the remaining nuclear energy will be converted into evolution points. In the end, Lam Yen understood how to use it. I understand now, increasing my strength for a short time, then providing evolution points, so I need to be careful when using it. Hak Long turned and said, this is our secret weapon. A clear sky with warm sunshine. 3 days later, Lam Yen arrived at the competition venue and saw Huyen Ko, Than Nam, Liet An, and Sham Thuong already gathered together. The group looked displeased when they saw Lam Yen, but he paid them no mind. Huang Kuai secretly observed and thought, he is the vice principal of Ma Do Thu Dai, Li Huang Kuai. When Lam Uyen saw Huyen Ko approaching and saying something to Huang Kuai, the two then glanced in his direction following Huyen Ko's gesture, which was towards Lam Uyen. Seeing Huang Kui angry, he was the one who kept me from being officially listed, and this debt will be repaid many times over later. He also secretly assessed Lam Uyen, his gaze filled with murderous intent. Huang Kuai turned to Huyen Ko and said, you've got the wrong person. It seems to be a wolf. Huyen Ko reassured him, don't worry, I will find a chance to deal with this guy myself. A voice calling from somewhere echoed, Lam Uyen, I'm here. Mu Tuyet and Shuang Nguyet walked together. Lam Uyen approaches to greet her. You observe Shuang Nguyet and secretly marvel that she is Tu Mo Tuyet's teacher. Lang Shuang Nguyet looks very young, and she simply responds gently to Lam Uyen. Kim Trak Momang Noi, wasn't it supposed to be at 9 o'clock? He just left and he's yawning. Why are you all here so early? Are you going to a competition or on a vacation with that look? Kim Trask quickly explained. Dad, carrying luggage is troublesome. We can wait until Yen King arrives to buy clothes. You happily smiled and said, and I'm not late either. Isn't there someone else who hasn't arrived yet? Seeing his expression, Wang Din grew even angrier, but someone else arrived afterward, walking over from a distance. Sorry, I'm late. The feeling that person gives us is like going somewhere and shining brightly everywhere they go. Quick, look, that person is So Thien Duke, the leader of Tiem Longbang, the number 1 of Tiem Longbang. Lam Uyen was quite surprised to see that person. He is So Thien Duke. Kim Trak happily points at Tien Duke, but the father and son say someone hasn't arrived yet. Wang Din finally couldn't hold back and struck him on the head, then loudly scolded him. The person is the number 1 in the hidden dragon list. Arriving late shows they spent all their time training. And what about your son? Kim Trak, even after being beaten, still felt it was unfair. Why compare him to a monster? After Wang Din finished dealing with his son, he announced to everyone, everyone has arrived, let's get ready to depart. Yes. Once everyone was on the bus, he said, before we set off, I want to say a few words. Wang Din seriously advised, if you want to achieve the best results in the National Freshman Friendship Competition, each person's ability is, of course, important, but as the saying goes, know yourself and know your opponent, 100 battles won. He then handed the stage over to Kim Trak. Vuong Kim Trak, from now on, you will share with everyone the intelligence you have gathered. Do you think I was referring to you when I mentioned your name? Vuong Din chuckled softly and said to Kim Trak, I heard you've been putting a lot of effort into gathering information on your opponents these days. Dad, the intelligence I collected is for sale, but out of respect for our relationship, I'll give an 80% discount. Seeing that scene, Lam Uyen and Mo Tuyet would secretly laugh. Vuong Din asked dangerously, say that again. Can't joke about this. Kim Trek stood up firmly and said, I will voluntarily share for the glory of the Demon City Beast. Wang Ding nodded in approval. Very good. Hey, aren't you concerned about the intelligence reports of the other competitors? Tian-Duke glanced and then slowly said, Should I be interested in intelligence from my defeated subordinates? Tong Lam silently thought this guy is too arrogant, but he really has the right to be arrogant. Lam Yan is also very curious about Tian-Duke. He's right, when facing absolute strength, intelligence is meaningless, and he's becoming more and more intrigued. Just how powerful is he? Kim Trek stands up and announces, I will share the intelligence with everyone now. He begins analyzing it for everyone. Apart from us and Yenching University, other well-known top universities include Shuxuan University, Tinan University, Junwu University, and the financially powerful Jinghang University. They are all strong competitors in this competition. Wait a minute, only Yenkin University can compete with us, right? Are the other universities also worth paying attention to? He immediately countered. Well, that's not certain. This year is called the Year of Exploding Geniuses, and all the schools have recruited quite a few talents. Take Thuxuyan University as an example. Kim Trek pointed at Thong Nam and said, With your strength, you wouldn't even rank in the top 5. Thong Nam didn't believe what Kim Trek said, saying, That's impossible. I once ranked 4th at my school, and a small university like Thuxuyan. Could it be that their new students are better than ours at Mado? Kim Trek was not afraid to analyze to help Thong Nam understand. The captain of Thuxuyan University is named Tran Truk Son. Of course, he also has the nickname Panda the Archer. Thong Nam didn't care about Kim Trek's words, only seeing him sneer and say, Really, what a funny nickname. Kim Trek advised him, don't laugh too soon. Tran Truk Son has been practicing martial arts since he was young, mastering Tai Chi and Wing Chun, and also integrating his skills into the SSS-level Earth Giant Beast Spirit. His strength is at least at the level of a 6-star Beast King. And all his achievements since entering school have been overcoming stronger opponents with weaker ones, with his highest record being defeating a 7-star Beast King senior directly. Even their weakest team member is at the peak of a 4-star Beast King. Are you sure you can win easily? Hearing Kim Trek talk about the achievements and strength of the university team, Shushuan couldn't help but be speechless with amazement. Principal Wang Ding also came to add, That's right, this year the gap between us and other top universities isn't as big as you think. Lam Uyen realized that the overall strength of Thuxuyan University was stronger than he expected, and perhaps his own abilities in this competition were not worth mentioning. He knew he had to work even harder. Kim Trek was full of confidence as he talked about Yenkin University, which everyone was most interested in. Their deputy captain is named Tran Long Tuong, from a Beast Soul noble family. The Beast Soul is an SSS-level ancient mammoth, ranking among the 8-star Beast King level. Hearing that he is ranked among the 8 celestial spirits, everyone on the bus was stunned except for Kim Trek. What do you mean 8 celestial spirits? Tan Nam couldn't believe it and asked, Is this a new student who just enrolled? Don't be so surprised. He's not the strongest in the Yenching University team. Who exactly is he? Kim Trek tremblingly asked. He's named 2Q. His strength and beast soul type are unknown, but reliable information says that when he fought Tran Long Tuong, it was like crushing him, and Tran Long Tuong was convinced to surrender. Kim Trek tremblingly thought, Don't look at me like that, it's really terrifying. The surrounding fell into a quiet silence. Don't be so discouraged, I tell you. Even if we lose Yenkin, it won't be embarrassing. We've known the second elder for 10,000 years after all. Hearing his son say that, Wang Din angrily slapped him. You little brat, how come Kim Trek hit you when he's just defending himself? Aren't you here to share intelligence? He's scolding Kim Trek, I want you to share intelligence, not go to Lung Lak Long Quan. What about the second old man for 1,000 years? If you want to compete, then fight for the first place with me. He wiped his tears and patted his head, saying, Who doesn't want to be number 1? The problem is that their overall strength is stronger than mine. This can't be changed just by saying so. Tian-Duke firmly said, I will beat him. Whether it's 2Q or Tran Long Tuong, he firmly said loudly, let me be their opponent. Hu Yinko also didn't want to fall behind in spirit and said, We're not afraid before the fight. That's not our style. The competition hasn't started yet, anything can happen, and everyone is a genius, so why are we inferior to them? If we've already seen the gap, then we just need to risk everything to catch up. Lan Ho also exuded confidence and said, Good. At worst, we'll fight them to the end. Even if we're covered in wounds, we can still bring down the Emperor. Principal Vuong Din happily set upon seeing this scene. As expected of students from Myota University, but everyone don't worry. Once we get to Yenkin, there will be a special short-term training session for all of you. Huang Kuei said, Director Wang, why don't we take this opportunity to decide on the team leader now, since he also agrees, and then set the rules, so we follow the rules of the Beast Soul Master. The strongest non-divine expert leads. First, the captain position, as expected, should be taken by Tianduchi, so let So Tianduk take it. Huang Kui stroked his beard and said, I have no objections. He added, if So Tianduk is strong but lacks the ability to handle trivial matters, then let Oh Huyanko and Tong Lam serve as vice captains to assist. One has management experience and is good at solving problems, while the other is meticulous and considers issues carefully. I think they are both very suitable. While we were discussing, the bus arrived to take everyone to the destination. If Vice Principal Lee has carefully considered everything, then just proceed with that decision. Principal Wang Ding appoints So Tianduk as team leader of Mado University, Oh Huyanko as vice team leader, and Tong Lam as vice team leader. Once everyone was gathered, he gave the signal to start, and the group on the ship moved across the endless desert, all of them being at least 5-star Beast Kings. The others went to watch the sunset, but you're still studying the investigation report in your hand. Mo Tuyet came in from outside, sat down heavily next to you, then placed her hand on La Muyen's forehead, turning it left and right, and said, You've been looking at this paper for over half an hour, your eyebrows are almost nodding up. La Muyen looked at her happily, feeling joyful inside. Mo Tuyet Kovu, we still have 3 days of training left. I believe that with your talent and ability, you'll break through as fast as the speed of light. Do you really trust me that much? She replied without hesitation. Of course, because you are La Muyen. Mo Tuyet's trust makes La Muyen even more determined. Kim Trak, panting, leaning on the chair, said, I'm sorry to interrupt your time together, but I have something important to tell you. What is it? Mo Tuyet asked. He happily gave a thumbs up and said, My dad said he would take us to the bathing center for training. La Muyen and Mo Tuyet both doubted what they just heard and asked again, Are you sure? You're joking, right? I think the principal has other plans. Mo Tuyet also agreed, That's right, the special training the principal mentioned definitely can't be taken lightly. Kim Trak didn't bother arguing with them, so what could training at the bathing center possibly involve? As expected, the husband sings along, then runs off as Mo Tuyet calls after him. That fat bastard, you don't want to live anymore, do you? He ran off immediately, ignoring Mo Tuyet's calls. I'm leaving now, I won't bother you two anymore. She angrily turned back to her seat to complain. This fat prince will eventually taste my power. La Muyen praised her, saying, You've really become very powerful now, from S level to SSS level. Mo Tuyet was initially confused, then blushed shyly and smiled. Because I don't want to always be behind you, I have to become stronger so I can stand beside you. She looked so intently that La Muyen had to ask, What's wrong? Is there something on my face? Mo Tuyet looked out the window to change the subject. No, we're almost in Yenkin. La Muyen also looked out the window at the beautiful scenery of this place, lost in her thoughts. How will I face the challenges in this city? We have arrived at Yenkin Sanha Station, and he asked the principal, Principal, everyone has arrived. Shall we proceed to the hotel for check-in? The station's Yenkin, he refused. No, next we will go to the Thien Tree Bathing Center. Kim Trak smugly said, I told you I was right. They are standing in front of a bathhouse. 30 minutes later, everyone was stunned and couldn't believe it. Lan Hu asked, Is it really a bathing center? What does the principal mean by doing this? Kim Trak confidently said, It must be comfortable and enjoyable. He said, while gesturing in that direction for Lan Hu and Huinko to see, If you don't believe it, just look at those young ladies. What they saw were beautiful fresh maids in flowing dresses standing in a row waiting for everyone. Welcome to Tianchi Bathing Center. Song Lan was stunned. Could it really be that this place wasn't proper at all? Mo Tuyet quickly covered La Muyen's eyes to stop him from seeing. I didn't look, La Muyen honestly says. I didn't see anything. Huang Map walks out of the hall, happily greeting everyone. At last it's here. Vuong Ding happily approached and responded. Huang Map, it's been a while. Are you still in good health? The students were surprised when they peeked out to listen. They actually knew each other. Huang Mok greeted happily. Principal Vuong can bring students to visit this place, showing Huang Mo the demeanor of the elite students from the Beast's Soul Demon University. I truly consider it an honor for Huang Bin. Vuong Din Luo cut straight to the point. Hey, fat guy, stop spouting useless flattery. Have you finished preparing what I asked you to do? He is leading everyone inside. Of course it's done. How could I forget your special instructions? Please come in. The group is waiting for the elevator. Honored guest, the elevator is starting to go down, Big Wang said to Vuong Ding. The second basement is a secret bathing area that is usually closed. He sneeringly pushed the door and said, The principal told me you collected a batch of medicinal herbs before the National New Student Friendly Competition and borrowed this place to soak the extracts, doing your best to help you unleash your potential. The four of them shared a surprised expression, and Mo Tuyet said, Fat Vuong, you guessed wrong. He scratched his head and justified, After all, it's just a bath, nothing different. Going down to the basement, 2 staff members were checking the hot water and everything around peacefully. The second basement has a light red liquid being poured into the bathtub. Lam Uyen observes and guesses about it. Ghost flower, the horns of the man-hyena giant. At least 50 million for a barrel. Using it like this would quickly cost hundreds of millions. You turn to look at Principal Wang Ding. Though very grateful for his generosity, the medicinal herbs are even more precious, but ultimately they are just auxiliary to enhance strength. He stepped forward clearly and announced that the medicinal pool was ready, so everyone took the opportunity to go soak in it. Everyone quickly descended into the bath to relax. The Principal Wang Ding poetically announced the value of the water everyone is soaking in. I declare that this medicinal pond is worth over 2 billion, all paid out of my own pocket. If you dare to waste my dedication, don't blame me for hitting you, Wang Ding. 2 billion. Even the principal is too rich. Only Kim Trak is unhappy. His father is so stingy. Lam Uyen, soaking in the water tub, felt that after just a few minutes, the fatigue from traveling had disappeared. No wonder the descendants of noble families develop so quickly. These precious elixirs can significantly enhance absorption efficiency. And as he focused on cultivation, the sound of water splashing reached and entered Lam Uyen's body. Principal Wang Ding also came down to relax and said it feels really good. Lan Hu asked the principal, "Why are you also down here?" Wang Ding replied, "I paid for the medicine myself, so I should enjoy it." Lan Ho shyly said, "You're right." After bathing, he called the other teachers. Or maybe the other teachers should also come down to soak. Sun Ha was the first to refuse. "There's no need. Everyone soak a bit longer." Duong Guyet also declined. "I'm not used to soaking in hot springs in front of others." Vuong Din Ku, "Stop complaining and come down to soak." "All right, no more standing there complaining. Everyone come down now." He scooped up some water, looked at it slowly flowing down, and said, "The herbs I prepared are enough for 30 people to soak, and I will still need everyone's help later. This medicinal solution only has a supporting effect. Even soaking for 3 days and 3 nights won't significantly increase your strength in a short time." Lam Uyen was sure of his guess, so Principal Vuong Din indeed had something else prepared. Holding a spirit core in his hand, Principal Vuong Din said, "The beast core in my hand belongs to a newly discovered electric dragon-level beast." He seriously held the spirit core up high to attract everyone's attention. Everyone knew how immense and pure the energy of a beast king was, forcing oneself to absorb it violently and dying. Lam Uyen thought to himself, surprised to see the king beast's core, which radiated a lot of energy. He seriously said, "This medicinal liquid is actually prepared for you to absorb the energy of the beast king's core." Wang Ding placed the core into the water, a flash of gold. Lam Uyen looked at the water emitting black dragon energy and also showed a satisfied expression. "The energy here is truly comfortable. Just sitting in the water and the system has already updated many points. Congratulations on successfully absorbing the Beast King's energy and earning 10,000 evolution points." After some thought, Lam Uyen looked surprised, getting 10,000 evolution points from just one absorption. If they keep absorbing energy like this for 3 days, wouldn't they have tens of millions of evolution points? The students start competing to absorb and begin their absorption. Vuong Din exchanged a look with Nguyet, then she suddenly smiled and also took out the spirit core. "This is the spirit core of the Shadow Ice Demon King." Yang Yue also said the same things as Wang Ding. "Both are at the Beast King level. It's a small token of my sincerity." Then he threw the spirit core into the lake, and a wave of heat surged forward. Wang Din asked again, "Vice Principal Lai, you definitely want our students to achieve good results, right?" He thought to himself that he must have already negotiated with Langzong Nguyet, wanting me to also give out a divine beast core. Huang Kui also took out a core. "Of course, I also hope everyone can achieve good results. This is the core of Tishmit Dark Mirage. I give it to everyone as a gift for the meeting." Then they also threw it into the lake. Everyone present there was stunned. Are we mistaken? It's only been a few minutes, and there are already 3 King Beast Spirit orbs in the pond. Wang Ding urged them on. "All right, hurry up and make the most of your training time." Teacher Zhao and Vice Principal Li also went down. With such a huge energy sphere, they need to help the students pay attention. Everyone else had gone down to the lake to absorb and cultivate. Only Shuang Nguyet remained on the shore. Huyenko glanced at the darkness, then took out the Hai Nap Dan to extend his absorption time. The Hai Nap. "Dan you gave me helped me absorb quickly in a short time, just right for this situation. I ate it and made up my mind. I must surpass them." As he finished speaking, his power erupted like a blaze, and he rapidly cultivated while the nearby ghost watched the scene. He thought to himself, "Wang Din, even if you force me to give up a royal beast core, so what?" As he relaxed, he thought of better things after all. Isn't it just a gift for my granddaughter? Sun Ha quietly approached the principal and said, "I saw it." Wang Ding remained calm as if nothing happened, and I understand his intentions very well. This also depends on talent. The higher the talent, the greater the absorption rate. Just look at So Tian-Duke. He doesn't need any pills, yet his speed is much faster than others. Tian-Duke quickly absorbs all kinds of energy, while Mu Tuyet only absorbs one type, and the other way is to focus on a single energy type. When the energy and attributes are highly compatible, the effect naturally increases several times. Wang Ding. Huang Kui looked at Mu Tuyet, who only absorbed one source of energy. I knew right away that Lung Suang Nguyet had other intentions. Lang Suang Nguyet didn't go to cultivate, but just sat quietly enjoying tea. That spirit core was prepared for Tu Mo Tuyet from Wang Ding. Sanha asked further, but if the principal already knew that Oh Hyen-ko was using Hai Nap Dan, why didn't he stop it? Wang Ding simply replied with a few simple words. What's there to stop? What I mean is that everyone should try their best to absorb it. But relying too much on medicinal pills can backfire. Whether it can be transformed into your own internal energy depends on each person's luck. That guy usually considers himself smart, but at this point he still doesn't see he's the one gaining the advantage. He's really too trusting of Oh Hyen-ko. Wang Ding told you to relax, just pay attention to the others. Isn't it strange that your disciple is showing such incredible performance? Lamuyen is absorbing two types of energy at the same time, and the two energies are not fighting each other but circulating around Lamuyen. Sanha was surprised by what he saw. Could it be that the E-grade talent is so useless that it can't absorb Beast King level energy anymore? Wang Ding told him to observe more carefully, take a closer look. Sanha watched seriously and was sweating because the energy absorption was too fast, causing a vacuum state to form around him. Sanha couldn't believe what was happening. How could it be possible? Wang Ding didn't care much. He's the mentor. He asked me, I know who to ask. Don't think too much. This kid definitely has secrets on him, but anyone who becomes a strong person must have some secrets. Sanha finally looked at that scene, smiled, and said, That's right. As long as it can grow up smoothly, that's enough. Wang Ding noticed something unusual. Something was off. Why was the energy moving faster and faster? Could it really be that little guy Lin Yuan? Hyen-ko couldn't believe his eyes. How could he do that? Hyen-ko suddenly grits his teeth as if overwhelmed, calling out in worry. Hyen-ko suddenly screams loudly, shocking everyone present. Hyen-ko's whole body was filled with cold air as he let out a breath of icy energy before opening his eyes. He felt a surging energy flowing through his body. At last, I have broken through from a 5-star Beast King to a 6-star Beast King. Hyen-ko looked at Lamu-yen and thought to himself, even a genius like So Tian-Duke's rate of absorbing Beast King level energy isn't as fast as mine. I truly am the chosen true genius. He then looked at Lamu-yen, sneering, but suddenly he felt something was off. Why was this guy's energy absorption so slow? Suddenly his pupils dilated, his face filled with fear as he trembled uncontrollably, sweat pouring down endlessly. No, that's not right. He widened his eyes, leaning back in shock. Why is he so fast? He bit his lip anxiously, thinking, could it be that this guy is also preparing the C absorption pill, but even the C absorption pill wouldn't be that effective? How could I lose to a beast soul level? I must be faster than him. With that thought, Hyen-ko closed his eyes tightly and was immediately surrounded by a powerful aura as if to overpower his opponent. Suddenly he shouted as 3 forces converged together. At the same time, a surge of energy gathered around his hand, his eyes widening as if about to explode. The veins on his body bulge with a murderous aura as he screams, all of it mine. Don't stop. He pushes his body to break through the limit again. Break through for me. His body was pushed to the limit and he vomited a mouthful of bright red blood. Everyone around was stunned as they watched him react. Sunha looked at him with concern and said to Wang Ding, the principal, kid, if things keep going like this, you'll understand what Wang Ding wants to say. Who gave you permission to absorb energy like that? Hearing that, it was my cousin's voice, and he gritted his teeth as he replied, I don't accept it. On what basis does he get to absorb so quickly? Huang Kuai glared angrily at his untrained grandson and shouted, Idiot, I gave you the C absorption pill to strengthen myself, not to compete with others. Do you want to explode and die? Hyen-ko replied to you. Could it be that despite absorbing so much energy, Lamu-yen's strength hasn't changed at all, and the surrounding energy is just emanating around him? Hearing Huang Kuai speak, he thought it was also true. That's right, how could a beast soul of his level possibly absorb the core of a beast king? Even if he manages to absorb it, how many levels can he actually advance? Huang Kuai glared at him and said, "Don't waste your energy on pointless things. Remember, your greatest enemy is yourself." He clenched his teeth, swallowing his anger and forcing out each word you taught him. As he finished speaking, both Lam Yuan and everyone else had absorbed the energy, and the principal's eyebrows furrowed as he praised with a tone of admiration. Very good. Then both Sun Ha and Wang Ding naturally turned their attention to Lam Uyen. Lam Uyen? 2 days later, in the main hall, everyone was joking and talking about their achievements after practicing. Kim Trake, feeling excited, yet a bit embarrassed, scratched his head and boasted about his accomplishments. "Dad, I've broken through, thank you for the medicine and spirit stones." Vuong Din rolled his eyes, pinched his ear, and shouted loudly into Kim Trake's ear, "You've only just made a little breakthrough and you're already satisfied. Do you have any potential?" He grimaced in pain and replied, I know, Dad. Let go already." Lam Uyen has said nothing all this time, just standing there looking at everyone with a confused gaze until suddenly someone called him, "Kid." Turning around, he saw Sun Ha, and he immediately asked, "What's wrong, teacher trio?" He looked at you with a suspicious expression and asked, "Do you want to ask why you haven't broken through?" Hearing that question, a flash of surprise appeared in his eyes before he replied absent-mindedly, "Yes, I forgot." Hearing your answer, Sun Ha opened his mouth in surprise with a puzzled look and froze. Suddenly his eyes changed, and he seriously said to Black Dragon, "Little Black Dragon, use evolution points to break through." It immediately responded. Suddenly, a bright red-orange aura surrounded and shone around him. This made Sun Ha exclaim in amazement, "What's going on?" "Can I also control this breakthrough level?" He calmly continued, "Do I really have the strength of a 6-star Beast King now?" He replied, "Yes." Along with that, Lin Yuan's thoughts were that he still had 20 million evolution points unused, probably enough to break through to the 8-star Beast King level. Faintly in the distance, the sound of mocking laughter and contemptuous glances from Huyan Ko can be heard. The boy looks at him and thinks, leveling up too quickly will make the foundation unstable. Is he now at the 7-star Beast King level? But his actual performance is hard to say. From afar, the principal looked at him with admiration and praise for this talented individual. Not enough. That line of thought didn't stop there. His eyebrows furrowed as he continued to assess. He's truly remarkable, not wasting the effort to absorb a third of the energy. Then Wang Ding shouted loudly to gather everyone. "All right, everyone, we should head to the hotel now." Everyone was excited to arrive at Yenkin Hotel, located in the Sky High Hotel and one of the most luxurious resorts. As Kim Trak said, "I heard Yenkin Thudai has already booked out this entire hotel. All the guests here are students competing against teachers, waiting to check into their rooms." As he finished speaking, his stomach also started to protest, causing him to exclaim, "I just want to eat something right now," Motuyet suggested. "Once we finish check-in, I'll take you to eat. There are countless local specialties in Yanking." "How do you know? I saw it first, okay?" Someone just entered, and the 3 people talking stopped. The group confidently walked in, and Lam Uyen asked Kim Trak, "Who are they?" Kim Trak told you that they are students of Yenkin Thudai. The first 2 were introduced as Tran Long Tuong and Tu Q from Yenkin. Tong Lam then said to Thien Duke, "Captain, they are Tran Long Tuong and Tu Q from Yenkin." Huyen Ko sneered and then confidently said, "I'll go say hello to them since we'll be competing against each other later." He walks over and extends his hand. "Hello, I am the vice captain of Mado Beast University, O Huyen Ko." Long Tuong cheerfully and warmly extended his hand to shake hands. "So you're students from Mado Thudai." "Hello, I am the deputy captain representing Yenkin Beast University." This guy is really strong. Huyen Ko quickly pulled his hand back, his voice filled with pain, and his hand was quite sore from the grip. "Hello." Then Huyen Ko turned around and greeted Tukyu, who was hiding behind Long Tuong. "This must be your team leader, Tukyu, right?" "Hello." Tukyu ignored him and turned his face away, causing Huyen Ko to stumble and keep his hand in midair. The scene is quite awkward right now, with Tong Lam and Tian Dui staying silent, leaving Huyen Ko standing there, embarrassed, with his hand in the air. What does this guy mean? Does he think he can look down on me and disrespect me like this? Long Tuong smiled to diffuse the awkward atmosphere, then apologized and released Huyen Ko's hanging arm. "Our captain is quite introverted and doesn't like to interact with strangers, so please forgive him." Huyen Ko was grabbed by Long Tuong, and although it hurt, he tried to act like he was fine. "It's okay, let go." Tong Lam stepped forward happily and asked. Huyen Ko glared irritably at him with her hand caught, then asked, "Where are you guys heading now?" Long Tuong happily replied, "We plan to go to the Beast Soul Arena where many students compete against each other." Sun Ha from somewhere approached and said, "If so, we'll go with you and check in. Remember not to cause trouble outside." Everyone replied in unison, "We know." The bright sunlight shines on the blue sky as a barrier forms, with 2 spirit beasts fighting inside. The electric beast spirit. Let's go see it together. Long Tuong happily said, "Looks like we arrived just in time." Lam Yen pointed to each person inside the barrier and asked, "That panda beast must be the captain of the Shakshuan beast Da Tran Truk Sun mentioned earlier. The powerful panda spirit is fighting." Lam Yen furrowed his brow and asked, "Who is the other person?" "Kim Trak told you that the vice captain of the great beast of the business realm is a tall, heroic, confident monkey." Huang Shi Lan Ho said happily, "This next match between the team leaders will be exciting to watch." Fang Xi was the first to strike, and a fiery ball shot out fiercely from his fist toward Zhu Shan. Truxan also refused to be at a disadvantage. When Fuangxi charged, Truxan leapt up easily dodging the attack, which made Fuangxi angry. Lam Wuyen carefully watched the fight, truly a sharp mind in combat with no unnecessary movements. Truxan gathered his strength into his hand and threw a punch, but Fuangxi was no easy target to dodge, and this pressure was not as faint as a star. In just a moment of carelessness, Fuangxi was hit by Truxan's move. He retreated to defend himself. Then, a series of attacks were unleashed on him, leaving him no time to dodge and forcing him to raise his arms to block the powerful punches. Lan Ho asked in amazement, "What kind of fist technique is this?" "Vin Xuan, Dongquen Tran Truxon, Dadung Hop Huan Hao Votuart Vautrong Tu, Ho Chiendo, La Muyen, Dam Chayong Hien Kuchuio Tuk Kua Truxon, Vin Xuan Quien, Vuakong Vuatu, Vuan Hu Vua Kuong, Lemordan Him Kung Konko Vandegika." You notice he has a divine beast weapon on him. The armor on his claw is probably a divine beast weapon. Kim Trak expressed his judgment, saying that the effectiveness of this divine beast weapon is quite compatible with Lethan Nam's beast soul. Yes, so when fighting Tran Truxan, it's best not to let him get close. Fuangxi can only keep taking hits, he cannot afford to lose. The secret technique quickly creates distance from Truxan as his power surges, while Truxan remains calm and defensive, with the secret technique boosting his strength. Lan Ho couldn't believe it. He never expected that Fuangxi still had a secret technique. Kim Trak also chimed in, revealing a secret technique before the match isn't a good thing. He continued saying, the so-called secret technique is a special skill of the Beast Soul Master, which can be learned besides talent. The more powerful the secret technique, the more it is considered a priceless treasure. Lam Wuyen explained that he had to use the secret technique because Fuangxi, the vice captain of Qin Hong, would lose face and lower the morale of the team if he lost here, so it was only out of necessity. Fang Xi charged forward fiercely, but no matter how he attacked, Truxan easily dodged, making him grow even angrier. How could this chubby bear be so agile? Because of his anger, he revealed a weakness that Truxan seized, delivering a punch that caused Fuangxi to spit blood and fall backward. Lan Ho looked at the scene and made a guess. Too bad if he had used his secret technique earlier, he might have had a chance to fight Tran Truxan. Kim Trak, standing nearby, was crying because Fuangxi had revealed his secret technique, but making it impossible for him to gather information, and he sighed. Too bad. Tran Truxan's secret technique hasn't been used yet. Now that's truly a pity. Kim Trak is grieving and furious. Two friends look at him with contempt. This guy truly is a spy expert. His way of thinking is unlike any normal person. Truxan gently escapes from the beast soul and lands. Stretching lazily, he says, "I wonder if anyone here wants to step into the arena and fight me." The beast soul arena announcer shouted, "You defeated Tran Truxan?" Kim Trak frowned. Tran Truxan is quite tricky. If they keep fighting in turns, his trump card will eventually be exposed. Lam Wuyen slightly lowered his head in disagreement. He didn't care about that. He is the #1 Beast Soul Master and also the #1 martial artist. He turned to look at him. Martial artists are about constantly pushing oneself through battles. Kim Trak suddenly realized that Tran Truxan wanted to take this opportunity to break through his limits before the competition started. Mo Tuyet tilted her head and asked, "And you? Do you want to try?" Lam Wuyen shook his head. "My cultivation path is different from his, so going would just be a waste of time." Huyen Ko, sitting nearby, immediately provoked and shouted, "Do you think you're worthy just because of Lam Wuyen? Even a 7th-level beast king like Guangqi isn't a match for Tran Truxan. I doubt Lam Wuyen can last even a minute." So she angrily turned around and argued with him. "Do I need to talk to you? You're meddlesome and condescending. I'm just telling the truth so he can realize his own limitations." Huyen Ko looks down on him with contempt. Isn't he just a useless trash? Pretending to be something? It will all be revealed once the competition begins. Mu Tuyet stood up in anger. Lam Wuyen immediately held her back. She slightly leaned down worriedly looking at him. Lam Wuyen just shook his head. Then he glanced at Huyen Ko, who was smug and self-satisfied. "He saw you turn away after looking and was stunned. La Muyen, you bastard. What does that look mean? Kim Trok also pondered quietly, knowing that if it weren't truly a match for Tran Truxan, La Muyen would definitely say so outright. But he didn't speak, which proves that his strength is enough to challenge Tran Truxan. At that moment, Tien Duke stood up and shouted, "I want to fight on the arena." He smiled confidently, his eyes shining. Tong Lam quickly stepped in to stop him. "You're the captain of our Demon Beast Corps. Win or lose, it will affect our team's morale. If we win, that's fine. But if we lose, Tam Thuong will immediately agree." Tong Lam said, "That's right. We are now one team, and after the competition starts, we will always stand together." Huyen Ko immediately stepped forward. "The team captain can't go, I will go. No need for So Tien Duke to step in." He said proudly, "I can beat him myself." Tong Lam immediately covered his face, having barely convinced So Tien Duke. "I didn't expect him to go on stage." He really wants to show off. La Muyen chuckled to himself, eager to show off. He watched as Huyen Ko stepped onto the field, whose 7-star strength was only achieved through a forced breakthrough with the C absorption pill, making his foundation unstable. Facing Tran Truxan, things don't look very promising. La Muyen observed his arrogant expression, but he seemed very confident unless he had some secret trick. Huyen Ko now introduces himself as the vice-captain of the Demon Beast Alliance. Oh, Huyen Ko Truxan smirked. The Ma Do Thu Dai arrived just in time. The prodigies of Ma Do Thu Dai and Yen Thun Thu Dai are also their targets for challenge. He immediately shifted into fusion mode. "Thuk Su Yen Beast King, Tran Truxan, please advise, Beast Soul Fusion." Seeing that, he just sneered and quickly shifted to his fusion state, revealing a giant centipede, merging with his beast soul. Everyone in the stands was stunned. King Kim Shi. This beast soul is very rare. No wonder he is the vice-captain of Madu Beast Army, and no one knows who will win in their decisive battle. One is the captain of the Thuk Su Yen Beast Army, the other the vice-captain of the Mado Beast Empire. Both are evenly matched. Huyen Ko opens its mouth wide like a giant centipede, quickly spitting poison gas toward Truxan, and an armor immediately forms around him. Kim Trok suddenly realized this is a divine beast weapon of a 7th-level Beast King. The green bamboo armor not only reduces damage taken, but also has the ability to purify impurities. Duongdok has no effect on him. Duongdok directly strikes Truxan's armor, causing him to retreat with his steel-clad fist. Truxan throws a punch, but Huyen Ko jumps away, then leaps into the air and confidently says, "Even if your divine beast weapon has some effect, things won't be so simple from now on. Have I already broken through to the 7th level of Beast King? Your control over flight power is also increasing. Let's see how you handle this." Truxan pondered. Kim Si's ability to fly and kill the king should normally be quite poor. It seems he also has some strength. Huyen Ko hovers above his head, releasing poisonous needles to surround Truxan with his mandibles open full of toxic gas. "It's just a divine beast weapon. I have one too." Kim Trake was extremely surprised. It's a divine beast weapon, a top-quality Beast King level true core poison needle. How could he have it? La Muyen calmly replied, "Of course it was given by his uncle." He slightly smirked. This kind of tactic also shows a bit of his prestige. Truxan is now standing in the fog, covered in wounds with poison needles stuck in his hand. Huyen Ko looks down at this scene. "The poison needles are effective. It's time for me to win." I see Truxan calling out his armor to resist. He looks down on him. The toxin from the Supreme Core poison needle isn't so easily cured. Moreover, Huyen Ko shot towards him and shouted, "The poison has already entered your body." He held Truxan tightly with his cold body. Tong Lam was also quite surprised. Huyen Ko is gaining the upper hand. It seems he's got some skill after all. La Muyen just chuckled softly. For now, Huyen Ko has the advantage, but claiming victory over Tran Truxan might be a bit premature. Than Nam pushed up his glasses, sitting there commenting without daring to step onto the stage. "Quite interesting. You just gave him a quick glance. If you're so eager to compete with me, let's play a fun game instead." Than Nam was a bit stunned and asked, "How do you want to play?" La Muyen also didn't look back and replied casually, "It's simple. Let's bet on who will win between Huyen Ko and Tran Truxan. The winner will receive a divine beast weapon of the Beast King level." Huyen Ko bared her fangs, about to sink them into Truxan. "Say before. I bet Tran Truxan will win." Than Nam was completely confused. "Tran Truxan is poisoned. Does La Muyen really think he can win?" He waved his hand and said, "I'll go all out with you." Than Nam smiled confidently. "I'm sure the divine beast soldier will be given to me for free." But La Muyen didn't seem worried. At this moment, under the stands, Truxan was entangled by Huyen Ko, trying to hold on. "My toxin has infiltrated your nerves. Give up." Unexpectedly, Truxon firmly grasped his leg, causing him to panic. Didn't he get poisoned by the real bone toxin needle? How can he still use his strength? He used all his strength to push Huyenko away, swinging his iron fist and punching him repeatedly in the body. Than Nam and the others were stunned. How could this be? Everyone exclaimed, is Tran Truxon really that strong? Even with the poison deep in his body, he can still unleash such power. It seems that Oh Huyenko's strength is too weak. He must have some tricks, but they're just petty tricks. Is he the deputy captain of the Demon Beast army? It's really disappointing. Huyenko was knocked into the air, his armor shattered, he gritted his teeth and endured, damn it, I can't lose. Immediately after, Huyenko opened his mouth wide to bite down. I will kill you. The power instantly gathers in Truxon's fist as he delivers a decisive punch. The punch shattered his teeth to pieces. Seeing he still had strength, Huyenko screamed in fear. I accept the challenge. Truxon still raises his fist. Is this guy really a 7-star Beast King? He seems a bit weak. Kim Trock in the stands was surprised and asked, how do you know Oh Huyenko won't win? Lamuyen simply replied, people say that with absolute strength, tricks are just trivialities. Oh Huyenko just broke through to 7 stars, but without a stable foundation, facing someone like Tran Truxon who has been honed in battle, he obviously can't compare. Hearing this, he proudly replied aloud, so one should remain humble. Arrogance only causes people to fall behind. Humility is the way to progress. You mean me, right? Lai Thang Nam. On the arena, both of you have returned to normal state. Tran Truk. Sun clasped his hands, stepping back. He lowered his eyes slightly. Your poison is very powerful. I almost lost. Huyenko trembled from the blow. Also clasped his hands. Not as good as others. Losing is inevitable. As soon as Huyenko left, someone spoke up. Are you still able to accept my challenge now? Tuong Long, self-proclaimed as deputy captain of Yenthan Thu, Dai Tran Long Tuong, requesting guidance. Only now do the people in the stands notice he has disappeared without a trace. Lam Uyen secretly felt surprised. Tran Long Tuong also stepped in, just when I was very curious about how strong the rumored Tran Long Tuong really is. At this moment, someone grabbed Long Tuong's coat and he turned around. Captain, what's wrong? 2Q shook his head slightly. Long Tuong leaned in to listen as he said, Tran Long Tuong, earlier the principal specifically told me to watch over you guys and not let you cause trouble. He then smiled brightly and said, it's nothing, just for fun. If the principal questions me, I'll take responsibility. It has nothing to do with you, Captain. 2Q crossed his arms. Suit yourself. Lamuyen looked down at the arena and seemed to think their captain was quite introverted. Long Tuong then stepped forward in front of Truxon and handed him a gift package. He was stunned. This was Long Tuong speaking seriously. This is a Than Beach Dan that can help you detoxify and quickly restore your strength. If we fight now, even if I win, it wouldn't be much of a victory. He smiled at Truxon, thumbs up, saying this Than Beach Dan is a gift I give you as a meeting token. Once the medicine takes effect, the toxin is removed, strength restored, I will fight you. Kim Trock was very surprised. No wonder he is from a noble beast soul family. So generous with a single Than Beach Dan worth 230,000. Lamuyen coldly replied, acting as if he wasn't from a noble family. He explained, I'm not like them, they're just stealing stuff, but I earn money. I've never spent money recklessly before. Mo Tuyet also looked like a dead fish teasing him. Really? I wonder who invited you, Lamuyen, to a meal last time that cost over 100,000. Kim Trock immediately scratched his head and changed the subject. Truxon clasped his hands together in thanks. If that's the case, I won't refuse anymore. Thanks for your gift. Once I fully recover, I will give it my all and have a fight with you. Long Tuong nodded with a smile. Very well. Half an hour later, Truxon returned and said, Thank you for your Than Bitch, Dan. I have recovered. Both politely stood facing each other. He continued, Long Tuong, please do not refuse. Power immediately surged through his body. Let's go. The dragon statue transforms into an ancient prehistoric elephant. The elephant trunk exhales a fiery breath, and the viewers immediately marvel, is he really just a beast soul master at the Beast King level? Kim Trake's group has already taken out food to enjoy, if I remember correctly. According to the intelligence, he's an 8-star Beast King level? Lam Uyen nodded. That's right, but it also doesn't rule out the possibility that he has made progress recently. Master said that if enlightenment suits oneself, even a Beast King level can potentially rival a Domain Lord level expert. Lam Uyen slightly smiled. It seems enlightenment is more important than I thought. Truxon has transformed into a giant earth panda. He calls out his shield. Come on. Use all your strength to fight me. The dragon elephant charged forward, saying, I fight with all my strength, and I like it. He stomped his mighty foot onto Truxan's shield. The surging power above causes the shield to crack slightly. He looks to hold up underneath, but the shield also quickly shatters. Everyone was stunned by the scene, as Long Tuong's power shattered Truxan's shield into many pieces. He endured the force, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Truxan retreated, collapsing, completely defeated. Are these the true powers of the Yenthan clan? Killing in the blink of an eye. Compared to the vice-captain of the Demon Beast army, his strength is truly in a different league, and he's only the vice-captain. So how powerful must the captain be? Huyen Ko, sweating and holding her head, realized she couldn't defeat Tran Truxan and was easily handled by Tran Long Tuong. The gap in strength between her and Tran Long Tuong was like heaven and earth. He was terrified to realize something. This is the talent of the Yenthan Dai. At this moment, Thien Duc stood up. Then I will fight you. Long Tuong raised his head, narrowing his eyes at him. Mado Dai, so Thien Duc. Lan Ho quickly intervened. Captain, don't get excited. Long Tuong immediately chuckled. Madu Dai suits me very well. Unexpectedly, 2Q spoke up, saying, winning one match is enough. He appeared in front of Long Tuong. Captain, since when have you been here? Everyone was whispering, saying he was Yenthan Madu's captain. It seems so. From Q quickly lowered his hat, hating the feeling of being the center of attention. He turned to remind Long Tuong, if you keep fighting, the principal will really punish us. He hesitated. Can't we fight one more match? He frowned. If you want to find someone to fight, I can fight you. Long Tuong thought of the scene where he knocked him out with a kick and said, then there's no need. I won't fight anymore. I don't want to hurt myself. Long Tuong clasped his hands in apology and sincerely apologized. Our captain has spoken. We are not allowed to continue fighting. 2Q lowered his hat and listened to him, then said, our fight will have to wait until the match begins. Tian Duc looked at him thoughtfully, and Kim Trek turned to say, I think this call is very strong. Tran Long Tuong always listens obediently in front of him. Lam Uyen stroked his chin and said, yes, your eyes are wide open. I didn't expect Yenthan Dai to be so strong, which is a significant boost for us. He only assesses that Tam Thuong is still stronger than O Huyen Ko in terms of strength. This vice-captain is probably on par with Tam Thuong, Lam Uyen added. But Tam Thuong lost to Mo Tuyet. Then you turned to Mo Tuyet and asked why she wasn't playing a match while she was drinking milk tea. What's the point of me going on the field? Even if I beat them, it wouldn't mean anything. She added, if anyone could beat me earlier, it's probably only Tran Long Tuong. Lam Uyen was surprised and said, so, you're confident you can defeat Tran Truxan. Mo Tuyet points her finger and says, 7 parts to you, you don't understand, he's 7, you're 3. Lam Uyen immediately puffs her cheeks and says, of course I'm 7. He's 3. Lam Uyen, you're underestimating me too much. Lam Uyen was only surprised. So you're even stronger than I imagined. She must still be hiding her trump card. She smiled smugly. Of course, I'm not someone to be underestimated. If you face an opponent you can't beat, just leave it to me. I'll handle it for you. You nod and smile. That's perfect then. My current strength isn't enough to compete with Tran Truxan. If I use all my evolution points to break through to the 8-star Beast King level, it probably won't be a problem. At this moment, Song Lam spoke up. The principal has arrived. Everyone stood up at once. Long Tuong and 2Q bowed to the principal. Lam Uyen muttered about the principal, Kim Trak whispered. He is the principal of Yenthan Dai to the Diem. He silently steps forward. At the same time, Mu Tuyet suddenly hid behind Lam Uyen. What's going on? You secretly thought that at first, Mo Tuyet didn't want to come to Yenthan Mado because she didn't want to meet someone. Could it be that the person Mo Tuyet didn't want to meet was the principal of Yenthan Madu? Vuong Din stepped forward and raised his hand. Director To of Yenthan Madu truly lives up to his reputation. The earlier match was a spectacular display by Tran Long Tuong. Diem waved his hand and said it was just a lucky match. Lam Uyen observed the situation and wondered if Tu Diem and Mo Tuyet might be related somehow. I remember Teacher Zhao said that Mo Tuyet's background isn't simple. I turned to him and asked, is the principal of Yenthan Madu a relative of yours? Mu Tuyet hesitated and said, he is considered my father in name only. She lowered her head. But there is no relationship between us at all. There was none before, there is none now, and there will be none in the future. Wang Ding spoke first this time, saying, I think we should leave first, or else we might pressure them and affect their development. Diem agrees. He looks toward Mo Tuyet in the distance, his face full of worry. Tuyet Ni, are you still unwilling to forgive your lover? Suddenly he noticed something, and Lam Uyen had already stepped in front of Tuyet's grave. Diem immediately frowned, Lam Uyen's face showing determination as they silently confronted each other. Diem quickly turned away and said, Let's go. Vuong Din wondered if he should look further. He closed his eyes slightly, and without waiting for an answer, DM immediately inquired, "But what is the background of the young man standing in front of Tuyat Ni?" Vuong Din also didn't hide it. Lam Uyen, a student of Zhao Shan Ha, is a reserve member of our Demon City Beast Troop. He turned around in surprise. Reserve? DM narrowed his eyes. That kid's aura didn't seem like a reserve at all. Lam Uyen watched them leave. Let's go back to the hotel. Mo Tuyet still bowed her head. All right, then suddenly he noticed the gaze above. Vu Mac Huyen glared at you with murderous intent. Lam Uyen was surprised. That was Vu Mac Huyen? He thought back and realized that Vu Mac Huyen was probably the last to arrive at Duke Bak Dai Tu. Mo Tuya added, "The reputation of this school is quite low, but his strength and talent are among the best there. I thought something happened, that he dropped out of school. I don't need to care about him anymore. Let's go." Tonight at Yenkin Hotel, Lam Uyen dried the water from his hair and felt truly relaxed after the shower. Black Dragon looked at him and asked, "Are you still training today?" He nodded, witnessing Yenkin's strength. He felt he was far behind. Lam Uyen decided. Vuong Kim Trak said, "Tonight I will return a bit later. I want to use up the remaining 20 million evolution points. I must break through to the 8th Beast King level." 2 days later, at 8 in the morning, many people gathered in the hotel lobby. Kim Trash looked at a group over there. Their school's color has turned so green. Luckily no hats, or else Lam Uyen would have interrupted, constantly wondering what they're thinking about every day. At this moment, Mo Tuyet pushed her hair aside and apologized. She smiled and stepped forward. It's already late, and everyone around immediately blushed shyly. Mo Tuyet approached Lam Uyen and asked, "What have you been busy with these past 2 days? I originally wanted to take you to visit Yanjing, but Wang Jinjai said you were busy and shouldn't be disturbed." I nodded. "These past 2 days I've been busy training and have made some progress." She was surprised to hear that he had broken through. The Huyan Ko group approached from behind. He frowned. What kind of breakthrough could a level 6 beast demon like him possibly achieve? Could he also have the strength of a 7th level beast king? Lin Yuan happily replied, "Yes, I took a few days to try to absorb all that beast king energy, and now I've reached the middle stage of the 6th level beast king." The three of them immediately covered their mouths and chuckled, while the Huyan Ko sneered and said, "From 6th tier early stage to mid stage, is that considered a breakthrough? Is this kid really here just to put on a show? Turns out he's just a useless waste." Mu Tuyet glanced at them, sneering inwardly. These kids are too naive. Of course Lam Uyen was joking when he said that. It can't be just the intermediate stage like he claimed. "Is everyone ready now that Vuong Din is coming?" he shouted loudly. "Seize this opportunity well. It could be the brightest moment of your lives." Wang Ding expressed his hopes. "I hope you can show your full potential so everyone will know. You come from the Demon Beast Empire, so respond immediately." Later at the Yenching Beast Arena, DM stood on the stage. "Now, I invite the competitors from the academies to the field. The Yenching Great Beast team is invited onto the field, led by Long Tuong and Tukyu. The Madu Great Beast team invites you to the arena. Tianyu leads with the flag. The Shushuan team invites you onto the field. Jushan leads the group. The Qin Hang team invites their representatives onto the field. Their leader is just a young boy." Lam Uyen was surprised. Could he really be the captain of Qin Hang? He seems to be only an elementary school student. From Lam Uyen's perspective, he only sees the tiny kid approaching, and Kim Trak immediately explains, "He's named Han Non Dong, only 14 this year, truly a genius. He's only 14, but his beast soul awakened at 18. Have you heard of the so-called Heavenly King beast soul?" Lam Uyen was puzzled. The kingly beast soul? A newborn child appears, meaning they awaken their beast soul at birth, with high innate talent comparable to 18 years of normal cultivation, far surpassing 90% of the world's population, plus an excellent growing environment, fully representing the essence of beast soul masters. Lam Uyen looks thoughtful, Kim Trak explains. Using that kid as an example, even though he's only 14, his strength has already reached the 8th Beast King level, and his beast soul is very special, called the Speech Beast, with a surging power behind its name, capable of speech-based abilities, almost like a perfect beast soul that can also attack. You are extremely amazed after hearing about the defensive support, speaking freely with such a skill, yet possessing this kind of supernatural ability. Kim Trak only assessed, never expected Qin Hang would actually put him on the field and make him the team leader. It seems Qin Hang is determined to win this time. Lin Yuan expressed his curiosity, wondering why such a genius wasn't accepted by Yenkin and Ma Do. He immediately replied, "That's because the house is too close? You're speechless. Is that also considered a reason?" Kim Trak just waved his hand. Han Ngondong is a natural beast soul master. His parents are also beast soul masters, so since he was young he has dedicated time to cultivation, resulting in a very weak ability to live independently and needing his parents' care. The important thing is that your connection with your spirit beast is very strong, so you can't just open your mouth casually or you'll invite trouble. Ngondong put his hands in his pockets. Of course, his parents wanted him to get into a good school, but Han Ngondong didn't want that, so Qin Hong was already convinced. Lam Muyen immediately understood that it was because of his extraordinary talent and the fact that he was a young master who couldn't be away from his parents' care. But as long as his strength as a spirit master was powerful enough, other personal matters didn't matter. The sound echoes throughout the arena. No matter which school you come from, I welcome you all to participate in this first national freshman friendship competition. Dear freshmen, representing a new generation, let's start here and usher in a new era. Many others are watching through the virtual screens. We are already old. The responsibilities of the future will rest on each of your shoulders. The big screen also broadcasts, and you will become the new leaders inheriting humanity's hope. DM calls out, urging everyone to grow stronger. He raises his hand to shape the future belonging to you. Emperor DM's voice is powerful. Do you have faith? Everyone clasped their hands together and shouted, yes. He smiled contentedly. That's good. Next, I will introduce the rules and regulations of this competition. When I finish explaining, it means the contest has officially begun. Lam Muyen silently thought that finally this day had come. DDM clasped his hands behind his back. Next, I will introduce the rules and regulations of this year's nationwide Freshman Alliance competition. 3 items will appear on the screen. This competition has 3 stages: survival battle, arena fight, and team battle. The arena fight is a 10-player battle. The winner can stay on the arena directly until one side has no one left. The team battle follows the school as the unit to conduct chaotic fights, aiming to test everyone's teamwork and coordination skills. He stopped and returned to the survival battle, a land emerging through negotiations among teachers at the schools. The chosen location is Longcot Mountain Range on the outskirts of Yenqing. Lin Yuan wondered where Longcot Mountain Range was. Kim Trak was surprised. He didn't even know about Longcot Sun Mac. So, did you know that before the Yenqin Central Base was built, about 10 Imperial-level monsters gathered together to destroy the Yenqin base? You nodded in acknowledgement. Among those 10 monsters, the strongest is Trungyen Hoek Long Huang, a flying beast in the smoky sky that can effortlessly blow away a small city with a single breath. Lam Muyen was stunned. A single move that could blow away an entire city. Such terrifying power surely makes that king-level monster one of the most formidable. He whispered, and that Zhongyan Hach Long Huang is also known as Nidu Koak Kach. There are reports that someone used despicable means to abduct them from the Western world. You squint. How could that be? Kim Trak gritted his teeth and said they couldn't be defeated, and that seeing China's growing strength, they developed malicious intent, wanting to use the power of the Great Dragon to destroy us. But luckily, in the end they were killed by nuclear weapons. A mountain range rising majestically. Over time, Nidu Koak formed a special mountain range called the Longcot Mountain Range. It was once bombarded with numerous nuclear shells, leading to the emergence of many powerful mutated beasts in this area. Kim Trak's whispers, I heard there's a fierce beast of the level of a lord inside. Lam Muyen realizes, so that's why they chose that place. Suddenly he remembered something. Yes, does the Longcot Mountain Range still have nuclear radiation now? He patted his head. After hundreds of years, most of the nuclear radiation has dissipated. At most, only a small amount remains deep within the Longcot Mountain Range. Don't worry, the bodies of beast soul masters like us won't be affected. Lam Muyen immediately brightened, as the nuclear radiation from that explosion can last for thousands or even 10,000 years. For me, this is the cultivation resource bestowed by heaven. At this moment, DDM continued to explain the rules of the survival battle. As long as students participate in the battle and survive in the Dragonbone Mountain Range for 10 days, they can earn 10 points, including the additional students. DM loudly said, if you survive for 10 days, you can earn 120 points. Additionally, each time you kill a king-level beast, you earn 1 point with a limit of 10 points. But killing a lord-level monster grants 2 points without limit, and the students below are all anxious. Are lord-level monsters something we can kill? You can't say that either. It means others can't be stupid enough not to kill the level lord monsters as well. It's not just something we can do alone. He looked down and smiled in admiration. They are all very perceptive. It seems this survival battle will be very interesting. Thinking of this, DDM declared, students, after the survival battle begins, you will be taken to different places outside the Longbone Mountain Range. Whether to kill the beast first or find allies first is up to you. But he squinted and warned, don't think about hiding somewhere to stay safe for 10 days. After all, the schools are in fair competition. and as long as you can eliminate your opponents, your advantage in the school can grow significantly. Some people have already given up and others are still fighting. So what are we low-level ones supposed to do? Lam Uyen, McHuyen sneers wickedly. Be careful not to die at my hands. After the announcement, countless vehicles appeared before them. So the survival battle officially begins. Everyone turned around. The students lined up to get on the cars. When did these vehicles arrive? Everyone quickly got on the vehicle. Hurry up and get in. Lam Uyen was about to leave when Moduyet stopped him. She confidently said, I will find you first, no matter where you are dropped off. Moduyet declared to him, rest assured, I will protect you. We will definitely pass this survival test. This time, I should be the one protecting Lam Uyen. He smiled. Understood. Let me introduce myself since this is our first meeting. He said seriously, I am Tran Hokvo, a level leader. Beast Soul Master under the Chinese military command responsible for everyone's safety. Hokvo held up a watch. If anyone in Longcot Mountain encounters an insurmountable danger, they can contact me immediately. I will come to your location right away. But once you choose to call for help from me, it means you have given up in the survival battle. Lam Uyen looked at the watch in shock, with the first function being to record the number of monsters killed, and the second to call for backup. You look at him as he continues explaining, every one of these vehicles has a safety officer, which means the Chinese army has sent over 20-level Lord Beast Soul Masters. No wonder it's the biggest competition in the country. Very disciplined. After Hokvo finishes explaining, he immediately issues a request. All right. Before the vehicles reach the Longcot mountain range, everyone put on blindfolds. He is serious because for fairness, everyone must wear blindfolds so they can't see the positions of others getting off the vehicles, and the cars are moving in a convoy towards Longcot San Mak. If you have any other questions, ask me quickly. Lam Uyen raised her hand. Senior, I have a question. Go ahead. You narrow your eyes and ask, are the monsters killed in the Dragon Vein crystal yours, or do you have to hand them over to the school? The people around were a bit surprised, and the disciplined martial arts student replied, don't worry, everything gained from killing monsters belongs to you individually. Is this student really that concerned about this? You hear that and clench your fists. Good. Mu Tuyet covers her mouth and laughs, then everyone covers their eyes as the vehicle approaches the mountain range, but the martial arts student suddenly notices something. Lam Uyen taps rhythmically on his knee, instantly alert. This kid is not simple. Where are you from? Somewhere in the Dragonbone mountain range, the vehicle stops at the mountain entrance. Lam Uyen blindfolded and sleeping quietly. The vehicle has stopped, and 25761S is the route that takes over 7 hours. The martial artist grabs someone's arm and throws them off the vehicle. Get down. He was a bit startled. It seems it's not Wang Jinqiao and Tu Mo Tuyet. The wheels keep turning, and Kim Trak immediately crashes into Lam Uyen. This is too extreme. You secretly suspect that the car deliberately circled around to make us forget the location. Unfortunately, I was an assassin in my previous life, so this level is no problem. At this moment, I speak to Kim Trak about martial arts. It's your turn. The car has stopped again in the middle of the forest. He told Mu Tuyet to relax. Lin Yuan thought to himself, Vuong Kim Trak and To Mo Tuyet have both gotten out. It won't be long before it's my turn. Suddenly he intervened. Classmate, relax. Lam Uyen was immediately grabbed by the shoulders and pulled away. The force pulling made him flinch slightly, and Lam Uyen was thrown down onto the street with a thud. Why are you so violent? The car in front of you has sped far ahead. Based on its previous speed, you're at least 15,000 meters away from Tu Mo Tuyet. You think to yourself that you must quickly activate your beast soul and merge it with your power. Black Dragon immediately flew out and said, congratulations on successfully collecting the reflection and gaining 100 evolution points. There is indeed still reflection energy. Lam Uyen excitedly predicted that although the radiation here is thin, it yields 100 points every 10 seconds, 600 points per minute, and 864,000 points in a day. If they stay in the Longcot mountain range for 10 days, they could accumulate 86.14 million evolution points, enough to upgrade to the 9 stars Beast King. You look up and we are still outside. The deeper we go into the Longcot mountain range, the more energy we can absorb. It flew up and asked, should we leave now? Lam Uyen shook his head. No, I need to find Tu Mo Tuyet, Tong Lam, and Vuong Kim Trak. After all, more people mean more strength. Heilong happily asked how you searched, and Lam Uyen turned back to look at the path behind. I remember where they got off the car, so I'll check on Tu Mo Tuyet first since she's closest. Maybe she hasn't gone far yet. 10 minutes later, Lam Uyen sped through the forest. He looked around, and if he remembered correctly, Tu Mo Tuyet must have gotten off nearby, but there were no footprints. Suddenly he noticed a point on the ground, fox footprints belonging to To Mo Tuyet. Lam Uyen traced the direction. This way is correct. He quickly followed. Luckily, the places the nine-tailed snow fox passed through all left traces. Otherwise, it would be hard to find. Suddenly, a loud roar echoed from ahead, and both looked toward the source. It's the sound of the nine-tailed snow tiger. At this moment, Mu Tuyet is surrounded by three beast spirits, Demon Kong, Yu Min, Ling Miu, and three-headed flame dog, ready to attack her. Mu Tuyet takes a deep breath, feeling unlucky. Just as she started, she encountered three beast kings. And even though she is also a 7-star beast king, it's hard to face three opponents at once. At this moment, someone is watching the situation from the bushes. Chen Xuan slightly moves his lips and says, "Boss, our luck isn't bad. We've already encountered 3 king-level beasts so early." Captain of the Sea King Beast Team, Chen Xuan. Tu Han simply remained silent. Deputy Captain of the Sea King Beast, Tu Han. Fang covers her mouth. That Snow Fox seems to be a new student at Demon City Beast School. Should we help her a bit? He argued back. Fuang Luang, are you okay? She is our opponent, the Sea King Beast Team member Fuang Luang. Tu Han squinted. Chen Xuan was right. In the survival battle, all schools are enemies. If it weren't for those strange beasts, we wouldn't have spared her either. Lin Yuan watched the situation closely, narrowing his eyes, wanting to reap the benefits. But if you want to attack Mu Tuyet, don't blame me. At this moment, the 3 beast spirits are closing in on Mu Tuyet. She immediately condenses her power and cannot sit idly waiting to die. She must keep forming ice bullets to strike first. The ice sphere behind Mu Tuyet shoots out countless ice projectiles, and the 3-headed flame wolf Tish prepares to attack, spitting out 3 fireballs that clash with the ice and instantly turn purple, shattering and completely blending together. The poisonous demon vine advanced, shooting out its venomous tongue. Mu Tuyet leapt to dodge. She looked at the poison pool beneath her feet, only to realize that mangacap's toxin was so corrosive. The 3 spirit beasts kept closing in on Mu Tuyet, and there was no way to escape now. But if she chose to call for help, she would be eliminated immediately. Her eyes flashed with determination. I can't be eliminated. I still need to find La Muyen. She's watching the situation and hasn't given up yet, so I'll wait a little longer before acting. Just need to keep her safe. Yu Ming Spirit Cat leapt up, claws slashing at Mu Yue, drawing blood from her cheek, and her fox eyes immediately darted away. Mu Yue quickly counterattacked, and it swiftly retreated, its paws instantly frozen and solidified. Mu Tuyet seized the opportunity to launch an attack. La Muyen silently assessed that she had truly become much stronger. Even in this encircled situation, she managed to seriously wound a powerful beast. The deadly demon vine continues to spew poison at Mu Tuyet, her eyes flashing as an ice wall appears to block its venom. She leaps up and shatters the ice wall. The 3 of them watch in amazement, wondering what she was doing by breaking the ice wall she just created. The shattered ice pieces are blown away by Mu Tuyet and embed into the poison demon cable. She immediately smirked successfully and then looked towards the 3-headed flame dog. Only the most difficult opponent remains for the 3-headed flame beast. Seeing the 2 spirit beasts fall side by side, the 3-headed flame beast roars, and Mu Yue quickly launches a silver bone spear. It keeps dodging her attacks. The beast continues to breathe fire. Mu Tuyet quickly spits out ice. 2 forces collide, and she is immediately pushed back. Mu Tuyet quickly gets up, slightly staggering. Chen Xuan shouts, "Boss, that girl's strength is stronger than ours, Tuongam. She can defeat 2 people in a 1-on-3 fight." The 3-headed flame dog is swaying and about to collapse. Tu Han immediately gives the order, no need for words. She is a new student at the Imperial Capital Beast Academy. Her strength is quite normal. Prepare to fuse her beast soul, we can attack now. What then? Do you want to wait until she defeats those 3 beast kings and scores points before you step in for a fair fight? After speaking, Tu Han immediately transformed, merging his beast soul, S-rank beast soul. Silver Moon fiercely attacked Tu Han. The 2 of them also followed titanium armor. Beast pre-transcendence merging beast soul lightning water model Fuang Luang. Mu Tuyet was surprised. The first door already faced beast soul masters from other schools, which might not be a good thing. Tio Han ordered, "Fang Liang, you go first and hold her back." Fang Liang immediately charged forward, swinging his electric whip. What? Did he bring it again? Sukti tightly wraps around Mu Tuyet, causing her to be electrocuted. Mu Tuyet cried out in pain. Tio Han just in time launched the scorpion tail. Fang Liang, well done. Mu Tuyet grits her teeth in anger. You little bastards, so annoying, do I really have to end here? Mu Tuyet closed her eyes tightly, and at the same time, La Muyen spoke, saying that acting when others are in danger is not the behavior of a gentleman. You rushed out to protect Mu Tuyet, she shouted. La Muyen, watch out, they are coming. The poison is piercing into La Muyen's body. Tiohan was pleased with himself, thinking that no matter who the opponent was, as long as his poison entered their body, they would be paralyzed and lose their fighting ability. Unexpectedly, La Muyen swung his hand to deflect the poison, and he was unharmed without a single wound. Motuyet shouted, "La Muyen." He was also surprised. How could it be? Even his defensive barrier couldn't be activated. Could it be that he is also a beast soul guardian like the previous one? La Muyen remained calm. No wonder he resorted to a sneak attack. "You sneered provocatively. Turns out you're just a chicken demon." La Muyen roared, "If you dare to ambush, be prepared to face failure." Tiohan opened his eyes wide as he was knocked back by the strike. Tiohan immediately dispelled his state, and the other two shouted, "Boss!" Fang Liang immediately releases Mutuyet. La Muyen turns to ask, "Are you okay?" She shook her head and said, "It's okay, I was just scared." The three-headed flame dog growled in unison. La Muyen looked at it and asked, "Are you in such a hurry to die?" Then he rushed forward and it prepared to breathe fire at La Muyen, but the fireball hit his hand. La Muyen immediately pushed it away and finished off the beast. Hei Long happily announced, "Congratulations on successfully defeating the Beast Soul Master level Beast King. You received 1 Yang gold." Successfully defeated the mutated Beast King level, earning 1 gold coin. La Muyen spread his claws and with good luck received 2 gold coins. Finished, he turned to the other 3. "You all forfeited on your own. Your teeth are showing in a dangerous way, or should I see you off for a bit?" Both of them were so scared they pressed the button and we forfeited our rights. The 3 of them finished pressing and ran away, hugging each other. La Muyen turned to Motuyet and said, "Let's go find Wang Kimtrak. His strength is weaker than Tong Lam. I'm afraid he might be eliminated." "But do you know where to find him?" "You turn forward." "When we were in the car, I recorded roughly where everyone got off. Otherwise, how do you think I could find you?" Hearing that, she whispered to herself that La Muyen is truly formidable, both rushing forward. So now, well, what is his true strength? La Muyen roughly estimated, probably at the mid-8-star Beast King level. Motuyet widened her eyes. "How powerful is that?" "At this moment, you stop at a street right where Wang Kimtrak got off the car." "All right." La Muyen looked around. It seemed like he wasn't here. She continued, "Since he has been off the car for quite a while, she can't just wait around in one place." Suddenly, La Muyen noticed something and approached the tree. Motuyet peeked out. "Could this school badge be the symbol Wang Kimtrak left behind?" La Muyen nodded. "This kid is smart. With this, we can follow the trail he left and find him." "I don't really agree with this method. It's very dangerous. If others from different schools see it, they might also hunt him down this way." She nodded again, then said, "We must find him first." Suddenly, Motuyet noticed something, and La Muyen looked over. "There are monster footprints here. It seems there's more than one monster chasing after Wang Kimtrak. No wonder his symbol was broken, but luckily, this monster isn't very big." Just then, a sound came from ahead, and La Muyen looked up. What was that noise? She was startled and unsure, but it seemed to come from the direction of the footprints. Both of them simultaneously wondered if it was Wang Kimtrak. They rushed towards an egg being attacked by small creatures, which then turned to look at them when they arrive. Motuyet was surprised. "La Muyen, what is that egg?" "You're curious too. I don't know either." At this moment, the egg made a sound. "La Muyen to Motuyet. Is that really you?" "That's great." Both of them were stunned. "Is that the sound of Wang Jinjiang? Isn't that his beast soul?" Kimtrak shouted, "What are you all just standing there for? Hurry up and chase away these predatory birds." La Muyen immediately opened his mouth and spat fire, causing the birds to panic and scatter in fear. Kimtrak's face was furious as he looked at the egg, finally dealing with these kids. These guys are just like spirit hounds. Once they target someone, they won't let go of their head. Mutuyet asked Han if he was hurt. He immediately smugly replied, "Do I look like I'm injured when you look at me? You think those kids alone can hurt me? What kind of joke is that?" Lam Uyen nearby sarcastically comments on how a few low-level Beast King predators are chasing them, leaving only the option to run. He even dares to say it openly. Kimtrak immediately became angry and said, "I also saw it. My beast soul is a single egg." You only see a single egg and wonder what combat ability it might have. Could it really roll around and crush those kids? Imagine the scene silently. It's actually quite difficult to judge. Thinking of this, La Muyen stroked his chin, always feeling that his own spirit beast level E is already quite strange. I never expected there to be a beast soul egg, but what can this egg do? Can it be cooked and eaten when hungry? Even a spirit beast needs a place to be useful. Kimtrak trembled under La Muyen's gaze. "What are you doing staring at me like that? I can't eat my head." Hey, don't keep staring at me. Just because my attack might be weak, my defense is the best. If you don't believe it, then try it yourself. Lam Wuyen jabbed a few words. Let's give it a try. I'm afraid that if I touch it for a moment, I'll make your yolk spill out. Mo Tuyet immediately thought of that scene and playfully teased. What a powerful image. Kim Trak exploded in anger. What are you laughing at? If you can really break my eggshell, I will take your family name from today onward. Lam Wuyen clapped his hands. If you're so confident, then I'll take action. He shouted loudly. Yantan strongly advised him to quickly gather his strength in his hand and control the power within 5 parts. With this level of attack, Wang Jinjia can definitely withstand it. Lam Wuyen lands a strike at Lam Trash, leaving his eggshell completely intact. Lam Wuyen was surprised. What? Kim Trak quickly shouted. Haven't you eaten yet? Go all out. Lam Wuyen's eyes flash, her claws gathering more power. Thuong Loi Chi claws. He immediately yelled and rolled away. Oh my god, you're serious. The strike lands directly on Kim Trak's body, causing him to roll away in a mess, knocking the top of the spear. Mutuyet anxiously shouted, Vuong Kim Trach, are you okay? Lam Wuyen really did it. He's not joking at all. What is this? It's nothing special. This little brat Lam Wuyen, I considered you a brother, and yet you attack me like this? He stood up again, full of confidence. See, your attack didn't even scratch my eggshell. Lam Wuyen smiled. If that's the case, then let's see one more move. Kim Trak, after hearing that, immediately left. Let's find Song Lam quickly. With everyone from our team gathered, Lam Wuyen launches the attack. I am defending. Tumo Duet is in charge of controlling. Tong Lam is helping us. He sighed. Your plan isn't bad, but unfortunately, after running around in the forest earlier, I can't pinpoint Tong Lam's exact location anymore. Mutuyet is worried. What should we do next? Lam Wuyen suggests that if not, we should keep going until we reach the Longbone Mountain Range. She was surprised. Do you really want to bring us along to kill level Lord monsters? Can only the 3 of us do it? Stay calm and think it through. I guess most of the students earned their points by hunting the Beast King. So, it means few people are heading to the mountain range, and then we can kill the monsters without worrying about being ambushed by others. That would be safer for us. Mutuyet nodded in agreement. That's really how it is. I just encountered a group of students ambushing earlier, but please continue explaining. There are indeed quite a few level Lord monsters inside the core of Kotsanmak, but our location is quite far from them, or we can escape if detected. Overall, it's better than being ambushed from both sides. Both nodded. All right, I agree with you. Lam Wuyen silently calculated that as long as we can smoothly enter the heart of Kotsanmak, I might be able to become stronger by relying on my breath. 6 hours later, it was still daytime. Kim Trak and Mo Tuyet had returned to normal, sitting on Lam Wuyen's back, who was running and asking, Are you almost there? Not yet. We still haven't seen any level Lord monsters. Mo Tuyet looked around and saw they were very close. He calculated in his mind that they could gain 200 evolution points per second, when suddenly a drone appeared above them. Lam Wuyen was a bit startled, almost forgetting that this competition was broadcast live. He opened his eyes wider, realizing he needed to be more careful, or revealing secrets could cause trouble. At that moment, the two were observing through the camera. DM sighed. Indeed, letting the girl participate in the competition was a bit reluctant. Principal Toe, don't worry too much. Haven't you seen my son is also there? Plus Lam Wuyen, nothing will happen. DM glanced at him and asked, Are they reliable together? Wang Ding calmly replied, He is the student introduced by Zhao Shanhe. Do you think Trio Sunha's eyes are that bad? Deep inside the Long Cot mountain range, night has fallen, and the 3 of them are roasting meat in the cave. Surprisingly, the meat from these monsters doesn't taste bad. Kim Trak Chiak casually said, That's my skill, but I always carry these ingredients with me. Are you ready? Suddenly he waved and said goodbye. Dear guests and close friends, hello! The drone flies away at the same time. Wang Ding throws up his hands, saying, Stop the drone, I can't stand this person. Lam Wuyen turned to give instructions, saying, By tonight the temperature will drop and it will be dangerous, so soon we'll go outside to prepare more firewood and water. Kim Trace grinned. No problem. Smells good. Suddenly he sensed something. But why do I feel like the aura around him has suddenly intensified? Is it a breakthrough? Mao Tuyet agrees with that. I also feel that the energy from the 8 stars mid-stage has increased to the late stage. Lam Wuyen smiles brightly. I don't know either. I just suddenly became stronger sitting here. He immediately grabbed your leg and begged, Teach me, I promise to call you adoptive father. Lam Wuyen helplessly pushed him away. I'm not refusing to teach you. I just can't find a way. Kim Trak crying, Fine, I'll go find some firewood. Lam Wuyen turned to Mo Tuyet and said, Go with him. Someone is with him, so I'll stay here and watch the barbecue. As they left, Lam Wuyen called out to the system, No one is here anymore. Little Black Dragon, open all the previous yellow orbs. Black Dragon happily flies out, a book falling into his hand. I am here. Congratulations on successfully opening the yellow orb. You have received 50,000 evolution points. Congratulations on successfully opening the Golden Sun. You received the demon-slaying claw of the Beast God weapon, which can attack opponents and injure other spirits. Congratulations on successfully unlocking the Golden Aura and obtaining a copy of the Beast King level skill. He happily points to the book. This is the secret technique of the Beast King. 9 transformations of the Beast God. Fierce Tiger transformation. There are 9 volumes in total. This is the first volume. Do you want to learn it? Fierce Tiger transformation. A surge of power shoots into Lam Uyen's forehead. His whole body was enveloped in a beam of light, absorbing countless attack techniques. Lam Uyen quickly opened his eyes. I have fully comprehended everything. Haklong jumps up. Go try how powerful it is. Deep inside the cave, Lam Uyen changes his state, merging with the beast soul while no one is around. Black Dragon stands beside him, explaining that the power of the Fierce Tiger transformation allows for a short-term boost of explosive strength. Like an enraged tiger, Lam Uyen's claw technique is unleashed and his foot stomps the ground to charge the Fierce Tiger. Lam Uyen strikes down, sparks flying. His blow causes the ground to crack open. Haklong happily assessed that with his current strength, he could even hold off this Fierce Tiger for half an hour. Although it lacked the imposing aura of the mountain-crushing secret technique, he swung his arm, knowing this was only the first time of the 9-tailed beast transformation. If the subsequent level of transformation is completed, then the power of the 9 transformations of the Beast God also changes according to the quality that emerges. Lam Uyen is surprised. Is the transformation about the quality? I'm so excited. A few days later, the 3 of us lit a fire inside the cave. Kim Trak sighed. Why haven't we seen a single level master beast after so many days here? Is this really the territory of a level master? I guess everyone is tired of watching us grill meat and the drones aren't coming anymore. Lin Yuan calmly said, There's no need to face danger. Isn't that a good thing? He sighed. Well, it's good, but a bit dull. Suddenly, Kim Trak shivered and asked, Why is it suddenly so cold? He sighed and pointed at him, saying, Wang Mazi, has someone ever called you the Gossip King? Kim Trak retorted, No way, right? Mu Tuyet stammered, then pointed behind Kim Trak. You, behind you. He trembled as he turned back. Don't scare me. 2 bright spots flash and make strange sounds. Behind Kim Trak, a spirit beast is staring intently. Kim Trak, overwhelmed with fear and tears, shouted, Soul Beast Fusion, and instantly turned into an egg. The soul beast, frightened, swung its paw and knocked Kim Trak rolling away. He hit the wall, and the eggshell cracked open a bit. Mu Tuyet shouted worriedly, Vuong Kim Trak! The creature's feet stomp on the ground. It has 2 heads and is slowly approaching them. Lam Uyen and Mo Tuyet immediately change. She takes a breath, then spits ice at the beast. Lam Uyen raised her hand and struck it on its body. The beast roared in pain. It immediately burrows into the ground. Lam Uyen realizes what it is. This is the Earth Dragon. Everyone, watch the ground. The Earth Dragon lunged up from the ground, sending rocks flying straight toward Mu Tuyet. She stomps the ground to create an ice wall, and the stones that are not blocked rush toward Mu Tuyet. She opened her eyes in surprise. At that moment, Kim Trak rolled around wildly. He rolled straight in front of Mu Yue to block the stones. The heavens and earth are killing me. Lam Uyen gritted his teeth. We have to find a way to force the Earth Dragon to appear. If we stay passive, we'll only be more vulnerable. I can't sense its aura anymore. It seems this is a special ability of a level lord. Thinking of that, he rushed ahead. Let's run. What? You were shouting while running? There's no time to explain. Just follow me. Behind them, rocks and earth suddenly exploded. Kim Trak rolled away and shouted, No, Lam Uyen. This guy is too fast. We can't escape at all. You think we really want to run? Lam Uyen at this moment stops, blocking both of them in front. He opens his mouth to gather power. Lam Uyen unleashes his power directly at the Earth Dragon, hitting it and causing it to leap off the ground. He shouts, To Mo Tuyet! Quick! Mo Tuyet's foxtail flicked past. She stepped on the ground to freeze the Earth Dragon. Lam Uyen seized the opportunity to jump up and stomp hard on its body. The Earth Dragon wavered slightly, and Lam Uyen grabbed one of its heads, ignoring how tough its outer defenses were, because inside it was very fragile. He held its mouth open, revealing the law of biological evolution. Immediately after, Lam Uyen gathered his strength, condensed energy, and shot the power straight into the mouth of the Earth Dragon. It was instantly shattered, its body staggering before collapsing. Black Dragon happily jumps around. Congratulations on defeating the level boss monster. The reward is 1 white gold yang. Kim Trak was surprised. Lam Uyen already has it. Lamoyen takes a deep breath, displaying the power to fight against a level boss monster. Lamoyen holds up the spirit stone, surprised that both of them have spirit cores. He squints and smiles. This is 20 million. Kim Trek irritably said to you, Lamoyen, you're so strong but still pretending to be weak to deceive us is unfair. Mo Tuyet crossed her arms in response. Lamoyen has always been very strong, and he hasn't hidden anything from you. He's exhausted, and your husband is the most formidable. She angrily chased after Kim Trek. You fat guy, are you tired of living? He immediately ran away. I don't want to die. I still need to keep eating skewered meat. Suddenly, Kim Trek notices something and looks at the footprints from the fire pit. Who else could be stealing skewered meat? Lamoyen looked down and saw the footprints of the monster. Kim Trek angrily declared, Don't let me catch that damn thief, or I'll definitely teach you a lesson. You step forward a few steps, following the footprints to see where they lead. The three of you chase the footprints into a bush. Lamoyen carefully pushed aside the bushes to look, only to see a tiny dragon chewing on some meat. All three were stunned. What is this? The little dragon immediately opens its mouth and spits out a fireball towards the three of them. Lamoyen pushes Kim Trek away. Be careful, Mo Tuyet is also pushed aside by you. Quickly lie down. After finishing, Lamoyen kuon daw suong, loakaw bai kwa daw, dam tang vao kai fiaso. Kaunhin ve fiaso, tam nahin hon hao te malaiman dendang kin ngach. Mo Tuyet anxiously looked at Lamoyen, who reached out his hand. Suddenly, the little dragon approached to sniff Lamoyen's hand, and all three froze, watching it. Kim Trek quickly said, This monster might be a very special species. Yes. Lamoyen gently touched its nose, and the little dragon immediately rubbed against his hand. What is going on here? Why does it seem like it knows you? The little dragon bared its teeth at the two of them, clearly only close to him. Lamoyen gently patted it and said softly, Don't be rude like that. I wonder in my mind, little black dragon, is this your relative? It shook its head and said, I have no relatives. It must be attracted by the energy in your body. Lamoyen immediately understood, so that's it. It is also a monster formed from the influence of the radiation. Such a small one has such incredible power. When it grows up, it will be even more terrifying. Kim Trek anxiously asked, How should we deal with this monster? By the way, do Beast Soul Masters have the ability to raise monsters? He shook his head and said, I've never heard of that before. Do you want to keep it? Lamoyen pursed her lips and said, I want to try since it's quite close to me now and has strong strength. It could become our best helper. If one day it threatens humans, I will handle it myself. 7 days of survival training, dawn breaks, and the three of them sit by the campfire now with a little dragon. Mo Tuyet exclaims that Wang Mu is fat, and after a week of survival, his meat roasting skills are now on par with a chef. Look at how it makes little Hong crave it. Kim Trek is at a loss. Did you really name it Little Red? Such a rustic name. Lamoyen pats Xiaohong on the head. It's okay. The uglier the name, the easier to raise. At this point, he discussed that the survival game was almost over, only 3 days left, and wondered if they should go kill a few more monsters for points. Just then, the drone arrived at the cave entrance. Mo Tuyet whispered to him, Lamoyen, if they record Xiaohong, will it be okay? Lamoyen just smiled. This is something they can't hide even if they want to. If you plan to raise it, of course, you will be responsible for it. It's also good to let the dean know early. Kim Trek feeds it a piece of meat, but I don't know what my father and the other deans will think. Right now, in the Yenching University conference room, many people are watching through drones. They all stared in shock at this scene. Tianqi was furious. Principal Wang Ding, please give us an explanation. Why are our students with a monster? DM immediately stood up, signaling the staff to cut off the live broadcast. Wang Ding still looks at him calmly. Hey, there's no need to be so tense. Maybe it's a small monster trying to get close to humans. In the end, I'll advise Lamoyen to let it go back. It probably won't cause any big problems. Doesn't the DM look serious? Does no one notice? That little monster, even though its color has changed, they look exactly the same. They both suddenly remembered the terrifying dragon, Zhongyan Black Dragon King Ni Hawk. Wang Ding widened his eyes. Really? How certain are you? He said seriously that hundreds of years ago the Black Dragon Rebellion nearly destroyed Yenching. Although I didn't see it with my own eyes as the principal of Yenkin Beast Academy, I have read quite a few documents. The appearance of Nihawk in history and the young dragon shown on the screen earlier are no different except for the color. Tianqi disagreed with him, but Nihawk had died hundreds of years ago. If you say that, does that mean it came back to life after dying? Could this mean it's a kind of unkillable monster? So what if it comes back to life? If we could kill it once, we can kill it a second time. Besides, our strength now is much greater than before. It's just a small dragon king. Tuang Tianqi, I volunteer to lead the way. The principal of Haingu University still maintains a calm expression. Even if Nihawk comes back to life, there's nothing to worry about, but I still advise dealing with him while he's still young. After all, the Cactus Mountain is too close to Yenkin City, and it's hard to guarantee nothing will happen. Vuongdin looked at the old man. Are you planning to do the same? DM shook his head. Everyone has misunderstood my meaning. I'm not saying Nihawk has come back to life after hundreds of years. He was sweating profusely, and I suspect it's his spirit core that hasn't been found for hundreds of years. It's appeared already. Vuongdin was immediately shocked. Vuongdin suddenly exclaimed, "The spirit core? You mean that thing could be a transformed spirit core?" Didium nodded and said, "I am just guessing. But luckily that young dragon is still small, almost unable to threaten us, so we can continue training and just do live broadcasts and try our best not to reveal ourselves." His face darkened, and he said, "I will report to the military department immediately after the survival battle ends and eliminate the threats within this mountain range." It bites a goat in its mouth and moves slowly, then suddenly its eyes widen. Long Sao drops the goat and quickly moves forward. It gazed at the crystal core before it, and Long Sao immediately felt furious. It opened its mouth wide and roared, a loud sound echoing through the mountains and forests. It slowly crawled out, black smoke swirling around it. Long Sao opened its mouth and inhaled all the black smoke, which immediately covered the sky. The monsters underground are terrified by the darkness. Kim Track exclaimed in surprise, "What's going on? Am I still dreaming, waking up before dawn?" La Muyen silently assessed, "It's already morning, but the black fog still surrounds me." Mutuyet shrank back. "This fog doesn't look quite right." Kim Track was anxious. Isn't it supposed to be natural formation? Isn't there some kind of monster's power stealing the Lord's authority? This range of influence is too wide. Lin Yuan touches his watch. "Look, the watch is broken too. This fog could even block the magnetic field. We're completely trapped here." She's worried. "That also means the drone will malfunction. So what should we do?" "There's no way to contact the teachers." Xiaohong clings to Lamuyen's collar and he immediately ruffles its hair. "Don't worry, it's just fog. There shouldn't be any danger. I'll go around and check later. Stay here and don't run around." Deep in the mountain range, in some cave, a group of people sit around a fire, a tall young man sweating nervously. "What should we do? Can't get in touch with the school either?" Songlam shook his head and sighed. "We've investigated, and all the communication devices are down." Seeing that, he was terrified. Do we really have to wait here to die? So many of us have lost contact. The school can't just ignore this. Lanho glanced over and said, "Before the rescue arrives, we still need to be careful. Haven't you noticed that since the fog appeared, the chances of encountering high-level monsters have been increasing?" Tong Lam continued. He also didn't know how the others were doing. It would be great if we could find So Tianduk and Lam Uyen. At this moment, Huyan Ko interrupted him. "So Tianduk is indeed very strong, but what's the point of looking for that useless Lam Uyen? Maybe he was already eliminated long ago. He definitely wouldn't dare go deep into this mountain range on his own." Tong Lam retorted, "We're all classmates and teammates, so why are you speaking such harsh words?" Huyan Ko sneers, "Even a useless person has the right to be my teammate." Lan Ho immediately stood up. "If that's the case, someone like me who is useless doesn't deserve to be in the same squad as you. I won't bother you anymore." "Are you all crazy? Now you don't know how many dangers are in the fog if you leave the team?" Leighton quickly steps out and everyone makes way. "With Oh Huyan Ko's personality, you don't need to go as far as leaving the team, right?" Huyan Ko still doesn't know how to behave and arrogantly added, "Am I wrong in saying this? He's just an E-rank Beast Soul Master. Getting into the selection list is already a backdoor. If you want to protect that useless guy, go ahead, and do you think I will be intimidated by you?" Thun Nam and Liet An looked at him angrily. These days, facing level lord monsters, they have relied entirely on Song Lam's overwhelming aura. If he leaves, he grits his teeth and wonders how he'll survive in the future. Huyan Ko raised his voice at Thun Nam. "What do you mean? Without them here, can we really survive?" He hesitated. "But without Tong Lam, if we encounter a level lord monster again, it would be very dangerous." He glared at Thang Nam and said, "You useless person, I don't believe we can't find others to join us." The two of them could only sigh as Lan Ho and Tong Lam were now stepping outside. "I didn't expect you to leave the team with me. Lam Uyen is my friend, so of course I can't stand hearing him say that." Lan Hu scratches his head, also unsure what happened to that kid Lam. Not really eliminated, right? Tong Lam smiles. "I believe he's fine. That kid is really strong. Maybe Wang Jinju and Tuomo Yue are with him too." He also smiled and said, "So what? That's good." At that time, a soldier from the Yenching Great Beast Conference stepped forward to report, "The senior investigators have already conducted a preliminary investigation of the fog situation." He reported that the fog disrupts magnetic fields, and electronic devices cannot function properly. At the same time, they found a large monster moving within the fog, along with many level lord monsters. The destination is still unknown, and his expression grew serious. Logically, this area should not have any level lord beasts. Therefore, the army suspects that these monster usurpers may have received orders from higher up, implying that there are still king-level monsters appearing deep within the mountain range. Wang Ding turned and asked, "So those mists are probably also the work of king-level monsters?" He replied loudly, "It is very likely, and the fog still exists. The number of casualties among students has not been fully assessed, but the good news is that the fog only extends deep into the Longbone mountain range. Currently, safety personnel have entered the fog to search for students. Principals, please rest assured. The entire classroom listens to his report. Additionally, the Army hopes that the school can send 2-level Beast King individuals to represent and explore the mountain range. If there truly is a Beast King level monster, they still hope to kill it on the spot." Vuongding and Diem immediately stood up and said, "If that's the case, let me go too." Tian Kai hurriedly stopped them. "No, a beast stealing the king-level beast doesn't require both elders to go. Old Wang's concern for his son is understandable." "Old To, what are you planning to investigate?" Vuongdin glared at him. Her daughter is also inside. DDM's face darkened as he walked away. "I won't allow anything to threaten Tuyetni's life, not even a level king beast." Deep inside the Dragonbone mountain range, Lin Yuan just defeated a monster. This is already the third one we've encountered today. He gently exhaled. "A level lord beast?" Kim Trak looked at Xiao Hong. This kid really eats well and sleeps soundly. Mo Tuyet immediately covered her mouth to laugh. "All right. During the fight earlier, Xiao Hong's ability was even greater than yours." At that moment, Xiao Hong dug out a spirit core and immediately put it in his mouth to swallow. La Moyen couldn't stop it and looked shocked beyond belief. "My precious 1,000 gem core, how could it be?" You immediately flicked it away, holding the spirit core in your hand. "And from now on, you're not allowed to eat random spiritual items. Understood?" At that moment, a loud bell startled Kim Trak. "It's another beast tide. We've already used up quite a bit of energy. Little Black Dragon, please use all your evolution points to upgrade me." Black Dragon immediately jumped up and obeyed. La Muyen immediately transformed into a beast soul. Jinja looked on in amazement. "Why does my cousin feel like you've suddenly broken through again?" Suddenly, something shot toward them. Mutuyet shouted, "La Muyen, be careful." A voice made La Muyen open her eyes. "It was indeed you guys. I knew I wasn't hearing things." The attacker is the beast spirit form of Lan Ho, Vuong Lan Ho. Kim Trak and Mo Tuyet run out, with Tong Lam flying after Lan Ho. "I'm here too," Kim Trak said happily. "That's great, so Tong Lam and you are together." "Now is not the time to talk. Tong Lam and I are being chased by that beast stealing the territory." The monster's wing swings up and a tornado heads straight for them. "Watch out!" The tornado rushes toward Song Lam. La Muyen immediately rushes out to shield everyone. The blue energy strikes his body. La Muyen immediately opens his mouth and fires a shot. The bullet hit the monster's head, causing it to cry out in pain. Lan Ho silently assessed that after just a few days apart, your strength has increased. Again, no wonder Song Lan trusts you so much. Who exactly is this kid? A god or something. After spitting, it turns around and runs back. Little Red rubs against La Muyen as if seeking affection. La Muyen squinted and beckoned with his claw. Tu Hong immediately spat out a spirit core. La Muyen gently stroked its head with his claw and said, "Good. I can't spoil this little guy too much. I need to train him to obey my commands." Afterward, he tossed some food to Xiao Hong. Lan Ho crossed his arms and frowned. "Is this dragon raised by La Muyen?" Kim Trak chuckled happily and said precisely, "It was La Muyen who found it. Did you see just now? Their combat power is incredible." Mo Tuyet stepped over and asked, "So you only have 2 people? Why did you come to this deep mountain range?" The story is too long to tell. Not long after, the 5 of them sat around the fire. Kim Trak was furious. What kind of thing is Oh Huyenko just relying on him, and he dares to look down on Lam Muyen? I guarantee he can't even withstand one move from Lam Muyen. Mu Tuyet hugged her knee in curiosity and asked, "How is it over there?" Tong Lam closed her eyes slightly. Outside are all monsters. This time the beast tide has erupted, probably on a large scale. La Muyen frowned. Here it comes again. At the same time, the ground cracked open and a monster emerged from beneath. Kim Trak immediately transformed into a beast soul and pushed it back. Lan Ho ran while sighing. "Kim Trak, your beast soul is special." Kim Trak looked at him, angry as he rolled away, still smiling and saying, "I saved your life." The beast behind them roared, and a flock of flying monsters and wolf-like creatures emerged afterward. They quickly surrounded all 4 of them, and everyone immediately entered beast soul fusion mode. Song Lam soared into the air, increasing their attack power and speed. Lan Hu roared and slashed with his claws. Mutu Yet summoned ice to attack. Kim Trak rolled around, knocking down the monsters. Lam Uyen charged in, forcing the monsters to retreat. A few smaller monsters rushed toward him. You really? Lam Uyen charged forward, taking down all of them at once. Is it done yet? As I took them down, I realized this is what it feels like to tear through a large amount of flesh and blood. Lam Uyen stomps on a monster, and yet he's like this. Mutu Yet looks at him in shock. Lam Uyen, you're amazing, a monster roared. Lam Uyen turned around, eyes blazing. He unleashed a deadly shot that immediately killed and destroyed everything, ending this kind of pleasure completely. Lam Uyen's eyes light up. That's right, I am a killer, and maybe this is all I need, the way of the assassin. Lam Uyen, standing on the corpse of a monster, suddenly a roar shakes the ground, the roar growing louder as it echoes through the trees. Lam Uyen, rushing forward, also has to pay attention. What is that sound? The monsters were startled and terrified. They stopped attacking and all ran away, but why are they running now? Motuyet raised her head and said, Look, 2 red orbs appeared in the sky. Are there 2 suns in the black bones? Lam Uyen was stunned. No, those are the eyes of the monster. Lan Ho was amazed. What kind of monster is big enough to have such huge eyes? The monster's red eyes stared at them intently, smoke billowing out, and Long Sao stepped in front of them as Lan Ho trembled. Lam Uyen, we need to run now. Lam Uyen calmly assessed that this is definitely at the level of a king beast. We can't escape. Tong Lam noticed something. Lam Uyen, it seems like this monster has been always staring at you. He glanced down. Could it be because Xiaohong was trembling and holding on to Lam Uyen? Suddenly, he said something that made it stop trembling, whatever the reason. Lam Uyen looked up and said, We can only rely on water to fight. Long Zhao opened his mouth wide, swallowing the black bones. Lan Ho covered his head. What? All the black bones have been sucked in by it. It spat out a stream of dark bones toward them. Lam Uyen immediately gathered his strength in front of his chest and shot out a powerful blast to counter its bones. This is the Earth element attack to mobilize all the condensed energy, enough to kill a level Lord monster so it can probably hold for a moment. The 2 powers collide, and your strength is pushed back. Lam Uyen is stunned as the black energy shoots straight toward him, unable to block it. Tiny Red immediately looked up, puffed out its cheeks, and then a column of fire was spewed out by Tiny Red, using all its strength to breathe fire. Mutuyet also took a breath and said, I'm going up too. Lam Uyen also released her power, attacking with nuclear energy. The 3 powers clash against Long Zhao's black smoke, and in the end, 2 of them successfully cancel each other out. Lam Uyen gasped for breath, realizing that just one attack had made them so difficult to handle. The scene around them was chaotic. The ugly dragon opened its mouth again, aiming to bite Xiaohong. Xiaohong just managed to jump out of Long Zhao's biting jaws, then leapt up and struck it hard on the body. The beast immediately roared in pain. It opens its mouth again, sticking out its tongue to catch little Hong. Lin Yuan immediately shouted, It's definitely targeting that kid. Let's take this opportunity to run quickly. Lan Ho hurriedly asked Lam Uyen, Do you really want to deal with that level beast king alone? This time Xiaohong can't escape, caught by the tongue of the Long Sao. Lam Uyen clenched his fists and said, I can't just stand by. I said I would raise it. With a fiery look in my eyes, I won't abandon it and run away alone. Mutuyet steps beside you. No matter what decision you make, I will support you. Lan Ho also crosses her arms. After all, we are friends. Song Lam was floating in the air. I was fighting a level beast-level monster. No regrets. Kim Trak also shouted, My father is the principal of the Beast City. I can't let him down. If I really die here, my father will surely avenge us. Lam Uyen looked at them emotionally. You guys, Tong Lam flies up. God. Lam Uyen immediately unleashes his power, cutting through the Long Sao's tongue. Lan Ho immediately jumped up, spun around in the middle of the knot, then landed. Long Sao was instantly injured. It roared, and its voice pushed everything back. Lam Uyen leans on his hand, pulls out a ruby, and looks at it shining in his hand, knowing that he was once weak, and all his treasured possessions were taken away. He trained desperately for today. Lam Uyen's eyes gleamed with determination. I am strong enough now and will not let anyone steal my belongings anymore. Lam Uyen threw the ruby into his mouth. Regardless of whether you are human or a terrifying beast, his whole body immediately shone brightly. He shouted, and everyone looked at Lam Uyen with concern, as his foot pressed down on the ground. Lam Uyen has grown bigger, and the red spikes are protruding. Lam Uyen becomes enormous. You scream out, your eyes blazing. Lam Uyen bows his head, his body engulfed in flames. Today, Long Zhao's eyes also flash red. Who are we? Lam Uyen stands facing it. Someone is definitely going to die here. La Muyen leans back to catch his breath, then raises his head and opens his mouth wide as a flash of light erupts. Motoyet watches this scene, feeling it's beyond imagination. La Muyen, this is the power unleashed at maximum force. The final card, let's bet everything. He shoots a straight red lotus beam forward. Long Sao opens his eyes in horror. It was immediately struck by La Muyen. A huge smoking wound appeared on its body. Long Sao roared in anger, while Lan Ho was blocked by its energy. This kind of special combat is probably too difficult for us to join. Songlam flies up in front of him. You all step back. Don't get excited. I believe I can still help a little. He spreads his wings. A circle appears behind him, and his power is directed towards Lam Uyen. Lam Uyen, boosted by increased strength, charges forward immediately. Thank you. Long Sao once again spews toxic smoke, aiming it straight at Songlam, but unexpectedly Lam Uyen raises his hand to block it. You shattered Long Sao's power. Don't even think about harming my friends. Tong Lam was extremely shocked by what he saw. What is Lam Uyen's true strength level? Are they a level 9 lord or a beast-level threat? Lam Uyen rushes forward and grabs Long Zhao's snout, quickly punching it in the body. It opened its eyes in shock, then released Lam Uyen and leapt up, biting into the black bone. Both spat out at the same time, their powers colliding and pushing everything back. This time Lam Uyen gains the upper hand, a beam of light shattering the black bone pillar. Motuyet rubs her eyes, and when she looks up, she is immediately stunned. Long Sao is engulfed in a blazing fire. Motuyet secretly thought, La Muyen has won. Suddenly her eyes widened again, as the black bones spun around the dragon's body. La Muyen was also surprised. What's going on here? Is it healing itself? You immediately gather more strength. There's not much time left. I can't let it have a chance to recover. La Muyen fires another burst of power at it, which merges with the black smoke. Tong Lam hurriedly shouts, La Muyen, he's flying toward you. This creature knows how to absorb energy. It might not be healing, but evolving. This kid isn't a Beast King level, he's actually evolving into a Beast King. We have to seize this chance and run now. La Muyen was stunned. Everything was about how it used to be at the level of the Nine Kings peak, and only by breaking through could it become a king beast. This level now is no longer the same as before. He immediately turned around and shouted, Everyone go quickly. Unexpectedly, the black smoke cloud behind had cracked. La Muyen looked at it in amazement. How is this possible? How could it evolve so quickly? The crack widens on the shell, and he can't shout in time. Everyone, be careful. The ugly dragon broke through the shell and leapt behind him, its claws digging into the ground, with a pair of wings now appearing on its body and a forest growing on its head. La Muyen covered his mouth, his aura unstable, possibly due to rapid evolution, as his previous wounds had not fully healed. You look at Long Sao, different from before, but now at the level of a king beast. Its strength cannot be underestimated. Long Sao lifts its head and gathers power, firing countless purple bullets. La Muyen turned his back to shield everyone from the bullets and ran, immediately spitting out a mouthful of blood. La Muyen glanced back and cursed. So this is the true strength of a king-level beast? Song Lam hurriedly shouted, La Muyen, don't worry. You won't die. Even if you do, it's no big deal. Just a pity I haven't seen your strongest form yet. Little Hong has now climbed onto your shoulder. It stares intently at Bad Long Lam Uyen, looking surprised by its expression. This kid, you smirked and said, Consider this time not wasted on raising you. You better run now. No need to die here with me. Lam Uyen gathered energy in front of his chest, planning to use all his remaining energy for one more red lotus burst. Even if there's no way to kill it, as long as we buy some time for everyone to escape, Motuyet tearfully shouted. Lam Uyen cannot be allowed. Lan Ho rushes forward to stop him. La Muyen, what do you want to do? La Muyen opened her mouth, preparing her final energy to become friends with everyone. You think of their faces. I have been deeply buried. La Muyen gently closes his eyes. Goodbye. Suddenly, a voice echoes from afar. Is this the level of a Beast King like in the intelligence reports? Being loved like this is also called a Beast King. La Muyen immediately stopped gathering power, and everyone present was shocked. The two are slowly descending from above. It's Wang Ding and DM. Kim Trak happily shouts, Dad! Mutuyet looked up in surprise. He actually made it here. La Muyen lets out a breath. The principal has arrived. He transforms back into his human form and kneels down. It seems we are safe. Immediately after, La Muyen fainted. At least he survived. The dragon is falling freely to the ground, his eyes blazing like fire. Mo Shui hurriedly runs over. La Muyen. Kim Trak waved his hand and shouted, My father is here. Vuong Dien coldly said, Even a small crocodile can't be dealt with. Don't come out claiming to be my son, it's really embarrassing. Kim Trak froze completely. Do you want me to repeat what you're saying, Dad? At this moment, all the members rushed to La Muyen's side. Wang Din quietly thought that reaching this level was already considered quite skilled. Then he asked in a deep voice, "Should I do it or you?" "Diem Zhongfeng, let me go. He insists that if you dare to put my daughter in danger, she must feel this anger." With that, Diem releases a powerful surge of magic to merge her soul. Lamuyen's entire group was bewildered by that power. The dragon also looked up toward the source of the light. The surging source of magic power from Diem is growing larger. The magic dragon roars loudly. With that powerful aura, the dragon's body trembled in fear, but he quickly counterattacked. The dragon unleashes a powerful burst of magic from its mouth as Diem adjusts his attack to match. Nyan's shadow of Sunba suddenly faded like an illusion, and the moving body froze as Diem completely surrounded the opponent with a supreme attack, with such force that it even affected Lamuyen's group. Diem growled provocatively, "Now it's your strength." But the dragon hurriedly turned back, and Diem had no intention of letting go, wanting to escape. Moreover, he even launched a final blow. The heaven and earth roar surrounds. Diem exhales a fiery breath as the dragon is now defenseless, lying perfectly within his fiery claws. That wave of power is tearing through the dragon's body. Diem continues to strengthen his attack. Fire serpent smoke. Mutuyet couldn't help but be amazed. This Ma Yem Long Yan, the proud beast king, doesn't need to bow before him. She can tell this is Emperor Hong Long Tu de Diem. Kim Trock said loudly, "Too strong. If Tu de Diem were my father, that would be great." "When did Vuong Ding appear?" "What? Is it a shame for you to be Vuong Din's son?" Kim Trock was startled. "When did you arrive here, Dad?" "It was right when I just accepted someone else as my father." Meanwhile, Mo Tuyet was still helping Lamuyen. Vuong Din stepped forward and asked, "With such a rare opportunity, don't you want to say anything?" Diem softly said, "If she's okay, that's good." Vuong Din cheerfully responded, "We should thank Lamuyen if it weren't for his reckless resistance." Lamuyen still feels a bit exhausted. Diem assesses that a student like him is truly extraordinary. Even with a beast soul level, he can fight against a beast king level monster. How could he do that? Vuong Din also looked serious. "That's right, I don't know either, but I can be sure that his future will definitely be limitless." In short, everyone is waiting for him to wake up before continuing. At this moment, a helicopter is flying in the sky. One representative spoke, saying, "It's been hard on both of you. Let's quickly take the students back." Diem said, "We will stay here a bit longer to see if there's any more danger." The other person received the order clearly. Lamuyen's group was seated steadily on the helicopter, but something caught Lan Ho and Kim Trock's attention. A small spirit beast suddenly jumped onto Lamuyen's body. Seeing it calmly lying on him, Kim Trock quickly warned, "Don't move it. This beast is always raised by Lamuyen and has no ill intentions towards us." Vuong Din just happened to walk in, and it's true. "This is Lamuyen, my student's pet." Kim Trock was surprised. "How does he know, Dad?" Vuong Ding immediately exposed him. "Do you think it's embarrassing when you live stream eating grilled meat with a drone?" He asked seriously, "But do you really not know the origin of this little monster? This little kid is roughly the essence core of the Black Dragon Emperor transformed." Vuong Din says it is also the incubation period of the Black Dragon Emperor Nihak. Everyone was stunned. "This little kid is Nihak." Vuong Din asked back, "Do you think your father would lie to you?" But Kim Trock was worried that if this kid really was the reincarnation of the Black Dragon King, how should we handle it? Vuong Din replied, "This isn't something I can decide alone. We'll need to discuss it in a meeting first. Principal Oh Huyen Ko, Lai Than Nam, and Vian Liadan have already separated from us. I know the army has gone to search. Now the fog is clearing. The beast tide has retreated. They will be fine." Diem emphasized that this fog would be classified as top secret by the Ministry of Education and must not be leaked accidentally. "Do you understand?" The soldiers responded seriously. Deep within the Dragonbone mountain range, the beast eater is charging forward fiercely, its face looking extremely ferocious, and the Huyen Ko is anxious. "Lai Thun Nam, why haven't you used your vine to tie it up yet?" Given the situation, it's clear that the opponent is that beast stealing the leader's territory, and moreover, it's immune to poison. How am I supposed to tie it up? If you hadn't forced the Tonglam team to leave, Huyen Ko would be stubbornly arguing back, and you would be blaming me. Thun Nam retorted angrily. "What I said is the truth. Can I handle a spider spirit all by myself?" "Have you ever thought about my life and death?" Huyen Ko retorted arrogantly. "I am the team leader, and what I say goes." Thun Nam declared frankly that So Tianduk is actually our team leader. If he were here, he definitely wouldn't be like us, just running away with our tails between our legs. Liden hurriedly intervened. "Now that the enemy is right in front of us, we should stop fighting among ourselves." Thun Nam immediately warned, "Are you also planning to betray us?" Meanwhile, the spider was still eyeing them menacingly. See? It spat out several large globs of slime and Thon Nam swallowed one completely into his body. Huyen Ko Dung Da was delighted. Even heaven itself won't let you live, and confronting me won't end well for you. At this moment, Thang Nam was lying on the ground. Seeing the spider approaching step by step, he couldn't help but worry, am I going to die here? As the black mist suddenly dissipated, the creature clenched its sharp teeth and then retreated and ran away. Liat An happily announced, we're saved. Huyen Ko is very furious. The fog never clears at the right time. Just when I'm about to wipe out Li Thun Nam, it disappears again. Li Thun Nam is my sworn enemy. If he is still alive, then the principal will find out about everything I did before. An idea came to his mind. Maybe I should just settle everything with Li Thun Nam here. While Liat An and Thang Nam were not paying attention, Huyen Ko secretly approached with a weapon. The sound from the watch rang out, signaling that their rescue had been received, and a team of Beast Soul Master soldiers was on their way to help, currently about 563 meters away from you. The person on the other end reminds him to hold on a little longer, and Li Dan happily exclaims, that's great, we can finally leave this hellish place. Only Huyen Ko was grinding his teeth in anger. Damn it. At the same time, in the hospital room, bright sunlight shone in. Seeing La Muyen open his eyes, Mo Tuyet said, you're awake. That made her unable to hide her joy, and she thoughtfully suggested I go pour some hot water, but La Muyen showed strange behavior. Where is this? Mu Tuyet said, this is the medical room at Yenking University. You've been unconscious for 3 days. La Muyen was also quite surprised. How come I was unconscious for so long? Mu Tuyet shared the situation, and the doctor said, your spirit and physical strength are both overexerted, which is why you are in this state. Waking up after 3 days is already very fast. La Muyen suddenly froze, realizing that the side effects of using the micronuclear reaction to enter the Red Lotus form were more severe than he had imagined. Then he asked, how are the others doing? Mu Tuyet answered all the questions. Our senior students are fine and already preparing for the arena battle, but this incident has caused significant casualties. Only one person from Tainan University and Hoatien University managed to retreat safely. She brought news that due to the losses this time, the next round of the competition will be postponed for 14 days. La Muyen quietly assessed that facing a beast of king level was already a situation where 9 people could die, which was truly unfortunate. Their future should have been limitless, but these are the harsh truths that beast soul masters must face. Mo Tuyet remembered something. That's right. Do you know why that beast was targeting us? Luyan quickly had an answer. Is it because of Little Hong? Mo Tuyet added. Looks like you knew all along, but Dean Vuong Din said that the little dragon is very likely the reincarnation of the Mid-Yen Black Dragon King Nihawk. La Muyen was once again stunned. What are you joking? Wasn't Nihawk already dead for hundreds of years? Mo Tuyet continued, but after Nihawk died, its beast core was never found. Several hundred years have passed, so they suspect that Nihawk's monster core has transformed into this small dragon. After some thought, La Muyen became concerned. Are they planning to use Xiaohong as a test subject rather than deal with it properly? Mu Tuyet can only share the information she received, but Dean Wang Ding already said he hopes you will come to see him in person after you wake up. The very next second, Lam Uyen exclaimed, I know now. You quickly deduce that if Little Red is really a transformed Nihawk, then I will have to part ways with her, right? I can't just sit here and wait to die. So Lam Uyen decisively yanked the needle from his hand and hurriedly left the bed. Help me with the discharge procedures. Now is not the time to rest. Mu Tuyet was confused, but he had just woken up. La Muyen seriously said, you understand my personality. You tell me to rest here now, but I don't feel at ease. Yenkin is training while La Muyen is practicing her skills and merging her beast soul. The system now displays information about the beast soul. The beast soul is a giant black crystal in a weak growth stage with 27 days remaining, consuming evolution points. It can shorten and save time in the weakened state. With innate talent level SS, second-tier Beast King rank, 33 meters tall, with attack, slash, claw, and A-level white heat skills. S-level atomic earth energy, 555 Hong Lean form, S-level Hong Lean core, S-level Hong Lean atomic earth energy, secret techniques of the beast god, 9 transformations, fierce tiger transformation, domain, lethal strike, unformed beast god, ordinary thunder, level beast general, energy condensation, Beast King Soul Seal, Beast King evolution points remaining 123,745, 645. Lam Uyen was quite dissatisfied, having fallen to the second-tier Beast King rank, and still had to endure 127 days in the weakened state. It's really too tragic. Heilong encouraged him, At least you already have an unformed domain. Once your weak state recovers, your strength will also increase. Lam Uyen sighed, so I have to deal with this weak state somehow. I can't wait. 127 days. Hak Long had an idea. Just use evolution points. I'll keep it simple. You'll need 250 evolution points. Hearing this plan, Lam Uyen only felt more heartbroken. That much is enough for me to break through to the level of the leader. You struggle with your mind, but the nationwide new student friendship competition is still ongoing. I have to restore my strength quickly, so I can't avoid using it. Lam Uyen wondered. This Hong Lien form is information provided by Hak Long, capable of swallowing a large amount of nuclei in a short time to help the host enter the Hong Lien form and greatly increase their strength. With her quick mind, Lam Uyen immediately guessed that this probably requires a second large nuclear reactor to be usable. Hak Long confirms that you are truly clever, as well as Hong Lien Maksung and Hong Lien Nguyen Tuthotuk. These two more powerful skills are also exclusive to the Hong Lien form. Lam Uyen lowered his voice and said, "So there's no room for negotiation? I'm very poor right now." Hak Long said, "This is a system decision. No room for negotiation, but luckily you still have a lower-tier Soul Beast crystal to use." Lan Yuan agreed. "All right, back to the starting point. Late at night, a call comes from outside the hotel. Principal, the sound inside is ringing out. The door isn't locked. Come in." Vuong Din eagerly spoke. "Your little kid finally arrived. I've been waiting for you for a long time," Lam Uyen said calmly. "Hello, Principal." Vuong Din praised him highly. "No need for such formalities. This time you did very well, able to suppress a Beast King-level monster and corner it." But Lam Uyen remained very humble, saying it was just forcing the beast into a corner and ultimately needing the principal's help. Vuong Din still wondered, "What exactly did you do?" Lam Uyen thinks it's just luck. Vuong Din just chuckles and says, "Everyone has their own secrets. If you haven't said anything, I won't ask any more, but with your strength so depleted, it seems you've paid a hefty price. Do you need to soak in another batch of medicine to make up for it and boost your spirits?" Lam Uyen looked genuinely surprised. Only for herself? Vuong Din cheerfully announced that there's no need to worry. This time she has contributed a lot. The education department also sent a notice covering all the soaking potion costs, and this time there was even a level of divine beast core. In addition, you and Dean to each received an extra divine beast core as a reward. Lam Uyen did not forget to express her gratitude. "Thank you, Principal." Wang Ding hesitated for a moment and then shared his thoughts. "Honestly, I also have my own motives. I hope you can recover quickly so that our Demon City Beast Corps can achieve glory in this national new student friendship competition." Hearing this, he felt a bit disappointed. Unfortunately, after the survival battle, our Monster City's ranking among universities is only 4th. It's just a joke. Lam Uyen comforted him, saying it's only temporary, but secretly thinking, you turn hostile so quickly. In the very next second, Vuong Din's tone changed completely. From being a backup to now, the greatest trump card of our popular Meadu Beast. "Can you handle this responsibility?" Lam Uyen confidently declared, "I've already shown my determination by coming here to see the principal, and I will do my best in the future." Vuong Ding immediately changed his attitude, no longer putting too much pressure on me. "I really value you." Actually, Lam Uyen already knew all of the opponent's plans. The old fox can say whatever he wants. I have nothing more to say. Since you brought it up, there's one thing I want to mention. "That's right, Principal. And about that little dragon, is it really the reincarnation of Ni Vuong Din revealed through testing that the dragon is 99% compatible with Ni? And it also contains an extremely powerful energy. According to his research, if it truly matures, it will definitely become the second Black Dragon King of the Central Yen. But there are many doubts about this claim." Next, Wang Ding explained the situation and mentioned that 2 days ago the army was preparing to interrogate you. "But you are my student. How could I let my students be bullied by others?" So I refused. In addition, I have also secured the right to raise that little dragon on behalf of the Demon Beast Empire. You don't need to worry about its safety. Lam Uyen was pleased with this useful information. Thank you, Principal." Vuong Din specifically warned, "Don't thank me just yet. The place where monsters are raised is something never before seen, and the small dragon is also full of dangers. Everyone is watching. I also had to make a big promise to get it. So this time's competition, Yan Yuan is confident. I understand the principal's intention. This national competition will surely show everyone's true strength of the demon beast, and I will definitely win the championship." Wang Ding smiled brightly and said, "That's good. With your words, I feel reassured." He's a bit curious and asked, "Why is that kid so close to you?" "I also don't know. That kid is very proud, and no one dares to get close." In the end, he simply replied, "We are probably very similar. Tonight's sky is bright with stars. The demon teacher appears in the darkness, old Demon Li. He speaks in a strange voice. Long time no see." Huang Kuai calmly remarked, "Should I admire your courage for meeting here after all?" The spirit teacher replied, If it weren't for your difficulties, I wouldn't have hurried to see you. Huang Kuai straightforwardly said, the recovery time is even sooner than expected. This is not my problem. Moreover, Wang Ding and 2ODM have already taken action. What else can I do? It's already lucky that they haven't realized this was someone intentionally causing trouble. Meanwhile, the God sect was extremely confident that those fools would definitely not notice, but the crucial matter of restoration absolutely could not reveal any mistake. That's obvious, but Huang Kui wonders why the Holy Spirit wants to restore Nihawk during this national competition. The Church of the Divine immediately burst into a sinister laugh and cunningly asked back, do you really think this plan is just about restoring Nihawk? Originally, the Spirit Master already had an additional prey. How are you doing? Our goal is this national competition. We must use the hawk to trap those geniuses in the Longbone Mountain range. Huang Kuai glanced at the person beside him with surprise. The God of War despises the so-called 5 explosions of those fools. As long as we kill all those geniuses, we can turn this era into the darkest age in the history of Beast Soul Masters. Now in Yanjing, at the Heavenly Pool Bathing Center, Lam Yuan looked around and surprisingly found himself back at this secret bathing spot. Then he dropped the prepared items into the water, which included medicinal water and 3 spirit core pills of the Beast King level. Then, Lam Wuyen took off his shirt and stepped down, feeling a surge of pure power that made his whole body feel much more comfortable. Hak Long kept exclaiming, congratulations on successfully absorbing the King Beast level energy. You received 5,000 evolution points. In the blink of an eye, 5 days have passed, and as planned, Lam Yen steps onto the ground, his muscular body radiating power. Lam Yen immediately commands, Little Black Dragon, open the personal attribute panel. Black Dragon obeys. Yes. Lam Wuyen reads the information displayed on the panel, recognizing that you have successfully stepped out of the great path that belongs to yourself, grasped the domain of slaughter, and evolved to the Lord level. Now I finally remember I used 60 million evolution points to end my weakness. Based on Lam Wuyen's guess, more than 20 million evolution points should be enough for me to break through to the Lord level, right? Black Dragon confirms, of course I can. Lam Wuyen carefully evaluated each one, very satisfied, spending 1 million evolution points to strengthen the hardness of the scales, 1 million evolution points to sharpen the claws, and another 1 million evolution points to upgrade his physique. You focus on training, spend 1 million evolution points to upgrade the atomic reactor capacity. Wait a moment. Just then, Hak Long announced that his attribute levels had already reached the peak of the Beast King stage and could no longer level up, so he must break through his current realm first, leaving Lam Wuyen confused. If I've reached the limit, then why can't I break through to the Lord level yet? Hak Long explains that it might be because my comprehension of the domain is still not deep enough. Lam Wuyen really wants to know if there's a way to solve this. Hak Long said that now he has 2 options. One is to enter the secret realm to increase his insight, costing 5 million evolution points each time. The other is to rely on himself and meditate without help. Lam Wuyen hesitated for a moment, then spent 5 million evolution points, and honestly, he no longer lacked evolution points, and understanding the domain was the key to breaking through to the Lord level. He quickly decided to spend 5 million evolution points and enter the secret realm. Hak Long happily agrees to the owner's request. Yes, it then announces that it has deducted 5 million evolution points to unlock the personal secret realm and the slaughter secret realm for you. Good luck. Suddenly, Lam Wuyen's whole body went limp and he lost his balance, falling flat on the ground. Lam Wuyen is entering the evolution space, kneeling on the ground and removing his bathrobe. Hak Long inside continues to inform him that he will restore all his sight, hearing, touch, smell, and pain sensations. In addition, strengthening your soul can help you enhance your insight. Lam Wuyen remained skeptical, feeling exactly the same as during the previous test. Can this really enhance insight? At this moment, he has been transported into another space. The fierce beast charged at Lam Wuyen upon seeing a person, transforming into a demonic form combined with a beast soul in an instant. Lam Wuyen was very excited. If this was a killing ground, then let me have a big slaughter. And then he fiercely charged at the monster. Even just Lam Wuyen's claw was enough to overpower the opponent, and with a single kick, he tore it apart. But that was just an illusion of the beast. Now it is ramming its hard head into Lam Wuyen, and it has summoned a few others to surround him. At this point, Lam Wuyen must consider his next move. If you think that way, I will first recharge my energy, and I will grant your wish. A surge of power burst out from Lam Yen's mouth, and that energy continued to be released with immense strength, quickly wiping out all the monsters. In his mind, only words of brutality, slaughter, destruction, and complete annihilation remained. Only slaughter was right. His aura grew stronger and stronger. This is the path of slaughter. Lam Uyen wondered if he could also crush his opponent's strength using his own domain like Ma Yem Long Nhach, then glanced at the tiny monster below before unleashing a force that wrapped around it, causing the creature to tremble violently seconds later. Lam Uyen guesses that they seem to be terrified by his killing intent, so he decides that although he can't suppress them with strength like Ma Yem Long Nhach, frightening the enemy mentally costs nothing. So for now, I'll call it deadly intent, and Lam Uyen realizes this, but just relying on fear isn't enough. He suddenly comes up with an idea. So, is this possible? Lam Uyen boldly thrust his arm through the creature. Sure enough, the monster seemed finished, but another pack of beasts charged forward. One of them attacked Lam Uyen's body, but he quickly used his strength to fling it away. Lam Uyen grasped the key point, the slaughter field, where the more violence and killing there is, the more effective it becomes. Half an hour later, a multitude of monsters lay scattered on the ground. Lam Uyen roared loudly. He assessed the situation. This was already the fourth wave of the Crimson Unicorn monsters, whose strength had risen to the early Lord level. Lam Uyen felt uneasy. Despite having the slaughter field, the number of Crimson Dragon monsters was overwhelming, and being at the Lord level with his current strength, he still felt somewhat powerless. You look at a beast crawling closer, it seems everything ends here. Though unwilling, your goal has been achieved. But Lam Uyen has to admit that spending 5 million evolution points was totally worth it. The system's sudden announcement startled him. Congratulations on reaching the Lord level. Black Dragon said that in the secret realm you created 2 deadly abilities, Deadly Intent and Blood Armor Intent. The system will also absorb everything. Lam Uyen was very excited, but I want to experience the secret realm once more. Your vision suddenly blurred. Lam Uyen shouted sharply. Who is it? Lam Uyen is eager to find out who. That person was lifting some disc while speaking. It was me. Huang, the chubby, was so scared he went weak in the knees. I'm very sorry. He said he was scared and just wanted to bring you some food, and by chance you were training at the time, so he didn't dare to bother you randomly. Lam Uyen then expressed her gratitude to Boss Huang, asking him to help find a bathroom so she could wash up before leaving. Okay. Big Huang quietly assessed. Is he really just an ordinary college student? Why does it feel like a killer? The atmosphere is terrifying. Later, Lam Uyen returned to the hotel where Kim Trash was sitting and typing away. He didn't forget to ask how the herbal bath went. Lam Uyen shared his feelings, feeling much better now. This time, he had to thank Principal Wang Dongwang. Kim Trash said, My father now has high hopes for you. This doesn't mean much to him. Lam Uyen asked curiously, What are you watching? Kim Trash explained the new rules of the tournament and then outlined that this competition is divided into 3 stages. Simply put, out of the 10 teams drawing lots, 2 teams compete, with the winner going to Group A and the loser to Group B. The team with the highest score in Group B will be given a bye into Group A. Then, 6 teams in Group A will draw lots and compete in pairs. The 3 winners will advance directly to the finals, and 4 teams in Group B will also compete in pairs. The 2 winning teams will compete again, with only the winner of the B group advancing to the finals. In the end, 3 teams from Group A and 1 team from Group B will compete for first place. That means if you win the group competition and enter the winning team's A bracket, you can advance to the final if you win again. On the other hand, if you lose and end up in the losing team's B bracket, you have to fight until the end to reach the finals. Kim Trax sighed. Right now, we're in 4th place, and the chances of getting a bye are not high. Especially if we lose, the pressure will be even greater. But if we can't make it to the finals, it would be too embarrassing. When surrounded by fog, no matter how many monsters we kill, it doesn't count for points. That's a big mistake. Lam Uyen encourages him. It's okay, this competition is our chance to turn things around, and that gives Kim Track extra motivation. Yes, but do you know who we drew to fight against? Lam Uyen suddenly thought of something. Wasn't it the first round that we drew Yen Qin Thu Dai? Kim Track explained, so it's not that. We drew Qin Hang Thu Dai. Their survival points are 3rd place this time, so the school shouldn't overestimate the divine weapon, or my father will be furious. That familiar face appeared in Lam Uyen's mind. The team leader of Qin Hang Thu Dai is that kid, right? It seems his name is Han Wu Dong. At that moment, his phone received a message from Zhao Dragon in the afternoon, informing him about the conference in the hotel conference room with Wang Jinjia. Everyone has already gathered in the conference room at the hotel, and Lam Uyen hesitates to speak. Sorry, I'm late, the dragon has responded. It's okay, just in time, sit down quickly. He silently remarks that this kid has made a breakthrough to the Lord level after not seeing him for a few days. Huyen Ko, already provoking. Some people are really shameless, causing our school to drop in rank so much and still have the nerve to come here to join the conference. Lam Uyen has no hesitation to counter. So that means classmate Oa must have contributed a lot of points to our school, right? I wonder how many level lord monsters he's already hunted. Hyenko puffed up her chest. Well, she's also much stronger than you. Just so you know, I'm only a reserve, but you're the vice captain of our demon beast expedition. So it's normal that you're stronger than me. Right? Huang Kui reminded everyone that if they had all arrived, the meeting could begin, and Vuong Din quickly got to the point. Let's get started. I'm sure everyone knows that our first opponent to face is the Imperial Beast Market. Now let Vuong Kimtrak analyze the situation of Kin Hung Thu Dai a bit. Kimtrak secretly complains that whenever it comes to intelligence, his father always pushes it onto him. He turned on the device. Among the members of Kin Hung Thu Dai, there are 2 competitors, but only one of them truly deserves our special attention, and that is the vice captain of Kin Hung Thu Dai, Huang Shi. Kimtrak reports that Fuang Shi, a new member of the Kin Hung Thu Dai, has a giant fire ape soul beast. It is a fierce soul beast with extremely powerful offensive abilities. The 7-star Beast King level is still uncertain. He previously fought against Thuk Suyen Beast King's captain Tran Truxan, and although he lost, his strength cannot be denied. He looked at Huyen Ko with a hint of meaning and said, "So if the opponent is the vice captain of Kin Hung Thu Dai, why don't we send our vice captain to fight him? What do you think?" "I don't know if you have confidence," Huyen Ko Dan Yen said firmly, "but don't worry. If I really face him, I will defeat him." In the end, I could only curse inwardly. This damn fat boy was deliberately doing it, clearly knowing he lost to Tran Truxan. Tong Lam spoke, but according to the tournament rules, it wasn't easy for the two to actually fight. Kimtrak responds, "So we need to develop a solid strategy and arrange the battle order to our advantage as much as possible." Lam Wuyen asks, "Isn't the opponent's battle order decided by Lam Tran?" Kimtrak denied that the competition allows 10 contestants to enter, and the order of the top 5 must be submitted before the game starts, while only the 5 lower-ranked players can adapt based on the situation. Only then did Lam Wuyen realize that it was indeed a kind of strategy. Kimtrak switches the video to show Han Nondong, the captain of the Kun Hung Thu Dai team. The screen is in transition mode, as Kimtrak speaks sequentially. Han Nondong, the captain of the Great Beast Trading Team, then provided additional information about the Divine Beast, which is a language beast with a special soul attribute that can speak and act accordingly. The creation spell's power is rated as an illusory lord level. Huyen Ko immediately mocked, "This is the intelligence you gathered. It feels like not even a little useful information." Kimtrak annoyedly replied, "So what kind of information would be useful? Or should I help you look into their birth dates and horoscopes?" Hoyano laughed mockingly, saying that the vague lord level meant he had the strength of a lord. But a 14-year-old beast soul master at that level just doesn't seem possible. Kimtrak bluntly rebutted, "If you can't do it, don't think others can't either. He's about to put on a show, but to make you impressed, I'll let you see him fighting." The screen shows an image of Nondong with a very disappointed look on his face, and something is exploding in front of him. Lam Wuyen can recognize that it is a 2-headed earth dragon. Ngondong regretfully looked at the candy in his hand. The unsealed packaging would be wasted again. In the end, the boy had to throw it away. The 2-headed dragon moves, kicking up dust on the ground, yet Ngondong still stands there nonchalantly as if nothing's happening. The boy calmly throws out a long talisman. Outside, Lam Wuyen watches attentively as Wang Jinjia says, "The 2 special abilities that the beast soul possesses are as they say and do." The spell creation now finally allows us to witness it firsthand. The 2-headed dragon is destroying everything, fiercely aiming for Ngondong. Ngondong uses the power of the talisman, and the source of strength rapidly surges toward the opponent. The 2-headed dragon is momentarily immobilized, while Ngondong employs another technique, with magical characters appearing in the space and then flying towards the 2-headed dragon one after another. The symbols surround the monster, preventing the 2-headed dragon from moving and causing it to cry out in pain. Ngondong softly commands, "Stay still." The 2-headed dragon grits its teeth in fury, and Ngondong summons 2 sharp swords before giving the order to strike. The 2 swords, following their master's command, cut through the 2-headed dragon, spilling blood as its flesh is torn apart. Ngondong finished and continued walking. The boy tosses away the candy wrapper and happily eats his lollipop as Ngondong steps over the dragon's corpse, and the scene outside reappears amidst the tragic aftermath of the 2-headed dragon. Kimtrak asked, "Who still doubts that Han Ngondong doesn't have the power of an illusory beast now?" Huyen Ko was so shocked that he couldn't speak a word. Tiandoi naturally furrowed his brows. Teacher Lam Wuyen looked worriedly at Kimtrak. "No way. Does Lam Wuyen find this difficult to handle?" "The last time we dealt with the cursed dragon crocodile, he wasn't like this either," Lam Wuyen asked. "That kid? Is it the one who already took the Divine Beast Core and left?" Kimtrak Huang wanted to tear his heart out. "Is what you're concerned about a bit strange?" Wang Ding asked happily about his impression. So, Tianduke, you've finished watching the video, how do you feel? Tianduke's strength is very powerful, at least at the Lord level, but I can fight against it. Wang Din chuckled. All right, this is more like the style of our monster city. If that's the case, then put you on the list of 5 people, so you are sure to be able to face Han Nondong. Tiandui nodded gratefully and thanked the principal for his agreement. Originally, Wang Din had a plan. As long as So Tianduke could defeat Han Nondong, our Demon City Beast faction would be half victorious. He looked at Lam Uyen, and even if So Tianduke lost, I still had one last card up my sleeve. Half an hour later, Wang Ding announced the decision loudly. Then it's settled. The first is Oh Huyangu, the second is Yuen Liam An, and the third is Lai Thand Nam. The fourth is Tam Thuong. The fifth is Tu Mo Tuye. This competition is the perfect opportunity for our Demon Beast Guild to showcase our style. We must fight with all our strength, understood? Everyone responded clearly and loudly. A few days later, at 10 in the morning, the referee announced the official start of the competition. Kim Track sighed and said, "We have no advantageous position to arrange. We are scheduled to be the fourth to fight, and our seat is not in the front row." Tong Lam replied that there was no way. The order of appearance in the arena was determined by the ranking of the major universities in the survival battle. Huyen Ko was just waiting to strike, and he didn't think about who was ultimately responsible. Tian Yu spoke to remind us. "All right," he said coldly. "No need for useless words, just win and come back." Kim Track wondered if throwing you into the fog to fight monsters would count. Then our score could be ranked first, right? Lam Yen thought it over, and that wouldn't count either. He could see it too. Yen Kin Thu Dai's score is not just a little ahead of ours. Kim Track immediately got excited, so including that crocodile dragon, we should have 100 points, right? Lam Uyen explained. But we didn't kill those monsters, and the education department also asked us not to mention it. But we've already received compensation from the Ministry of Education, so we're not at a loss. NC begins the opening ceremony. Welcome to the leaders, teachers, and all students attending the second National Freshman Tournament. I am also very pleased to witness the competition of these geniuses with everyone, he announced. Now please join the final match between the Haingu Thu Dai team and the Yen Kin Thu Dai team. Kim Trak sighed. The chance of running into Haingu is 1 in 1,999. No one has been so unlucky. Just at the right moment, Tong Lam had an idea. We can also use this opportunity to see how strong Yen Kin Thu Dai really is. Lam Yan assessed that with the strength of Haingu Thu Dai, it probably wouldn't pressure Yen Kin Thu Dai much. Kim Trak agreed, which was natural. Although Haingu's reputation wasn't far behind, the gap with Yen Kin still remained significant. The MC welcomes you. Please have Yen Kin Thu Dai and Haingu Thu Dai come onto the stage. The two teams step onto the arena one after the other. Lam Uyen Ting eyes that guy, the one who attacked him earlier, right? Mo Tuyet also noticed, along with the two guys standing behind him. Someone's white hair flicks up as Lakip arrogantly speaks. "Ma Duke, you've waited so long, now you can finally make your move." Long Tuong reminded Lakip to remember what he said earlier, not to strike too hard. Lakip complained, "I know like a woman, he arrogantly despises his opponents, but they are just a bunch of useless trash. I can handle them all by myself." The protagonist announces that this battle is between Lakip from Yenkin Thu Dai and Tiu Han from Haingu Thu Dai. I declare that the match officially begins, and Tiu Han is just as arrogant. Come on, let me see if the genius of Yenkin Thu Dai is really as powerful as everyone says. Tiu Han immediately transformed into a S-rank poison scorpion silver moon beast spirit. Lam Yen commented that after the survival battle, this guy's strength has risen from 6-star Beast King to 7-star Beast King. In the blink of an eye, Tiu Han launched a series of attacks at Lakip, forcing him to quickly transform into a beast soul. Everyone started to murmur, "What kind of beast soul is this? I haven't seen it before." A savage beast that looks terrifying just by sight, with 2 wings on its back as strong as an ox and a face like a mask. It seems this is an ancient savage beast of a rare kind. Seeing this, Xiao Han had to stop. Then he switched to a secret move, the Silver Moon formation. His movements were incredibly swift. On the other side, Lakip also roared loudly, and the two charged at each other fiercely. Lakip gritted his teeth and said, "So you only have this much speed?" He's even slower than an old lady walking down the street. He swiftly dodged each of his opponent's attacks, and Tio Han was about to explode with frustration. Damn it, why is the distance between us so big? Suddenly, La Kep slowed down. Tio Han believes that even a genius will have flaws. Just as he was about to reach La Kiep, he became overconfident. Victory is mine. But Lakip suddenly charged forward and called you all trash, which is exactly right. You leave openings at will and fall for the bait. Are you brainless? Tio Han was caught off guard by his opponent's surprise attack. What? He hurriedly reached out his claw to grab Lakip, but his body was torn open, and after being struck by Lakip, he easily pinned Tian Huan to the ground. The MC quickly announced that the victory was decided, and everyone started to buzz. This is the true strength of a new student from Yenching. The terrifying Lakip, this time, is truly ruthless, killing without giving anyone a chance to admit defeat. Who says they lack strength? To a genius, what does that matter? Lam Yen was stunned. Yen La this time seems to actually have some strength. Kim Trek watches without daring to blink. Don't underestimate him. I heard he has the strength to compete for the vice-captain position with Tran Long Tuong, but he's mischievous and has been criticized quite a lot. The MC continues. Please welcome the second contestant from Haingu Thudai to the stage, Fang Ling said indifferently. I am Fuang Luong. Please teach me more, La Kiep. But La Kiep looks down on others, so spare the words. If you want me to remember your name, then show me what you've got. Fuang Luong is about to evolve, so please give me your guidance. Beast Soul Fusion, he quickly transforms into a Beast Soul. Fuang Luong's entire body spun like a tornado as La Kiep eagerly leapt to attack. Interesting. Now Fuang Luong is swirling around La Kiep, with lightning bolts surrounding him, causing La Kiep to cry out in pain. Fuang Luong quickly celebrates his hit, but La Kiep is not so easily defeated. This small technique won't trap me. He unleashed a great amount of power from within his body, cutting off Fuang Luong's lightning instantly. He was momentarily stunned, but then quickly used the secret technique Lightning Flash Heaven Mac. La Kiep sneered and struck the thunder spirit beast of Fuang Luong with his claws, but in that moment he only saw him calmly glance away, leaving the arena completely empty and causing Fuang Luong to be bewildered and vanish. When did La Kiep appear behind him? He arrogantly said, "Let's end this." Fuang Luong, panicked, hurriedly admitted defeat, but La Kiep still ruthlessly kicked through him. Fang Ling painfully spat out a large amount of blood. La Kiep, arrogant, had no intention of letting go. The main character has to remind player La Kiep. Player Fuang Luong has already conceded, so why do you still want to fight? La Kiep made up an excuse. Has he already conceded? Then I sincerely apologize. I must have misheard and didn't hear anything. NC sternly warns. You won this round, but you will receive a warning. If you continue to violate the rules, I will revoke your eligibility to compete. Fine, I understand. Long Tuong felt helpless. This kid's bad habits are hard to break. This is only the second match, and he's already received a warning. 2Q was already getting annoyed. He's just a mad dog. Go teach him a lesson. If you can't beat him, I'm willing to suffer. Kim Track said it seems the outcome of this match is already decided. They probably won't be provoked, right? La Muyen is confident that Yenkin Beast University, being a top university, won't make things difficult for the opponent. After 9 battles against Haingu Thu Dai, the protagonist once again announces the results. La Kiep remains undefeated. Please welcome the 10th member of Haingu Thu Dai to the stage for the fight. A strong, muscular young man steps onto the field. The principal told you to go up, right? That is the captain of the Sea Monster Army, Ha Yu. The principal encouraged and entrusted you. Whether you win or lose, you are all the pride of the Sea Monster Army. Ha Yu confidently declares, "Don't worry, teacher, I will definitely win this match." He quickly steps forward. "I am here to beat you." Ha Yu quickly evolved to save time. The beast merged with the creature, and he charged forward like a hungry beast. Kim Track also hopes that Ha Yu, the newest student, is the strongest of Hainu Thu Dai. Could he really fight La Kiep? What do you think? La Muyen replied, "I'm not a fortune teller. How would I know?" La Kiep also knew the opponent's rank just by looking. 8-star Beast King level? Not bad, but unfortunately he suddenly dismissed his Beast Soul form and then confidently declared, "I give up." Everyone was confused. What's going on? La Kiep actually admits defeat? What is he doing? Are you scared now? You used to attack their teammates like that and now you're afraid of revenge? No way. How strong can La Kiep's abilities really be? Hayu also doesn't understand what's going on. What does he mean? La Kiep's condescending nature still can't be changed. The principal said to let you keep your dignity when fighting weaker teams, so let the winners take this one. Hayu is furious. Bullying others too much? Isn't he the one who slapped the face of the entire Si Tenga Beast clan? Vuongding on the stands chuckles happily. You old master. This student is impressive. You found a treasure. Di Yen only sighed and said, "This kid is causing trouble. Our Yenkin Thu Dai has almost become the villain now, but Vuongdin believes that if you lack strength, you can't become a villain." Di Yen admits that his words also make sense. Tong Lam reminds his teammates, "Prepare to go. This confrontation will end quickly. Probably in half an hour we will face the Kin Hung Thu Dai." La Muyen is surprised. Really that fast? Kim Track looked worried again. Don't you know our match against the Kinhang Thudai is the second one? Lam Uyen didn't really care, wasn't paying attention. There's nothing I can do about it. Who asked me to be a substitute? The match between Haingu Thudai and Yenkin Thudai has ended, with Yenkin Thudai emerging victorious. Please prepare for the second match between Mado Thudai and Kinhang Thudai. DM spoke without personally overseeing the instructions. Oh, Vice Principal Vuong is very optimistic. I believe in them. Tianqi naturally started a conversation. Principal Vuong, what a coincidence. I didn't expect that in the very first round we would already have the chance to meet. Vuong Din replied perfunctorily, yeah. In the previous survival ranking of Mado Thudai, we were also behind you, but deep down I know that now turning to greet me isn't meant for anything good, right? Compared to the ranking in the survival battle, this competition system can better reflect the true strength of our two schools. What do you think? If that's the case, Vuong Din replied, then let's wait and see what happens in this competition. With his years of experience, he was sure that Principal Lai was not an ordinary person. It looks like they are confident they will win. Does he also have some trump card? NC announces, next please welcome Vice Captain Fuang Shi of Kinhang Thudai and Vice Captain Oh Hyen Ko of Madu Thudai to the stage. Kim Trak is enjoying his meal, and I have to say, watching the battle up close is really quite something. Mutuyet angrily shouts, Vuong Bao Na Kao. Kim Trak glances at his opponent and evaluates, honestly, I don't think Oh Huyen Ko has much of a chance in this fight. Lam Uyen looks puzzled and asks why. Kim Trak analyzes that firstly, Huangshi's beast aura is stronger than Oh Huyen Ko's, and secondly, the small arena limits Oh Huyen Ko's abilities. From Lam Uyen's perspective, even though Oh Huyen Ko has poor character, he still has brains and wouldn't fight without preparation. Now on the arena, both sides have fused their spirit beast forms. Fuang Shi boldly declares, I will use this battle to prove to everyone that the Beast King is no less than the Demon Beast King. Huyen Ko was unbothered and said, so what? Just try it if you want. Then, Fuang Shi unleashed a secret attack with the blazing flame orb, charging at Huyen Ko. On the other side, Huyen Ko opened his mouth wide and spat out a mass of slime. So, Fuang Shi had to stop quickly. Everything was part of Huyen Ko's plan, just as he had anticipated. Then he leapt into the air and opened his mouth to launch another attack. The slime was now 10 times more abundant than before. Unexpectedly, instead of dodging, Fuang Shi opened his mouth wide and swallowed the mass of jumping fluid. Huyen Ko suddenly launched another attack while shouting, Fool! The coagulated fluids passed through Fuang Shi's skin, but he quickly regained the upper hand. Fuang Shi punches Huyen Ko directly in the stomach. His teammate cheers loudly. Great! Deputy Kim Trak is worried and in a tough situation. Fuang Shi has no more chances left. He realizes that his attack cannot pull Oh Huyen Ko out and only causes some injuries. Next, he will become very passive. Huyen Ko not only remains uninjured, but also releases more slime. He charged down repeatedly, forcing Fuang Shi to dodge. The man glared angrily at his opponent above and suddenly launched an attack. Huyen Ko arrogantly suggests, Give up now, I can still save some face for you. Fuang Shi retorts loudly, No, you're the one who should admit defeat. He unleashed a burst of fire above his head, and Fuang Shi spread the flames around both of them, a deadly attack. Fuang Shi's eyes were filled with ferocity. Lam Uyen knows the origin of this move. It is the fire pattern domain that Fuang Shi has mastered. Vuong Din claps and praises. Lao Li, your student's ability is impressive, to be able to comprehend the fire pattern domain from a Beast King level. Congratulations on your Beastmaster success. You've gained a Lord-level Beast Soul Master again. This student is a good seedling, old Li. You must nurture him well. Tianqi smiled confidently and said, No. Although the student's ability is quite good, his strength still hasn't gone far, and he still has a lot of room for improvement in the future. Facing an opponent as strong as himself, Huyen Ko just stood calmly. That made Fuang Shi feel confused. Why was he so calm? Unless he has given up fighting back and is preparing to admit defeat, he angrily strikes the shell of Huyen Ko. Now he finally spoke, and I have to admit you really did deceive me. But have you thought about this? Even in close combat, you're still no match for me. Then Huyen Ko rose up to fight back, while pinning Fuang Shi down, and he was still in shock. What? I can't escape after all? What is going on? Could it be that the power of Oh Huyen Ko is stronger than mine? Fuang Shi tries to unleash a powerful move to escape danger, using the secret technique of the crimson flame burning body. Now, his body is even stronger than before. Then, Fuang Shi launched a secret fire fist attack, with the shadow of the ancient mysterious being clearly visible on the ground. At this moment, Fuangxi is leaping onto him, ready to strike, pouring all his strength into this attack. But it was Fuangxi who was thrown back first as Huyenko moved faster, using his tail to knock the opponent away. Everyone witnessing this was stunned. Kim Trake also couldn't believe how strong that guy had become all of a sudden. Lam Uyen observed Huyenko's attack and said that at least he could burst out with a strength comparable to that of an 8-star peak beast king. Kim Trake couldn't believe his own hands. 8-star apex beast king level? Are you kidding me? It's only been a few days. How could that guy reach such a level? But Lam Uyen exclaimed, who would have thought that Fuangxi would be defeated and forced to admit defeat? I give up. The crowd cheers. You're too strong. No wonder you're the leader of the Demon Beast army. That was an amazing first match. In the next match, Xuanguo quickly defeated each opponent with her current strength, winning easily but ultimately conceding defeat because she couldn't withstand the pressure. Huyenko releases the beast spirit state and declares, I surrender MC, then announces please send out the second participant of the Demon City Beast clan to the arena, along with the fourth of the Qin Hang Beast clan for preparation. Tian Yu is excited. That's good, just rest well for now. Let the remaining opponents handle themselves. Huyenko let out a sigh of relief, glad he wasn't ashamed. Kim Trake also nodded in approval from above. Lam Uyen and he are enjoying delicious snacks. Huyenko saw Kim Trake getting annoyed again. A useless person is just a useless person, only fit to sit on the bench for life. Kim Trake was so bored he didn't want to look. He wondered what the hell was wrong with that guy. Everything was going smoothly. Do you really need to frown right in front of us? Lam Uyen whispered. Probably because someone crashed into you, so they wanted to attract your attention. Kim Trake was shocked, listening to those words himself and wondering if they sounded human. The MC announced the second contestant from the Demon Beast arena to step into the arena. Come on, Song Lam and Gu Wu, keep going. But when Lian steps onto the stage, no one is there. What's going on? Where is everyone? Qin Hang Thudai, please allow the fourth person to enter the arena. A member calls Ngandong. Captain, it's your turn to go on the stage. Kid complains, don't bother me. I haven't finished this game yet. Weren't you told to delay a bit longer? Why are you all so useless? The other member approached to persuade. Captain, the principal said that your parents will also arrange time to come watch this decisive match. Ngandong exclaimed. Are you serious? My parents will come to watch too. He confidently said, the principal also said that as long as you can defeat the Demon Beast, he will give you the latest gaming console. Ngandong confidently stepped forward and said, it's just a Demon Beast, no big deal. You're just starting out and you're already talking so arrogantly. You are my opponent. So let's settle this quickly because I still need to get back to gaming. Li Dan realized that it was Han Ngandong, and this time things were really not looking good. With the Beast Soul Fusion and the 2TVN Ma state facing the huge beast in front of him, Ngandong yawned and then also used his fusion state. At first, Li Dan was very eager to face Ngandong. The kid lost patience. Why didn't he attack? If you don't attack, then let me go first. Then, Ngandong quickly writes down words and the kid uses the dark black arrow of Chang'an, shooting sharp arrows toward Liet An. He hurriedly ran away, too afraid to face it, trapped and unable to move. Damn it. Finally took a painful hit. Something is rushing towards with incredible speed. It kept attacking relentlessly, leaving Liet An no chance to fight back. Now he can only struggle in vain. Moreover, the arrows kept coming back rapidly, piercing through Liet An's flesh. He secretly felt disappointed at the missed opportunity to use his move. I give up. Liet An was very disappointed in himself. Losing this battle was truly embarrassing. Ngandong coldly announced that Liet An would be the next to leave the match, carrying all his sins. Sorry, I lost. Shenshang comforted him. It's okay. That kid is a monster, and he's the ace of the Beast Hall. Born with a beast soul, it's normal that you couldn't beat him. Thanj Nam is in the arena. Now it's my turn. Song Lan reminds me that sometimes you don't need to focus too much on winning or losing. Just performing at your best is already a victory. Thang Nam responds, thank you. As soon as he stepped onto the field, he transformed. Merging with his beast soul, Ngandong exclaimed, plant system. Thang Nam swings the vines. Carefully, Ngandong stands still, observing his opponent. The boy orders, stop, and the vines from Thang Nam freeze as if encased in ice. His eyes suddenly lit up, Ngandong remarked. The beast soul of the plant system is truly interesting, so let's try a different approach. Ngandong continued to order a counterattack, and the vines shot out to strike back. Thang Nam quickly calculated, I must cut off the connection with the demon, and then he detached all the vines from his body, upgrading them to become larger. Ngandong confidently said, are you sure you're not afraid I'll keep controlling your vines? Thang Nam shows no fear. Then try and see. Controlling my vines must take a lot of effort, right? Ngandong replied coldly. If you've already seen through me, then this game should be over. The boy summoned a series of ancient characters which rushed towards Than Nam Hak Diem, who stood still, watching what was flying toward him, his eyes shining brightly once again. Than Nam formed a barrier with the vines and coldly ordered them to burn. The vines exploded into flames, which then surged fiercely toward Than Nam. He was staggered, but still had to endure the painful attack. Than Nam, trapped in the blazing fire, struggled to say, "I accept the challenge." Kim Trok has no words left to describe him. That kid is truly a monster. Who could possibly defeat him? La Muyen has a plan. Activating his spiritual language will drain a lot of energy. All I can do now is make him spend it, then rely on So Thien Duok. When Gondong loses patience waiting on the arena, hurry up. Tam Thuong watches the kid seriously, activating the white snow state. Tong Yan casually assessed, "Okay, you're a bit stronger than the previous two." Tam Thuong growled a threatening roar. Ngondong ordered again, "Stay still." Tam Thuong paused for a moment, but then continued moving as usual. Furthermore, he let out a fierce roar. La Muyen focused his attention. This was Tam Thuong's territory. No, this is just the evil spirit of Tam Thuong radiating out, but to reach this level, I believe that soon, with his talent, he will quickly grasp the domain. Tam Thuong challenges his opponent. "Is that all you've got?" Ngondong coldly says, "Disappear." The kid's move made Tam Thuong struggle, but he was very determined and could even use teleportation, truly a tough opponent. But no matter what, I have to defeat him. Then, Tam Thuong launched his attack with the secret technique Thuong Tuyet Tien Bok. Seeing a small collision, he has hope. Success at last, he can finally hurt Han Ngondong. It seems Nganthu's defense isn't strong, yet Ngondong isn't affected at all. Snowflake is truly beautiful. This time it really surprised Shenshang when he looked up and saw a bunch of characters around him. What's going on? Tianqi comments, "It seems that Little Dong is finally ready to act." Emperor DM was surprised to see that the kid was born with a beast soul and also possessed such strong energy. At this point, Tam Thuong decided to risk everything and charge forward, no longer caring, just fighting to the death. Shandong calmly said, "Useless. In my territory, I am a god." The boy ordered the blocking characters. They immediately rushed towards Tam Thuong and clung to his body, making him unable to move. Tam Thuong was showing signs of weakness, his head beginning to feel dizzy, the secret wound from Thuong Tuyet's bite. "Why bother? I already said you're no match for me." Tam Thuong grit his teeth stubbornly until his gums bled, pouring all his strength into it. Although my foot was on the line of the Chimao, Ngondong stabbed me once, and in the end I had to admit defeat. He doesn't want to accept the truth. A kid this strong is only 14 years old, and I'm afraid only So Tien Duke and our team can fight him. Mo Tuyet gently stepped forward. "It's my turn now." Everyone cheered. "Keep going." Sister Tuyet, Lin Yuan's reminder. "Be careful," Mu Tuyet responds. "I understand. Ngondong warned me beforehand. Why a girl? Even if she is a girl, I won't hold back." Mu Yue smiled and denied, "There's no need for that." Then she transformed into a beast soul and merged. Ngondong glanced over and assessed that this girl was not weak. Then the young boy launched his ultimate move. The arrows fly toward Mu Tuyet and Heithi. Mu Tuyet also strikes back with the secret technique Ice Tiger Earth Fist. All the arrows were instantly frozen. Ngondong continued to give the order to block. Nevertheless, Mu Yue bravely charged forward, dodging the falling sparks of fire. The audience praised her, saying her calm judgment was impressive, and her positioning was completely under control. That's right. She truly lives up to being the new star of the Demon Beast capital. Her tactical thinking is sharp, and that girl is not only beautiful but also quite capable. With careful planning, Mu Yue approached Ngondong and shot out sharp ice shards. Ngondong still stands still and orders a break, saying that won't hurt me. Mo Tuyet's eyes are full of determination. I knew that, so her spirit beast suddenly shot back and then launched strands of hair at Ngondong. Tuyet said, "That was just the beginning." Her giant tail enveloped the opponent, allowing Ngondong to control the flash. At first, her tail hesitated, but then it pierced into Ngondong. Kim Trak saw clearly that Mo Tuyet's strength had also increased significantly. La Muyen wasn't too surprised. After all, he was Lang Shuang-Guyet's younger brother and had high talent, so an increase was expected. The attack forced Ngondong to retreat. The kid was surprised but still got injured, but Ngondong can heal and recover on his own. The characters flooding into the boy's body caused his wounds to heal on their own, catching Kim Trak off guard once again. That kid managed to heal himself. Gonlin's ability is really impressive. La Muyen has realized that he is not omnipotent after all. Even with high skill, he will be at a disadvantage in real combat. Mutuyet quickly finds a way. She can't let him keep recovering like this. The characters emerging around both of them then merge, revealing more spirit beasts. Moyue faced new difficulties. This isn't good. Which one is the real body? Even the wounds look identical. She made a reckless decision. If that's the case, she has to deal with all of them, and Mutuyet's flying strike, an ultimate secret technique, can attack multiple spirit beasts at once with a single blow. Maoshu seized the opportunity, and, taking this chance to win the first battle, she used her powerful tail to sweep away everything, quickly breaking through the illusions. Mao Shui was also surprised. Everything was fake, so what was real? You're defeated. When did Ngondong set up those arrows? Motuyet dispelled her beast form and ran inside. All right, I lost. How did you manage to do that? As soon as he finished speaking, Ngondong disappeared again. I am invisible, and the boy's body fades into the arena floor. Mutuyet smiles and praises him. Indeed, he's very talented. After all, she's happy she can't beat him, but it seems it also drained his stamina. Tianyu quickly stepped onto the arena, exhausted but confident, saying, "Leave it to me." Ngondong asked, "Are you the captain of the demon beast army?" Tianyu calmly spoke, "Unfortunately, I can't fight while I'm at my strongest, but Ngondong is very confident. It's okay. Even if I get injured, I can still beat him." Tianyu also didn't want to argue. If that's the case, he also looked forward to it. "Then let me see if you're really that strong." And Tianduk transforms into a beast fusion state, spreading his wings and soaring into the sky. Ngondong secretly assessed that his power was not weakened against a lord-level beast soul. Then the boy launched an attack, with the runes in the foot of the windspell area flying towards Tianduk. He arrogantly exclaimed, "Too slow." Tianyu rushed forward at lightning speed, with giant claws ready to catch Ngondong. The kid immediately ordered a jump, anticipating the attack. So Tianyu quickly dodged and used his secret technique, Black Wing, to defend against the strike. Jinjan marveled at Tianyu's strength, but he never expected the kid to be this powerful. Moreover, Han Kongdong has just finished 4 battles, not only injured, but also drained of energy. Tiandui is unleashing his power, and his attack is heading towards Kongdong and the boy, who are surrounded. Tianduk spoke calmly. "You've been able to hold on this long, so just admit defeat. You're no match for me." Ngondong's eyes turned red, catching Tianduk's attention. "What's wrong with his eyes? Ngondong is sure I haven't lost yet." The boy's voice is full of danger. "Dead." Ngondong unleashes a burst of power, and Tianduk quickly shifts into a defensive stance as he falls freely to the ground. Kimtrak is shocked. What's wrong with Tianduk? Lamian has knowledge about this. Ngon's summoning technique is at will. This is the most terrifying ability of the spirit beast. Maybe he also means to kill Suo Tianyu, Kimtrak wondered. Is there no way to deal with it? You can't defend or avoid, only choose to face it head on. This is the skill to truly kill someone, Ngondong kept exclaiming. Go die. After being battered by the kid, Tiandui couldn't hold on and spat out a large amount of blood. Tianyu gritted his teeth and endured, seemingly abandoning all tricks to use the power of the spoken beast to kill himself, but he was also determined and refused to sit and wait for death. Meanwhile, Ngondong continued to give the order to kill. The characters shoot forward, enveloping Ngondong's body in dark energy. Tianduk assesses the situation. The aura of the beast gradually weakens, and he won't hold out much longer. As long as he drains his energy, I can win. But he calculated that if the opponent had unleashed all their strength, Tianduk Jiang spread his wings wide, decided to fight with all his might, and so he launched the Black Flame Heavenly Slash, arrows of fire shooting up, gathering together, and exploding with several loud bangs. Ngondong still remains in his protective shell. The boy roars loudly, immediately injuring Tianduk. But he still struggles to stay airborne, then counterattacks with the Black Flame Heavenly Kill, flames surrounding Ngondong, yet the boy shows no sign of weakening and even fights back against the attack. Kimtrak exclaimed, "Too strong!" Lam Uyen clearly saw who could withstand this challenge. It will probably end soon. After all, they have reached their limit. Ngondong is still fighting crazily against the pressure, trying to order a death attack, but he's exhausted and can't make a sound anymore. Ngondong started to feel tired, completely out of energy. The boy trembled as he spoke, saying, "You're good. I can't fight you." Ngondong's body went limp and finally collapsed from exhaustion. Tiankai sighed. It's really tough on kids. Although he lost this time, his future is still very bright. Losing now means winning next time. The host announced, "Congratulations, everyone. This match was won by So Tianduk from Maduthu Dai. Please give him a round of applause." Vuong Ding was very proud. Well done. Kimtrak is a bit biased. Being a genius is really great. Not only does it attract a lot of attention, but everywhere is filled with applause and cheers. La Muyen noticed that Vong Kim Trash was very insecure about his own beast soul. The MC asked in a clear voice, "Player, so Tien Duc, you are the last contestant. Do you want to continue competing?" Tien Duc suggested letting the next challenger from the beast arena step into the arena. The opposing team members entered the field. Lok Tu was already arrogant, having fought Han Gondong and exhausted himself. His condition was nearing its limit. If he could defeat him, he would make a name for himself. 5 minutes later, he clutched his chest and struggled to breathe. Lok Tu collapsed to the ground, I concede. Lam Muyen agrees that no matter how weakened that bird is, it's still a fierce beast. DM comments that those demon beast kings are also quite interesting. Even after being injured like that, you still persevere and keep winning matches in succession. Isn't that because you're fighting to the very end? Han Nongdong won 4 consecutive rounds. How could he accept defeat? DM feels it's interesting. That kid is also quite proud. Vuong Ding is very proud, but not arrogant. How can he be qualified to be a genius? He reminisces about the past. Do you remember we were just as passionate back then? It's just a pity that time spares no one. DM would never want to remember the year of the 4 wins when he spared no one. Stop being so sentimental, don't include me in it. I'm still young enough. Tien Kai secretly judges. Does this kid really have no shame? After defeating 4 students, Tan Tien Duc disbands the enemy and declares, "I accept the challenge. Tien Duc is too exhausted to go on." Tong Lam hurriedly helped him up. Tien Dui smiled and said, "My mission is complete. Captain, you've worked hard. Call someone to take him to the infirmary. His injuries are too serious. He will probably need to rest for a while." Tum Thuong also looked worried. The captain is also taking a big risk. If we encounter a major threat like the Yenkin beast during this time, Captain is only persevering because of our great demon beast army. And Tam Thuong explains, "I don't mean to blame him. I'm just considering the bigger picture." Kim Trak wants to know if he will play if they face a stronger team next time. La Muyen smiles slyly. Kim Trak clearly remembers that you've always disliked showing off, but La Muyen knows there are benefits. "I heard that the prize for the National Freshman Friendly Competition is quite substantial, and the principal and I have already agreed on it." The MC announced, "I declare this match a great victory for the Demon Beast Academy." Vice Principal Wang was mocked by the teacher, saying, "Sorry, Principal Li, luck was on our side in beating your Kin Hang Beast Academy." Tianqi was so angry he couldn't say a word. Wang Din didn't forget to praise, saying honestly that the students of the prestigious Beastmaster Academy are also very outstanding, especially Han Nandong. Tianqi replied, "Of course. So talented a student like that, it would be great if they came to my demon capital Beast Academy." La Muyen wondered, what school is the next match from Kim Trach, the Beast Path of the North, and the Heavenly Palace Beast Tournament, and Mo Tuyet recognized someone. "La Muyen, isn't that Vu Mak Huyen over there? The team below is entering the arena." La Muyen confirms, "That's right, he's actually the team captain." Kim Trash was confused. "Do you know each other?" La Muyen explained, "We knew each other before and even helped treat his brain, so you could say I am his benefactor." Kim Track was surprised to find out you're sick too. He looked at Mak Huyen's face, but that look in his eyes didn't seem like he was grateful to his benefactor. What kind of therapy is that? La Muyen was speechless, and the physical therapy session suddenly turned into the afternoon. The preliminary results of the competition are in, with the match between 10 schools ending. 5 schools advanced to the winning group, including the prestigious Beast Mastery University, which scored the highest and also secured a spot in the winning group. Currently, there are 6 teams in the winning group and 4 in the losing group. Next, the second round draw begins. Please welcome the principal of Yenkin Beast Academy, Mr. Tudidiem, to draw the next opponent. Everyone in the stands was abuzz. He is Tudidiem, the Beast Soul Master who claims to be the Emperor of the Red Dragon, and he still looks quite young. Could it be that you haven't noticed that the principal of Ma Do Thu Dai is also very young? I heard that the principal Vong Din is the heir designated by the elder So Long Huang. Diem held his breath to focus intensely. He took out a pale white egg, then pulled out the paper inside. The MC announced that according to the draw results, Yenkin Thu Dai's second round opponent is Ma Do Thu Dai. The audience cheers. Wow, they've already decided to fight so quickly? We narrowly escaped a disaster, the showdown between the 2 strongest teams. I can't wait any longer. Kim Track reproached, "You were right about that scoundrel's mouth." Lighton disagreed. The team captain definitely can't go on the field. Yenkin's side is full of people in top condition. Tran Long Tuong, Tukyu, and the terrifying Lakip. Song Lam remains calm. All right, everyone doesn't need to look so gloomy. It hasn't even started yet and we still have a chance to win. Huyen Ko thinks there's no way to win this way. Captain is sick and I'm injured too. Are we really going to rely on these 2 useless reserves in the end? Kim Track said angrily. Don't go too far. Huyenko retorts, what? Did I say something wrong? You and Lam Uyen are both useless, Tong Lam warned sharply. Huyenko is now in front of the enemy, not thinking about how to fight, while Lai is still there attacking his teammates. And he declared, I only speak the truth. Someone who doesn't contribute to their team isn't considered a teammate. Tong Lam clarified. Huyenko, if you keep causing trouble, I will report it to Principal Wang Ding. Kim Trak cheerfully volunteered. Vice Captain, let me take the field this time against Yenkin Thu Dai. Huyenko still looked at him with disdain. Let's make a bet based on your skills, Kim Trak. If I win, not only must you apologize to me, but from now on, whenever you see me, you have to go around me. On the other hand, if I lose, you can make any request you want, and I will accept it. Huyenko wondered why I should bet with you. Isn't your task to contribute your strength to the school? Kim Trak challenges, so he doesn't dare to bet. Huyenko speaks up, I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you. Let me say this first. If the opponent is Tran Long Tuong and Lakip, I can fight, but from Q, I cannot. The order is up to you to arrange. Kim Trak scratched his head foolishly, unfortunately not fooling him. Lam Uyen responds, looks like you're also a smart person. Kim Trak confidently asks, do you trust yourself in this decisive fight? Our last trump card of the Demon City Beasts. Lam Uyen responded eagerly, unable to wait any longer. At this moment, Huang Kui, standing nearby, sighed and said, you've truly matured a lot since before. Huyenko, seeing the opponent, exclaimed in shock, why are you here? He nodded in praise, saying, you came to watch my match and couldn't help but compliment me. I performed very well. Huyenko humbly replied, it's all thanks to you. Huang Kui will definitely help you unconditionally, but ultimately how far you can go still depends on you. After hearing this, Huyenko bowed respectfully. I understand now, sir. At that moment, he suddenly spoke in a stern voice. I heard that when you were in the Longkot Mountains, you once intended to kill Li Thun Nam. Huyenko broke out in a cold sweat and trembled with fear. That's right, but Huang Kui interrupted. You did very well in this matter. You finally understood what you truly want. He gently placed his hand on his shoulder, which could indicate an intention to kill his companion, showing that the child has a heart ruthless enough and is unhesitating. But he still isn't ruthless enough, still not decisive enough. Otherwise, these things wouldn't have reached your ears. Then Huang Kui leaned in close and whispered into his ear. In 5 days, our school will face Yenkin Thu Dai. We may not be sure to win, but you still have to perform well. Brother Ko quickly nodded, thanking you for your guidance and saying he understood. Then he kept promising, rest assured, he definitely won't let you down. He waved his hand in agreement and told him to go. Just then, a teasing voice suddenly rang out from behind. Old man Li, is this your grandson? His personality really is just like yours. Huang Kui sighed and asked, what are you trying to say? He pointed straightforwardly and exposed, betraying your teammates is not a good thing. You let him join the Beast God sect. Aren't you afraid this kid will betray us in the name of justice? Huang Kui tilted his head mockingly and said, Diemogia, if you insist on discussing this topic here, could you speak a little louder? He chuckled and said, don't be angry, it was just a joke. At this, Huang Kui shot a meaningful glance. Compared to my nephew, I trust you even less. If I remember correctly, you're only 30 years old this year, right? Moja grinned and corrected himself. 29 years old, thank you. He continued to mock. Being under 30 and already the principal of the Bay Beast Academy, your future is clearly limitless, yet you still joined the Beast God sect. If it weren't for someone contacting me, I wouldn't dare to believe it. The Tomb Raider raised an eyebrow. Look at what he's saying. He was able to join the Beast God sect, so why can't I? Then he shouted loudly, if he's going to say that, he should call me senior. I can join the Beast God sect before you. The Ghost of Greed walks away uninterested and dismissively. Maojia boredly twitched his ear, not close at all. No wonder he was suppressed by Vuong Din all these years. The scene shifts to another place, and Thieng Kai excitedly says, Vuong Principal, you might as well let us win so we can be amazed by the Beast King. Then directly face the Beast King Yenkin. Now that's interesting. Vuong Din sighs and pushes his hand away, saying, if you're here, you should be at ease. There's nothing to worry about. He nods and adds, Brother Vuong, your mindset is so good. I hope you can keep it that way even after 5 days. Then Tianchi leaned in close and whispered, why not go talk to little brother too and ask him to go easy on us? Don't let us lose too badly. How do you know for sure we will definitely lose? Tianchi raised an eyebrow in challenge. Vuong Din, feeling annoyed, shouted, you want me to call you Grandpa? Fine. He finally agreed. All right, let's go with that. At the same time, where the students are gathered, Lam Yen asked, do you have any plans for what to do next? Do you want to go eat together? Lan Hu lost his temper and said, it's already this late and you still remember about eating? Mu Tu Yet gently declined, I can't go. Teacher Lang Shuang Yue told me after the match to go find her. Kim Trak smirked. I don't have time either. I need to start secluding myself to cultivate. Tan Nam immediately shouted, You're going into seclusion to cultivate again? Lidan sneered and went along, saying, Do you find it strange hearing that from your own mouth? He shrugged dismissively, saying, Anyway, I am part of the Demon Beast army. Maybe in the next match I will be the first to step onto the field. Song Lam from behind said, I won't go either. I need to gather information about the Yenkin Thudai in spring and arrange a proper lineup. Then he suddenly remembered. Oh, right. Do you want me to include you in the top 5 to go into battle? Jiang Shang was stunned and exclaimed, Are you planning to put 2 substitutes on the field? Are you joking? He collapsed to the ground, heartbroken as he asked, Are you going to give up completely? Tong Lam hesitated, but Lam Wuyen immediately interrupted him. No need. For the top 5 list, don't include me. If necessary, I will also go into battle. He agreed after hearing that. All right then. Finally, Lam Wuyen quickly left. Kim Trak couldn't help but chase after and ask, Are you planning to stay in the training room for 5 days again? He chuckled softly and replied, Almost right, but are you really not going to have dinner with me? The two of them are chatting and joking happily together. Lam Wuyen's expression makes Tong Lan keep thinking. From what Lam Wuyen says, it seems he won't hide it from others anymore. Maybe this time we will have a chance to fight the Yenkin Beast King again. Returning to the Kaojiai training room, Lam Wuyen sat cross-legged and continued with his work, beginning to practice simulated combat. At this moment, he suddenly widened his eyes and selected the range of monster strength from 1-star to 5-star chieftain level. A lot of information appeared on the system screen. The Great Rock Beast, a 2-star lord and king of the monsters in the Q-Num Forest, a 3-star lord of the Kim-Thu village monsters, feeds on metal and can transform its body into an extremely hard alloy. The Deadeye Demon Beast, a male star humanoid-shaped monster lord with prominent features like curved horns, gray scales, and a scorpion tail, looks just like a demon. Lam Wuyen confidently presses the screen with his hand, and a mechanical voice announces the successful selection of the monster and the Kim-Thu village simulation begins. In just a moment, a ferocious beast suddenly appeared in front of him, opening its mouth to roar loudly that echoed throughout the room, its massive and savage body making the entire space seem to tremble with each beat. Lam Wuyen raised an eyebrow excitedly, her tone full of confidence. Let's go. At the same time, in the restaurant on the 2nd floor of the hotel, Long Tuong was picking up food while scratching his head, truly unable to understand why you liked eating bitter melon. Seeing that the other person didn't reply, he approached and waved his hand. 2Q, are you mute? At that moment, 2Q's bowl was completely empty. He gently lowered his chopsticks. Doesn't Long Tuong know that if you don't eat, you shouldn't talk, and if you don't sleep, you shouldn't talk either? Long Tuong boredly retorts, and I feel like my ears are about to pop. You just like using these excuses to ignore others. He eats his rice happily without stopping his chatter. You don't have the arrogance of a genius, but because of being misunderstood due to social disorder, no one wants to get close to you. 2Q calmly spoke. It's okay, no one interacts with me, so I feel much more at ease. Besides, you can handle what 10 people would do alone. I don't want to be bothered by others anymore. Then he returned to the main point. But is there something important you want to talk to me about? Long Tuong smiled and said it was nothing, just wanted to talk to you. Hearing that, 2Q was completely stunned. You're looking for me to talk, I didn't hear wrong, right? Before I came to find you, but you kept refusing over and over. So that means I can't come to talk to you. That attitude makes him even more restless. Have you broken through? He replied softly. It's not exactly like that, but after the survival battle ended, I spent several days in seclusion and also realized my own path. Q couldn't help but smirk with interest, so today I will be your companion, training with you a few more rounds to help you deepen your understanding of the way. Long Tuong happily clasped his hands together and said, I can't even beg. A moment later, his desperate shouts echoed continuously from the arena. Be a bit gentler. You're saving lives, not taking them. Long Tuong Kui collapsed to the ground, panting. I'm about to die. 2Q, you're a savage monster. Did you really have to hit me like this? 2Q calmly looked down and told me not to hold back. He trembled as he raised his hand. It's just politeness. Besides, in a few days we have to compete against Mado Thudai. I don't want to get injured and have to sit out. He still hasn't changed his attitude. So what? At this moment, Long Tuong sat down on the ground and said, Even so, Mado Thudai is still the most renowned school with the strongest overall strength besides us, so we must pay some attention. He raised a finger in determination. The National Freshman Festival this year, the principal has only one expectation for us, and that is to win the championship. Tukio also raised his voice and shouted, "We will win." Longtung nodded understandingly. "I just wonder if we should come up with some special strategies to deal with Madathudai. You've also seen the showdown between So Duke and Han Ngondong, right?" Tukio looked up sharply. "He's not as strong as me." Hearing that, he sighed helplessly, feeling confident was a good thing. Then Long Tuong shrugged and lamented, "Honestly, this year's National Freshman Festival seems a bit too dull." He asked again, "Do you want to continue to interact with me?" He immediately replied, "I refuse." 5 days had already passed in the blink of an eye, and Tong Lam suddenly appeared at the Beast Training Hall in Yenkin. Lam Uyen looked on in surprise. "Tong Lam, why are you here?" he asked urgently. "I'm about to check on Duke's injury recovery." Lam Uyen confusedly reminded him, but the second round of the tournament is about to start. Tong Lam recounted that I received a notice this morning that the competition among the defeated contestants would take place this morning, and ours would be in the afternoon. You nodded. "I see. Then I'll go with you to visit So Duke." The scene shifts to Yen Kin Thu Dai's medical room, where it's already crowded with people inside. Lam Uyen and Tong Lam politely greeted. "Hello, Principal, Vice Principal Lai." "Master Lang." Wang Ding immediately turned around and asked, "Tong Lam, have you finished arranging the order in the battle list yet?" "The first to go into battle on our side is Vuong Kim Trach, the second is Lai Than Nam, the third is O Huyen Ko, the fourth is Vuong Lan Ho, and the fifth is to Mo Tu Yet." Tong Lam then looked toward the hospital bed, while So Duke's placement would depend on his recovery progress. Kim Trach nervously said, "If the opponent doesn't include Q and Tran Long Tuong in the first 5 to fight, we still have a chance." At this point, Duke suddenly forced himself to sit up. "I can fight Yenkin Thu Dai this afternoon." Vuong Ding shouted to stop him. "Focus on healing." Duke felt guilty again, but it was because he was too strong and wanted to prove he was no worse than Han Ngondong that he ended up in this situation. He helplessly reassured them, "What's the big deal about winning or losing? After all, the main event is just a friendly exchange." Then Vuong Ding looked at them seriously and reminded them not to carry such heavy responsibility and pride, because in his eyes they had already done very well. "Remember, this competition is not the end of your lives." After saying that, he unconsciously looked towards Lam Uyen. "Moreover, the competition hasn't even started yet. Who dares say our Demon City Beast will definitely lose?" Of course, I can sense this, so I quietly sweat nervously. This look clearly means me. The old fox says winning or losing doesn't matter, but still places all hope on me. Meanwhile, the demon hound secretly glared at Lam Uyen with little goodwill. At that moment, Vuong Din issued an order. "All right, we don't need to stay here any longer. Let's go watch the match and let So Duke rest well here." They obediently comply. "Yes." After leaving the room, Lam Uyen curiously asked, "Which 2 schools are competing today?" Kim Trach glanced back and recalled that the match was between the Celestial Beast Academy and the Northern Kang Beast Academy. However, in terms of strength, the Northern Kang would definitely dominate the Celestial, followed by the match between the Sea New Beast Academy and the Moon Orchid Beast Academy. Tong Lam tilts his chin and mutters, "I heard that Yuelan Beast Clan is currently at the bottom of the rankings." Kim Trach nods. "That's right. Even though Yuelan Beast Clan is at the bottom, we must definitely go watch their match." Lam Uyen, Nghevai, Kohio Hoile, Zepkwe Bang Tiko Gidang Vuichu, Anakwe Treo Chok, Vinguet Lanthudai, Latrong Nusinma. Cut to a corridor where a furious voice keeps shouting, "Ngu Xiaoan, open the door." "Mom, I just woke up. Is there anything wrong?" The irritable woman scolded. "Why didn't you go into battle today when it's the day for Yuelan to face off against the Xingu beast?" The little girl calmly replied, "I already forfeited the match, but Yuelan still won't let it go." "So, do you have any sense of responsibility at all? As a member of the school, do you want to stand by and watch it get eliminated? Then, is that okay?" She was choked up by that little girl, Ngu Tuan. Finally, Xiaoan quietly stepped back and closed the door. "Mom, if there's nothing else, I'll go back to sleep. Good night." At this moment, Nguyen Lan suddenly let out a deep sigh. "As long as you can help Nguyen Lan's beast defeat the losing team, I will let you skip classes during college for 4 years. No exams needed. You can sleep as much as you want. I won't interfere." Upon hearing this tempting condition, Xiaoyan immediately ran out excitedly. "Really?" She raised her voice and asked, "Have I ever lied to you?" But Xiaoyan just pouted and kept pretending to be innocent, trusting her mother. After everything was done, the little girl cheered and pouted. 100 years unchanged. And so, at the competition square, the announcer's voice rang out. "Next, please welcome the Haingu Beast and the Yuelan Beast to the stage." As soon as he finished speaking, the entire stands erupted in excitement. Lan Yuan wondered in confusion, why were these people so fired up? Kim Trak whispers, "You can tell just by looking." In an instant, many girls with adorable expressions suddenly stepped out. Even the burly male students are holding two eye-catching pink sticks. They all jump and cheer. Little man, unmatched in the world, work together with little Din. Like Din goes her own way, flying confidently and happily, love always by her side. Xiaowen, keep going. The tiger with a clenched jaw looks on with a bored expression at these people. If you know this is a competition. If you don't, you might think there's a show being held here. At that moment, where did Kim Trak get a bag of snacks? That's strange. There are only 11 people in the Moon Lotus Beast Academy. It seems like one is missing. Lam Uyen looked at him curiously. Who's missing? Kim Trak mumbled with a mouthful of grapes. She is the genius monster, Ngu Xiaoyan, daughter of Ngu Yuelan, a royal-level beast soul master, and the principal of Yuelan Beast Academy. Kim Trak frowned in confusion, wondering why she didn't appear at such an important competition. Does that female beast king no longer have faith in her own school? Little Lan Ho whispered. Looking at the achievements of the Moon Lotus Beast Academy, it's clear they are so weak that even Dean Tong Lam feels regretful to speak. It seems the principal of Moon Lotus Beast Academy didn't show up either. It's a pity. I was hoping to see the demeanor of the female beast king. Kim Trak guessed that maybe they felt too embarrassed to come and watch the match. At that moment, a male student sitting next to them suddenly shouted out loud, "Come on, Xiaoman." The girl with a gentle appearance appears amidst the noisy crowd. Xiaoman will win for sure. Xiaoman, unmatched in the world. Xiaoman, I want to be your dog. Tio Han walks over with his hands in his pockets. Tired of this love-struck crowd. Can you stop already? As if she had never seen a girl before in her life. But before he could say anything, Xiaoman blinked and begged. Brother Tio Han, I've watched your match. I think you're excellent, so if you decide to fight, please go easy on me. Seeing him like that, Tio Han immediately blushed all over his face. So adorable. Kim Trak sat there looking down with contempt, truly despicable, even using the beauty trap. If it were me, I definitely wouldn't be swayed. Lan Hu was suspicious. I don't believe it. He raised his head in defiance. If you don't believe it, go get her contact information and bring it here. I want you to see clearly how determined my will is. Lam Uyen sat beside him and impatiently interrupted. Watch the match. Stop dreaming already. At this moment, both of them have transformed into beasts. Their soul beasts merged. Lam Uyen tilted her head to observe. It seems she possesses a fire rabbit's soul beast. What is the innate talent level of this beast soul? Kim Trak calmly said, Of course, even with an A-grade talent, a normal fire flame rabbit like this wouldn't be too powerful. The fire of the flame rabbit body quickly blazed up into a raging fire. At that moment, Xiao Han jumped up and swung his sturdy tail forward. In the blink of an eye, little Xiaoman was sent flying into the sky and was completely unconscious. Kim Trak and Lam Uyen, who were watching, were both stunned in surprise. The group of male students in the stands immediately went crazy shouting, What did you do to Xiaoman, you bastard? You can hurt a girl like that? You're really no good. It's over. It seems Xiaoman has fainted. Seeing this, Qiao Han was stunned and thought, No way. I clearly didn't use any force. Then Meng Jiao stepped into the fight, pouting as she said, I will make you pay for hurting Xiaoman. Tu Han also shouted, Come here. However, just 3 minutes later, Meng Jiao was on a stretcher and taken out, which made Xiao Han extremely suspicious. I knew Nguyat Lan's students were weak, but I didn't expect them to be this fragile. Could I really wipe out their entire team alone? On the stands, the shouting and cursing continued. Don't you know how to ease up a little? Are you even human? Do you understand what it means to love a girl? At this moment, Lam Yen covers her mouth and yawns deeply. This match is so boring, it's just a complete crushing of the opponent. Kim Trak is calm, yes, Tiu Han has no pressure at all, winning 5 in a row, it's almost pitiful for the other side. Win or lose, you're still criticized, it's really tough. In the end, Tiu Han had to raise his hand and surrender, I can't take it anymore, I give up. He silently thought to himself, all right, I'm scared now, I can't handle this bad reputation. The referee quickly announced, all right, next student from Hainguthu Dai, please come to the stage. Right after that, at the edge of the arena, Fang Liang and Moji slowly stepped out. He spoke to reassure, don't be too nervous. Just treat it as normal. I won't use too much force either. The girl clenched her fists and changed her stance to defend herself. I know I am weak and I know I am no match for you, but I will not accept defeat. I will fight with all my might, Huang Luang said, confused. All right. But at that very moment, a sudden shout echoed from afar. Wait. Both of them instinctively turned their heads and saw Nguyat Lan and Xiao An entering the arena. The little girl even looked around absent-mindedly with no focus at all, and Lan Hu, upon seeing this, blushed. Is that the principal of Yuelan's Beast Academy? She's so beautiful. Lam Uyen raised an eyebrow and said, "The person beside her must be her daughter." "Is that Ngu Tuan?" Kim Trek raised his hand to confirm. "Exactly," Lan Ho wondered. "Why does the daughter of Principal Ngu also have the last name Ngu? Could it be that her father is also Ngu?" He nodded and explained, "You're right. Ngu Nuyet Lan's husband really has the surname Ngu and is also her cousin." Lam Uyen looked confused. "So isn't that marriage between close relatives?" Kim Trok nodded in agreement and said yes, they loved each other back then, but for the Eungju family, especially their 100-year-old beast soul, it was a scandal. So the Eungju family expelled them and stripped both of their family names, but their children still carried the Eungju surname. He was eating a piece of cake while explaining that her husband, Principal Ngungyet Lan, sacrificed himself in a major beast-tide to protect the people, and became a hero. Therefore, the Nungu family restored their surname, but Nungu Nguyet Lan still did not return to the Nungu family. She raised her child alone and founded the Yuelan Beast Clan. He frowned in suspicion. "I see, she truly is an admirable woman." At that moment, Yuelan pointed ahead, and we would change the player. The coordinator immediately led Mochi away. All right, the girl still lingered, asking questions. "Is Little Hidden also joining the fight?" Little Hidden covers her mouth with a long yawn. "Don't worry, I'll quickly handle these people and then go to sleep. I'm exhausted." This statement immediately caught Fang Liang's attention, making him very suspicious. Did she just say she would handle us quickly? The group of male students in the stands also kept talking. "What is the background of this girl named Ngu Tiu An?" "I don't know either. I don't think I've ever met her before, but if she's someone brought here by Principal Ngu Ngujet Lan, she probably isn't bad." Soon after, Fang Liang transformed into a monstrous form, merging with her spirit beast. Xiaoyan was surprised, Shuimu. The girl couldn't help but exclaim in delight, "That's so beautiful." Then Xiaoan didn't keep the opponent waiting long either, merging with the beast soul. Kim Jia just saw this scene and shouted in panic, "That is the moon beast, the ancestral beast soul of the new clan. Unexpectedly, Ngu Xiaoan could awaken the moon beast. Surely he must have an extraordinary bloodline and talent." Lam Uyen also nodded in admiration. It seems there are no more surprises in this battle. Fuang Luong hovered in the air, his tentacles constantly writhing, lightning flickering around them. Xiaoyan lowered his head, the light from the mark on his forehead growing brighter, revealing the secret technique. Moonflower Heavenly Slash. In an instant, a barrage of semicircular energy beams shot out like a meteor shower, tearing through space toward his opponent. That storm of an attack left Fuang Luong completely unable to respond. In utter panic, he frantically waved his tentacles to dodge the shining blades, slicing from all directions. What's going on? He was just twisting his body in fear, muttering to himself. Too fast to react. In that very moment, a decisive blade suddenly struck, splitting Fuang Luong's body in two. Xiaoan's eyes lit up and the girl calmly shouted, "Next person after this." In just a moment, all the male students stood up and cheered. Wow, so impressive. Is it true that the Moon Orchid Beast has such a strong female student? Beautiful, and also strong. I love you, I love you. At that moment, Xiaoan walked over feeling guilty from the arena. "Sorry, I haven't fought in a while and can't control my strength properly." Fuang Luong tremblingly replied, "I lost." His body was covered with many painful cuts. "Our gap is too big. If she hadn't held back, I would have definitely died here today." After Fang Liang quietly left, Chen Xuan stepped out, worriedly thinking to himself, the opponent in the match is the monster Lakiep from Yen Kin Thu Dai. And now he faces this talented girl who suddenly appeared. Damn, I really am having a tough time. Just a few minutes later, he also fell to Xiaoan's deadly blade and collapsed. The Moon Lotus Beast emerges victorious. At this moment, Xiaohan suddenly regretted it and thought I shouldn't have given up so quickly. If I had stayed on the arena, I could at least have made her spend some energy. Ha Yu softly reassured him. "This isn't your fault. Who would have expected the Moon Beast to have such a talented young one?" Then he stood up without hesitation. "Are you just going to go up like that? Or let the other team members go first. At least they can wear her out a bit." Ha Yu refused. "It's not necessary. The strength gap is too big." Ha Yu quickly stepped onto the arena, his body towering over Xiaoan, who was completely opposite in size. The enthusiastic announcer introduced Hai Ngu Thu Dai had sent their captain, Ha Yu, to the field. This will be a showdown between the two strongest freshmen from two prestigious schools. Who will come out on top? Let's wait and see. At that moment, Xiaoyan asked curiously, "Are you the captain of the Hai Ngu Thu Dai?" He nodded in agreement. "Exactly." "The silly girl is guessing, so you must be the strongest person in your team." Ha Yu muttered, "Probably so." But at that very moment, Xiaoyan suddenly leaned down and whispered, "Why don't we negotiate a little?" Hayu hesitated. What do you mean? The girl casually made a deal. I'll only use 80% of my strength to fight you. If you lose, the others will automatically concede, so everyone can save time. Hearing that, Hayu felt uneasy. She is overconfident. A faint white mist emanates around him. He declared in a firm voice, I'm sorry, but although I am the captain of the Sea Fog Beast Squad, that doesn't mean I can make decisions for the other team members. Moreover, I hope you can use all your strength and face me honestly. After finishing, Hayu merged with the spirit beast, transforming into a huge, fierce monster. Xiaoan watched with wide eyes, truly stiff. Kim Trak said with interest, finally realizing that the fights are no longer as easy as chopping vegetables. La Muyen, who do you think will win between those two? La Muyen hesitated and replied, I don't know, but judging by the beast's features, Hayu is clearly at a disadvantage, and the mark on Xiaoan's forehead lit up again, a semi-circular energy tearing through the wind, straight at Hayu with overwhelming power. He remained unshaken, raising his head high and pouring all his strength into a giant water sphere, then responded with a flat counterattack. The two opposing energies collided, twisting the surrounding air. Everyone was sweating nervously, unable to see anything again. It was another deadly strike. There are many cheers echoing from the stands. It seems Yuelan has won again. Wait, where is Hayu? In front of Tuan is an empty space that leaves everyone puzzled. Disappear. Could it be that he can also turn invisible? The little girl happily wondered, that's interesting. How did he do that? Just as that thought crossed her mind, strange shimmering sounds suddenly emanated from the ground behind Xiaoyan. From beneath the ground, Hayu lunged up like a ghost, its mouth wide open, roaring fiercely. However, Xiaoyan's instincts were incredibly sharp, and she quickly dodged just before those jaws could close. Hayu didn't hesitate and continued rushing forward, her sharp teeth madly chasing as if to crush the target. But in an instant, she suddenly froze completely stiff due to a strange ultrasonic wave. That is the technique from Little Hidden Moon Saint Shield. Then the girl seized the opportunity to rush up and punch him hard in the mouth. Finally, Little Hidden used its horn to latch onto the target and then pushed all its strength to fling the opponent forward. Hayu shot through the wind like a broken arrow, blood continuously spurting from the corner of his mouth into long streaks. His body lost all control, spinning uncontrollably in the air like a sack of sand. A deafening explosion echoed as Hayu fell to the ground, followed by a massive wave of water crashing down, completely submerging his heavy form. In the face of this scene, Lan Hu roared in fear. Is there really a way to play like this? Kim Jia replied, with such a secret technique, it seems Hayu will have the absolute advantage this time, but maintaining this secret technique is really too energy-consuming. Why would he say that? Kim Drake explained, in non-combat situations, a level chieftain beast tamer can only sustain it for about 10 minutes at most. If it's during a fight, he might not last even 5 minutes, let alone now that Hayu isn't even a lord level yet. Lanho gradually realized, so Nu Tuan just needs to buy time to exhaust Hayu. Kim Trak agrees that the theory might be correct, but the prerequisite is that Nu Tuan must also know the weakness of this secret technique. However, the battle is not over yet, and at this moment, Hayu keeps moving in a circle beneath the ground. He silently told himself that there wasn't much time left, and that he had to seize the opportunity to defeat him with the power of thunder. Xiaoan, seeing this, sighed and said, So troublesome. If I hadn't promised someone, I would already be in a warm bed by now. Now I just want to finish you off and go home to sleep. You looked confused and wide-eyed after hearing that. What is she talking about? Finally, Xiaoyan sighed and said, I will be serious from now on. This statement immediately made Hayu suspicious. What kind of joke is this? Could it be that she didn't use all her strength earlier? As soon as she thought of this, Xiaoyan soared into the air, surrounded by many sound waves spinning around her body. Everyone looked up, gazing at her like a bright moon flying in the sky. Only a beast soul master at the Beast King level can do that. Is this the true strength of the moon beast? It's incredible, Hayu quietly breaks out in a sweat. The energy waves are too powerful. She has unleashed all her energy. If I can withstand this blow, there is still hope to win. Above the sky, the energy surrounding Little Hidden is growing denser. When the pressure reached its peak, the girl coldly unleashed all that energy downward, with energy bullets raining down like a storm of destruction. A series of sharp explosions rang out one after another, and in an instant the entire arena was shrouded in thick white smoke. Xiaoan attacked while daringly challenging. But so what if he could hide underground? As the smoke gradually cleared, the image beneath the ground revealed Hayu completely unconscious, blood still flowing from her mouth. Kim Trak silently broke out in cold sweat. This girl, despite her gentle appearance, was capable of such cruelty. Lam Uyen nervously sighed as she, Tu Q, Tran Longtuong, So Tien Duc, and Han Gondong were all monsters at the top of all geniuses. At that moment, the students of Haingu Thu Dai carried Hayu onto a stretcher, trembling and speechless. "We can't win. Let's surrender," the friend replied. "I know." Finally, Xiaohan raised the white flag on their behalf, and the referee immediately announced that the Haingu Beast Army had surrendered. The next decisive battle for the losing group will be North Strong Beast versus Moonlit Beast. Immediately, all the female students cheered loudly. "Little Yan is so amazing. Long live Little Yan, we finally won." "I already knew that. He's definitely not a match for you, Xiaoan." At this moment, Xiaoanyang confidently said, "I followed my mother's words, now I need to go rest." But Nguyet Lan spoke up. "Wait." The little girl was startled and panicked. "Isn't it true that Mom is someone who doesn't break her promises?" Nguyet Lan spoke calmly, saying, "I promise I will do it, but your task is not finished yet," while the female students beside her politely greeted the principal. Then Tiuan raised her voice again to question, "I already beat them." She calmly replied, "If I remember correctly, the condition I said earlier was for Nguyet Lan to help the big beast win in the losing group, right? Are you not playing word games with me, Mom?" Yuelan shrugged. "Clearly, you don't understand the rules of the competition yet, but still, the girl is determined to turn away and you don't care." "Anyway, Mom didn't explain clearly," Nguyet Lan asked indifferently. "So what do you mean?" After saying that, Xiaoyan rubbed his fingers, his voice full of malice. "You need to pay more money." A moment later, Xiaoyan jumped onto the arena and declared, "Starting now, I will deal with you all within 10 minutes. How can she be so confident based on what she has? I can't believe it. After the fight with the sea beast, she was able to recover her stamina so quickly. Come on, guys!" And then, just 10 minutes later, a series of male students had fallen at Xiaoan's feet. A guy waved his hand in fear, secretly thinking, "She really did it. We're doomed." Cutting to the inside of the restaurant, Kim Trach, with a mountain of food in front of him, slumped down in exhaustion. Tien Duc asked confusedly, "So you eat that much? Don't forget, this afternoon is the match against Yen Kin Thu Dai. You are the one who has to go on the field first." He calmly replied, "Don't say I have to be the first to go on the field. Even if they drag me to behead me this afternoon, I still have to finish this meal." Mo Tu Yet nodded in response. "Awesome. Kim Trach keeps eating rice happily. Don't worry, this afternoon I'll make everyone stunned." Lin Yuan frowned, wondering, is he that confident? Have they already prepared a way to deal with Yen Kin Thu Dai? Before long, it was afternoon, and the students had gathered in the stands chatting loudly. The principal of Yen Kin Thu Dai was truly lucky with the draw, even facing Mado Thu Dai directly. If they can beat Mado Thu Dai, it means they've eliminated their strongest opponent. I hear that the captain of Mado Thu Dai, So Tien Duc, still hasn't recovered, so Yen Kin Thu Dai can almost be considered the winner of this match. The announcer quickly moves forward. Next, I declare the match of the winning team officially begins. Please welcome the representative members of Yen Kin Thu Dai and Mado Thu Dai to the arena. As soon as the words are spoken, the entire stadium erupts in excitement. The two teams also began to walk in slowly. The host continued. According to the head-to-head list, the first match of this round will be between Ha Loi Min from Yen Kin Thu Dai and Vuong Kim Trash from Mado Thu Dai. The students hearing this name couldn't help but be surprised. Vuong Kim Trach, isn't he the reserve of Mado Thu Dai? Don't you recognize him? Vuong Kim Trach and the principal of Mado Thu Dai, Vuong Din, share the same surname. I heard that Vuong Din's eldest son, Vuong Dao Thuong, is studying at Yen Kin Thu Dai, while this younger son is just a reserve, so his strength seems quite weak. Down on the field, opposite Kim Trach, is the imposing figure of Loi Min, his eyes sharp as a predator's. You're the reserve of Mado Thu Dai, right? What do you mean by reserve? I have a name, I am Vuong Kim Trach. Loi Min opened his mouth and shouted loudly, "Nothing else matters. You will be defeated by me immediately." He frowned. "Really? If you can beat me today, I will write the word king backwards." This condition immediately made him burst into laughter. "All right, hero, let's go with that." Kim Trach agrees, but the other students were stunned to hear that. Isn't the reversed character for king still the character for king? The person next to him was surprised. Wait a minute, isn't Vuong Kim Trach the guy who grills meat? It's the fat guy who hid in the Longcot Mountains during the survival battle. Eat those skewers. They all jump up and cheer enthusiastically. The meat grilling guy, don't be afraid, let him know a little about your strength. That's right, meat grilling guy, we support you. Young Master Vuong, stop being a beast soul master and open a skewered food stall instead. You'll definitely make a lot of money. This suggestion immediately reached Kim Trach's ears, making him confused and waving his hands. What do you guys mean? Who is this meat grilling guy? At this moment, Liu Ming was ready to fuse with his beast spirit, and in an instant, a sturdy hoofed foot stomped heavily on the ground, shaking the entire cooking floor. His whole body transformed into a fierce giant buffalo covered in a tough, steel-like armor. Faced with this scene, Kim Trak couldn't help but shiver. "You're a new Ren, my friend. Your beast soul is really strange," Loi Min urged. "Don't talk so much, just fight now." The students also shouted wildly. "What are you waiting for, guy? Merge your beast soul now." "That's right. Let us see your beast soul." "Hurry up, the brothers are waiting and can't hold on any longer." Finally, Kim Trak crossed his arms into the beast soul fusion stance. As soon as he finished speaking, his entire body turned into a giant egg. They were stunned by this scene, realizing it was an egg. At this moment, Lei Ming approached with disdain. "Is this your beast soul?" "That's right," Kim Trak confirmed loudly. "What, you're scared now, huh? What am I afraid of? With a spirit beast like this? Where do you get the nerve to mock me?" "How is my spirit beast?" Laughter erupts from the stands. No wonder he's the barbecue master. Even his spirit beasts are so unique and different. Honestly, how does his spirit beast fight anyway? Surely it's not just rolling around and crushing others to death, right? That's really too abstract. Loi Min impatiently raised his heavy axe, lazily saying a few meaningless words to him. "Take this punch." Immediately after, he struck Kim Trak's body with an attack that caused the entire arena to shake in rhythm. But as soon as Loi Min raised his axe, Kim Trak below was completely unaffected. The group of students broke out in a cold sweat, tense. What on earth is this? Is that made of diamond? How can it be this hard? Kim Trak tauntingly provokes. That's all there is to it. "Haven't you eaten yet?" Loi Min snapped bitterly. Damn it. As soon as he finished speaking, he crazily charged forward with the strength of a raging bull. As soon as he seized the opportunity, Loi Min didn't hesitate to deliver a deadly punch downward, but all he saw was empty space. The light had already leapt into the air. Loi Min quickly realizes his opponent's intention, swiftly turning to deliver a 1,000-pound punch directly at Kim Trak. He doesn't hesitate but uses the momentum to leap, launching his entire body into the air like an arrow. Then Kim Trak crashes into the protective layer of the arena floor. Seeing this, Loi Min immediately feels uneasy. The giant egg slammed directly into his face with a painful force. Li Min couldn't react in time, and his massive body collapsed onto the ground. Lam Uyen pursed her lips, thinking that this must be a special move that Wang Jintrak came up with for this match. I have to admit, this guy is really clever. At this moment, Loi Min struggled to get up and said, "I've seen through your move." Kim Trak challenged, "If you've seen through it, then come on." He gathers all his strength to stand upright, then drags his heavy legs to press down on the ground, each step like causing chaos in the arena. Finally, he accelerates and rushes forward as if flying. Loi Min hesitated but swung his axe down, yet Kim Trak managed to dodge successfully. His resilient body once again pressed against the arena's protective barrier. Kim Trak kept falling straight to the ground. He kept moving from place to place, completely throwing Loi Min off balance. He irritably shouted, "Do you have any more moves left?" Kim Trak calmly replied, "Isn't it I who should be asking you that? You still haven't broken through my eggshell, and you still have the nerve to speak up here?" At this point, Loi Min had completely lost his mind, his eyes growing even more bloodshot with rage. His body shows more and more bulging muscles. He stretches and roars, making Kim Trak stunned and think to himself, so powerful again. No wonder he's a 5-star Beast King. In just a moment, Loi Min regained his composure and kept chasing after him, swinging his axe from one place to another, but Diem Nien still managed to slip out of his sight. Kim Trak couldn't help but tease, "Use a little strength. Why are you so gentle like you haven't eaten? So light, it's like you're scratching an itch. With this strength you managed to get into Yenkinthu Dai? Your muscles are so big, but what can you actually do? Are you giving me a massage?" Still, he couldn't hit him. The continuous strikes to the ground made the entire arena shake violently. Master Li couldn't help but laugh with amusement. "Lao Vuong, your son is truly interesting." "Old man Lai, if you want to be sarcastic, just say it directly. Don't bother with this nonsense," he explained. "I really think your son is an interesting person. At least he's more interesting than you." At that moment, DM silently thought that Vong Kim Trak's actions were very shameless, but highly effective, while Ha Loi Min kept erupting with power, rapidly exhausting his stamina. If things continue like this, the first to break down will be Ha Loi Min. Next to him, Mu Tuyet softly asked, "Do you realize? It seems that Vuong Kim Trak has also become a bit stronger." Lam Uyen spoke to clarify that his talent is not bad, ignoring his strange beast soul. "In fact, with his talent, he's at least on par with Oh Huyan Ko," she continued. Maybe because his older brother is too dazzling, even his light gets overshadowed. You look surprised and ask, so that's how it is? But isn't he just using his own way to prove himself? Vuong Kim Trak is quite a clever merchant. 5 minutes later, a small crack appeared on his forehead. On the contrary, Lei Ming across from him was gasping for breath, exhausted. He casually teased, "What's wrong? Are you exhausted?" Then he charged forward again, saying, "I'll break your eggshell right away." But at that moment, Long Tuong suddenly shouted, "Enough!" He closed his eyes and advised, "You can't do anything to him, just admit defeat." Loi Min hesitated, but Long Tuong kept reminding him not to waste more time, to save some strength for the upcoming matches, and finally he agreed. Then, the announcer declared, "Congratulations to Vuong Kim Trash, the representative of Mado Thudai, for winning this match. Next, I invite the next contestant from Yenkin Thudai, Tu Thien, to the stage." A few minutes later, the young man named Tu Thien appeared. "Yenjing Beast Tuo Tien, I humbly ask for your guidance." Kim Trak bowed and said, "If your strength isn't better than that guy earlier, I advise you to admit defeat now. Let's not waste each other's time anymore," he said with a calm smile. "Have you not tried? Then you won't know." Kim Trak agreed, "So if you want to try, go ahead." As he finished speaking, Tu Tien transformed into a fierce beast, a fused spirit beast, the twin covering battle dragon, with eyes that shone with sharp and unpredictable brilliance. Tu Tien's slender body keeps rushing forward, repeatedly biting Kim Trak as the egg-shaped head begins to show signs of cracking wider. Mo Tuyet frowned. Why is Wang Jinjia so silent? Just now he was mocking Haloi Min fiercely. Lam Uyen explained, this is his fighting style. He is using this method to put pressure on Tu Tien. Hearing that, she was stunned and exerted pressure. He nodded in confirmation. To deal with Haloi Min's brutality, he uses words to provoke, but with someone sensitive and proud like Tu Tien, silence is the greatest insult. Tu Tien bowed his head and whispered to himself, "I won't lose. I definitely won't." However, just a moment later, Kim Trak struck him so hard that he felt it to his bones. Tu Tien broke out in a cold sweat and gasped, "I lost." Everyone in the stand stood up and cheered. Truly, no one expected the meat grilling boy's performance to be so astonishing. He not only has a quick mind in grilling meat, but also almost made that kid collapse with his 2 psychological tactics. I wonder how many battles the grilling guy has won. Surely he didn't beat 5 people alone, right? At the same time, in the preparation area of the Demon Beast Arena, Huyan Ko said loudly, "I didn't expect this useless guy to actually have some skill." Thang Nam frowned and reminded him, "Even now you still see him as useless. If it were you, you might not win either." He irritably shouted, "Why should I compare myself to someone who only knows how to take hits?" Thang Nam sighed and walked away. He's always like that, arrogant and overconfident. Huyan Ko gritted his teeth and cursed, "You guys are really idiots. I will definitely settle this debt later." He was right. Snakes can kill people and are truly terrifying compared to fierce beasts. Now the host excitedly announced that Wang Jinjia of the Demon City Beast Clan had achieved his 4th consecutive victory. He arrogantly challenged, "Who will be the next? Hurry up and get to the arena to fight me." At this moment, L'Equipe begins to stride forward confidently. Is it finally my turn? With such a boring match, I might fall asleep watching it. Kim Trak was stunned when he saw him. "So it's you after all?" L'Equipe excitedly laughed and said, "Do you want to admit defeat voluntarily, or should I beat you until you have no choice but to admit?" Kim Trak hurriedly replied, "I admit defeat, I admit defeat." That conversation instantly drove the audience into chaos. "The guy grilling meat, are you really that weak too? Even now you're conceding defeat, do you still have any spirit left? If you're truly a man, you should lose standing up, not submit. You're even afraid to face L'Equipe? Are you this cowardly?" He quickly reverted to his human form. A true man knows when to endure and step back. The students above kept clapping loudly. At that moment, Kim Trak struggled to sit down and kept groaning in pain. "Why are these people so cruel? It hurts so much, it feels like my ribs are broken." Lin Yuan supports me and laughs helplessly. "If it hurts that much, why not admit defeat early?" he argued back. "Do you understand? This is the kind of stitching that fights with spirit. Moreover, my father is always watching over me. I can't let him down." Hearing that, you patted his shoulder to encourage him, saying that no matter what, you performed very well this time. As soon as you finished, Kim Trak was already rubbing his shoulder, crying out in pain. Lam Uyen was startled and confused, pulling back his hand. "Sorry, but who is the next person to appear?" He gritted his teeth and replied, "If I remember correctly, the next one to fight should be Yuan Lian An." Lam Yen raised an eyebrow. "He's definitely not La Kiep's opponent, right?" Kim Trash mysteriously explained that in Tong Lam's safety ranking, Yuen Lian An, Li Than Nam, and Tong Lam are all tasked with draining Lakip's strength, mainly to create an opportunity for Tu Mo Tu Yet. Are you that surprised? At the same time, beside him, Li Dan stood up decisively. It's my turn now. Tong Lam looked over and said, thanks to you. Li Dan gritted his teeth and sneered, the demon city beast, the Letten orb, Lakip is a troublesome reminder. Don't look at me as if you're about to die. I'm not interested in useless names. Li Dan didn't say much and quickly transformed his form. Soul Beast Fusion, 4 Rat Demon. Seeing this, Lakip tilted his head in boredom, not planning to say anything before taking action. He's truly a dull one. Soon after, he also transformed into a merged spirit beast, an ancient, ferocious beast beyond compare. Liadan roared loudly, full of dominance, while opposite him, Lakip remained completely calm. He sneered mockingly, but he was quite brave. However, the moment he crazily charged forward, Lakip had already leapt up like a ghost, narrowly avoiding the attack. In midair, he resembled a cunning predator, his jaws clenched tightly around Li Dan's severed arm. Kim Trak, sitting in the stands, couldn't help but tremble. This is way too bloody. Lam Uyen grimaced and said fiercely, cruelly, and ruthlessly, this is the ferocious beast, Lakip. Li Dan suddenly collapsed onto the arena floor, his entire body seemingly drained of vitality. Lakip once again swooped down from the sky, pressing close to his body. His eyes burned with menace, exuding a strong smell of blood and death. If you don't admit defeat, this time I won't just cut your hand, but your neck. On the ground are many bloodstains from Liadan. The man gritted his teeth in pain and said, I give up. Lakip sneered, as if he thought you were being reasonable. He kept opening his mouth and roaring loudly. Aren't your demon city beasts famous for being on par with our yenching beasts? Bring a few capable people here so I can find some entertainment. At this moment, Song Lam supported Liadan on his shoulder and muttered. After struggling, Than Nam suddenly stood up, and it was my turn. Lakip saw this and immediately sneered with contempt. I remember you're a plant-type beast soul master, right? Your beast soul is quite interesting. Unfortunately, his ability is a bit weak. He didn't hesitate and directly transformed, merging with his beast soul. Tian King's weapon. Than Nam's sharp branches immediately rushed forward. Lakip chuckled and warned, don't be so impatient. He was suddenly jolted by the falling leaves hitting him, not expecting him to charge straight at him, so don't blame me for not holding back. Thinking of that, Lakip opened his mouth and let out a thunderous roar, his whole body suddenly tensing up with bulging, unusually massive muscles. Than Nam was overwhelmed by the suffocating pressure, sweating profusely. Such terrifying energy, he almost couldn't endure it. While he was still stunned, Lakip suddenly appeared and teased, Did you already suck my energy? Idiot. Without giving his opponent a chance to react, he immediately swung his hands violently and tore Thang Nam's body apart. Finally, Lakip stood proudly above, looking down and insulting the useless trash. After the match ended, Lam Uyen and Tong Lam moved down below. You pat him on the shoulder to encourage him. Just do your best. As soon as he steps out, a series of whispers start to spread. He is Vice Captain Tong Lam of the Demon City Beast Corps, with such a fierce appearance. Does he really have strong abilities? Audience? No, Tong Lam is a support soul beast user, and although his strength isn't ordinary, his combat ability is average. Is that true? This guy looks fierce, but you're telling me he's a support soul beast? Lechi immediately mocked and questioned when he saw the opponent. A support-type spirit beast dares to step into the arena. Tong Lam casually asked back, why can't a support spirit beast fight in the arena? He nodded in agreement. Fine. Then let me see what kind of skill the vice captain like you really has. With that, he transformed, merging with his beast soul, and unleashed the shattered lapis lazuli butterfly. Come and fight. Tong Lam floated lightly like a cloud in the wind, circling around and teasing La with lightning speed. Then an energy sphere appeared engulfing Song Lam. As expected, this move drove him into a rage. Let's end it here. Tong Lam's eyes light up, waiting for you to make your move. As he finished speaking, a loud explosion suddenly rang out from below the stands, and Lakip didn't miss the chance to leap up and attack him. Kim Trak asked curiously, is this Tong Lam's secret technique? Lam Uyen shook his head. No, this is a divine beast weapon of the Beast King level. Tian King Feng chuckled coldly. He was surprised to hear that it was a divine beast weapon worth 40 million. But it's an offensive type of divine beast weapon, he explained seriously. After losing to the fireball last time, Tong Lam realized his own shortcomings. If a divine beast weapon could be the ultimate external force. At this moment, Tong Lam suddenly spread his wings, emitting a mysterious energy throughout his body. Seeing this, Lejie immediately grimaced, this is not good. We've fallen into a trap. In an instant, he spread his wings completely, and a barrage of bullets shot straight ahead, with Feng Tiqi Ren standing there, taking all of the hits. The continuous explosions and tearing sounds of flesh echoed as fresh blood splattered everywhere. Tong Lam Ngao arrogantly asked, "Do you still think support beast types are weak?" Lakip smirked and praised, "That's interesting." Then he continued spinning and firing nonstop, right? Under the arena, Lakip struggles to dodge as gunfire and shattered rocks echo nonstop, creating a suffocating chaos. Not willing to surrender, he roars loudly, unleashing his fierce domain. In the blink of an eye, many bloodthirsty red skulls charged forward. Tong Lam paused in surprise as a series of multicolored lights suddenly erupted from his head, then fell like rain, reversing all of his previous attacks. The blessing domain. The students hurriedly stood up and cheered. Both of these people hold domain models. This is the true battle of geniuses, and they are the seedlings of beast soul masters at the level of domain lords. I wonder how many of the participants will ultimately earn the title of Beast King. Lakiep actually felt excited. This is more like it, now it's interesting. A genius? The person I like most is crushing those called geniuses. Tong Lam paid no mind, and continued firing a series of sharp bullets, the azure windblade strikes. And then, at that very moment, Lakip suddenly leapt into the air like a ghostly shadow. Tong Lam's eyes immediately widened in shock, but before he could finish speaking, he opened his mouth and violently crushed Tong Lam's body. Kim Trach quickly stood up. This damn bastard did it on purpose. Lakip used his sharp claws to tear apart Tong Lam's wings before starting to threaten. "I will make sure you can never fly again and turn you into a cripple from this moment on." Tong Lam couldn't resist and was dragged forcefully down to the arena floor. But just as Lakip was about to attack, he suddenly jerked back in shock. A massive, sturdy tree branch suddenly shot through the air, tearing apart the space and splitting the two of them apart. Amidst the lingering dust and smoke, the supervisor appeared with a serious expression, gently supporting Tong Lam. Kim Trach was stunned upon seeing him and exclaimed, "So it was him?" Lamuyan asked curiously, "Do you know him?" He introduced himself saying, "He is a soldier named Lai Mok, a Beast King level plant-type powerhouse, usually very dull and stiff, so everyone jokes calling him the Wooden General." I glanced over and asked, "So, he's actually a general?" Kim Trach smiled and shook his head. "Of course not. It was just a joke, but I didn't expect the education department to invite him to oversee the match's order." Lamuyan let out a relieved breath. Luckily, he was there, or Tong's Lam would really have been ruined by that guy. At this moment, Li Mu stood up to question. The opponent had already admitted defeat. "So why are you still attacking him?" Lakay tried to justify himself. "When did he surrender?" "Why can't I hear it? Senior, please don't falsely accuse me." "He is serious about warning him. Lakip won't do it again." He replied firmly, "I understand, sir." Lakip muttered irritably as he watched them walk away, really losing his mood. Just when I was having the best time, they had to bother me. At this moment, Lai Mu helped him to the gathering place of the monster students. "I have checked. The wound isn't life-threatening, but rest is needed for a while." They all nodded and thanked the senior. He carefully advised, "Tell someone to take him to the infirmary. I need to stay here to maintain order." Leighton volunteered, "Let me go. I also need to visit the infirmary. Just stay here and keep watching the match. Thanks to everyone. Don't worry." At this moment, Mo Tuyet pouted in anger, and it was her turn to go on the field. He glanced at her and advised, "Please don't force yourself. If you really can't win, just accept defeat." Mo Tuyet's cheeks flushed pink as she clenched her fists and confidently said, "I don't want to always be protected by you. I want to stand in front of you someday and shield you from the rain." As soon as she left, Kim Trach happily nudged her shoulder, and La Muyen frowned. "Do you need me to watch?" After Mo Tuyet left the arena, Lakip continued to loudly criticize. "A girl? Is there really no one left among your beastly demons? And yet you send a girl onto the stage?" She loudly shouted in his face, "I will return everything you did to Song Lam tenfold." Hearing that, Lakip didn't even bother to get angry. Giving back double, it's clear he's too weak. "Let me tell you, I'm not the kind of person to cherish flowers and jade. Even if you're a woman, I could still leave you crippled." Vuongdin pats her shoulder to comfort her and says, "Don't worry. With Lai Mok here, you and I can't get involved in their battlefield." Motuyet quickly transforms without letting the opponent wait, merging with her beast soul, the nine-tailed snow tiger. At that moment, Lakip shot a series of terrifying skulls forward. She immediately opened her mouth to exhale a cloud of smoke, sending them back. This scene made Lakip even more disdainful. "You're just a useless piece of trash who doesn't even grasp the basics of the domain, and yet you dare to make Ngan's lover pay the price for you?" Motuyet shouted. If you don't try, how can you know? As she finished speaking, a sudden surge of icy energy erupted from her core. Mo Tuyet's entire body was covered in thick ice with thousands of sharp thorns protruding menacingly. Then she gathered her strength and launched a barrage of thorn shards at her opponent. Lakip's eyes flashed with a deadly glint. Is this all she's got? Din Lin Dang Langung. He was confused when he saw the opponent rushing forward, thinking to himself, she's really a crazy woman. With some strength like this and still coming closer to me, isn't she just walking into her death? However, contrary to Lakip's expectations, Mu Tuyet suddenly split into multiple illusions surrounding him. Lakip couldn't hold back and cursed, drawing a false image. No matter how many illusions she creates, there is only one true body. If you can't tell the difference, then I will kill them all. With that, his whole body turned into a mysterious black hue. He immediately lunged at a figure in front of him, but as soon as he touched it, the image dissolved into smoke and clouds. Lakip's eyes widened in shock. Was I wrong? At that moment, he was surrounded by a surge of energy from all directions, the Ice Lake Earth technique. Lakip kept howling and leaping to break free and escape. A few seconds later, his towering body gradually closed in on his opponent, and the glass shard in front of him was instantly shattered into many pieces. Lakip continued rushing forward at the speed of light. Just as he was about to get close, Mo Tuyet suddenly lifted her head high. Lakip once again swung his hand fiercely to strike the body in front of him, but that image disappeared. Lakip bitterly muttered to himself, it wasn't an illusion, but a shadow illusion. I've been fooled. Just 1 second later, a sphere of ice appeared, covering all the space around him. Mo Tuyet too seized the opportunity and immediately jumped inside. Kim Trak excitedly exclaims, what a skillful move by Mo Tuyet. Lamu Yen quietly smiles. She used her icy aura to gather 8 illusions, then created an ice wall to hide behind, using secret techniques and light refraction of the ice wall to produce an illusion of herself. He wondered if it was like an illusion in the desert. The boy nodded in confirmation. Almost. To lure the giant beast into his trap, Mu Tuyet didn't hesitate to use 2 secret techniques at once. That was information the opponent didn't expect. Mo Yue lowered her head to gather energy. Her secret technique was absolutely precise. A long strip of ice is stuck tightly to the ground inside her mouth. Lakip's enormous body is trapped in the ice block and cannot struggle. In the end, Mu Tuyet hesitated no longer and pushed him away, the sharp thorns piercing his body, causing his flesh to bleed uncontrollably. All the students in the stands cheered with excitement. Could it be that Lakip, who has never been defeated before, is about to lose to Mo Tuyet now? Lakip has fought 3 battles, especially the one against Tong Lam, which drained a lot of his stamina, so losing is not surprising. Moreover, Mo Tuyet is not someone weak. Just when it seemed to be over, Lakip inside suddenly burst into loud laughter. Mu Tuyet stared in surprise at the trembling ice block, thinking to herself that it was still moving. He continued loudly. This is really interesting. Truly very interesting. Dark bloodstains began to appear on the outside of the ice block. Lakip kept shouting, Little Fox, you really have exceeded my expectations. Then he turned his head and growled, I can't wait any longer. I want to tear you apart piece by piece and see how you bleed out. Lakip's whole body ignited with a fierce red flame. He shouted, How powerful are you? Wait a moment, the real show has not started yet. With that, Lakip immediately ran forward without hesitation. He didn't hold back, fiercely scratching her body, and a stream of fresh blood spattered out. Mo Tuyet stood at a distance, calmly gathering her ice, lake, and earth energy. But before her rage could fully unleash, Lakip darted like a lightning bolt to the side and slashed fiercely with his sharp claws into Mo Tuyet's back, causing her to cry out in pain. Not stopping there, Lakip, like a wild beast in a frenzy, continues to claw wildly, each strike aiming to tear apart his opponent's body. Finally, after a few minutes, Lakip stopped. He roared and demanded, Why haven't you surrendered yet? You can't really think you can beat me, right? Lakip looked at her battered body with disdain and said honestly, Your useless demon beast gang really does have some spirit, but spirit alone can't keep you alive. Remembering that weakness is the real sin, but the moment he saw Mo Tuyet rushing back to him, Lakip once again lost his mind. You're really stubborn, but since you've let me have my fun, I'll let you lose honorably this time. With that, Lakip delivered a powerful strike like thunderbolt straight at Mo Tuyet, causing her body to fly far away. The deadly flame slash? As a result, Mo Tuyet's injuries are torn open even more. Finally, she coughed up a mouthful of blood and lost consciousness completely. At this moment, DM could no longer bear to watch, and he clenched his lips and stood up in anger. Vuong Ding approached and patted her on the shoulder. She didn't want to rely on him, so she came to the Demon Beast City, right? If he intervened, he might ruin all her efforts over the years. Stay calm, he tried to gently reassure. With Yen King Thu Dai's medical condition, even serious injuries only require at most half a month to recover, and there will be no problem. Then Vuong Din gently advised, "You need to rest after this injury. Go visit the girl. I haven't held a grudge for long, have I?" Diem sighed and said, "I don't deserve to be a father. I am sorry for the girl." Wang Ding lowered his voice and continued, "Old Tao, you are truly a rare strong man, but in front of your daughter you are weak. Think carefully about my advice." After a moment, Mo Tuyet was helped onto a stretcher and taken away, her body covered in so many scratches that she looked pitiful. She tilted her head to look at him. "La Muyen." Mo Tuyet whispered, "I'm sorry. I lost. I'm still too weak." La Muyen held her hand tightly and comforted her. "No, you're not weak." Mo Tuyet smiled softly, feeling unexpectedly at ease with him by her side. Finally, she closed her eyes. "La Muyen, I am in so much pain." Hearing that, he gently comforted me, saying, "I want to sleep peacefully, so just sleep, and when you wake up, the pain will be gone." After finishing, La Muyen turned to glance at the arena, a deadly anger flashing in his eyes. Kim Trak behind him immediately recognized that he was furious. At this moment, Lan Hu suddenly asked, "Do you want to go on the field now according to Tong Lam and Shenshang's previous lineup?" Shenshang nodded in agreement. "No problem, I can go on any time." But at that very moment, a sharp scream echoed from afar. "Let me go on the field." Lan Ho asked in surprise, "Why are you here? Didn't the principal tell you to rest and recover properly?" Tianyu replied seriously, "I am fine now. Let me go on the field for this match." He hesitated before advising, "But maybe I should go instead." "If you truly lose to L'Equipe," Tianyu emphasized in a deep voice, "don't worry, I won't lose the first round. Don't argue, neither of you go on the field." Hearing that, Tam Thuong shouted in confusion, "Do you want us to admit defeat?" He casually pointed forward and said, "Hey, Lam Uyen is on the field now." At this, La Ji raised an eyebrow in curiosity. "You are Lam Uyen," solemnly introducing the substitute player of Madu Beast, Da Lam Uyen. Tam Thuong was a bit surprised and couldn't believe what she saw and exclaimed, "Why is he on the field? What does he intend to do? Hurry up and stop him from going on stage." Kim Trek from behind peeks out and shouts anxiously, "Are they trying to make him concede?" Tien Duke at this moment also stepped forward and calmly said, "Do you want a substitute player like him to face L'Equipe?" He looked excited as he gazed up at the Latu stage. "So Tien Duke, just watch. This kid has never disappointed anyone before." It seems Madu Beast has completely given up and even sent in a substitute player. You look up fearlessly and reply, "Can't a substitute player go on the field?" "Oh, so you've given up then?" He is the one who goes with him to grill meat. During the survival match, he either eats skewers or sleeps. Whatever he does on the field, he's just showing off. Don't use my barbecue buddy title as a joke. Anyway, he's the one fighting 4 people alone. He lowered his voice with a hint of amusement, not caring about Lam Yuen's demand. "A substitute player daring to step onto the field. Who gave you that courage? This is truly extraordinary. If you can withstand 10 of my attacks, you win this match." Hearing L'Equipe say that, I got a bit angry and shouted, "I don't need that. Beating you once isn't enough." Hearing this, he hesitated for a moment before curiously asking, "So who else do you want to beat?" La Muyen confidently and majestically declared, "Of course, there are also Tran Long Tuong and Tu Kyo. They are the 2 strongest in Yen Kin," causing everyone watching from the stands to gape in surprise and the surrounding atmosphere to fall silent. After a moment, L'Equipe Ha looked on with a laughing smile and said indifferently, "You're only a substitute player. Kid, you'll pay the price for those empty words. This time I won't hold back anymore." Frowning, with a determined look, I tell you, you'd better use all your strength or I won't be satisfied. Very quickly, La Muyen transformed into his spirit beast form, exuding a mighty aura as he opened his mouth to roar, revealing a giant black toad. Realizing how formidable La Muyen is, he was stunned. This kid has such extraordinary strength. As L'Equipe was caught off guard, he heard a loud voice say, "You don't have time to lose focus." Immediately after, Lam Muyen suddenly appeared nearby and asked in a deep voice, "Are you joking about waiting?" He opened his mouth and roared with incredible force, crashing straight down to the ground. Seeing La Muyen's fight, everyone in the team was amazed and exclaimed, "He's just starting now, it's impressive." Then he forcefully stomped down with his foot again, but luckily L'Equipe dodged in time. He hurriedly spread his wings and soared up, while powerful currents of electricity continuously emanated from Lam Muyen, destroying everything in their path. L'Equipe, a little frightened, flew away, looking up and confidently saying, "You can't escape." He was weakened and gasping after being hit by Lam Uyen. Why does the demon beast have someone even stronger than So Thien Duke? There has never been any news about him on the news before. Why was he kept as a backup? Are the leaders of the demon beast clan all fools? Lam Uyen shows no mercy, raising his claws behind him. Then, with a powerful strike, he pushes him away. Lakiep still hadn't regained his composure and didn't notice the foot of the other guy was already raised above his head. Without hesitation, Lam Uyen stomped down hard, causing the ground to shake unexpectedly. Fortunately, Lakiep flew up high. He glared angrily upward, making him startle. Lam Uyen once again swung a strike across Lakiep's face, injuring him instantly. He roared loudly, then stomped down hard on Lakiep, pressing him into the ground. He lay there with his mouth wide open, pressed flat under Lam Uyen's foot for a long time, as he now revealed even greater strength pressing down from above. Now Lakiep, almost deformed beneath Lam Uyen's foot, suddenly regained his strength and broke free, leaping away into the distance. Lakiep, also unwilling to accept defeat, radiates a fierce aura as he growls. Lam Uyen raises his face high, calmly saying, "When you see others as prey and toys, remember that in the eyes of those stronger than you are nothing but an ant." Lakiep's eyes turned red with fearlessness as he responded fiercely. "If I were at my peak, you might not be able to defeat me easily." Lam Uyen raised his chin and asked with shining eyes. "Do you really think that?" he shouted loudly. "I admit you're very strong, but it doesn't matter. With your power, you can't defeat 2Q and Tran Long." Lakiep could no longer hold back and shouted fiercely, "Those two are the real monsters. Do you think I could just give up on them? Don't be so naive." You calmly cut him off and say, "So you're just a frog at the bottom of a well." The sharp spines on Lam Uyen's back suddenly emit a surprising glow. The battle resumes as you charge forward. Lakiep Tran Tru steps back slightly, wondering what kind of power this is and why it frightens him. "Why do I want to run away?" He spreads his wings and flies straight up to escape Lam Uyen's attack. He still calmly raised his head, opening his mouth to form a sphere of gathered energy, as Lam Uyen unleashed a powerful blast directly at Lakiep, who was floating and attacking. He was struck directly without any defense or chance to escape. After a fierce battle, Lakiep collapsed and fell straight to the ground. He quickly stopped moving as he lay at Lam Uyen's feet. The surrounding space fell silent. He turned his head to glance up and said, "The next person, after the match is over, you announce the winner on the stage. I declare that the victor of this match is the contestant Lam Uyen from the Demon Beast Empire." At the sound of the signal, everyone sitting in the stands seemed to erupt in chaos, noisy and restless. They really underestimated Lam Uyen. He is not as cunning as Vong Kim Trak, yet he relies on his own strength. He straightforwardly defeated Lakiep, a substitute player, yet he demonstrated such powerful combat ability. He even loudly declared he would challenge Tran Long Tuong and 2Q. It seems today will be the day to witness a new king rise. Anyway, Madu Beast Arena is a prestigious school on par with ours, so it should have some basic strength. He still shows no sign of anger. "This little brat is clearly calling out both of us for a duel. If you're scared and back down, it'll be too embarrassing. Are you going up or should I?" He opened his eyes and said in a deep voice, "It's not about challenging, but about defeating." Long Tuong, hearing that, turned and said, "You're taking this too seriously. If you won't go on the stage, I will." Then he clasped his hands together, excited and confident as he spoke. "Honestly, it's been a long time since I met a worthy opponent, and I can't help but feel my limbs itching for a fight." Kyo does not care about this and replies, "Well then, go ahead, I'm not interested." Then he looks seriously and says, "If he can really beat you, maybe I will see him in a different light. Then maybe you won't have that chance after all." When the host excitedly pointed to his figure stepping onto the arena, he said, "I didn't expect the Yenkin Thu Dai to directly send trainee Tran Long Tuong to compete." Long Tuong looked ahead without any fear, sneering loudly. The Demon Beast City is truly a place where hidden dragons and crouching tigers, even the reserve players, are so powerful, but your momentum ends here. As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly transformed into a mighty spirit beast, merging with his beast soul an ancient mammoth. Long Tuong stomped his foot hard on the ground, roared, and a wave of pressure was released. Everyone sitting in the stands was nearly blown away by the overwhelming aura. Honestly, I've only felt this kind of pressure before from boss-level monsters. So then, Long Elephant must have at least the strength of a lord level? Someone as talented as him, able to endure as vice-captain in the Beast City, how proud must he be? Lam Uyen squinted, exhaling with force and speaking in a commanding tone. "You can't intimidate me into submission." He raised his head high and roared loudly into the sky. He was quickly frightened by your roar, Tran Tru thought to himself. Your killing intent is too strong. Soon the dragon elephant used its trunk to shoot forward. He let out a loud cry, his massive legs pounding the ground, crackling with electricity, wielding the domain of the sacred shape and the way of the earth. Then, Long Tong leapt over Lam Uyen's head, catching him off guard. He lowered his gaze to look at Lam Yen with contempt and shouted, "Let's fight!" The secret technique Man Tuong Dap Sun. Upon hearing Long Tuong's challenge, he angrily roared like a madman. At this moment, he quickly descended to where Lam Uyen was standing and launched an attack, with a murderous intent from blood armor, but he also reacted and pushed Long Tuong away, leaving him stunned. Long Tuong seemed unable to believe in Lam Uyen's power, stunned and amazed. The Man Tuong Dap Sun is the secret technique I am most proud of, yet it left no trace on that bloodstream. Without hesitation, you open your mouth to unleash your power. He sees this and immediately becomes frightened. This is not good. Nevertheless, Long Tuong couldn't dodge in time and was hit directly by the powerful energy shot out by Lam Uyen, which kept blasting into him relentlessly with great force. You rushed forward and forcefully knocked Long Tuong La away, the beast spirit weapon. He quickly lands at a distance and asks, "What is your beast god weapon called?" "That's quite interesting." Long Tuong frowned and angrily retorted, "This is a divine beast weapon of the highest royal grade, bestowed by my family to the Great Land Spirit Palace. When the user is struck, a critical hit will automatically trigger a defensive shield." Hearing that, you immediately became interested and asked, "How much is a top-grade king beast level item worth?" "Why not use it? Using a divine beast weapon, is that not within the rules?" He raised his chin confidently and declared without hesitation, "Because I am not using this divine beast weapon, but I can still defeat you." Lam Yen chuckled softly and said, "You are really stubborn." Immediately, Long Tuong's eyes lit up brightly. He raised his huge foot and shouted, "The mighty elephant technique is broken." Long Tuong suddenly stomped hard on the ground, using the pressure to throw you off. His fierce gaze fixed straight ahead. Long Tuong quickly launched his trunk forward to attack, while Lam Uyen raised his weapon to block the strike. Then the two of them charged at each other without hesitation, clashing with equal strength and no regard for the other's safety. Long Tuong raised his leg to kick directly at him, causing several layers of armor to quickly shatter. Everyone watching the match in the stands was stunned, the noise and commotion never stopping. Oh my God, his strength is so great that it shattered Lam Yen's armor. Is it possible that Lam Yen will really lose? That's not right. He's not losing. Look quickly, everyone. Even though he's at a disadvantage, Lam Yen is still slowly raising his head and staring straight at him, silent. Long Tuong, seeing that you were unharmed, stared wide-eyed and muttered in disbelief. How could this be possible? I don't think you understand that it's not just about the difference in our abilities. Hearing that, he couldn't help but tremble and shout loudly, "Did you do it on purpose?" Long Tuong kept headbutting towards Lam Uyen, voice tense, and asked, "You knew all along I was prepared for this attack, didn't you?" Of course, I fought back calmly, saying I knew. And the reason I didn't dodge was to let you see the hope of defeating me. Sometimes false hope is the most terrifying thing that exists. Lam Uyen's eyes stare fiercely as he speaks to him. I admit your tactics are effective, but the one thing you didn't consider is the gap in strength between you and me. At this moment, Long Tuong, upon hearing this, was stunned and shouted. A surge of power immediately erupted. "What? The distance. I want to see how many more moves you can dodge." The man-elephant stamp technique. His eyes suddenly shone with an unusual disdainful light, and he said, "Do you think I would still give you that chance?" As soon as he finished speaking, Lam Uyen unleashed his power and swung his claws forward, transforming into a fierce tiger with strong, powerful legs raised high, raising his head and letting out a roar, the Crimson Claw. Immediately after, Lam Uyen didn't hesitate and drove both feet straight into Long Tuong's body with great force. He couldn't react in time and was immediately hit, quickly suffering serious injuries. Long Tuong, attacked, didn't get angry but cursed angrily. How annoying. But another attack from him struck straight into his body. Lam Uyen smugly looked into Long Tuong's trembling, frightened eyes, threatening him. "Do you want to fall completely here or give up now?" Captain Tran Long Tuong, he was completely terrified when he heard you say that. He definitely has the strength to defeat me just like he did with Lakip, but he didn't do it. Long Tuong quickly reverted to his original form, his face dirty, and admitting defeat. I accept it, but he still isn't satisfied, his determined expression saying, "You're really strong. I look forward to your next battles." Lam Uyen glanced down at Long Tuong and replied, "Then just wait and see." Your teammate was so surprised when the match ended in victory. He shouted loudly, "See, my brothers and I are truly formidable, fighting evenly with two of Yenkin Thudai's top players. Could this guy's strength be even greater than So Thian Duke's?" Tam Thuong suddenly turned around and looked toward Thian Duke. They looked at each other secretly, wondering if this guy was just a reserve player. Then why was he so powerful? Maybe he's been hiding his strength all along. Could it be that the principal also knows about this? Makuyan sat far away, staring in disbelief at the cheering crowd, thinking this can't be happening. It absolutely can't. He gritted his teeth, his face contorted with discomfort, unable to accept it. An idiot like Vong Kim Trach winning 4 consecutive matches, while Lam Yu Yen, who only looks up at me, can defeat both La Kiep and Tran Long Tuong. Makuyan bowed his head, his hand clenched tightly, trembling nonstop. Why do I have to be inferior to him? Why? At this moment, Long Tuong, being helped by his teammates, anxiously asked, "Captain, are you okay?" He calmly and bravely replied, "This small wound is nothing." 2Q quickly got up, put his hat on, looked down below, and assured him that although he was seriously injured, he definitely wouldn't die anytime soon. Long Tuong, hearing that, angrily shouted, "Can you stop bothering me?" He confidently walked past him and said, "Rest and recover. Next time I will fight in your place and win back the victory. Be careful, he's very strong." 2Q gently placed his hand on his shoulder to comfort him, saying, "Don't worry, I will definitely win." Long Tuong gently smiles and cheers, waiting for your victorious return. The host excitedly raises his hand and clearly announces that player Lam Uyen, after defeating La Kiep, once again wins against Vice-Captain Tran Long Tuong of Yenkin Thu Dai. Who will Yenkin Thu Dai send to fight in the next match, and can player Lam Uyen continue his streak of miracles? Everyone in the stands could no longer stay still, all talking and arguing loudly. I never expected the carefree guy to be this strong. He's too powerful. Tran Long Tu must have at least the strength of a lord, right? This guy has pushed him to the point where he's completely out of anger. The principal of the Monster City Beast Academy is truly talented. Even such a powerful general has to sit on the bench. Look quickly, that's 2Q. He's already on the stage. You said you wanted to challenge 3 people alone, right? Now I am here. 2Q's face showed clear displeasure as he furrowed his brows and looked at La Muyen with a look of reproach. I don't have many friends, and you hurt him, so I'm not happy about that. I silently looked back at 2Q, thinking to myself, I heard Vong Kim Trash once said that 2Q is someone extremely afraid of society, but I didn't expect him to fight for his friends. Then Lam Yen stood facing him, arrogantly challenging him to a fight. If you want to avenge your friend, then show your strength. Just as I was about to witness what is called the #1 genius of Yenkin Thu Dai, 2Q quickly transformed into his spirit beast form. Each vine has a shape, but the small head also strikes out everywhere, full of threats. As soon as he transforms, his aura reveals an overwhelming presence. 9 Nether Overlord. Lin Yuan stood in the distance, seriously staring at 2Q as he analyzed in his mind. Vuong Kim Trash said that 2Q's Ku Ungao is an extremely mysterious, ferocious beast from ancient times, possessing the power of the underworld, but there is no information about his combat skills because 2Q has rarely fought. He quickly took a ready stance, claws raised and prepared, and therefore, without any information about the opponent, what I must do is always stay alert. Suddenly, a strange greenish-blue water pool shot out and engulfed Lam Yen unexpectedly. This is his domain. The eye in the center of 2Q's forehead widened and shone brightly, continuously emanating killing intent, and his figure quickly disappeared from the massive, murky water pool. Lam Uyen also quickly realized something was wrong, then silently observed his surroundings and disappeared. Could it be that his domain is a kind that can hide itself, allowing him to find opportunities for surprise attacks on opponents? Suddenly, from afar, a huge vine shot up rapidly, rushing toward you. Lam Uyen was startled and quickly defended against the surprise attack from Takyu Nit Hong, the level of the royal beast. Then he suddenly lunged out from somewhere, claws slashing fiercely to shatter the shield of the lord level. Lam Uyen, stunned by 2Q's actions, secretly thought that his strength must have surpassed that of a lord level. The top genius of Yenkin Thu Dai truly lives up to his reputation, and everyone sitting in the stands stands up excitedly, unable to contain their enthusiasm. He's really too powerful. The blood armor that even Tran Longjiang's secret techniques struggle to break is so fragile before 2Q, it's like paper. Nonsense. If he wasn't strong, how could Yenkin Thu Dai make him the team leader? This kind of battle is truly exciting. This is the real confrontation among the top newcomers. Your whole body continues to emanate power, gazing into that dark, ominous water pool thoughtfully. Even though I have absolute strength and am confident I can fight him, the problem is that 9 Yu Dao can hide at any moment in the dark purple shadows, making it impossible for me to strike. I need to come up with a new plan. He quickly turned around and a protective armor gradually formed on his arm. 2Q also leapt towards Lamu Yen, using his hand to break through his defense. Lamu Yen turned to look in the direction where 2Q disappeared, silently observing the chaos. If this continues, he will be completely led by the opponent. I can't just sit and wait to die. Then he used his familiar move, opening his mouth wide to prepare his energy. Lamu Yen immediately unleashed his power directly at the mist. A powerful force suddenly struck the spot where 2Q had just jumped down to hide. He kept unleashing his energy into that spot for a long time, but saw nothing. It seems like there is no movement. Just as Lamu Yen stops, signs of activity gradually appear from behind. 2Q just managed to surface halfway, when suddenly he turned around to absorb the source of power. I knew you would try to ambush again. He remains calm, his pupils widening in the center of his face to defend himself. The illusory shadow technique, 2Q, also quickly escapes. Lamu Yen also just then launched an attack using his power. Seeing that he missed, he turned around angrily scanning the arena, only to see him escape again. Lamu Yen truly took you seriously, calmly analyzing the water pool below, which was like a dead water zone capable of swallowing all kinds of power, a domain that was both offensive and defensive, so relying solely on attack wouldn't catch 2Q. What is he doing with his eyes closed? Could it be that he's giving up? If he's giving up, just admit defeat and there's no need for this unnecessary act. On this side, 2Q was confused by Lamu Yen's unusual actions and wondered what he was planning to do, but it no longer mattered. Because I knew his techniques and strength well, now is the real moment to hunt. Without hesitation or overthinking, he charged straight at him from behind. 2Q's entire body is radiating murderous intent. He rushes forward to attack quickly. With these claws, there will be no chance to turn the tide. But before long, 2Q suddenly opens his eyes wide in horror, filled with killing intent. Immediately afterward, the sharp spines on Lamu Yen's back shone brightly with an unusual glow as the fierce tiger secret technique transformed. The referee sitting on the judging panel looked down at the fight in astonishment and said, "Unexpectedly, this young kid at such a young age can already wield his domain to this extent. Indeed, the younger generation is truly formidable. With 2Q and Lamu Yen, it seems that this year's top spot will only be decided between Yenkin Beast and Mado Beast." The principal of Hainu Beast University also happily inquired, "Old Wang, with such a genius, are you really willing to let him sit on the bench?" A man sitting right there quickly added his voice, "If you truly value talent that much, you might as well send this young man to our Beijing Beast Academy. Beijing Beast Academy has no shortage of beasts, only talent." Wang Din heard that and paid little attention, raising his voice. "Others secretly dig corners and are afraid of being discovered. And you, old man, are quite something, boldly coming in front of me. As the principal, now you're interfering with my recruitment efforts." The man turned to look at him with a teasing smile, "Watching how you carry yourself like a treasure. It seems hard to dig you out now. The fight is still intense. 2Q values Lamu Yen Bao's strength, so it turns out he's really formidable. He faces him without any hesitation, confidently asserting his defiance. When it comes to strength, you're no match for me, and even your ability to conceal your aura has been broken by me now." 2Q moves calmly, step by step, still looking straight at you with confidence. "Who told you this? This is already all of my strength." Immediately after, he revealed a new source of power, with long, twisting tails floating around. From Q launched strange energy spheres directly at Lamu Yen to attack, using the 9 nether purple flame secret technique. Seeing that, you quickly open your mouth to absorb the energy source and prepare to launch it. Small particles from his side fly over, and Lamu Yen's energy also bursts out to collide with them. The terrifying pressure from the two sources of power had a huge impact, almost knocking everyone back. People in the stands were also affected and frightened, raising their hands to shield themselves. The two huge sources of power collided fiercely, shocking everyone who stared in disbelief at the arena floor, stammering, "They're truly monsters." The battle between the divine beasts is extremely intense, with everyone fiercely competing to unleash their power and attack each other. Shenshang's face changed, showing great tension. "The power is incredible. What are they trying to do?" Tianduke frowned as he looked at him and replied, "They are unleashing all their strength, trying to seize this opportunity to crush their opponent completely." And Lan Hu's reaction is even more shocked. In this stance, the energy from both sides is radiating more and more astonishingly, but neither intends to stop. Thangnam gently pushes up his glasses, looking doubtful. "Is Lamu Yen's situation a bit dangerous? After all, 2Q is a lord level." Kim Trak excitedly exclaimed, "Look at Lamu Yen's expression, he's not losing to 2Q's aura." Tian Duke clenched his fist, feeling the same confidence. "That's right, 2Q must also realize that even as a lord, a person's strength is limited. Currently, 2Q fighting directly is also quite confused by the situation. I have unleashed so much power, yet he remains unmoved and seems unaffected. His eyes flash with a dark intensity as he senses the strength within. I am starting to feel my energy running out and can't keep this up forever. Both sides are still unleashing their power to attack each other. The power from the middle of the battle radiated outward, with an overwhelming aura that made everyone wary. Finally, 2Q was thrown backward, his divine beast body unsteady and staggering. They have to risk everything and lose everything in this fight. Lam Yen was also caught off guard and hit, in a state similar to his. Look, 2Q couldn't hold back and attacked. In this duel, neither side gained an advantage, but the armor on Lam Yen's body helped reduce some of the impact. After this fight, 2Q probably won't approach Lam Yen anymore. Well done, Lam Uyen. The two sides have regained their balance on the arena, maintaining a safe distance. Lam Uyen exhaled and looked at him, saying, "If you keep hiding, you won't beat me." Seeing 2Q wagging his tail constantly and emanating a sinister aura, he finally couldn't hold back and commented, "So you really can't resist anymore?" Suddenly, the opponent unexpectedly split into two identical phantom beasts, causing Lam Uyen to be momentarily startled, two nine-headed black wolves. He tried to stay calm and analyze the situation, unsure if only one was the true body and the other was a false image deliberately created by 2Q to deceive. When Demotuyet fought Lakiep, she also used it. But another thought arose, causing conflict in Lam Uyen's mind. No, that's not right. There is still one possibility, that these two nine-headed black wolves are both illusions created by 2Q. He looked around the surrounding space, silently judging that its true form was still hidden within the purple shadow, waiting for the right moment to strike and deliver a fatal blow. After settling on a plan in his mind, his eyes lit up, and he decided to remain calm amidst the chaos. As soon as he launches an attack, his murderous intent will reveal his position instantly. Just as the thought crossed his mind, more clones of the 9U proud divine beast suddenly appeared behind Lam Uyen. He quickly scanned the surrounding encirclement and realized that they were just illusions. The clones began to lift their heads and emit thunderous sounds. The spectators in the stands are overwhelmed by that deafening sound, grimacing and covering their ears, while Lam Uyen stands amidst a swarm of 9 uprising beast and auditory attacks. You remain calm, close your eyes, and sense the deadly intent. Soon, Lam Uyen's sharp instincts detect it. He suddenly opened his eyes and found it. At that moment, a figure of 2Q rushed over and leapt in front of him. Realizing the opponent was prepared, he felt a bit guilty. Have I been discovered? It's okay. After all, this was part of my plan. Now is the best moment to strike. Then, 2Q's eye between his brows widened, emitting a bright light that shone around. The 9 Nether Soul capture technique connects directly to Lam Yen's eyes through a spiritual link using its own magic power. And Lam Uyen seems to be controlled, with no resistance at all. 2Q seizes the opportunity, waiting for the perfect moment, and quickly executes his planned move. Then he retracted those clone bodies, merging them into one and standing in front of Lam Uyen. 2Q rushed forward, repeatedly punching straight into his chest with both fists, his face crazed and his emotions reaching a climax. I won this duel. Just when 2Q thought he had succeeded, Lam Uyen suddenly moved his head slightly. You've escaped that immobilizing hold, and with a proud look in your eyes, you stare at him. I've got you now. Seeing the opponent's claws rushing toward him, 2Q was panic-stricken and couldn't believe it. How could this be? Could he escape the influence of the 9 Nether Soul capture so quickly? But when he swung his hand to attack, the person in front suddenly disappeared. A puzzled glance passes by Lin Yuan. Is it an illusion? If it's an illusion, why would it reveal murderous intent? And how could it even cause harm to me? His eyes quickly spotted part of his main body rising nearby. Now that I'm here, everything is clear. Lam Uyen then understood everything, so that's how it is. You excitedly rush forward with your power in hand. I've seen through your little act now. Lam Uyen stands face to face with 2Q, exposing his tricks one by one. If I'm not mistaken, your true form can freely move between the shadow remnants, so the moment I swung my claws down, you had already shifted to another shadow remnant. Caught off guard, 2Q felt uneasy. In just over 10 seconds, he had uncovered the mystery of his abyssal shadow. This guy really has incredible observation skills. He's starting to get angry, teeth clenched, but so what if he can see through it? As long as he can't counter this move, I remain undefeated. 2Q will never fall to anyone. While 2Q is distracted, a clawed shadow appears, aiming for a sneak attack. By the time he turned back, Lam Yen was very close, ready to attack him directly, but this time his move failed again, as the opponent disappeared out of reach. 2Q suddenly moved behind Lam Uyen, and before he could react, he delivered a decisive strike on his back, causing blood to spurt out. Outside, Tom Thuong was startled and exclaimed in panic. La Muyen was completely unable to keep up with 2Q's movements and was entirely on the defensive. Tianduk still managed to identify the key issue in their battle. But from that, it can also be seen that La Muyen's relentless pursuit forced 2Q to reveal all his trump cards. Seeing Kim Trak busy writing something in his notebook, he asked in confusion, "What are you doing?" "This is 2Q's intelligence. I need to record it quickly." "Are you still worried about those things at this point?" Kim Trak smiled smugly. "What else can I do? I have to stay calm. La Muyen definitely won't lose." In the arena, after giving La Muyen a few wounds, Tu spun around a few times and then stepped back. A glint appeared in his eyes as he quickly thought of a new plan. If this kept up, it would be a slow death. If that's the case, then I might as well go all out. Thinking that, Lam Yen opened his mouth wide, and a sphere of power gradually formed in his throat. Then he confidently sent it flying toward one of the 9 Darkness Overlord's clones. Meanwhile, 2Q was very self-assured, even mocking him without any fear. "It's useless." The streak of light from that power just brushed past him, and all he did was mock that it was a pointless effort. As soon as he finished speaking, La Muyen suddenly changed the direction of his attack, spinning repeatedly to create a vortex of magic that swept away all those parts. It was only then that 2Q realized something was wrong. Wait a minute. Something's not right. His target wasn't me, but the shadow remnants I created. After dealing with those obstacles, La Muyen turned directly to him and said, "Now do you still think I can't catch you? I knew it. You would definitely transfer your true body into this shadow image. When humans face danger, they instinctively seek a safe place to hide, but you fail to realize that it is their subconscious and experience that often lead them into traps." Those words suddenly woke him up. It turns out he had been caught in the trap from the very beginning. He has always controlled the pace of the entire fight. This time La Muyen opens his mouth again, preparing to strike. Seeing that, he kicked the ground and thought to himself if escape was impossible, he had no choice but to fight to the death. He quickly created a small floating sphere above his head, then several monster tails moved toward the sphere. They all unleashed their power towards the opponent, attacking with incredible speed. On the other side, Lam Yen also responded with her own energy. Both sides evenly matched, clashing fiercely and creating a tense scene. The pressure from them radiated out, causing those in the stands to shield their eyes as they couldn't bear it. The entire area was affected, and the heavens and earth trembled ceaselessly. The sharp spines on La Muyen's back stand upright, pointed upwards, looking very fierce. Faced with his display of power, 2Q couldn't help but be surprised. But he still has endless energy, doesn't he? La Muyen stomped hard on the ground, looking extremely confident. "I'm sure I will win this competition." As expected, the stone in his forehead cracked open. He sneered arrogantly, "It seems I have already won, going from a desperate state to full strength, taking a deadly blow from my opponent." The match ends amid enthusiastic applause and cheers from the audience, with Wang Ding looking pleased and a satisfied smile spreading across his face. "How about it? My student isn't too bad, right?" Diem asked instead. "Do you think this is bragging?" Wang Ding immediately retorted. "But La Muyen is truly very strong. Both in mind and strength, 2Q can't compare. This battle was not unfair to call a defeat." So despite that, Diem still showed his strange pickiness. "I just find this kid really irritating." Suddenly, Wang Ding leaned in and suggested, "Why not this? If you see this kid as a future son-in-law, wouldn't it be more pleasing to the eye?" After hearing that, Diem glanced at him. "Brother Vuongdin, it seems it's been a while since you and I last had a duel, right?" Vuongdin immediately shrank back, jokingly saying it was just a tease, but inside he had already cursed several times for being so petty, clearly. Seeing the excited expression of the fake corpse, Huang Kui asked, "Are you seeking death?" Principal Diem questioned. "How could Senior Lai say such a thing? What do you think you can find out just by approaching me like this? Could it be written clearly on my face that I am a divine beast officer you guys probably know? On the contrary, Senior, you're like a frightened bird, which makes people more suspicious." In light of his arrogance, he asked, "So what did you come to see me for?" He looked down and said, "I want to talk about that kid over there on the field. He is a student of the Beast University, so Vice Principal Lee must know the inside story." Huang Kui said, "I don't know everything, but that kid is really good at hiding things. I also only recently found out that he has broken through to the level of Lord." Hearing that, he immediately questioned, "How do you know this is only known by the high-level leadership of the Beast City?" He didn't answer, but instead curled his lips and asked back, "What do you think?" Huang Kui frowned and glanced at him, saying, "So you're Beast. God Sect has infiltrated even the upper levels of the Beast Demon capital. Is it because you don't trust me, or are you monitoring me?" Then he said, "That kid has some grudges with my nephew, so I removed him from the official member list." Dean Diem added, You didn't expect this kid to have such extraordinary talent, right? Huang Kuai looked into the distance with a slightly angry expression and said, I was mistaken. If I had known earlier, I should have found a way to kill him when he was still in the great beast city. Dean Diem comforted him. It's okay. After all, it won't be long before they all die anyway. He grinned smugly and listed off. Kyo, Tran Long Tuong, Lam U Yen, Ngu Tioan, So Thien Duke, Han Nungon Dong. Each of them has the potential to become a beast king. If they grow up, it would be an unimaginable disaster for the divine sect. He tapped his knee and continued. So we absolutely cannot let any of them survive. Not a single one. Huang Kuai, hearing that, looked curious and asked, What does the divine church plan to do? He didn't answer directly, instead speaking in a low tone. You will know then. Don't be in a hurry. Are you okay? He replied, Sorry, I lost. Tu-Han comforted him. Losing is losing, but with his strength, there's nothing to be ashamed of even if he loses. Tu-Q nodded and said, He's really strong. I didn't expect the Beast King City to have someone like him. We truly underestimated him. At this moment, the announcer's voice rang out over the loudspeaker. All right, next player from the Great Yenching Beast team, please come to the stage. The team member of 2Q looked a bit worried, glancing down at the arena and thinking to himself, if both the captain and vice-captain have been defeated, going up now would just be inviting death. Oh my God, save me. Principal DM Hao excitedly called, inviting the two contestants to prepare. Wait a moment. Lam Yan returned to his original form, raised his hand and said, I surrender. His words shocked everyone in the hall. I have defeated L'Equipe, Tran Longtung, and 2Q. Today, all three of them lost. My mission is also complete. Moreover, I believe that even if I don't step onto the stage anymore, the outcome of the Great Demon City tournament will still be a victory. Seeing Lam Uyan's back as he left, the opponent couldn't help but marvel. Wow, he's so cool. Lam Uyan walks towards his team and says, Tam Thuong, go up. With your strength, you definitely won't lose. He replies, Okay, you've worked hard. Seeing Lam Uyan return to his seat, Tien Duke asked curiously, Why did you become a substitute? He calmly replied, I don't know either. You should ask the principal for the answer. Kim Trak glances at Huyen Ko in the distance and says with a hint of sarcasm, Isn't it true that some people are relying on their connections with Vice Principal Lai to deliberately make things difficult for Lam Uyan? But these petty tricks are nothing before absolute strength. So Tien Duke looked down at Lam Uyan and said, You are very strong without you. We definitely couldn't win the Great Yenkin Beast today. He smiled and said everyone fights for honor. There should be no distinction between big and small. Captain Su, do you think so? He nodded happily after hearing that. Oh my God, sit down. Don't you feel tired? He smiled ingratiatingly, squeezing your hand as he said, Big brother, are you tired? Let me give you a shoulder massage. Lam Uyan exclaimed, When did I become your big brother? He looked up to the sky and said, Since you beat L'Equipe so badly he couldn't fight back, forced Tran Long Tuong to surrender, and defeated 2Q, I knew the most right thing in my life was to accept you as my big brother. Are you okay? He asked suspiciously. Of course I am, he replied enthusiastically. From now on, if you tell me to go east, I won't dare go west. If you tell me to fall like a dog, I will never fall like a chicken. Lam Uyan exhaustedly reminded him, Okay, stop talking nonsense. After the match ends, let's go to the medical room to visit Tu Mo Tu Yet. Kim Trak placed his hand on his head and replied seriously, Yes. Big Brother and Tien Duke glance at the back division, the Huyen Ko area. If you lose in the next battle, you go on stage. He nodded, then stared hatefully at Lam Uyan's back, thinking, What's the point of me stepping out now? Anyway, the spotlight has already been taken over by Lam Uyan. Then he secretly calculated, but Lam Uyan couldn't suddenly become so strong without reason. Clearly, before the survival battle began, he didn't have that strength. That's right. During that survival battle, I remember encountering a dense black mist in the Longbone mountain range. Could Lam Uyan's sudden surge in strength be related to that dark aura? He crossed his arms, pondering the dark aura, and since the military department still has a blockade on the news, it seems I need to ask my brother about it to uncover the truth. A moment later, Huyen Koqian boldly defeated his opponent. The host excitedly announced, Congratulations to the Beast Empire for defeating the Beast Calm Realm and securing a spot in the top 4. The whole team immediately gathered to celebrate, and one person spoke up. But even if they won this decisive match, the overall standing still had Thu Dai Yen Kin in first place. Kim Trak clenched his fist and said determinedly, It seems that to surpass the great Beast Yeking, our team is our last chance. After the match ended, it was already evening, and the entire Beast City team returned together to rest. As they were walking, they met Tong Lam, who said, "Everyone has worked hard." Everyone was surprised and asked, "Why aren't you resting in the medical room to recover? There's still a team battle coming up." "Don't worry. The battle team is still over 10 days away, and the principal even sent a specialist doctor to treat me." Suddenly, Kim Trak noticed something, pointing at Hu Yinko's lonely figure and smugly saying, "Seeing you shine, he's probably jealous to death." Lam Uyen nonchalantly replied, "Forget him. I'm going to visit Tuyet's grave in the infirmary first. You guys go ahead." When I entered the infirmary and saw Director Wang, I called out, "Principal, why are you here?" He replied, "Someone finally mustered up all their courage. Since I am your friend, I have to go with him too." Both of them stand in front of the door. Lam Uyen asked, and he interrupted, letting them talk privately. In the hospital room, Diem looked at his child lying on the bed with closed eyes and said, "Talk to your father for a bit. I know you're awake." Motuyet immediately sat up and shouted, "Go out. I have nothing to say to him right now." He softened his voice and said, "I know I am not worthy to be a father." She shouted and cut in, "I have no father. From the moment he abandoned me and my mother, he was no longer my father." Diem opened his eyes wide in shock and hurriedly explained, "I didn't abandon your mother, and I never thought about abandoning you. Dad just wanted to prove to the family behind your mother that he is worthy of her." Motuyet immediately retorted, "Yes, he truly did it. But what about my mother?" she said angrily. "Do you know? All those years he was gone, my mother always waited for him to come back. Even when she was gravely ill and passed away, she still called his name and told me not to blame him." Dian remained silent. She continued, "You are a hero of China, the Red Dragon Emperor in the mouths of many, and the youngest beast spirit master in history to reach the Beast King level. But you are not my father." Diem waited for her to finish and then explained, "I never wanted to disappoint your mother. I was young and impulsive back then." But seeing his hesitation, she quickly added, "But you don't regret it, because at your mother's funeral you remained so calm, so indifferent, like a stranger." Seeing you cry so bitterly, he softly asked, "Do you hate me?" Mo Tuyet, covering her face to avoid seeing her father, said, "Please go back, I don't want to see you." Seeing the situation worsening, he said, "Rest well, I'll go ahead." When he left, she lowered her hand, tears streaming down her face. She softly called, "Mom, come outside," and Diem gently closed the door. Wang Ding asked, "How did it go?" Seeing Diem shake his head sadly, he patted his shoulder in comfort and said, "It's good that you can talk now." Diem looked at Lan Yen beside him and said, "Take good care of Mutuyet, please." He nodded softly and replied, "Don't worry, sir." Wang Din sighed as he looked at Diem's tired back. This guy really has a stubborn personality, never saying a gentle word. Lamuyen then curiously asked him what exactly happened between him and Tumo Tuyet. He didn't answer, only saying it was just some old matters from the past. "Go visit Tumo Tuyet." Lamuyen also nodded without asking further. Then he quietly entered and called Mo Tuyet softly. She quickly wiped her tears with both hands before opening her eyes and asking, "How is Lamuyen?" You come to the edge of the bed and ask with concern, "How is your wound?" Mo Tuyet smiles and says, "Don't worry, I'm fine now." She sat up to show Lam Uyen, but was trembling from the pain of her wound. Seeing this, Lam Uyen gently helped her and advised, "Don't push yourself. Lie down and rest properly." Mo Tuyet replied, "You're just saying I'm too weak and lost to L'Equipe, right?" He shook his head firmly and said, "No, besides, your match today was excellent. Look out there, who dares say you're weak?" "I heard the principal say you defeated L'Equipe, Tukio Tran Long Tuong." Lam Uyen frowned and said, "There's no other way. If we can't beat them, we can't win the Beast Empire. I promised the principal that I would help the Beast City take the top spot. So you're doing this for Little Hong too, right?" The two of them faced each other, and he spoke in a steady voice, saying, "Next is the team battle. This is the last chance for the Beast Empire to turn things around." Hearing that, Mutuyet's eyes lit up with excitement as she said, "I want to join too." As soon as he finished speaking, Lam Uyen immediately objected, saying that with his current injuries he would need at least a month to recover. Mutuyet looked at him with a determined expression and said, "No, I want to fight alongside you, facing everything together." She continued confidently, "I know you're very capable. Even without me, you can still win this team battle, but I don't want you to carry everything alone." After saying that, Mutuyet saw Lam Yuan looking at her without saying anything. Her cheeks slightly blushed. She asked, "What's wrong?" "It's nothing, just feeling glad to have you by my side. That's all." Then he gently placed his hand on her back, a quiet warmth spreading through him. Motuyet softly asked in a low voice, "Do you not like it?" Lam Uyen looked at her with deep eyes and said, "You tell me." She was immersed in that sweet atmosphere, her heart pounding, and softly said, "Take good care of your injury. Recover quickly before the team starts." Lam Uyen nodded without hesitation. All right. After finishing the conversation, he went back out and saw Wang Ding still standing outside the door, so he spoke. Principal, do you still want to find Tomotu yet? He looked at you and replied, No, I've been waiting for you. Isn't there a celebration tonight? I'll wait for you, the #1 hero, to go together. Let's go. The two of them walk side by side down the corridor, and he speaks up first. That's right. Didn't you just ask what happened between Tomotuye and Tudidiem earlier? Lin Uyen responded briefly. He then recounted that in that year, Tudidiem graduated top of his class from the Beast Academy in Yenkin, and during his studies he met Tomotuyet's mother, Tukin Nu, and they became acquainted and fell in love, considered a perfect match made in heaven. Although they share the same family name, their statuses are worlds apart. Tukin Nu is the young lady of the prestigious To family of beast spirits in Yenkin, while Tu De Diem comes from a humble background. That is why the Tuo family did not value Tuo Diem. At that time, the Tuo family had already arranged the marriage for Tuokin Nu for the benefit of the family, and Tuokin Nu had no right to choose for herself. Because of Tuokin Nu, the young and impulsive Tuda Diem went to challenge her fiancé, Chukantuye, even though he was already a beast soul master at the level of a lord, but Tuda Diem still defeated him. Anyway, Tuda Diem is a once-in-a-millennium genius, but the Tu family still didn't accept him for the sake of the family's interests. They forced Tukin Nu into marriage with the Chu family, so on the wedding day, the two ran away. In the presence of our close friends, the two of them got married and lived in seclusion in the countryside, but at the same time, that very act cut off Tuda Diem's future path. Congratulations on avoiding the pursuit of the To and Chu families because Tukin Nu, after many hesitations, was pregnant when Tuda Diem decided to enlist. He paused for a moment and Lin Yuan added, in other words, when Tomo Tuyet was born, her father was not by her side. Wang Ding nodded slightly in confirmation. Yes, but that still wasn't the real reason she resented her father. Anyway, Tuda Diem's enlistment application was personally submitted by Tu Kin Nu. He continued. Although Tu Kin Nu appears fragile on the outside, she always works decisively and confidently. Without her, there would be no Tuda Diem of today. You said Tomo Tuyet probably resembles her mother in personality. Wang Ding continued to tell that with Tukin Nu's support, Tuda Diem smoothly joined the military and, through talent and effort, gradually advanced. Of course, there were also obstacles from the family along the way. When they reached the rooftop, the story came to an end. 2 years later, Tuda Diem finally waited for an opportunity. Hearing this, Lam Uyen immediately asked, What opportunity? Wang Ding said he received a mission from the military to infiltrate the Beast God sect. Becoming an informant, you can't help but be surprised and exclaim, The Beast God sect? Suddenly, Wang Ding turned to ask Lam Yuan, Do you not know about the Beast God cult? His expression was somewhat doubtful and unclear. I don't know, this is the first time I've heard of it. Then he recounted to Lam Uyen the initial chaos of the Beast God cult, caused by the intelligent monsters leading people astray. They not only have enough strength to crush humanity, but also seduce humans to raise their swords against their own kind. To survive, some people are willing to follow the Beast God cult. At that time, many humans joined the Beast God sect, collecting children's blood to bathe the Beast God, considering living people as sacrifices to offer to the beast just to gain the creature's pleasure. Fortunately, the appearance of the Beast Soul Masters helped humanity gradually get back on track and start reclaiming the territory lost to the monsters, while the power of the Beast God sect also gradually weakened. Wang Ding concluded with a sentence. Now that the Beast God sect relies heavily on faith, he seized a key point. He nodded and continued. They believe that monsters are a higher form of life, that monsters will completely replace humans to become the rulers of Lam Tin. And these fanatics are also the most difficult to deal with within the Beast God sect. He stood high above, gazing into the distance. Therefore, the military organized an operation called Prophet, hoping that To De Diem would be like a sharp blade, piercing straight into the enemy's heart, destroying the Beast God cult. Wang Ding's face grew serious, and Tuda Diem lived up to expectations, quickly infiltrating the core of the Demon God sect and rising to a mid-level position within just a year. Hearing this, Lam Uyen also had some thoughts. It seems the Demon God sect values geniuses like Principal to highly, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to advance so rapidly. He continued to add that at that time, the army hoped Tuda Diem would become a senior manager of the Beast God sect, thereby gaining access to their core secrets. I just didn't expect that a mishap would happen at this moment. You can't hide the shock in your eyes? Could it be that your identity has been exposed? Wang Ding was a bit moved and tried to hold back his response. Yes, at that time it all happened so suddenly. No one expected it. Lamuyan asked more details while walking. How was he exposed? He sighed regretfully, but To Diem didn't say much about the specific situation. At this point, a suspicion arose in your mind. Could it be that the Beast God sect had planted their people among the high-ranking officials of the Ho army? Vuong Din did not deny it, expressing consistency in his judgment. This was the only possibility, but at that time no one had conducted a thorough investigation into how many people the Demon God sect had embedded in the army. And after reviewing everything, Lamuyan suddenly sighed and said, I didn't expect the Demon God sect to have this kind of power. He continued, although the Beast God sect has weakened quite a bit, its power still remains. The strange beasts supporting them from behind, enemies in the dark and us in the light, actually makes it easier for them to infiltrate. Hearing that, you were slightly surprised and asked curiously, so what happened next? How did Dinda manage to escape after being exposed? Vuong Ding lowered his voice and said, honestly, I'm also very curious, but that guy is very tight-lipped and won't say anything. He then detailed how the plan was exposed, and Tu Diem cut off contact with the army. Everyone believed Tu Diem was dead, and the army had paid compensation to Tu Hin Nu, but she refused to accept the money because she believed Tu Diem was still alive. The truth proved she was right. 5 years later, To Diem returned, carrying 2 heads in his hands. One head belongs to the Grand Cardinal of the Beast God sect, and the other to disciple Li Zuelan. Just hearing their names made him gasp in shock. The disciple and the Grand Bishop of the Scarlet Y, Wang Ding's face turned grim. In the Demon Beast sect, the disciples are divided into black-robed disciples, the Death-Robe Patriarch, the Red Yo, the Great Red Yo, and the 12 sects that dominate them. He said that among them, the 12 sects all use their own souls as pawns to make contracts with monsters. That's why they have the power of a Beast King. Lam Yen couldn't control her emotions. So, the Principal, too, at that time must have had the ability to kill thousands of people? I still can't understand this, but if Principal 2 achieved such great merit, why is he only the principal of the Beast Academy in Yen King? Vuong Din hesitated before giving his answer because the army didn't fully trust To Diem, and he didn't stop there. Only a few people in the military knew about that mission, and the senior officials who valued To Diem were also pushed out of the upper ranks, plus the mission's failure meant no one paid attention to Diem. Vuong Din also emphasized one thing. During the 5 years Tu Diem was missing, Tukin Nu had died from the hereditary silver scale disease. This was a huge shock to him. This news surprised you greatly. Family inheritance, Wang Ding unconsciously looked ahead and described the symptoms of the disease. This disease is very rare. Those affected will continuously grow a layer of silver scales, absorb the host's vital energy, and eventually die. The chance of developing the disease is 20%. Tukin Nu is in that 20%. This is beyond what Lam Yen can imagine. His eyes widened in shock. Is there no cure for this? Isn't Tomotu yet going to? Wang Ding immediately turned around and confirmed seriously, yes, but this disease requires a special type of blood from a terrifying beast of the beast level. Because of this, the Tu family invested huge amounts of money and resources, but Tomotuyet's mother still passed away. He said that the Tu family wanted Tukin Nu to admit her mistake and also wanted her to abandon Tomotuyet and return to the Tu family. Following the family's arrangements and remarriage, Lam Yen couldn't hold back, grimacing as she spat out a curse. That's truly disgusting. So that's why Tomotuyet treats Principal Tu like that. Feeling ashamed of Tukin Nu, the principal closed his eyes and replied, yes. During the years when their mother and father needed Tu Diem the most, he never fulfilled even a part of his responsibilities as a husband or father. Lam Yen was a bit surprised and asked, but isn't all of this caused by the Tu family? Vuong Din replied, naturally Tomotuyet hated the Tu family even more, but she didn't completely resent Tu Diem, she just couldn't let go of Tukin Nu's death. Hearing this, you also understood the issue. He continued, you have a good relationship with her, so she might listen to what you say. Lam Yen replied without hesitation. If there's a chance, I will do it. After the scene shifts inside the Wine Immortal Pavilion, Kim Trak raises his glass and asks, why do you drink so much and not get drunk at all? Lam Yen responds, that's called 1,000 drinks without getting drunk. It's late now. Go back to the hotel with Vuong Dang Ho and the others. He turned to ask, what about you? I went to the training room. Then Hak Long appeared happily and asked, what's going on? Lam Yen turned to question him. I've noticed you've been quite lazy lately. I've defeated 3 people in a row, but I haven't received any rewards. It quickly laughed and replied, I was too focused on watching your fight in the arena and made a careless mistake. Please forgive me. I apologize. Black Dragon clenched his fist and announced, after system evaluation, all opponents had Lord-level strength, so you received 3 Platinum-level treasures. Do you want to open them? He nodded without hesitation. It announced the rewards. Congratulations on receiving 15 million evolution points, 3 Beast King level secret techniques, 3 fragments of Divine Beast Emperor level weapons, and a Divine Beast Chieftain level weapon. What is a shard of a Divine Beast weapon at the King level? Heilong explained. It is a special piece used to assemble a Divine Beast weapon at the King level. Collecting 10 fragments allows you to forge a Divine level Beast weapon of the King rank. You have collected 3 fragments so far. La Muyen excitedly made a request. A Divine Beast weapon of the King level? That's interesting. Show me the Lord level Divine Beast weapon. It immediately raised its hand and announced that the host would unlock the ability to fly with the wings of the apocalyptic Divine Beast weapon. The left wing is the Creation Wing, capable of unleashing creative power to accelerate the healing of the host's injuries. The right wing is the Destruction Wing, able to discharge destructive lightning to cause devastating damage to enemies. La Muyen is overjoyed. I can fly now. I must equip it immediately. Black Dragon announces, all right, you will instantly merge with the Soul Beast and feel the sensation of flying. Your Spirit Beast fusion state now has incredibly mighty wings. La Muyen, in his Spirit Beast fusion state, spreads his wide wings and soars high, excitedly shouting, I can really fly now, and I can clearly feel the 2 streams of power surging on my wings. Your wings spread wide, carrying the destructive power of thunder. Then you unleash a massive burst of energy straight into the ground. The destructive power is incredible, not inferior to my white heat radiance. The tiny black dragon flies over, guiding you to break through. That's right, destruction for Lei can combine with your skills and then be unleashed. Hearing that, Lam Uyen prepared to try creating chi. He slashed his sharp claws across the other limb, and as blood dripped from the wounds, a demonic aura gradually emanated. The next surprise was when those clumps of blood sprouted tentacles that swung through the air, creating wings. Soon after, they vanished completely as if they had never appeared, causing Lam Uyen to exclaim in amazement, the recovery power is so strong. I'm afraid the National Freshman Friendship Competition doesn't allow the use of divine beasts at the Lord level or higher. Otherwise, I'd really have no rivals, and it's eager to help La Muyen continue training. Do you want to see the secret techniques? It's also time for you to learn a new skill. Hak Long excitedly raised his arm, listing each name one by one. The first secret technique is the Nine Beast Transformation and the Mysterious Turtle Transformation. The second secret technique is the Nine Beast Transformation and the Sky Eagle Transformation. Both are at the Beast King level and are rare techniques that significantly enhance your overall abilities. Hearing that, La Muyen asked curiously, is it similar to the Fierce Tiger Transformation? And then explained in more detail. The Manhwa Transformation causes damage, the Huyen Kuai Transformation can enhance defensive and recovery abilities, and the Thien Ung Transformation improves flight speed and remote observation skills. La Muyen is indeed very interested in this, and his mood improves even more. With these 2 secret techniques, only the team battle remains, and Heilong happily raises his hand and shouts charge, as the scene shifts to an open area where Huang Kuei stands alone with his back turned, suddenly hearing a call behind him. Long time no see, Vice Principal Lee. He didn't bother to turn around, only giving a reminder. You're late. Moji Alam Zam just arrived, so there's nothing we can do. I've been busy with official duties these days, but after all, the team battle is about to start. Huang Kuei didn't care about his teasing attitude, and was eager to get to the main point. Can I hear your plan now? But Moja said, I never said I wanted to act during the team battle. Hearing that, he cast a suspicious glance toward the other person. Are you suggesting we wait until after the team match is over? He asked calmly. Do you not realize? Is the Ministry of Education currently promoting this youth group? Huang Kuei asked in a deep voice. What do you mean? Mojia Lian revealed a strange expression, with a crazy, twisted smile, and said, they want to create a new source of power to make the people believe, hoping for a better outcome. But the result will be the most despairing. Once everything is over, I will shatter this beautiful dream. However, just because I said I wouldn't act during the team battle doesn't mean I haven't prepared anything. Mojia points forward and declares loudly, I have a little surprise prepared for this group of kids. Vumi Huyen from the Duok Bak Thudai delegation has a grudge with that kid. Lam Uyen, but Huang Kuei remains calm and listens. So what? Unexpectedly, he gave a shocking answer. I gave him a divine beast-level soul crystal. This also surprised him quite a bit. A spirit crystal of a Beast King level, you really went all out. The ghost hound shrugged as if to say, of course, if you want to watch a good show without paying, how could that be possible? This time, Huang Kui raised a question, but on what basis can he be sure that the kid will definitely listen to him? He put his hands in his pockets, looking very confident. He had no other choice. During the previous confrontation with La Muyen, he secretly used a forbidden drug, and his honor was ruined. He deeply resents Lam Yen, so I made an exception and let him into the beast arena in Dubai, and he thanked me before I could even say a word. Huang Kui subtly reminded him, "You're not worried that if this gets exposed, he'll reveal your involvement? Do you think that with the body of a beast soul master at the Beast King level, you can withstand the soul crystal of a beast emperor level?" After exhausting his last bit of value, I no longer need him. This time, his face changed, and that crazy man is even more insane than I am. But soon after, Huang Kui quickly regained his composure and calmly replied, "I will watch the show, but let me know first if you have any plans afterward. The Beast God Order sent me to help you, not to treat me as an outsider." After speaking, the two of them understood each other and parted ways in opposite directions. Moja glanced at him as he opened the door and left, a contemptuous smile curling at the corner of his mouth. He stood upright, looking toward the distant light in the sky, silently evaluating Li Huang Kui. "Your ambition is as blinding as the sun." Suddenly, Moja slightly lowers his head and mutters, "Well, since you're here anyway, let's meet once." Immediately after, the god of war appeared out of nowhere and slowly approached. His eyes shone brightly, not too surprised that his position had been discovered. "I knew from the start I couldn't hide it from you." Moja also understood the meaning, and didn't become complacent about his abilities just because of a single word. "If you are truly hiding, I might not have noticed. If you don't intend to do that, then surely there's something you want to tell me." "Disciple of the Great Master, the Church of the Divine confirms it right away. I do have something to talk to you about." Then the Church of the Divine directly focused on the main point. "Old DMO, you probably know that the Church values you greatly and has given you the greatest freedom you desire, but that's no reason for you to act recklessly." He understood immediately. "Are you saying that precious Beast King level soul crystal?" Seeing that the opponent had no intention to dodge, the Celestial Sect openly criticized, "How precious is a level of Beast King soul crystal? Yet you used it on a useless person." Mogia narrowed his eyes with a dangerous look. "Lord Mua, do you still not understand my intention?" He didn't answer directly, only saying, "It seems you still don't trust Li Huang Kui." Moja stroked his chin and responded plainly, "Why should I trust him? In the Church of the Divine, besides the 12 elders and myself, I trust no one." He suddenly seemed to realize something and asked, "Are you testing his loyalty to the Church?" He explained, "I want to see if he will reveal my plan. However, I hope this will be the last time, and that everything still takes priority for the Church of the Gods. This plan must be flawless, understood?" In the face of this warning, Moja still smiled naturally and quickly made a promise. "Of course I understand. The two are facing each other and he hears the other say, 'The position of the 12 disciples is still holding on. If this plan succeeds, then this position will be yours.'" The god of war turned and walked away, leaving only a reminder, hoping you won't disappoint the expectations of the god of war. Watching his back, Moja raised an eyebrow and muttered the name, "Disciple." He secretly sneered to himself, just a puppet of the beast god. Moja stands under the blazing sun, clearly with his own thoughts. "Did you think I would be eager for the position of disciple like you fools? Idiot." At the main hall of Yenching Beast Grand, Kim Trak sat next to Lam Uyen and shouted excitedly. These people seem to have a strong fighting spirit. You casually asked you what's wrong. "Are you scared?" He stood up to stretch and arrogantly said to you, "What are you joking about? Are you kidding me? Except for Yen King's beast army, I doubt anyone else can break through my defenses, right?" Lam Uyen asked in frustration. "I heard that during this month, the principal has been helping you with special training." "That's right. Our father doesn't waste his efforts, and I have to say he poured a lot of his heart into me, so you can look forward to my performance." "Big shot," Lam Yen said with a mix of mockery and helplessness, when suddenly a voice interrupted their conversation. "Map Vuong, it's been a month and you're still bragging like always." She replied softly, "I just took off the bandage this morning and came here right away." Lam Yen still looked a bit worried. "Can he participate in the team match now?" Mu Tuyet reassured her, "Don't worry." He cheerfully reminded her not to force herself if her body couldn't handle it. Mu Tuyet blushed and nodded, watching them chatter like a pair of lovebirds. Kim Trake was annoyed, feeling like he was being played from the morning. Suddenly, from behind Tong Lam's group, he said loudly, "So you're all here. I've been looking for you." Kim Trak glances at them and says, "Don't tell me he's not satisfied with you again." Leeton angrily scolds him and also scolds Lam Uyen. "Fatty, I'm not petty like that. And you, Lam Uyen, if you dare to lose, you're dead meat." "Don't worry, I won't agree with you." Motuyet chuckled softly. "He has changed so much he used to be aggressive and arrogant." Kim Trak also agreed with her. "Not only that, he also has an additional trait of being cold on the outside and hot on the inside." Tong Lam clenched his fists with determination. "Even though we achieved good results in the previous arena battle, our overall ranking is still below Yen Kin Thu Dai. so this team battle is our last chance. Hearing that, Kim Trak wondered, right, I still don't know what the team battle format actually is. Tong Lam quickly updated them. The principal said that after the team battle starts, everyone on our side will be taken to the Longbone mountain range. Lam Uyen was surprised, so the positions are random? Seeing your surprised look, Song Lam explained that this is of course random, similar to a survival battle, but this time each person will have a radar of their status attached, which can help you quickly locate your teammates. Shang, who was with him, also said angrily, "Wasn't there a previous incident of violence at Longcot Mountain?" Tong Lam replied seriously. The principal instructed the senior management to send the army to clear everything out, eliminating all dangers. Furthermore, compared to other places, Longcot Mountain Range is the safest. The person accompanying him also gently reminded them that this is also part of the assessment. Having received a satisfactory answer, Lam Uyen also had to agree with them. That's right. The team battle not only tests the support abilities of the Beast Soul Masters, but also focuses on their actual combat skills. Kim Trak asked in surprise, "So this team battle will last how long and won't be like a survival game?" Based on the information I have, Tong Lam explained, a total of 300 contestants participate, and the team battle is only considered officially over when 270 of them are eliminated. Hearing this, Mu Tuyet was surprised by the 90% elimination rate. Huyenko also listened in from afar, thinking to himself that this could also be a good opportunity. Tong Lam continued explaining that as long as the contestants are not eliminated, each additional person can provide a lot of points for the school, so we must ensure our teammates do their best to avoid elimination to earn higher points. After hearing that, Kim Trak's mind went into overdrive. Isn't this a survival battle? That's really exciting. Lam Uyen looked at Kim Trak and gave him a thumbs up, entrusting everything to him. Now you understand why the principal wanted you to join. Muju also said to Kim Trak that with your beast soul trait, you really have a high chance of reaching the finals. Looks like this time it's your turn to lead us. That made Kim Trak hold his head and cry in worry. Tong Lam told them, after the team match starts, we must gather quickly. Only when everyone gathers together can we ensure no unnecessary losses. Tom Thuong gently reminded them. But although he said that, getting everyone to gather smoothly might not be an easy task. Lam Uyen said nothing. He silently calculated. Sure enough, once left alone, trouble arises. Danger lurks from all directions. Suddenly, a voice echoed throughout the room from the stage. Hello everyone, it's good to see you again. Now, DM takes the stage to give the opening speech for the competition. Today is the final match of the nationwide Freshman Friendship Tournament. In the team battle, you have each gone through survival trials and arena fights. Honestly, you are the most talented generation of young people I have ever seen. Then he praised and encouraged them, so I hope that in this final competition, you will still be able to shine brightly. Mu Tuyeta stood below the stage, watching her father from afar. But instead of feeling proud, she felt shy and acted timid. Once all the students were settled, DDM announced that they were now familiar with the rules of the team battle. Just like last time, this team battle will also be broadcast live to the entire country. I hope you all perform well. Outside the auditorium, the bright sun shines down as helicopters gradually land outside the window. DM commands all the students, "All right, everyone, it's time to move out." Just as Lam Yen and Kim Trak were lining up to start, a soft voice caught his attention. Kid, don't forget our promise. Principal Vuong Ding is here to boost their morale and praise you. I haven't seen him lately. It seems you've improved a lot. That's right, Principal. Is little Hong doing well these days? Vuong Ding reassures you that he's eating well and sleeping well. He's gained some weight, but he's still a bit hot-tempered, often baring his teeth and glaring at others. Thanks to him, Lam Uyen felt more at ease. I sincerely thank the principal for taking care of Xiao Hong and helping me all this time. Vuong Din teasingly, you haven't even won first place yet and you're thanking the teacher already? Lam Uyen looked at him with a determined gaze, voice sharp. I will keep my promise, Vuong Din replied proudly. The teacher is waiting for good news from you. DDM approached and gently praised him. That kid is pretty confident, Vuong Din teasingly remarked with a smile. Isn't it just like you back then? Maybe he's even better than his teacher. On the helicopter, the three of them sat upright and buckled their seatbelts neatly. Kim Trak looked around like a curious child. He looked excited, feeling amazed for the first time experiencing this. Hokvo stood in the helicopter cabin, reminding them to sit firmly before explaining the process and how to protect themselves when parachuting. Next, I will deploy the parachutes for you and explain the related matters. Everyone listen carefully. If anything goes wrong and you get hurt or die, I won't take responsibility. When handing Kim Trak the parachute, he nervously asked if that meant we would have to jump out of the plane, and Hokvo calmly replied, what else can he do? Hearing that, Kim Trak became increasingly anxious and confused. But I've never gone skydiving before. Hokvo patted his shoulder. Stay calm and reassure him, saying it's okay, everyone has a first time, and if luck is on your side, even with mistakes, you can still land safely. Hearing that, Kim Traek becomes even more terrified. He tightly hugs the parachute bag, tears welling up in Trak Hok Vo's sharp-mouthed eyes. Are you sure you're comforting him? Lam Uyen stood behind Kim Trak and asked, Do you really have a fear of heights? He responded sharply to Thua, We will have to jump down there later. Mu Tuyet sat beside him, encouraging, You are such a scaredy cat, no wonder you're so full of meat. Kim Traek, annoyed, retorted, Does it matter if I'm timid or not? Lam Uyen stood up to reassure Kim Trak. If you're that scared, I'll jump first so you can gain some confidence. Seeing that, he couldn't help but be surprised. How are you so skilled? Have you danced before? Lam Uyen is confident in his own ability. You remind Kim Trak to think of it that way. If you're that scared, I'll go first later to give you some confidence. Kim Trak happily leaned in and whispered to you, This is what love feels like. Ah, Lam Uyen, I love you so much, I love you so much. Mu Tuyet, sitting nearby, couldn't help but tease him. Fat Wang, you're so nauseating. Lam Uyen approached and asked if they could decide the order of jumping down themselves. He replied, Of course you can. Suddenly he sighed with frustration, meaning even if all the members of the Yen Kin Thu Dai team are eliminated, we still need at least 4 people to stay until the team battle ends. That's quite difficult. If I had known there would be a team battle, I would have accumulated more points earlier. Kim Trak encouraged him to stay positive. Don't say that, I was also very outstanding at the beginning. Moreover, when the Black Bones outbreak occurred, it wasn't our fault either. Mu Tuyet also encouraged you. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. We are a team. Vong Map and I will do our best. Time passed quickly. 20 minutes later, the martial arts training resumed with a report. We've reached the Longbone mountain range. Do you want to get off? Lam Uyen replied firmly. All right, get up and prepare your gear and remind the other 2. I'll go down first, remember my position, and after you descend, either come find me immediately or stay put and wait for me to come to you. Mu Tuyet anxiously reminded him to be careful as the helicopter door opened and the wind howled. Lam Uyen stands at the door, looks down below, then jumps down swiftly without any fear. He is confident in his skills because in his previous life, he was a professional assassin. For him, this kind of parachuting is as easy as eating and drinking. Once reaching the correct height, Lam Uyen pulls the cord of the parachute, which quickly deploys, and he descends slowly to the ground. Quickly and decisively, he landed on the ground without any injury. Lam Yen quickly removed the parachute gear and checked the equipment. He looked up at the helicopter. It seemed they were still on the plane, now just waiting for them to come down and regroup quickly. Then, Lam Uyen checked his electronic device and began strategizing. According to my plan, To Mo Tuye, Phuong Kim Trak, and Tong Lam must survive until the end, so they can surpass the Yen Kin Beast King in points. However, all the members of the Yen Kin Beast King must be eliminated. Suddenly, he sensed a murderous aura as a huge figure charged toward him, and Lam Uyen quickly ran in another direction. In the blink of an eye, Lam Uyen shifts into Beast Soul Fusion mode. Facing him, Beihyang Beast Emperor walks forward slowly. Lam Uyen calmly said, Ba Kwang Thu Dai, Lai U Da. That surprised U Da. Who would have thought that a genius like you would still remember someone as insignificant as me? You told U Da why I recognized I watched your match. Your Beast Soul Eye of the Shadow Beast is very special. When your UI looks intently at others, they cannot detect the existence of the UI beast. Very interesting. Uda found it amusing, but you still managed to discover him. Isn't that right? Lin Yuan sarcastically suggests that the reason I discovered him isn't because I broke his secret technique, but because he emitted killing intent and wanted to kill me while I was in human form. Uda does not deny it and even teases him. Sorry about that. I didn't want to use this method to deal with you in the first place. But you're just too strong. Lam Uyen looked down on him. It seems you all know your own ways are shameless and see nothing wrong with what you do. Uda repeated the principal's words. Didn't, principal, to say that team battles are like real battlefields, anything can happen? Uda reminds you that if you keep getting eliminated like this, it's because you're too careless and can't blame others. Lam Uyen haughtily reminds him that if you've already attacked me, then you must have been prepared to be eliminated as well. Then Lam Uyen stepped forward, stomping hard on the ground, and Uda sensed something. He thought to himself, no wonder he's a monster capable of defeating Tukyu and Tran Long Tuong. Then suddenly he shouted, but this was a team battle. Lam Uyen stomped hard on the ground, causing the rocks to crack apart. It turns out it wasn't you who caused the rocks to break apart, but a beast spirit rushing up from underground to attack you. Uda praised, well done, rat. A giant drill burst up from underground, accompanied by a scolding voice. I've told you so many times, don't call me a mouse. He snapped, I am called Beast Shell Mountain. Lam Wuyen observed his surroundings and quickly devised a plan. The depth of this hole isn't very deep. I don't even need to use flight abilities. Just a strong jump would easily get me out. As I was thinking and losing focus, an attack with a targeting attribute shot straight at me, but instead of hitting me, it hit the edge of the hole I was standing in. At that moment, water rose from the bottom of the pit, almost reaching the spirit beast's body. He seemed to have foreseen this, still unprepared, but this water could carry him out of the deep hole. Uda shouted from afar, "Loi Tu, your power is enough now. Don't let us down. Shock him to death for me." Lam Yen quickly climbed out of the water-filled hole. Suddenly, a golden lightning bolt from above struck directly at you. Your body braced itself against the full force of the powerful attack between the water and the lightning. So, what if you're the #1 genius? Facing our alliance of 5 schools, you still got defeated by us, didn't you? Uda is enjoying it. Indeed, team battles are the most exciting. Geniuses or failures, it doesn't matter. He glanced arrogantly at Lam Wuyen from above, thinking that if he could make good use of every advantage nearby, he might turn the tide. Suddenly, a voice softly sounded from behind. Lam Wuyen is just a little kid. Lutrio slowly approached Uda and disdainfully said, "I thought I could play a little longer, but Uda remains cautious, so we better be careful." Actually, just based on that attack earlier, it might not be enough to completely incapacitate him. Lutru was annoyed at being underestimated. Lie you. Da, you're underestimating me too much. I've used this move countless times, even against Lord-level monsters. Suddenly, a stomping sound echoed, and Uda had anticipated this. Indeed, Lin Uyen, excited, said to them, "I have to admit, your idea is quite interesting too. You are encased in a giant block of ice around your body, softly criticizing that the power is still a bit weak. They are surprised, not understanding why you haven't been hurt at all." Lam Wuyen smugly told them, "Now it's my turn, isn't it?" A sudden thought crossed Uda's mind. Run. He quickly turned to the others and said, "Hurry up and scatter to run." Lam Wuyen stood there watching them frantically run away, calmly reminding them, "Is it a bit late to run now?" Suddenly, the surrounding space was covered with dark red bones. Uda quickly realized it was a domain, and someone was also surprised because they couldn't probe his position. The others started to worry because we don't have a domain. We're not on the same level as him and can't probe his position. Lam Wuyen watches from afar as his domain surrounds the 3 of them. He analyzes that Liu Da's beast soul traits are perfectly suited for assassination. In team battles, it's a very tricky opponent, so after analyzing and assessing, you're sure that you have to be eliminated and quickly prepare to attack Uda. The attack quickly shot towards Uda like lightning, and the strike in front of him made him scream in fear. No, don't. It pierced through Uda's body before he could react. After being hit, he collapsed to the ground without moving. Lam Wuyen triumphantly reassured him, "Don't worry, I deliberately avoided the vital organs on your body, so it's not life-threatening." A second later, Lam Wuyen appeared right in front of Wei Sonjiap. "Next, it's my turn," he said, fear in his voice as he cried out for help. "Captain, help me." Hearing that, Lam Wuyen looked around and asked, "Captain, is there still someone else here?" Then suddenly a puddle appeared right under your feet, large enough to swallow you whole. Visanjiap was very happy when he saw that. "Captain, you arrived just in time." Ngochio quickly surfaced and grabbed hold of Lam Yen. He urged Phi Songiap not to waste any more time and to run away quickly, as I couldn't hold this guy for long. Receiving the help, Phi Songiap quickly turned around and fled. "All right, Captain. You have to be careful." Lam Wuyen looked up at him and realized he seemed to remember that he was the captain of the Heavenly Beast Academy, Ngotrio. Meanwhile, Lam Wuyen recalled what his teammate had said. Wang Jinzhe had mentioned that the Heavenly Beast Corps ranked 9th among prestigious schools. If it weren't for the existence of the Moon Lotus Beast, Heavenly Beast Academy would definitely be the lowest-ranked school among the prestigious ones. I glanced at him and reminded him, "If you've chosen to stay and stop me, then you must also know what the price is for trying to block me. Honestly, I also want to know the strength of the #1 genius of your generation." With just one sentence, Lam Wuyen has judged him to be a calm team leader. Having such a composed attitude is truly rare. You told him, "If you answer one of my questions, I might consider sparing you this time." That surprised Nuochio quite a bit. "What question?" So it turns out Lam Yen was probing him about the League. "I just want to know one thing. What exactly is the Southern League?" Ngochio asked in surprise. "You don't know?" Seeing his surprise, Yan calmly said, "Should I know?" Ngochio explains that since most of the male leaders of the Alliance have already made their actions public, basically no one is unaware. And Lam Wuyen shares why she had no knowledge of this. "Because before the team battle started, I was in seclusion training, so I hadn't heard about this. Ngochio also didn't hesitate to explain it to you." "I see. In fact, the 5 schools in the Alliance are the bottom 5 because they formed a temporary alliance to compete against geniuses from other schools. Except for Yenkin, Mado, Suyenthuk, Kinhang, and Nguyetlan Beast Clan, all other clans chose to join the Southern School Alliance. After hearing this, Lamuyen couldn't help but wonder why the Moon Orchid Beast Clan didn't join. Isn't the girl named Ngu Xiaoyan very powerful? You lightly comment that maybe it's because their overall strength is too weak and that's why they were looked down upon. Seeing you misunderstand me like that, Ngochu retorted angrily, we have no right to criticize their strength. Although their rankings are low, just Ingu Tuan alone might be enough to fight a squad from Tianfuthu Dai in a solo match. Go Chio said that in fact we had discussed with the Beast Clan of the Demon Army and even made very generous offers, but in the end they still refused. Lamu Yen felt very puzzled and wondered what the reason was. Then, unexpectedly, although something seemed to be going on between the two, Ngo Chio warned him sincerely, saying, "If you attack members of the Demon Beast Army again, next time it won't be so simple." After a while he was in the middle of the forest, his communication device picked up a signal. Lamu Yen looked at the location on the screen and thought it seemed to be right ahead. Xiaoan yawned tiredly as she walked, complaining that it was really troublesome, while Lamu Yen quietly wondered why she was here. Seeing you, Xiaoan was startled and pointed, exclaiming, I remember you. During a meeting, Xiaoan asked softly, what was your name again? The backup of Maduthu Dai. Lamu Yen introduces himself, I am Lamu Yen. The little girl excitedly exclaimed, that's right, it's Lamu Yen. Lately, the girls on the team keep talking about you, saying you defeated Tranlong Tuong and 2Q. Lamu Yen asked softly, so I went to watch your match because you're really strong. He made a proposal since we've already met. Do you want to fight me? The girl gently waved her hand to decline. Fighting? No thanks, I'm not interested, it's too troublesome. That surprised Lamu Yen. So why did you join the team battle? Are you here just for sightseeing? Xiaoyan casually replies, of course I'm here to freeload and wait to die. It's really interesting. Lamu Yen praised him, saying you really have spirit, don't you? That girl's explanation for why I joined the team battle was entirely because my mother set a condition I couldn't refuse. You're curious to know what the condition is, right? Xiaoyan whispered softly. She said that if I participated in the team battle and wasn't eliminated by the end, her mother promised to treat me to KFC for a month, which made the girl jump with joy. If it were you, you probably wouldn't be able to refuse either, right? Lamu Yen was surprised and confused. Huh? Is this what you call an unrefusable condition? You casually ask if that condition is really that simple. Like hitting a sore spot, Xiaoyan gets annoyed. Do you even understand how valuable KFC is? Moments later, Xiaoyan seemed lost in her own imagination, dancing around wildly and shouting happily about the food. KFC hamburgers and crispy fries. Even Lamu Yen is thinking to herself, come on, KFC milkshake, come on over. Seeing how bored he looked, Lamu Yen turned to leave. This little girl really does have a bit of a weird mind. The little girl shouted, if you're not planning to fight me, then I'm leaving. Lamu Yen was surprised and turned back. Wait a moment. Do you have anything else to discuss? Are you wondering if you're going to find your teammates now? Of course, if we're fighting together, I have to find my teammates first. So, can you consider me your teammate? What kind of strange request is this? Lamu Yen said with interest. Think about it. If I were your teammate, you would definitely protect me, right? If you're my teammate, I will definitely protect you. So with you being so strong, I basically don't need to step in myself. The girl jumps with joy. As long as it's not a really troublesome situation, I can handle it. Wait a moment, I haven't agreed to be your teammate yet. So you'll agree then. You're so bored and helpless. So what you really want is for me to protect you until the team battle is over, right? Tuan cheerfully admits. That's right. But the problem is, what's in it for me? That made Xiaoyan stroke his chin in thought, considering the benefits. I quickly explained the reason. We don't go to the same school, so there's no reason for me to suddenly take on the responsibility of protecting you. Moreover, if you want me to protect you, you should at least show some sincerity, right? Xiaoyan is determined to form a team with you. The little girl offers a privilege, saying if you form a team with me, if you encounter someone you can't handle, just leave it to me, because I'm very strong. He whispers, I don't doubt your strength, but Tuan is upset, so tell me clearly what's going on. All right, I can form a team with you and even guarantee that you won't be eliminated until the team battle is over. But there's one condition, and the little girl is curious to know what it is. Lamu Yen explains, if the other members of the Demon Beast team are in danger and I am unable to help, then I need you to step in and protect them. You stare intently at Xiaoyan, your mind a mess, knowing that relying solely on your strength has its limits. No matter how powerful you are, the other members of the Demon Beast team can still be defeated one by one. So you need a guarantee. The little girl happily agreed to the condition. All right, I agree with you. From now on, we are teammates, Lamu Yen whispered softly. Suddenly she catches up to him, wanting to say something. We're teammates now. So can I ask you for one more favor? He asks in surprise. What is it? Xiaoan asked innocently. After all, he has to fuse with a beast soul. So can I sit on your shoulders? I'm too tired to walk. Lam Uyen didn't hesitate to agree immediately. Fine. But in his mind, he was secretly mocking. This kid really is incredibly lazy. Like lightning, you fuse with the giant spirit beast and tell the girl to get on. After Xiaoan sits properly, Lam Yuan reminds her to sit firmly. My speed is really fast, you know, the little girl excitedly shouted. All right, let's go. Suddenly, Xiaoyan opened his eyes in surprise. As Lin Yuan sped away like the wind, she shouted loudly, That's too fast for you. At the Longbone mountain range where the sunlight was warm, Ngochio slowly approached Pei Shanjia and Lu Chao waiting, happily calling out, Captain, you got out safely. Actually, they spared me. Then he placed Uda, who was badly injured, on the ground. Now Liu Da is completely unable to fight. We're definitely going to lose this time, no doubt about it. All right, let's not all embarrass ourselves in front of the kid. This level of genius is already very difficult to deal with. You guys have done well to reach this point. Vasan Jiap grimaced in agreement. Yes, if it were someone else, there might still be a chance. Lu Qiao was disappointed. It's all our fault for being too hasty and overconfident, wanting success in one try, but in the end, Liu Da was eliminated. Ngo Chu analyzes the current situation without Liu Da, and perhaps our next move will no longer be smooth. Vasung Jiap sighs sadly. That's right. His abilities are still suitable for an ambush. If he hadn't been eliminated, we could at least pull off a major operation. Ngo Chio despondently said, If it's meaningless, then don't say anything. Suddenly, a voice rang out. We finally found you. From afar, 3 people appeared and approached them. They were Vu Mak Huyen, captain of the Kai Bak Beast Corps, Kuong Vong Bak, captain of the Bak Kwang Beast Corps, and Ha U, captain of the Hai Ngu Beast Corps. Are you guys? Mak Huyen said happily. I've been looking for you for a long time. Vong Bak approached to observe them and suddenly asked, What did you just face off against? Why do you look so disheveled? We met Lam Uyen from the Demon Beast team and initially planned to ambush him. Mak Huyen suddenly asked Ngo Chu, Did you already meet Lam Uyen? He quickly replied, Yes. What's wrong? I finally found you, Lam Uyen. Ha Yu glanced at Mak Huyen and said, Even though I am not your team leader, I still want to remind you that even if our boys' school is connected, we are still the weaker side. Vong Bak also agreed. Yes, we must not be blindly overconfident. Mak Huyen is haunted by Lam Uyen, he thinks to himself. Lam Uyen. If it weren't for you, how could I have fallen so far? He reflects on your image and, moreover, what basis do I have? How can you ignore me like that? You were just a useless trash before. Seeing Lam Uyen sitting in the stands while Mak Huyen is below makes him feel ashamed of himself. Could it be that now you're stronger than me? But so what? After receiving the special item, he had a different thought. Now I have the chance to surpass you. I will definitely take my revenge on you. Everything I have endured, I will return to you 100, 1,000, 10,000 times over. Mak Huyen turned to them with a look of indifference. Lam Uyen, just leave him to me. Vong Bak was surprised and couldn't understand. Can you really handle Lam Uyen? Vong Bak was surprised again and again. Even monsters like Tukyu Tuyen and Tran Long Tuong are no match for Lam Uyen. Can you really do it? Mak Huyen whispered. There is someone in our team who can counter Lam Uyen's abilities. Are you really doubtful? Then how much of a chance do you think you have to win? He confidently claimed a 70% certainty. Yu found it really funny. Are you that confident? Just to remind you, Lam Uyen's strength isn't as simple as you think. Seeing his teammates doubt him, Mak Huyen looked a bit annoyed. I told you I was 7 parts sure, so of course I wouldn't lie to you. Still, I need you to cooperate and support me. Hearing that, Yu agreed. All right, if you're really confident, we're obviously willing to support you, Mak Huyen said proudly to them. All right, then just follow my instructions next. Deep in the Longkot mountain range, Xiaoyan sits on Lam Yuanfei's shoulder as they fly forward. Xiaoyan checked the device and told you that the radar shows 3 red dots. It seems you have 3 teammates gathering together. Lam Uyen quickly received the message. All right, hold on tight. As you were running through the forest, a flycam appeared in the sky above, tracking them. Through that flycam, everyone could watch live footage from the arena. They were surprised to see Xiaoyan sitting on Lam Uyen's shoulders. The girl sitting on Lam Uyen's shoulders, it seems to be the naive Xiaoyan from Guyet Lan Beast, right? Is it real or fake? They're teaming up now? I was hoping they would fight each other, but I didn't expect them to team up. If they team up, there's nothing the others can do anymore. In the stands, Nguyet Lan sits with Wang Din. He quietly asks, Do you know about this? Yu Lan was helpless and didn't know what to do anymore. She was probably too lazy and decided to team up with Lam Uyen. Vuongdin also felt helpless, but he didn't expect Lam Uyen to agree. She secretly rejoiced, but teaming up isn't necessarily good for me and you. Hearing that, Vuongdin happily agreed. That's right, on your side, Tiuan sat watching the radar screen, teasing you. Lam Uyen, there are only 2 red dots left. Stay steady, we need to hurry. Lam Uyen speeds up, silently urging everyone to keep going. Suddenly, Xiaoan shouts, Egg! Where did it come from? A huge egg suddenly appeared and hit Lam Uyen. You quickly catch it, holding it in your arms. You look down at the egg and call out, Vuong Kim Trak. Kim Trak sees you as if he's found gold. At last, Lam Uyen has been waiting for you. Lam Uyen asked in surprise what exactly happened. Has someone been eliminated from our team? You threw Kim Trak straight to the ground, and he told Lam Uyen that Shan Thuong was eliminated and that after I jumped off the plane, I stayed still in place. When you came to find him, you ran into Song Lam and Tam Thuong, and you asked in surprise, who did you encounter? With Tam Thuong's strength, there's no way he was eliminated so quickly. Kim Trak told you that we were attacked by the Beast Troop. Lam Uyen asked how many people there were, and he listed 4 Beast Soul Masters, including Tran Truxan and Fuang Shi. If it weren't for those 2, we wouldn't have suffered such a defeat. Lam Uyen was surprised. Tran Truxan, Fuang Shi. Isn't Fuang Shi the vice captain of Kin Hong Thudai? Kim Trak was annoyed, thinking they must have formed an alliance. Lam Uyen was stunned to learn that the Beast Tamer and the Trading Beast Guild had allied with each other. Suddenly, Xiaoyan softly retorted, There's nothing strange about it. Haven't we already formed an alliance? Kim Trak looked up at Lam Uyen's shoulder, surprised. Huh? Ngu Tuan, why is she here? You quickly explained to Kim Trak that something had happened, but now she's on our side. Xiaoan shouted loudly, Hello there. What kind of chicken egg is that? I suddenly appeared. He moved his body quickly to warn Lam Uyen. Be careful, they're coming after us. Suddenly, Fuang Xi appeared out of nowhere from the other side of the forest. Sich Viem Ku Vien. He shouted loudly, Vuong Kim Trak, you can't escape. Kim Trak anxiously calls for your help. Lam Uyen, what should I do? Seeing that, Lam Uyen turned back to him and scolded, Who gave you permission to touch the people of Madothu Dai Ha Fuang? She screamed in fear. Lam Uyen, before you could get there, he had already turned and fled for his life. Kim Trak was surprised. So you ran after him? Xiaoan sat on your shoulder, happily exclaiming, I knew I was following the right person. Choosing to go with Lam Uyen was definitely the right decision. Kim Trak looked up. Do you need to chase after him? Lam Uyen agreed. Of course, with one less opponent, it's safer. Dark red lights appeared around him as Fuang Shi fled from above. Seeing himself in danger, Fuang Shi shouted in panic, Is this cursed domain? I can't escape. The red domain quickly enveloped him, but then it disappeared, leaving Fuang Shi unable to react in time. At that moment, Lam Uyen was about to launch an attack at him. It's over. Fuang Shi was panicked as the attack flew close to him and he couldn't react in time. Like lightning, it charged straight at him, causing him to fall quickly. Fuang Shi was terrified, realizing he was no match for him. On the contrary, Lam Uyen thought, I didn't expect him to get back up. He quickly raised his hands in surrender, stopping his attack. I give up. I give up. Where is Tran Truxan? Because of fear, Cao Fuangxi answered without thinking. He went after someone else then. He suddenly turned back and asked Kim Trak, Where did Tong Lam run off to? He quickly replied, Eastward. After hearing that, Lam Yen turned and ran off to chase. Kim Trak runs from behind, wait for me. Over by Tong Lam, he's being chased deep into the forest by Vin Ho. He keeps launching attack after attack to take down Tong Lam, threatening him, but he can't escape. Lam Uyen shouted, and Tong Lam immediately bowed his head. Tong Lam lowers himself and unleashes a powerful Namana attack straight at Vin Ho, knocking it back. Xiao An, standing on his shoulder witnessing this, sighs and says, That move is so cool, teach me. He silently called out in his mind. Lam Uyen suddenly spoke loudly. It really is you. Truxan runs from afar, his steps causing the space to shake. Truxan exclaims, It's really unlucky, but also lucky. Seeing him, the girl pointed ahead and asked, Is he the captain? Thuxuyen Thudai Tran Truxan. Lam Uyen replied immediately, Yes. His beast soul is an SSS-level giant, Earth Panda, go down first, and wait for me with Vuong Kim Trash. He tilted his shoulder to let Xiaoan down, and the girl turned back and asked, Do you need my help? Lam Uyen replied, No need, I can handle it alone. As soon as he finished speaking, Truxan charged forward intending to punch him, but Lam Uyen quickly used his Huyen Kuai transformation skill to create a barrier that blocked the attack. Even if he tries to punch, he can't break through that barrier. At this moment, his eyes turn sharp and he speaks in a low voice, Your strength isn't bad. But now it's my turn. La Muyen opened his mouth. A blazing energy sphere appeared and he shot it straight ahead. But Truxon dodged just in time. The force collided with a tree, causing it to burst into flames. He stood nearby and whispered, "Whoa, that was close. I almost turned into grilled meat." Truxon stands quietly among the swirling flames, clenches his fists tightly, and silently assesses. This move from La Muyen is no different from a full-force attack of a level Lord Beast. A worthy opponent makes it interesting. Thinking this, Truxon immediately stomped his foot on the ground and then charged at La Muyen with incredible speed. Truxon keeps delivering powerful punches into the barrier. La Muyen inside quietly observes. No wonder he's a panda archer, perfectly combining martial arts with his beast soul traits, each punch sounding like a cannon blast. On the other side, everyone watching the scene on the screen was discussing excitedly. Who would have thought that Truxon could hold his own against La Muyen for so long? It seems La Muyen's strength isn't that formidable after all. I thought he would take down Truxon in an instant. What are you guys talking about? Truxon isn't weak. He's the captain of the Thuxuyen Beast Regiment. There's nothing we can do. It's not that Truxon is too weak, but that they have too high expectations for La Muyen. In the match, Truxon attacked while shouting, "Do you only know how to defend? Come on, fight me for real." You hear that and think to yourself, no wonder he's a martial arts fanatic. He completely forgets this is a team battle and only wants to fight me solo. And so La Muyen then responds, "Let's have a good fight then." Hearing that, he asked confusedly, "Using your own method to defeat you? What do you mean by using my own way to defeat me?" You begin to perform the skill, the 9 defensive deities, the fierce tiger transformation. Immediately behind La Muyen, an illusion of a giant tiger appears with immense power. You quickly darted forward to attack Truxon, catching him off guard. Truxon swiftly dodged, but couldn't help but marvel. Too fast. Immediately after, La Muyen stopped, making him wonder and question himself. She retracted it, then suddenly spun around, and her large tail started moving more vigorously. Without a word, La Muyen swung her tail forcefully at Truxon, leaving him no time to dodge. Caught off guard by a powerful attack, Truxon was knocked back over a meter, crashing into the trees, which broke apart, and the aftershock affected Tio An. The little girl tightly hugs the tree, thinking to herself, even just looking at it hurts. Can he stand up again? At this moment, he staggeringly sits up and asks, "What kind of move is this?" "You know martial arts too," Lan Yuan replied coldly. "If you call that martial arts, then this also counts as martial arts. You can call that Muay Thai," Truxon exclaimed in amazement. Muay Thai? He opened his bright eyes and exclaimed, "This is the first time I've heard of this style of fist technique. Unexpectedly, besides your remarkable strength, you also have profound knowledge of martial arts. If it weren't inconvenient right now, I would definitely want to talk with you more in detail." Then Truxon quickly regained his composure and gritted his teeth, saying, "Let's go." Seeing that, he sighed internally. A martial fanatic is truly a martial fanatic, and it's clear he has no ill intentions. Really a worthy opponent, he thought to himself. This time I must be more careful. Without hesitation, La Muyen continued to launch a rapid attack. Truxon dodged the attack while assessing. Each move was a deadly strike. With such fierce technique, I'm not sure I can withstand them all. Suddenly, he stomped his foot hard on the ground. That action caused the ground to shake, and Truxon also staggered, losing his footing. He was thrown backward as La Muyen's voice echoed, "Buying Thai is not just about that. You are slowly activating your giant tail." Truxon, unafraid, keeps standing up, readying himself and shouting, "Come on!" This time La Muyen also said little. He forcefully swung his tail, knocking him back and spitting out a mouthful of blood. Truxon tried to regain his balance, clutching his chest, trembling all over. His eyes widened in horror, thinking to himself how terrifying the power was, as if his internal organs were being turned upside down. Then Truxon shouted, "What kind of technique is this? Why is the power so strong?" La Muyen calmly replied, "The reason Muay Thai is called a killing technique is not because Muay Thai has the greatest power." With his understanding, he added that any part of the body could be used as a weapon to kill the opponent at any cost. Hearing this, he suddenly asked, "Do you consider the body as a weapon?" La Muyen quickly replied, "Yes, Muay Thai has no rules. Your fists, legs, elbows, knees, everything can be considered your weapons, even your teeth can be your weapons." Truxon then realized a little. "I see. So that's how it is." I continue explaining that in combat, the ring toss is the most lethal move, and the human body's structure determines the explosive power of the legs, which is stronger than the arms. Hearing this, Truxon was a bit confused and thought, "Playing with a hoop, but right now you're using it to chase and attack me." not letting him dwell on it. Lam Uyen explained that as a monster, I am limited by my body structure and cannot use the circular stone attack. Anyway, his legs are too short. He exclaimed when he heard that. That's true. Still, Truxon thought to himself, luckily it was short, or he might have delivered a kick. Maybe I should start over from the beginning. Keep talking. So I used the tail to perform that move. Within the monster's body, the explosive power from the tail would be even more astonishing. After hearing that, he praised you. You're really impressive, but aren't you afraid I'll figure out your move by talking about this with me? At this point, Lam Uyen's eyes become sharper. He speaks in a low voice. True experts in confrontation can see through and counter each other's moves, and everyone fights until the end, relying on their own willpower. And now, you have no chance left. With that, Lam Uyen opened his mouth, ready to unleash the accumulated energy. Seeing that, Truxon despairingly thought, is this really where I have to stop? Just as the energy sphere was about to be unleashed, a voice echoed. Captain! Immediately after that call, Daehung rushed forward to shield him. Seeing that, Truxon shouted in surprise, Hung! This scene might surprise you, but don't be shaken. Lam Uyen launched a powerful attack straight ahead. Daehung took the full force of the attack and was knocked down by its overwhelming power. Seeing that, Truxon hurriedly called out, Daehung! Over here, Tuan sat on a branch watching down and hesitated to ask Kim Trach, Did you see? Then the girl looked at his fierce expression and shouted, It seems like Lam Uyen is similar to the main villain. He calmly replied, I have no choice but to accept it. Lam Uyen is too strong, so when facing him, the opponent is usually weaker, and the stronger side is naturally seen as a terrifying presence. The girl said, I understand now. Kim Trach continued speaking as he watched Truxon holding Daehung. Lam Uyen's attack on Tran Truxon was brutal, but only enough to drain his stamina. Now Te Tien, with boundless magic power, and Tran Truxon are likely to unleash their full strength. Xiaowen cheered, I'm getting better at judging eyes all the time. At this moment, Daehung, now in human form, gently laid him down beside Truxon and firmly said, I will not give up easily, or I would be very sorry for my teammates. He immediately raised his head, his gaze turning colder. Truxon shouted loudly, deploying the 1,000 bamboo domain, and instantly the bamboo trunks surged forward. The sharp bamboo stems like spikes are about to touch Lam Uyen. He didn't expect that he also has his own domain. To avoid being hit easily, Lam Uyen unleashes the mysterious transformation skill. A protective barrier is formed to defend against the sharp bamboo spikes. But the situation seems more tense as the truk sticks pierce more fiercely, causing the barrier to gradually weaken. Seeing this, he begins to unleash the deadly move, Blood Seal. Immediately, the broken truk pieces shattered into pieces. He charged towards Truxon, silently determined in his mind that this battle had gone on too long, and it was time to end it. Seeing that, he quickly unleashed his ultimate move, the Bamboo Forest Palm. The bamboo stalks shot out like rain, but Lam Uyen easily shattered them in an instant. This shocked Truxon, who was suddenly clawed hard in the chest, and he desperately shouted, It's over! Truxon fell back with a deep wound in his chest, lost in thought, realizing that he could have been stabbed straight into his heart. Lying on the ground, he stammered, I admit defeat. In his heart, Truxon thought that he did this to prove to me that the strength between us was not on the same level. Suddenly, Lam Uyen extended his hand with sharp claws, offering it to help him up. Truxon hesitated before calling out to him. Lam Uyen calmly said, The battle between us is over. He replied in a deep voice, You really are a strange person, both in strength and in how you treat others. As I helped Truxon to his feet, I explained that this fight wasn't about avoiding death or injury, but about honing the fighting spirit of soul beast masters like us. That's why we need to become stronger to protect those around us. He replied with relief, Thank you. And then Truxon happily said, I hope next time we can compete in martial arts in human form. I find you very interesting, Lam Uyen also responded warmly. Definitely. On the other side, watching the scene through the screen, Wangdin said, So, what do you think of that kid's enlightenment? Do you think my gaze is very perceptive? Diem, feeling annoyed, reminded him, This has nothing to do with you. Stop always overestimating yourself. So, what if I'm different? I'm not like that guy, at this age still cold on the outside but warm on the inside. He shouted when he heard that, saying, After school, don't even think about going first, Wangding mocked, still so childish. Huang Kui, after glancing at the screen with disdain, thought to himself, It's really dazzling. How much longer can you keep this up? From inside, Mo family members stepped out and said, Vumak Huyen, don't disappoint me. Back to Lam Uyen, as he watched Truxon help Daehung walk away, Tiuan stood behind him, continuously praising. No wonder you're the boss. You easily defeated even my respect for you. Like a raging flood, endless and unceasing. To me, you are like a lighthouse in the darkness of night. Hearing those words, he slowly turned and said, "All right, stop flattering me." The girl smiled innocently, thinking to herself, if she followed him, maybe she wouldn't have to fight and could still survive until the end. This lazy feeling is so satisfying. Sean yawned tiredly and said, if only there was a soft bed right now, I could sleep in and have a really good nap. That's right. Suddenly, Lamuyen was startled and asked, where is Tong Lam? Hearing his name, Tong Lam called out, I am here. You're welcome. It's just what teammates do. No need to be so polite. Next, when it was time to find Tumo Tuyet and Vong Lan Ho, a shadow suddenly flashed past Tong Lam. Lakiep appeared, intending to unleash his secret skill, the Fierce Fire Extreme Slash, on him. Kim Trak shouted a warning, instantly transforming into an egg with his beast soul. Seeing this, Lamuyen secretly worried that it was too late, not enough time left. At this moment, Lakiep's claws, carrying a dark aura, were about to strike Tong Lam, when suddenly a half-moon illusion rushed forward and deflected him. Seeing that, he exclaimed inwardly, that is the Moonflower Slash. When Lamuyen turned around, he saw the little hidden one standing there for a while. The little girl angrily shouted, don't ambush my allies, he silently assessed. Because the opponent wasn't targeting me, I couldn't sense their murderous intent. Luckily, Ngu Xiaoyan's sensing ability seems much stronger than ours. Next, I'll leave it to you. Lamuyen replied, thanks. You turn around slowly and call out to Lakiep. Lakiep smirks and asks, why are you so surprised to see me? It's a pity I couldn't finish you off with one strike and eliminate your teammate directly. Lamuyen said nothing and focused his internal energy. Immediately, Lamyen charged at him with the ferocity of a wild tiger. As his attack was unleashed, Lakiep swiftly blocked it. He secretly hit the girl. He's truly a terrifying person. Lakiep stepped back and thought to himself, I must keep my distance from him. Seeing that, Lamuyen asked in a stern voice, what's wrong? Weren't you the one who actively sought me out? Is it too late to retreat now? And then, he continued to walk forward. Then, Lamuyen extended his giant hand to release a surge of spiritual energy, quickly raising his hand to block and muttered to himself, this guy is crazier than me. I thought you were pretty smart. After finishing, Lamuyen charged forward and used his tail to strike Lakiep forcefully, catching him off guard. Taking the hit, Lakiep was flung away in pain. Is that so? But why do I feel like the game is already over for you, coming straight to your death, trying to make me admire your bravery? Lakiep laughed and said, so, Lamuyen, don't you want to know how I found you? Then he took out a gada and asked, do you want to guess where I got this gada from? Lakiep excitedly said, that Vuong Lan Ho is really sensible, knowing he's no match for me, but still sticking to me to the end, truly a waste of my time. The more he spoke, the more he seemed like a madman shouting out loud. Now then, can you guess if I can use the Jada in my hands to find your other teammates? Those words left Lamuyen stunned, silently cursing. That damn bastard. Meanwhile, Tong Lam said, it seems Vuong Lan Ho has been eliminated, but I didn't expect students from other schools could also use our Godhood. Kim Trak replied, the team battle rules do not allow Cow to let players steal Jada, so if it's not specified, it's implicitly accepted. He continued explaining, once Jada is taken by the enemy, the effect will undergo a transformation. From searching for teammates to hunting prey, Tong Lam added, Lakiep's life is basically over. Lakiep sighed. He said in a deep voice, I know you really want to deal with me. I will give you a chance, but not now. 3 hours later I will wait for you at the big water hole. Hope you will come on time. Not caring, Lamuyen asked. Want to run? I won't let Lakiep escape, so you unleash a powerful wave of mana. He was startled and froze in place. Lakiep quickly released a surge of power to counter, but Lamuyen's power was overwhelming, causing a fierce shockwave. Hit by the attack, he shouted in anger, damn it. Then Lakiep roared, I've done what I should. If you don't act now, our cooperation ends here. And suddenly, a small shockwave appeared in front of Lamuyen, a hand with sharp claws emerging from nowhere, reaching straight at him. Yu suddenly charged forward like a gust of wind, but when he attacked, he was blocked by a barrier. He stood inside, thinking to himself that this kind of attack couldn't penetrate. Suddenly, he burrowed underground to escape, surprising Lamuyen as well. Seeing that, everyone panicked. Kim Trak said, that is Luke Hai hidden. That is Yu. Why is he here? Tong Lam asked, do we need to go help? Xiaoan confidently said, Lamuyen can do it alone. At this moment, Lamuyen stood silently, watching Yu escape, leaving only a puddle of water on the ground. You narrow your sharp eyes and say in a deep voice, Do you think you can escape just by doing that? Lamuyen begins to tense his body to focus his internal energy, releasing a powerful mana wave, which is the earthquake technique. The source of power erupts, causing the earth and rocks to shatter and fly everywhere. Kim Trak steps forward to shield Tong Lam and Tiwan, then says, "Is Lamuyen planning to destroy the entire ground?" Fatty, the little girl, encouraged her to hold on. Hayu, trapped in the rubble, coughed up blood. At this moment, the space is filled with thick smoke and dust, while Lamuyen stands observing the rocks from afar. He slowly approached and silently assessed that if it weren't for the thick layer of earth helping to reduce most of the power of the Earth Energy Core, he would have already lost the ability to fight. But with his current serious injury, he couldn't do anything for a moment. When Lamuyen looked at Lakiep, he had already disappeared for a long time. He couldn't help but marvel, he's really fast when he runs. Oh my god, if you unleash a few more energy stone attacks, the Longbone Mountain Range will probably be blown into a crater. Tong Lam said in a deep voice. Everything was planned out before we even acted. Lamuyen looked at the rushing waterfall and asked, "Do you want me to go to the big waterfall in 3 hours?" Kim Trach confirmed that this is definitely a trap, and it's very likely he has chosen to cooperate with the Nam Truong alliance. Tong Lam analyzed from the side, deliberately taking out Vuong Lan Ho's radar to intimidate Lamuyen. If Lamuyen doesn't go, he will find our teammates and eliminate them one by one. Hearing that, he angrily exclaimed, "This shameless bastard." Xiaowen also chimed in. Actually, the overall strength of the Southern School Alliance isn't too strong, but their biggest advantage is the number of allies. Kim Trak said, "With radar, the Nam Truong Alliance can find other members of the Demon Beast Army in the shortest time possible. This is extremely disadvantageous for us," Tong Lam said through gritted teeth. "Besides Shotien Duok, I'm afraid no one in our team can withstand La's attack. It's obvious they're targeting Lamuyen." Hearing that, Lamuyen seems to enjoy the thought that the tallest tree in the forest will be knocked down by the wind. "I don't know when, but I have become the target of every arrow." "That's interesting," he asked. "So what do you plan to do?" He replied confidently, "If they are so focused on dealing with me, then I have to see for myself what tricks they have up their sleeves." Inside Lin Yuan's mind, a thought arose. "Honestly, I'm very curious about what card they're hiding that makes them so confident they can eliminate me." Xiaowen, standing beside Hai Long, wondered, with such confidence, could there be another ace up their sleeve? Kim Trok stroked his chin and asked, "Do you think Tukyu and Tranlong Tuong also teamed up with them?" Tong Lam immediately replied, "That's right, to deal with Lamuyen, only Tukyu and Tranlong Tuong are qualified to confront him." The little girl happily said, "I don't think they would do something like that given their personalities." He also agreed, "I think so too." "Geniuses like them probably wouldn't bother with these petty tricks," Kim Trake commented. "I think it's that La guy. Because they lost to Lamuyen and want revenge, they set this trap." Lamuyen wondered, "But I'm also curious about what strategy they plan to use against me." "Relying on a large crowd?" Tong Lam asked in a deep voice. "Do you need me to go ahead and scout their situation?" He replied calmly. "No need to trouble yourself. Since they have been so eager to invite us, let them have some extra time to prepare then." Then Lamuyen suggested, "Luckily, we still have some time, so let's see if we can find more allies. You all get on my shoulders. We need to speed up." Everyone responds in unison. "Got it." After 2 hours, you and the team have been running around everywhere but still haven't found anyone. Kim Trak anxiously said, "We haven't found So Tien Duke, Tomotu yet, and Oh Huyen Ko yet, and it looks like 3 hours are almost up." Lamuyen urged, "Let's go, it's almost time. If not, they're probably getting anxious." He replied, "Once we arrive, we'll merge with the beast spirits. Even if we're few in number, our spirit must not be weak." Xiaowen stretched wearily and asked again, "Can I observe the fight?" Kim Trake frowned suspiciously. Could she be planning to betray the League? The little girl smiled and replied, "Because I think Lamuyen can handle it, and if the enemy has super traps, at least someone outside needs to turn the tide." He complained, "In my opinion, you're just being lazy. Lamuyen told you to focus on me, so don't interfere casually. Your goal is to survive. Everything else I will handle." Then Tong Lam immediately obeyed. "If that's the case, just do as you say." About an hour later, they arrived at the waterfall in their beast fusion state. Song Lam spoke, saying that the legend says there is a powerful Lord-level monster living deep beneath the waterfall. Kim Trak suspected, could it be that they plan to use the monster in this deep abyss to deal with Lamuyen? He looked at you and continued, "It's impossible. This is just a legend." Lamuyen simply replied, "Let's go see for ourselves," and then the three of them moved toward the lake below the waterfall. Kim Trak sighed. This river looks truly magnificent up close. Song Lam wondered, where are they? Why haven't they shown up yet? He replied, Don't worry, it's not time yet. They'll appear on their own when the time comes. At that moment, movement appeared beneath Lam Uyen's feet as a series of chains shot up from below, wrapping around and controlling his body. Lam Uyen vaguely realized that his ability to turn the ground into mud was being used. Ngochiu appears in front of him and Lam Uyen repeats his warning. I remember I gave you a chance already. He says, because I am the captain of the Beast Heaven Palace, I have to face them, so I apologize. Lam Uyen calmly replied, no problem. If you're prepared, then that's good. As soon as he finished speaking, he stomped his foot hard on the ground and unleashed a blinding burst of powerful energy from his mouth. The target aimed straight at Ngochio's face, and he secretly marveled at how fast it was. At this moment, a turtle shell appeared, blocking Lam Uyen's attack, but it also caused him to suffer severe injuries and spit blood. Lam Uyen quickly jumped out of the swamp's grip. A series of flycam shots captured the moment just now. The viewers are buzzing with talk. I didn't expect the Southern Alliance to be so bold as to attack Lam Uyen. This will be interesting to watch. If Laji is willing to provoke Lam Uyen like that, it proves they definitely have a trick up their sleeve. I also don't know if 2Q and Tran Long Tuong will choose to join the fight or not. Lam Uyen, after finishing his move, looked over and asked, are you ready to endure my wrath? Meanwhile, No Chiu stood observing everything, thinking to himself, it's already reached this point, retreat is no longer an option. Suddenly, sharp chains shot from behind Lam Uyen. These were chains from the Toelian prison beast binding him tightly. Kim Trak shouted, Level 5 Beast Spirit, Toelian Prison Beast is a student of the Northern Kwang Beast Academy. Toelian Prison Beast roared loudly, let's end it here. But Lam Uyen was unfazed and contemptuously said, why do you think you can control me just by relying on this pile of scrap? It was so angry that it shouted, how dare you call me a useless piece of junk? Who says your strength is too weak? Then, Lam Uyen roared and unleashed his skill. The beast god's 9 transformations turn into a fierce tiger. Immediately, the chains snap apart with great force. Seeing this, the Toelian Ngushthu exclaimed in surprise, what? Without saying a word, it pulled hard on a chain. With that force, it was also pulled along and tremblingly cried out, no, don't. The Toelian prison beast immediately met a tragic end, pierced through the chest with immense pain. Lam Uyen mercilessly threw it aside, looked at the miserable corpse of the Toelian prison beast, and No Chio wondered for a moment as his sharp eyes flicked up, threatening coldly. I'm no longer patient. If you have any trump cards, just use them, or I will start catching each rat hiding away. Emerges from the darkness and takes care of everything. At this moment, he gradually materializes, with streams of hidden weapons filling the entire space. While observing and assessing Lam Uyen, Ngo Chiu thought to himself that this person truly is a monster. Among all the talented prodigies in the prestigious school, probably no one can match Lam Uyen in terms of comprehension of the domain. Then he resolutely vowed, even if the opponent is an extraordinary genius, today we must personally eliminate Lam Uyen. This battle will be the one that establishes the reputation of our Southern School Alliance. Snapping out of his thoughts, Ngo Chiu roared, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and attack. Without hesitation, he slammed his body down, creating a powerful shockwave. Immediately, the formation appeared around Lam Uyen, surprising him a bit. The surrounding space trembled intensely, with circles of magic arrays and deafening sounds ringing everywhere. Seeing this, Lam Uyen wondered, could these magic arrays in the world of beast soul history be something very rare, or are they a special kind of divine beast weapon? Then he quickly announced, they're after me. Everyone run away first. Ngu Tuan jumped onto Vuong Kim Trak's egg. Following his words, Xiaoan immediately leapt to swipe at the egg, and at this moment, Lam Yuan quickly cupped the egg in his arms. This situation leaves Kim Trak confused and shouting out, Lam Uyen, what are you trying to do? Don't act rashly, but don't worry, it will be over soon. As soon as she finished speaking, Lam Uyen threw the egg with a whoosh and shouted loudly. Kim Trak was knocked away and screamed, Lam Uyen, you're such a cruel kid. Despite that fear, the little girl excitedly hugged the egg and cheered with excitement. Immediately after, Kim Trak fell and collided with a stone. His face contorted as he shouted, you scared me to death, almost lost my life. And Xiaoan was still excited, wanting to do it all over again. Back here, Tong Lam stammered. I can fly myself. No need to throw me out. Hearing that, Lam Uyen replied, of course I know you can fly. I just want you to use your power to strengthen my divine symbols before you fly out. Tong Lam smiled and said, as long as you don't throw me away. With that, he created a colorful illusion. Seeing that, he nodded in satisfaction. No wonder he is a top-tier 7-colored butterfly spirit assist battle beast, clearly feeling that my strength and speed have increased significantly. Even my mind has become much sharper. Faced with the surging spirit power, Lamuyen silently wondered, could the spirit word of spirit be meant to enhance the power of my soul? It seems Tong Lam has even used his most secret technique on me. After finishing, Tong Lam flies away and also doesn't forget to remind me. Lamuyen, be careful. Call me anytime if you need help. He reassures, don't worry, it's fine. You and Vuong Kimtrak just stand aside and watch the battle. Then he slowly flew away. Meanwhile, Ngo Chio secretly calculated that as long as he defeated La Muyen, those people would no longer be a threat. La Muyen looked at the surrounding formations and wondered, are these colors actually the metal, wood, water, fire, and earth of the 5 elements? From afar, Kimtrak shouted a warning, La Muyen, be careful. This is the 5 mystical Hades Emperor Array, a formation created from 5 special divine beast weapons, designed to counter panic beasts. Tong Lam, hearing that, asked curiously, how do you know? He replied, I come from a noble family. Since I was young, I've known many things others don't, especially about the level of beast kings. Even if my father didn't tell me, I would find out myself. This is what I was born to do. Suddenly, from within a formation, Lakip's foot stepped out accompanied by a voice saying, you do know how to read the situation. He emphasized, that's right, this is the 5 mystical wind imperial array, but it's a simplified version. In another formation, Hayu also stepped out gradually and spoke. We meet again. He confidently walks out and calls your name, Lam Uyen. Seeing Ha-U, Lam Uyen calmly says, can you still appear, despite such serious injuries? He angrily replied, I swear if I don't see you fall, I won't close my eyes. You look down on just 3 defeated guys like you. Suddenly, a voice rang out from somewhere. Lam Uyen, long time no see. Looking over, I saw a figure standing there. Lam Uyen exclaimed, it's you! After knowing who it was, you called out Vu Mak Huyen loudly. Hearing the name, he showed a fierce expression. At this moment, Mak Huyen excitedly asked, do you like the gift I prepared for you? Lam Uyen slowly questioned, so this plan was devised by you? You really are perceptive about this. I should praise your intelligence. You're not willing to give up and keep provoking, which shows you're making progress and even managed to persuade Lakip to cooperate with you. Lakip, haven't you always looked down on the weak? Lakip quickly chimed in from beside him. La Muyen, as long as I can get rid of you, I can cooperate with anyone. By the way, just so you know, the 5 Huinchu Emperor array holding you now was supplied by the Kaibak Beast Grand Pavilion, so if you want to blame someone, blame yourself for offending too many people. La Muyen continued to argue, but it seems that your 5 Hughes Chu Emperor array is just a simplified version. McHuyen didn't object. But so what if it's simplified? Could it be that you're really a beast king? At this moment, Song Lam asked loudly with doubt, is this formation really that powerful? Kim Trok explains that the 5 Hallowed Wind Emperor array is truly formed from 5 types of formations related to wood, water, fire, and earth, created by divine beast weapons of at least level Lord. And once formed, it can easily seal even a level terrifying beast like Chu Diet. Xiaoan turns to ask, so how powerful is the simplified version? At this point he hesitated and said, I don't know about that either. La Muyen sighed and said, you really put in a lot of effort to deal with me, but I'm very curious. Where did you get these divine beast weapons from? He lost patience and shouted, you don't need to know. Everyone come out and activate the formation. As soon as he finished, a giant monkey immediately appeared, followed by an ancient, sturdy tree also present here. Kim Trok immediately recognized the bronze giant of the North Kong Beast Clan and the Hue Wood Tree Spirit of the Hai Ngu Beast Clan. Tong Lam exclaimed, you really are well prepared. Now above their heads are colorful formations, all leaping into the air, leaving streaks of light behind. La Muyen narrowed his eyes and challenged, let me see what kind of skill the so-called formation can really use to hunt down this beast king. And at the same time, Wongdin looked extremely confused. 5 Mystic Wind Phoenix Footsteps. Yulan angrily scolded, you guys are really too much. Using this kind of trick to deal with a student is truly shameless. Principal Nuthu looked confused and waved his hand, saying we had no idea about this. Tish Chu was startled and retorted, that's right. Honestly, I am even more surprised than you all. Vuong Ding suddenly remembered where Elder Yama of the Kaibak Beast Clan was. Nget Lan shook her head. I don't know. I didn't see his figure just now. What? Do you think it's him? He closed his eyes in frustration, feeling it was similar to his style of working. But there was no rule against using divine beast weapons of the Beast King level. Yuelan also helplessly said so, but she still couldn't really stand this kind of behavior. Now we can only see how this student will handle it. Returning to the arena, Lam Yen urged, come on. Mak Huyen replied coldly, if you're so eager to be eliminated, I'll make it happen for you. The 5 Hues. Chu Emperor suddenly started, and all their formations merged into one blinding light from below, made the scene even more chaotic. At this moment, a terrifyingly strong beam of light also emanated around Lam Uyen. He bit his lip and muttered to himself. The pressure was so intense, like a leaf boat in a storm, ready to be overturned by the waves at any moment. Then Lam Uyen also sped forward, activating the realm of the six deaths, his whole body tense and trembling intensely, every muscle coiled with fierce energy. Mek Huyen furrowed his brow and shouted, Nu Huyen Tran Huang! As soon as he finished speaking, beams of light suddenly appeared above their heads, and a loud explosion echoed, making the heavens and earth shake. Lam Uyen shivered and ducked to avoid it, secretly thinking that it was even more powerful than before. The ground kept shaking, causing his whole body to sway, but Lam Uyen still charged forward fiercely. Do you really think you can suppress me just with this kind of mediocre formation? He broadened his shoulders, his muscles bulging with an overwhelming energy. The 9 transformations of the beast god, fierce tiger, celestial eagle, and mysterious guard, a streak of bright red blood suddenly flashed across Lam Uyen's head. Mek Huyen couldn't help but break out in a sweat. Why is this happening? Clearly just a useless E-rank beast soul, so why is he so powerful? Then he raised his hand and shouted, 5 Huyen Feng Huang, all lights gather to one side. They rushed straight into the net surrounding Lam Uyen. His eyes suddenly turned cloudy. Lam Uyen just raised his head and saw them falling like rain. What is this? A series of lights pierced straight into his skin and flesh. Lam Uyen frowned slightly, thinking to himself, feeling as if a fire was burning inside his body. No, it's too cold, as if my whole body is about to freeze. My entire body just froze and couldn't move. Just a few seconds later, Lam Uyen collapsed completely, looking exhausted, while Tong Lam shouted in worry from the other side. Lam Uyen looked really strange, and his aura had also weakened. Kim Trak agreed without hesitation. This was definitely the power of the wind barrier of the 5 mystical sovereign battle array. He hesitated and said, the divine inscription power I reinforced in him earlier seems to no longer work. What should we do now? Should we? Xiao-an interrupted, saying, wait. Although Lam Uyen's momentum has weakened now, he has not completely collapsed. Kim Jia also interjected, yes, look, none of them have made a move, proving that they are only trying to weaken Lam Uyen's strength for now and haven't caused any real damage to him. Tong Lam looked confused. If that's all there is to it, how can the so-called 5 Hughes Chu Emperor formation be used to deal with the beast panic? At this moment, Mek Huyen excitedly shouted, Lam Uyen, Tran, and Fong have already used theirs, so next will be the final move. As Chu finished speaking, a fierce tornado suddenly appeared in the sky with continuous howling winds and flashes of light merging into a swirling sphere around it. Lam Uyen pursed his lips and silently marveled at the terrifying energy waves. Kim Ku Vien and Ho Mok Thu Yu quickly appeared, while Ngo Chu and Ha Yu gradually emerged from the ground. At that moment, Lakip chuckled happily and said, Lam Uyen, admit defeat, you can't beat us. Then he immediately charged forward towards Lam Uyen without hesitation. Do you really think relying on external forces can fight against me? Get out. Lakip's eyes sparkled with excitement as he praised. At the perfect moment, around his hand was an extremely faint source of energy, the secret technique Flame 100 Slash. Both of them charged at each other without holding back. However, at this very moment, Lakip's face suddenly turned panicked. He was knocked back and thrown down by Lam Uyen. Lakip gasped in disbelief. How is this possible? I received the blessing of the magic array, so why can't my strength compare to Lam Uyen's? Where to? Lam Yu suddenly opened his mouth in pain. My leg. At that moment, Ha Yu seized the opportunity to secretly bite his leg. Sharp teeth sinking into his flesh make Lam Yen scream in agony. Ha Hu, quickly open your mouth and gather energy inside. He just looked up and immediately realized something was wrong. Before Lam Uyen could do anything, Ha Yu had already run off in a hurry, but he still boldly shot a pillar of energy towards him with great force. Lam Uyen secretly thought that Ha Yu had been seriously injured earlier, and although he had been treated, he still hadn't fully recovered. Now he was attacked by a blazing beam of light. How could he possibly withstand it? At this moment, the Black Dragon appeared, cheering happily. Congratulations on successfully defeating the Level Master Beast Soul Master and receiving the reward of Young White Gold Human One. You nodded in understanding. It seems that with the blessing of the magic array, Ha Yu has also gained the strength of a level master. Then he turned to look at Black Dragon and said, Sorry, I'm too busy to count the spoils right now. It immediately changed direction, so you go ahead and handle your business. I'll be back once you're done. Now Lam Uyen raised his head to examine the 5-colored light sphere, which was the greatest threat to him. Just then, the water beneath his feet suddenly trembled and parted. In an instant, a series of vines erupted from the ground, wrapping tightly around Lam Uyen's body, rendering him immobile. Kim Ku-vien seized the opportunity, leaping into the air and delivering a decisive blow to his opponent's chest, causing him to stagger rapidly. Lam Uyen lowered his head to think, knowing his strength had weakened now, and if he stubbornly took a full-force attack from a level master, he would be affected somehow. But Kim Ku-vien was tense, thinking that this full-power punch of his could not only seriously injure Lam Uyen, but also break through the blood armor on his body. The sight before Lam Uyen made it break out in cold sweat. What am I even afraid of? His claws were clearly bound by vines, and his feet sank deep into the mud, so what threat could he possibly pose to me now? At that moment, Lam Uyen couldn't help but smirk. Your teamwork isn't bad, but it's a pity you forgot to lock my tail as well. Kim Ku-vien immediately sensed something was wrong, and jerked in surprise. But before it could act, the powerful tail struck its body directly, causing it to collapse helplessly onto the ground in a pitiful state. Kim Trak couldn't help but marvel, with that tail sweep he must have broken a few ribs. Tong Lam took a breath and muttered, I really crave ribs too much. At that moment, Kim Ku-vien struggled to get up, trembling uncontrollably. In that instant, Lam Uyen once again shot his energy straight into its chest. Kim Ku-vien's whole body was billowing with white smoke, his vitality nearly drained. Xiaoan watched in confusion, and Lam Uyen deliberately avoided the heart. He truly is a kind-hearted person. Kim Trak nodded and said, Of course, my boss is both strong and kind, but when he fights, he's also quite ruthless. Tong Lam assessed that this time the opponent has lost 2 people, so the chance of winning is greater. A sphere quickly shoots out from Kim Ku-vien's body, then hovers before flying into Lakip, standing in the distance. He immediately charges forward like a predator, radiating an oppressive aura of magic. Next to him, Ha Yu is also channeling power into Ngo Chiu, wrapping his filthy body on the ground. A few minutes later, Ngo Chiu suddenly sank beneath the water surface. At that very moment, he shot back up right at Lam Uyen's feet. He wondered in confusion, could he also absorb the strength of his teammates? Could this be one of the effects of the 5 mystical Huan Emperor array? A hurried shout rang out. Watch out, Lam Uyen. Kim Trak warned, the beast formation you defeated will transfer its 5 elements energy to other beast formations. I panic and ask, why didn't you wait for me to finish before speaking? He hesitantly whispered, sorry, I just remembered now. Xiaoyan angrily nudged him. Fatty, why are you even more careless than me? Lam Uyen stared intently at his opponent, realizing that dealing with Ha Yu and Kim Ku too early was a mistake, since among the 5 of them, only Lakip was slightly stronger. If Lakip absorbs the energy of the other 4, it would be very troublesome. At this moment, Ma Huyen became extremely excited. Lam Uyen, today I will bring you down from the divine platform. You smirk provocatively just relying on him, then Lam Uyen also laughs without any hesitation, still not qualified. Lakip happily opened his mouth to scream, finally able to wash away his past humiliation. Lam Uyen also pretended to challenge. No wonder he only fought me once before retreating. So you were just waiting for me here? He continued to question. Not good enough? You think you're stronger than me, so I'll use greater strength to deal with you and let you taste what it feels like to be humiliated. You ask back confusedly. Isn't it true that you also rely on your strength to freely insult others? You can't stand losing and that's why you're crying out in pain? Lakip couldn't hide his contempt. I'm not like you guys. I am a proud descendant of the Celestial Clan. What are you? Hearing that, Lam Uyen immediately blocked with disdain and snorted coldly. Celestial Clan descendant. Sorry, my hand only fights Celestial Clan descendants. At this point, the hairs on your back are becoming sharper, so let me send you off. Without hesitation, Lam Uyen shot out a fierce energy beam forward, and in response, Ngo Chiu immediately rushed in to shield it. Give it to me. His trembling body simply swallowed the attack to the stomach. Then, Ngo Chiu stopped, coughing uncomfortably for a few moments. Lam Uyen tilted his head and asked, does it have to be like that? He calmly replied, there's no other way you can think I'm stupid, or just making a wedding dress for someone else, but I truly can't accept losing to you. I just want to face you with all my might once. Just once, Lam Uyen calmly explained. I have never looked down on you. Ngo Chiu nodded in acknowledgement. I know, that's why it bothers me. I used to be called a genius before coming here, but I never expected I would be so ordinary. It's ridiculous. Lam Uyen tried to mediate, saying, we are beast soul masters. Our enemies are not each other but those monsters. I respect all honorable competitors, including you. Ngo Chiu sighed softly, surprised that he was comforted by you before leaving. He gently continued, I hope next time we meet we will be teammates. He nodded hesitantly and thanked him. As soon as he returned to his human form, Lam Yen watched intently and muttered, "Ngo Chiu, I've remembered your name." At that moment, his energy sphere quickly flew toward Lakip. He kept laughing joyfully. I really love this feeling. Lakip crawled closer step by step and asked, "Lamuyen, can you fight me now?" At the same time, Kimtrak was quietly assessing that Lakip had fully merged the five elements' power, and Lamuyen's strength was partially sealed by the formation, making the current situation extremely unfavorable for Lamuyen. Tong Lam hesitated. "I know." But he lost control and charged forward. "I have to join the fight too. I can't let Lamuyen fight alone." Tuan raised his hand to stop him. "Not yet. Don't act rashly. Tong Lam, calm down. Even if you join the fight now, it won't help and will only add to Lamuyen's burden." Kimtrak fully agrees. Yes, if unexpected problems arise, we can respond immediately. Moreover, Lamuyen hasn't lost yet. Tong Lam nodded. "You're right. We will definitely win." At the same time, in the Yenching University auditorium, Master Li whispered secretly, "Brother Vuongdin, it seems your proud disciple is in a bit of trouble." Vuongdin glanced over and said, "You're still so calm?" "His student is about to be eliminated." He looked down and evaluated in a deep voice. "They are still young. The road ahead is long. Failure now is not a bad thing. And these kids are really interesting, even coming up with a so-called alliance of male leaders." Vuongdin confirms, "Yes, they really have ideas, even surpassing us old folks." Then Master Li shouted again. "The chaos stirred by them makes this team battle even more exciting. Even if your proud disciple stumbles, it's understandable after all. 2 fists are hard to fight, 4 hands. Vuongdin frowned and argued he didn't fall. Then he grinned happily, and they even managed to come up with a simplified version of the 5 mystical emperor formation. Actually losing isn't shameful. Vuongdin lost patience and blurted out, "You're in such a good mood. Enough already." Then he thought to himself, "This old man is clearly gloating. It's just a one-time victory over the Beast King." In the end, Vuongdin couldn't hold back and questioned whether the outcome of this battle was truly decided, but Thailai quickly concluded as if it were obvious, which might not be a good sign. Hearing that, it turns out Vuongdin still has great faith in his students. He closed his eyes calmly and said, "As the principal, if I don't trust my own students, isn't that a failure on my part?" Master Lai Yang thumbed his chin and admitted, "Yes, very true." Beside him, DM sat still like a statue, pursing his lips as he recalled the 5 mystical Chu Emperor formation. Such a high-level array definitely wasn't something easily set up by a few students. Then DM stared intently at Lakip, and the formation they used was probably given to them by Principal DM Mo-Jia of the Beiki Beast Academy. Curious, Vuongdin suddenly leaned in. "What are you thinking about?" DM asked. Hearing the name DM Mo-Jia, he furrowed his brows. "Is it because of that 5 Huyan Chu Imperial Array?" I was just discussing this with Ngunungyet Lan when DM asked, "How well do you know DM Mo-Jia?" Vuongdin replied seriously, "DM Mo-Jia is one of the youngest Beast Kings in China, having broken through to the Beast King level before 30, and has always been highly regarded by the Ministry of Education. His position as principal of the Northern Beast Academy is just for show. Soon enough, DM Mo-Jia will be transferred back to the Ministry of Education. DM believes that someone like DM Mo-Jia probably doesn't care about the results of the National New Student Exchange event." He didn't really pay attention before. He confirmed that it was indeed the case. So why did this person suddenly bring out a treasure like the simplified version of the 5 mystical wind Imperial Array? Emperor DM anxiously stroked his beard and muttered, "DM Mo-Jia, what exactly is he scheming?" Returning to the fight, Ho Mok-Thu Yulo stepped forward and said boldly, "Lakip, do you want me to transfer the 5-element spiritual power from him to you?" He immediately refused. "Stop wasting effort on a trick. Do you really think you can outsmart him twice?" He hesitated, but Lakip cut him off right away. "You don't need the 5 elements energy. I can still beat him, just stand by and support me." At this moment, Kimtrak suddenly realized that compared to other geniuses, Lakip's biggest trait was that he had no arrogance at all. Tong Lam was confused. "What arrogance?" He continued, "Just like 2Q and Tran Long Tuong each have their own pride, they wouldn't resort to external help unless pushed to the brink." Tong Lam retorted, "Isn't it just about not holding back? That so-called arrogance, someone as proud and arrogant as him is just unwilling to accept defeat." Xiaoan also frowned and said, "Just looking at the result, not caring about the process. Someone like that is very frightening," Kimtrak continued, actually feeling that he and Lam Uyen are very similar, but Lam Uyen wouldn't go crazy like him. At that moment, Ho Mok-Thu Yu's body suddenly coiled tightly around itself. Seeing this, Lam Uyen quickly stepped forward and scolded in annoyance, "Stupid." It stared in shock, truly a terrifying figure, still exuding an imposing aura despite being suppressed. The thorns on Lam Uyen's body grew even sharper as he quickly opened his mouth to gather internal energy inside. Hu Moktu Yu stared wide-eyed and thought to himself, Lam Uyen really dares to attack me. Is this guy crazy? Thinking of this, the entire body of the Hua Moktu Yu transformed into a giant form, using the secret technique Homak Dang Thuan. In the blink of an eye, Lam Uyen's energy tore through the air and shot straight into it. Ho Moktu Yu's eyes widened in shock. What? The energy pillar violently pierced through its body and shot straight into the sky. This attack immediately knocked the Ho Moktu Yu to the ground and rendered him unconscious, with the power quickly passing to Lakiep. He chuckled mockingly. So you really dare to attack him, Lam Uyen? Lam Uyen calmly replied, I just want to tell you that even if you gather enough 5 elements power, I will defeat you as easily as turning over a hand. His words immediately succeeded in angering him. All right, remember what you said. Soon I will make you pay for your arrogance. At the same time, the students listening were extremely shocked. Is Lam Uyen this confident? No, this is no longer just confidence, but outright arrogance. Even in this situation, Lam Uyen still doesn't see Lakiep as a threat. Can Lam Uyen really defeat Lakiep, who has gathered the power of the 5 elements? Lakiep didn't keep you waiting long and quickly charged into battle, but at that moment his whole body suddenly became heavy and he plunged into the water. Lam Uyen quickly seized the opportunity and ran forward, ruthlessly slashing at Lakiep with his sharp claws. But as soon as he dodged, what caught his eye was your enormous tail. What? Lakiep, chuakip din tan, dabi kudan duing hingan kuala muyen kwatwang rasao, kien tatska moyen deo kang thang ha hok ming. He's so strong. When did he start using his tail? I didn't notice at all. I really didn't expect that even with Lakiep having gathered the 5 elemental energies, he still couldn't gain any advantage over Lam Uyen. Don't rush. The battle has just begun. It's too early to draw conclusions. At that moment, Lakiep painfully spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Lam Uyen sneered mockingly. Do you only have this much ability? He immediately retorted, Don't rush. The real show is just beginning. Without hesitation, Lakiep charged straight into the water below. A few seconds later, a flurry of his figures chaosically flew toward the opposite side. Lam Uyen slightly furrowed his brow, thinking. Your split spirit recalls that Lakiep had never used this kind of power before. It seems to be a new ability he gained after gathering the 5 elemental forces. Then Lam Uyen carefully considered whether this clone was real or just an illusion created by Lakiep, but it didn't matter. Thinking that, he raised his tail high, ready to destroy it all. Lam Uyen kept hitting their shadows without hesitation, then suddenly stopped. That's not right. If his true body were really inside, he definitely wouldn't be so easily hit by my attack. Above Lam Uyen, countless fragments from that illusionary body are falling, along with a barrage of spikes continuously descending from the sky. Lam Uyen silently wondered whether the true body of Lakiep was somewhere else, as these 3 shadow beasts before him might just be water clones. At that moment, Lam Uyen immediately turned his head behind him. Just as he predicted, Lakiep suddenly emerged from beneath the water. Lam Uyen quietly calculated that the earth attribute of the 5 elements directly helped him comprehend the ability of earth teleportation. Lakiep, arrogant and threatening, is too slow. That's all he can do. Tong Lam saw this and felt annoyed, scolding him. Who does that guy think he is? Relying on power that isn't yours, what right do you have to show off in front of Lam Uyen? Kimtrak agrees. That's right, and part of Lam Uyen's power is still sealed. Suddenly, a layer of ice envelops Lam Uyen's body, transforming into the 9-tailed beast spirit. He stands firm inside the ice block as lightning strikes loudly, shaking the entire scene. Lakiep charges forward with his claws, unleashing his secret technique, the Hellfire 100 Slash, directly at Lam Uyen's ice. Lakiep, annoyed by the challenge, can only hide inside his turtle shell and tuck in his neck. His claws continuously emit a mysterious and powerful energy. Lam Uyen silently stared at them, thinking that infusing blood energy into the giant claws could significantly enhance their hardness and attack power. Without hesitation, he punched straight down. Lakiep continued to provoke here. As soon as he finished speaking, Lam Uyen struck him with a deadly blow. Lam Uyen fought and thought to himself, this claw has unleashed all my power. But Lakiep still didn't take a step back. It seems that the power of the 5 elements is truly formidable. As for Lakiep, he kept thinking nervously, even if I gather all 5 elements of power, I am still no match for Lam Uyen. But if my strength isn't enough, I have other ways. At this point, he spread his sharp wings wide, then without hesitation, he struck them directly at Lam Uyen. A scream of excruciating pain suddenly echoes out as a wound begins to tear open on his body, and Lam Uyen immediately opens his mouth and screams desperately. The armor also shattered apart, and the tense students broke out in cold sweat. Lam Uyen is injured. When facing Tran Longtuang and 2Q before, he had never suffered such serious wounds. Could Lam Uyen really lose to Lakip? Lakip laughs contentedly. This is the fate for anyone who dares oppose me. But at this moment, Lam Yen only lets out a breath. That's all. Immediately after, he gathers a huge amount of energy in his mouth, causing Lakip to scream in horror. What the? The energy source rapidly shot straight at him without hesitation. He instinctively tilted his body to dodge, but still got torn and bled slightly. At this point, Lakip couldn't help but grit his teeth, feeling truly dangerous. Didn't he have part of his power sealed away? How can it still erupt so powerfully? Just as he saw Lam Yen turn again, Lakip shivered once more. He immediately retracted his wings, moving too fast for anyone to dodge, leaving no choice but to face him head-on. In the end, Lam Uyen swung his tail into the water, creating a huge wave that caused Lakip to fall over. He slammed his face hard into the ground, painfully thinking to himself that although his black tiger wings like shields had absorbed most of the damage, it still hurt deeply, as if his internal organs were shifted. Lam Uyen remained expressionless, unchanged. At that moment, Lakip suddenly thought of the technique that activates emotional connection. But he still kept his wings closed and confidently believed that I don't believe I won't be able to withstand it. Finally, Lam Uyen once again fires a massive energy beam toward him. Lakip opens his mouth in panic inside. How is this possible? Your technique soared through the air, tearing everything apart and pushed Lakip away. He collapsed motionless on the ground, unable to fight back. The students were left open-mouthed by this scene. Lam Uyen has won. I never expected Lakip to lose, let alone lose so badly. Even more frightening is that this happened while Lam Uyen's power was still partially sealed. Wang Din gradually relaxed his facial muscles. This kid really makes me even prouder. Teacher Lai leaned in and whispered, "If you like to smile, just keep smiling. Don't be so foolish. It's not good for your health." He immediately retorted, "I call this humility." Master Li continued, "At this rate, there's probably no humility left. Everyone would be jealous to death. He just found a treasure." Wang Ding smiled happily with narrowed eyes. Of course it's a treasure. Without Lam Uyen, this year's Demon Beast tournament might not even have secured second place. I suspect what makes you happier is that this year you might crush the Yenkin Dai to win the championship, right? And the number of students enrolling in the Demon Beast tournament next year will surely skyrocket accordingly. Wang Din happily praised. I'm glad I valued him that much. What if Lakip gathers enough power from the 5 elements? He still wouldn't be a match for Lam Uyen. Master Li nodded in agreement. This student truly has outstanding talent and an extraordinary demeanor, and his future may be limitless. However, at this point he lowered his voice and warned him not to rejoice too soon, because the real move of the 5 mystical Chu Emperor formation has not been used yet. Teacher Lai kept reminding him, "You must have seen this formation before, you probably know it well." Even the simplified version of the 5 mystical Chu Emperor formation makes Wang Ding uncomfortable. That's right, I forgot about this matter. Then he worriedly thought to himself, "Lam Uyen, can you hold on?" At this moment, Lam Uyen slowly approached and said in a deep voice, "You lost." Lakip trembled. "Why?" Lam Uyen replied calmly. "If you had faced me a month ago, you might still have had a chance to win." "Really? But even if I lose, it seems you haven't won yet, right?" Hearing that, Lam Uyen became alert. Could Lakip still be hiding another trick? You immediately raised your head to observe, above your head, there was still a 5-colored light sphere remaining. Lam Uyen carefully recalled that this 5-colored light sphere emitted an extremely terrifying energy. The previous battle with Lakip caused me to overlook this 5-colored light sphere. At that moment, Lakip lost control, spitting out a mouthful of blood as he challenged us. Lam Uyen. Lam Uyen. I didn't plan to use this move against you at first, but your strength is just too great, and I believe that with this attack, you can definitely withstand it. Right? Kim Trak couldn't help but curse. This guy is really a madman. Tong Lam agreed and shouted loudly, "He is willing to use any means just to take revenge on Lam Uyen. This is the evil of La Kiep." Xiaoan yawned tiredly. "It's really boring." At that moment, the light sphere released a huge pillar of energy that headed straight for Lam Yen without hesitation. Lam Uyen immediately summons a block of ice to cover himself. The mysterious turtle transforms, and his eyes turn cloudy as he carefully assesses the situation. A loud crash immediately echoes, covering Lam Uyen's entire body as a pillar of power descends from above straight onto him. Seeing the danger, Kim Trak shouted, "Lam Uyen, Tong Lam can't ignore this." I say, "You can't go. I have to help him," Xiaoan said. If you go, you'll die. Tong Lam hesitated, but the girl just pointed forward and shouted, "Open your eyes wide and look carefully at what he's wearing." Looking at Lam Uyen, everyone saw that he was not shaken by that source of power. Kim Trak said in a steady voice, "That armor is formed from the thick blood-red smoke beneath Lam Uyen's deathly domain." Tong Lam also added, "Lam Uyen is trying to use the defensive power of the blood armor of death to forcibly resist this energy beam. He stands firm in place as the energy continues to pour out violently, shaking the entire space." Lam Uyen raised his face and looked up, silently thinking that he never expected this energy to be so powerful and terrifying. His body began to tremble under the overwhelming pressure. Now Lam Uyen grits his teeth, blood pouring from his mouth, and silently thinks, "This is bad." He stands there, enduring fierce attacks on this side. Seeing that, Lakip laughed loudly and said, "You're definitely going to die now." Lam Uyen suddenly was knocked back forcefully, hitting a tree so hard that blood poured from his mouth. Within that overwhelming power, his body gradually seemed to dissolve into it. Seeing this, he shouted, "I don't believe you can withstand this." Everyone watching on the screen was in an uproar, saying, "That's some terrifying power. I didn't expect Lakip to have more tricks up his sleeve." Being hit by this enormous force, he's probably not dead but severely injured. It seems that Lam Uyen will really have to stop here. No, look over there. From within the misty fog, Lam Uyen's figure emerges. Witnessing this scene, everyone is once again amazed and excited. No, look over there quickly. His whole body is covered in blood, and it's even more terrifying. Although Lam Uyen hasn't won yet, in my heart he is already number one. As for Lakip, seeing that scene, he was so terrified he wondered if he was about to die. The smoke clears to reveal Lam Uyen still standing tall. He turns to look with a cold gaze and says, "Still, I am the winner." This situation terrifies Lakip. He coughs up blood, trembling all over as he thinks, "How is this possible? I gathered enough 5 elements power but still couldn't defeat Lam Uyen, not even with my final deadly move that failed to finish him off." Lakip exclaimed, "Lam Uyen, you're so ruthless I admit defeat." Immediately, Lakip was separated from the fusion and reverted to his human form. Black Dragon appeared and said, "Congratulations on defeating the 3 Beast Soul Masters at the Lord level and earning 6 silver boxes." Lam Uyen asked, "The 6 high-level silver boxes will definitely contain some good stuff, right?" He replied, "You're already very lucky. You'll definitely get some good stuff." Then Black Dragon asked worriedly, "Are you okay? I'm glad I'm not completely out of commission, but I am seriously injured. However, with Song Lam's sorrowful sapphire, I believe I'll recover quickly." Then Lam Uyen said, "Wait until someone's voice calls out, then I will allow you to go." Hearing that, you immediately looked down and realized it was Mo Huyen. He asked, "So we still haven't settled our debt?" Lam Uyen sneered and replied, "You want to come and die too? Even now that I am injured, you're no match for me." After hearing that, Mak Huyen spoke threateningly. "Do you really think I would appear in front of you unprepared?" From start to finish, Lam Uyen never looked down on me. I must make him pay the price. As he finished speaking, he entered a Beast Soul fusion state, with a level S skeletal vulture Beast Soul. Observing Mak Huyen, you secretly assess that Vu Mak Huyen once shined brightly during the Beast Soul Awakening ceremony thanks to this S-rank Beast Soul, but now, S-rank Beast Souls are no longer impressive. Lam Uyen turned to Tong Lam and said, "This Vu Mak Huyen is not yet at the chieftain level. At most, he's a high-level Beast King, so where does he get the courage to face me? Could it be he's also preparing another move? But he's already disappeared, leaving only his voice behind." "Take your time to fight. I'll go ahead now," Mak Huyen shouted. "Lam Uyen, from now on I will personally destroy everything you own. You probably didn't think that last attack was the end, did you?" You look up at the energy sphere and ponder. Clearly, the previous attack didn't completely drain the energy of the 5 Hues Imperial battle, but the 5-colored light sphere has dimmed significantly. Suddenly, the sphere shattered, making Lam Uyen wonder. Small explosions continued to erupt in the sky, producing deafening sounds, and it seemed he even destroyed the drones equipped with cameras. Destroying the camera is just to prevent others from watching the match, which means what he's about to do is very likely to violate the rules. Mahuyan took something and slowly put it into his mouth, biting down hard. Then, waves of murderous intent emanated from Mak Huyen's eye sockets as he declared, "Lam Uyen, it's only just beginning. The real show is only starting." Everyone watching on the screen exclaimed in frustration, "What's going on? Why did the image suddenly disappear? Can't everyone see that?" That guy directly destroyed all the drones, so the images naturally couldn't be transmitted. He couldn't handle Lam Uyen, so he took out the drone to vent his anger. Is this really not considered breaking the rules? "Honestly, I feel like that guy intentionally destroyed everything," Tanda shouted angrily. What is this Vu Mac Hoyen planning to do? Is this guy really going to directly destroy all the surrounding roles? Tishchu also asked angrily. Since he caused all this, isn't Principal 2 also considered to have violated the rules? Dion replied calmly. Actually, there are no such rules, but he glanced at Mojia and then asked, but shouldn't Principal DM give us an explanation? Yulan angrily questioned, are all the students of your Kai Bak Thudai acting so unruly? Everyone else agreed, saying, yes, your students are indeed causing chaos. Yes, Director DM, what exactly are you trying to say? But he responded calmly, I'm also very annoyed with everyone. So what about the simplified version of the 5 hallowed pillar imperial formation? Moja, with a sinister look, added, I admit I really did give that to my student, but I just wanted to improve the reputation of the North Beast Academy a little. Hearing that, she angrily shouted, are you the principal, and don't you know this is very dangerous? He exhaled and innocently said, but I also didn't expect him to use the formation I provided to retaliate against La Muyen out of personal revenge. Knowing that things would turn out this way, I shouldn't have done it. Someone pressed on. Principal Dayam, why do you think we have to do this? The dean of Haingyuthu University also agreed, saying, that's right, you're about to be transferred to the Ministry of Education. These student actions don't benefit you at all. Yuelan angrily scolds, knowing she's pretending to be naive. Wang Ding asks DM, can we quickly restore our image? He immediately ordered, I will deploy C-roll around the scene right away. General Lai, mobilize all B-Soul Masters from the nearby army to protect the students immediately. You've worked hard. Lemak quickly obeyed the order. Principal 2, rest assured, that is my duty. Huang Kuai silently observed, puzzled inside. 2 to DM didn't hesitate to deploy Lai Mok, a Beast Soul Master at the Beast King level. Could he have seen something? He looked at Mojia, who was smiling sinisterly, and wondered silently, can he still smile? Could all of this be part of his plan? What is this crazy guy really trying to do? He narrowed his eyes and quietly calculated. He probably wouldn't reveal the information. It seems that Li Huangkuei still remains loyal to the divine sect. Too bad if only it had been exposed. That would have been the most interesting outcome I wanted. Mortal's thoughts drifted aimlessly in his mind. He wasn't sure if Vu Mac Huyen could kill La Muyen. If I can kill him, that's great. If not, it's okay. After all, the true plan of the divine religion has only just begun. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. Let me see if you can survive until then. Back in the battle, Mac Huyen's eyes kept emitting a deadly aura. As he observed, La Muyen wondered how he had quickly advanced to the level of Lord in just a few seconds. What exactly is that black crystal? He starts howling, shaking the entire space with his power. Seeing that, he whispered in awe, the killing intent was too strong. In an instant, Mac Huyen moved close to La Muyen as fast as a gust of wind. This move surprised you, eyes wide open, and you muttered to yourself, so fast. La Muyen extends a hand with sharp claws, swinging it forward, but he quickly dodges the attack. His teammate is also watching the situation. Kim Trak sighed, that kid is faster than La Muyen. Tong Lam also agreed. That's right, how did that kid end up like this? Xiaoan asked in surprise. Did he escape? During the fight, he observed the situation and thought to himself that he could disappear, but his murderous intent remained. La Muyen, alert, turned around and exclaimed. Behind him, he quickly activated the skills 9 transformations of the Beast God and Mysterious Turtle transformation. Immediately, a barrier was formed that blocked Mac Huyen's surprise attack from behind, surprising him, but it quickly shattered into pieces. Seeing that, Mac Huyen laughed joyfully and said, La Muyen, can you withstand my attack? La Muyen didn't say much, just activated another skill, the 9 transform Beast God, Fierce Tiger transformation, and instantly, an illusion of a giant roaring tiger appeared behind him. Lam Yuen threw a punch, but he quickly dodged. At this moment, his hand was trembling uncontrollably. Kim Trak said loudly, I'm not mistaken, right? And La Muyen shivered. Tong Lam continued as La Muyen's strike, fueled by the raging tiger transformation, at least reached the strength of a 5-star lord. He wondered aloud, but his opponent not only defended, but also had plenty of strength left. Could that kid's strength still surpass that of a 5-star lord? Xiaoan replied uncertainly, possibly related to the black crystal he just swallowed, which significantly boosted his overall power. Kim Trak insists that it must be a forbidden item according to the rules. Otherwise, why would he destroy the surrounding filming drones? Tong Lam exclaims angrily. That's truly despicable. He continued, if you destroy the drone, the school will immediately send someone to investigate. The girl also agreed. That's right, as long as La Muyen keeps it up a little longer, Vu Mac Huyen will face punishment from the school. On this side, La Muyen asked coldly, Why bother causing trouble when we've already settled everything? Your actions will only ruin your own future. My future was already destroyed long ago because of you, and now I'm furious and shouting, La Mien. Back then, when you humiliated me in front of so many people, did you ever think about my future? He calmly explained, but isn't that just a case of reaping what you sow? Those who humiliate others will always be humiliated in return. How much time has passed, yet you still don't understand this truth? McHuyen no longer cared, shouting in anger, La Muyen, stop saying these useless words, you're just trying to buy time. Before that happens, I will cripple you. Hearing that, La Mien only chuckled, prompting him to ask, what are you laughing at? She contemptuously replied, I'm laughing at how you still think you're so strong. Then La Muyen calmly said, but I have to thank you first. McHuyen wondered, thank me. You look at him with cold eyes and continue, because you broke the rules first, which means from now on no one will care, no matter how far I go beyond the limits. For example, before the school's people come to kill you, your head would be cut off and blood would flow, McHuyen exclaimed in shock. Is that possible? Your head being cut off and blood flowing? He shouted angrily, La Muyen, don't you think you're a bit arrogant? Let me see where you get your confidence from. With that, McHuyen suddenly disappeared. La Muyen looked around cautiously, and unexpectedly he launched a sneaky attack from behind. Then McHuyen smugly said, you only have this much skill. Are you sure I can't keep up with your pace? He immediately spread his huge wings. Seeing this, he widened his eyes in amazement and exclaimed inwardly, this is a divine beast weapon. Kim Trak also marveled at how La Muyen managed to obtain a high-level divine beast weapon of the master level. And Tong Lam exclaimed, could this be La Muyen's trump card? Xiaoan also exclaimed in surprise, it can fly! That's amazing! MiHuyan roared, releasing dense auras, struggling to die. But killing simply would be too boring. So, keep resisting, and in the end you'll die in despair. He charged straight at La Muyen, but she quickly dodged. McHuyen silently thought that his speed was even faster now, and then began to gather his strength, his whole body igniting with an invisible flame. Without warning, McHuyen rushes toward La Muyen's position. Immediately, he summons his ultimate move, the Heavenly Eagle Transformation. La Muyen quickly soared into the air, dodging the attack and causing him to miss and hit the air instead. McHuyen secretly admired how La Muyen's secret technique combined with his divine beast weapon to create a complementary situation. A loud shout rang out as Kim Trak suddenly charged in, knocking McHuyen away. Seeing that, he immediately called Vuong Kim Trak. He was trying to keep his balance while angrily shouting at the useless one. Get out. After saying that, McHuyen releases a burst of energy. When it touched the eggshell, Kim Trak was spun around in circles, spinning faster and faster until it was dizzying. After a while, he felt dizzy and started cursing. Why does this bastard attack without any restraint? My yoke is about to be shaken apart by you. Seeing that, McHuyen exclaimed in shock. My full-force attack still can't leave a mark on his eggshell. What kind of monster is this guy? La Muyen quietly wondered what he was doing. Tong Lam's voice rang out. Lam Uyen, he continued, even though we can't fight alongside you, we won't be an unnecessary obstacle either. Immediately after, Tong Lam used his skill, and the dazzling effects appeared, boosting his energy. Afterward, Lam Uyen said, thanks. He also replied, no need to be polite, be careful. McHuyen angrily thought, damn it, I didn't expect to fall into a trap. Tong Lam asked worriedly, are you okay, not hurt? Xiaoan replies, the egg is still intact. Kim Trak is complaining, but it hurts a lot too. He can't accept it and declares, even with the support of the discarded lapis lazuli butterfly, you won't be able to beat me. McHuyen gathers his strength again and roars, what I showed earlier was just the appetizer. Now the real fight begins. With that, he suddenly speeds toward Lam Uyen. Then, McHuyen wildly swung his arm to attack, but he dodged in time. As he evaded, he realized that because of the existence of the killing field, he could sense Vu McHuyen's murderous intent in advance and predict and avoid his attacks. He sneered and said, so all you know is how to dodge? Turns out you were just bluffing earlier. You want to make me angry? Fine, then I won't hold back anymore. You start to activate your combat mode, your eyes widening with vigilance. Then, Lam Uyen creates a barrier, knocking McHuyen far away. Hit by the attack, he shouted angrily. So you still dodged, huh? Lam Uyen, you little bastard. You didn't respond, only spreading your wings wide, sparks of lightning crackling everywhere. Then Lam Uyen gathered his power and unleashed it. In an instant, McHuyen was struck directly in the chest, suffering intense pain. He kept cursing, I want to kill you, Lam Uyen. McHuyen opened his mouth fiercely and charged forward. Lam Uyen lowered his head and warned him. In battle, losing the ability to judge calmly is a grave mistake. Didn't your master teach you that? You then speak up to affirm, remind, and criticize Vu Mak Huyen. You haven't improved at all. Then Lam Uyen also quickly rushed to the opponent's side, and in an instant he was torn into pieces. Xiao An, who was crawling on the ground, kept emphasizing, "Well done, Lam Uyen, you're so good. Keep going, keep going." Suddenly a group of people rushed over from afar, shouting, "We found them, they're here!" Ma Huyen turned around in amazement as he saw the escort approaching. "You're quite quick to arrive, with the soul beast tamers from the Legion?" At this point, Lam Uyen also confidently affirms that no matter what tricks Womi Huyen has up his sleeve, he won't be able to use them. You fly up high and look down, declaring firmly, "From now on, never appear in front of me again." He immediately becomes extremely fierce and shouts, "Who told you it's over? Isn't it only just beginning now?" McHuyen raised his head and shouted loudly to threaten. "Lam Uyen, I told you all the suffering you've caused me will be paid back 100 times over." Lam Uyen opened his mouth to reveal a bright light inside, then spat it straight ahead. But McHuyen had already prepared in advance and declared it useless. The battle is becoming more and more intense. You take advantage of the momentum to forcefully swing your tail behind you. Lam Uyen looks up in surprise. Your eyes are shining brightly, revealing your excitement upon hearing this. "Welcome to my abyssal realm. Are you observing the entire demonic prison realm? Is this Vu Mak Huyen's ultimate move?" he confidently declares. "This maze of the demon realm is a special barrier, separate from any space, and difficult to destroy from either inside or outside. Unless I die." Lam Uyen, after hearing that, also understood the speculation. "Looks like you've prepared quite a few good things to defeat me, huh?" Mak Huyen raised his face confidently and declared, "The revenge from the past has always been my motivation to keep living so in this arena. Let's fight to the end. If you want to play, then I will play to the end with you." Tong Lam found it confusing and asked why. "What is the domain of the demon prison?" Xiao An looked into the distance, feeling very excited. "This is the first time I've heard of a realm like that. It sounds like a forbidden spell." Those guys approached, looking very annoyed. "Damn it, we're still a step behind." "It's not that we're a step behind, it's that this kid knew we would come and prepared in advance." The chief officer frowned and made a decision. "I'll try to see if I can break the barrier in front of us." Someone from behind asks anxiously, "What if we can't break it?" He frowned, having already prepared a plan in advance. "If we really can't break through, we'll have to consider other options or wait for reinforcements. I don't know if that kid can hold on until then." Then the officer quickly approached and guessed their identity. "You must be students from the Demon Beast Academy, right? Step back a little to avoid getting involved," Kim Trake confidently assured with certainty. "It's okay, I can handle it." Tong Lam also flew closer, eager to volunteer. "Senior brothers, I am a beast spirit support. I will stay here in case I can help you." Hearing this, he quickly agreed. "Fine," Little Yan suddenly spoke up in protest. "Hey, did no one ask me anything?" Immediately after, the commander quickly transformed. The Beast Soul Fusion, Level A Beast Soul. Lit Fongdo, Kim Trash was stunned by this. Power of a Lord level. 8? The little girl watching from afar also quickly noticed, but his talent is so much worse that he might never surpass the Beast level in his lifetime. He immediately turned around angrily and retorted, "So your talent seems pretty good, huh?" "No, your talent really is good." "Sorry, I misspoke." Xiaoan immediately raised both hands and shook his head to remind. But having a good talent isn't necessarily a good thing. Up in the sky, he powerfully spread his wings and flew away. The chief officer opened his mouth wide to summon his power, then shot it straight ahead. A stream of energy flew far into the distance. It moved straight toward the area with dense energy barriers, and Kim Track, upon seeing this, quickly praises. "So, this is the power of a high-level Beast Soul Master when unleashing their full strength?" The barrier seems to be gradually breaking, but then it quickly mends itself. They watched this scene in shock. Kim Track was extremely amazed by what he saw. "How is that possible?" Songlam below keeps encouraging him. "Captain, try again." But suddenly he confidently declared that no matter how many times we try, it would be useless. The commander confidently declared that only a Beast Soul Master at the Beast King level could break the barrier. "Rest assured, General Limak is on his way. I just hope that kid can hold on until then." He then asked in surprise, "Commander Mok will also come?" The chief quickly confirmed, "Yes, that's the order from Principal 2. Tong Lam looked over there anxiously, not knowing how Lam Uyen was doing now. He flew up high to observe and reassured himself. Since the barrier hadn't been broken yet, it meant he was still safe for now. Mak Huyen shouted challengingly inside, "How does Lam Uyen feel about being turned into a fish in a disadvantaged position?" But you smile without a hint of fear. "Are you talking about yourself?" He opened his mouth confidently and declared that my abyssal domain could not only imprison you, but also provide me with a continuous source of power. Even a beast soul master at the level of a beast king might not be able to break through my abyss domain from the outside. But Lam Huyen still confidently asserts that I am not so sure. Mak Huyen raises his hand with a surge of power and challenges. You're about to die, but still keep your mouth shut. I want to see how long you can stubbornly resist. Lam Huyen confidently lifts his head and declares, I have defeated you once, I will defeat you a second time. He refused to admit defeat and even warned him. Lam Huyen, you're too arrogant. I was just joking with you earlier. The real battle is just about to begin. At this moment, Lam Huyen eagerly urges, no way? How many times are you planning to start over? My ears are about to go deaf. Hurry up, I'm in a rush. Mo Huyen is also thinking carefully. The soul orb that Principal Yen gave me is the soul orb of the beast-level King Ma Prison Ancient Insect Vuong. This soul orb is perfectly suited for my beast spirit. Then he stood up straight and roared loudly. Mak Huyen became fierce and cruel, declaring, Lam Huyen, let me take you to the road myself. Then he started rushing forward, but you quickly created a shield to protect yourself. The attack was luckily blocked. You open your eyes wide, feeling pain, an odd sensation as if your soul is being torn apart. How about it, my soul-devouring execution technique isn't bad, right? This move can bypass you and directly affect your soul. Hearing this, Lam Huyen immediately memorized the name of the ultimate skill in his mind, the Crimson Soul Severing. Then he became even more aggressive and challenging, but I have to admit I'm a bit surprised that you can withstand this move. Let's see how long you can hold on. Mak Huyen opened his mouth to attack, and at this moment Lam Huyen no longer held back. If I can't defend, then I won't anymore. He lifted one leg, aiming to strike her weak spot. Lam Huyen also refused to give in, then spread one of his wings and unleashed a powerful move. Mak Huyen was caught off guard, let out a cry of pain, and immediately fell crashing into the water below, while Lam Huyen remained standing upright and proud. You brandish your claws forward without hesitation, challenging me. Fine. Let's see who will die first. Mak Huyen spat out a mouthful of blood in pain and cursed. Lam Huyen, you're really a lunatic. Lam Huyen stood fiercely and declared straightforwardly, if you want to kill me, you should also be prepared to be killed by me. He then made a last attempt to escape underwater, and Mak Huyen seized the opportunity to run away. Lam Huyen lowers his head, carefully analyzing the opponent. Mak Huyen wants to use this method to prevent me from predicting his attack timing, so after his strike I won't be able to counter immediately. But you also quickly spotted the opponent's weakness. Your thinking was correct, but there was a fatal flaw. Mak Huyen also showed his determination clearly. As long as he had one chance, he would defeat you. His eyes suddenly turned bright red as Mak Huyen shouted loudly, using his technique, the Soul Severance. But before he could react, Lam Huyen quickly turned his face around. Mak Huyen opened his eyes wide, feeling extremely tense. How can this kid react so quickly? But then he told himself to try to remind and persuade himself. So what if I react quickly? I can still hit you. Yet, Lam Huyen's reaction still slightly outpaces expectations, catching Mak Huyen off guard. What is going on? You use your tail to sweep the opponent away. He tries to stand up straight, chest heaving in pain. At this moment, Mak Huyen became even more cautious of his opponent. How is that possible? Could it be that Lam Huyen saw through my entire attack route? But clearly he has taken 3 consecutive hits of my soul trap with the strength of a normal beast soul master level lord. My soul should have shattered and died a long time ago. A long wound has appeared on your body. Lam Huyen smiled brightly and confidently said, sorry, but my soul is very tough.